Like, I don't necessarily need to eat it right now. I don't feel hungry because I'm upset.
Okay, why are you upset?
I'm being abandoned.
Okay, who abandoned you? Who abandoned you?
Like, I'm not trying to suck his cock about the situation after he's been such a bitch about everything. Like, I'm sorry. Like, and like, I will, but I'm not about to metaphorically do it too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the fuck. That shit's over. But like, the fuck? Over and over yesterday, I gotta hear that this shit has run its course. that talking about telling me to go with somebody else or trust me, there's one. Like, I really did message my ex who lives like very close.
And what'd you say?
Told him what the fuck was going on. I'm like, fuck. So, what the fuck? You know how fucking, like, I'm not trying to get caught, but like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, and I'm not trying to get raped again, so. That's why I need to make sure my phone really short. Like, on a day like today, like, what the fuck's about to happen?
Is there any way you can get mace? Is there any way you can get mace? Well, in case you get attacked, you spray it on the person.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I just tend to choose other ones. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't need it.
I know, but it's one of those things you never think you need until you do.
No, I just rather, like, you know what? When I was living inside of my husband's house, I stole his dead father's letter opener that was kind of sharp, and I figured was not only used for opening letters. And it's like one of those, like, it's like, you know how, like, when they make, like, swords, there's, like, some that are, like, sharp, and then there's some where it's, like, more like a blunt force type of shit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's more for stabbing. Yeah, like, that's based off of what it looks like. Yeah, like, it's good for stabbing. Also, I cut my fruit with it, because it's like, yeah.
So it's essential.
Dad is happy with me for doing that.
It's essential.
I told him the best store. It's a rubber opener, and it's like after the first couple times that I slept in a car in the city, more like not like as just like I went to a concert and was drunk and slept in a car. Because I know it's too drunk to even think about my safety because I love my neighbors. I would like keep it like on my like carriage just in case something happened because I apparently was gonna, of course. I mean, what's going on here? Who's doing what? This is really fucked up, but everything's fine, Rabbi. It's not, you don't need my letter opener. It's got a sharp enough blade on one side. I'm telling you, it came already sharpened. Somebody was already using this for all of its work, which is not just opening letters. I don't think I'll celebrities for that. Because that's just fucking. That's pathetic. And just towards it. And yeah, it's dropping on one side. And I was gonna cut a mango with it actually. I'm like, well, I can't eat this meat right now because I'm like, I don't want it now because you know why? Because somebody gave it to me and now they're about to act like really about to act like that. Just acted like this. And I gotta hear that shit on your big ass. I say, oh, right, came out your mouth. For real. Because you know what? I would have some others. My ass when I hear him saying and like they liked it last time, I'm like, damn, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, the fuck are you talking about? The fuck? Like, so I'm like, is that like Cece's mom? Like, we said that to her. Why not always worry about this? Because the only person you should be in concern is me or your previous fucking wife without trying to have some more children around here. Are you crazy? Like, also, you shouldn't be talking to me like that, you know? Because I don't say shit. That is disrespectful. I have respect. You know what I'm saying? I have respect for people's emotions. And that is wrong. You know what I'm saying? But right now, I'm talking about what situation he told me that he's putting in and what I need to do about it. So I started to do it. And I didn't ask for nothing else besides for somebody to be like there in case I need them for my safety type shit. But apparently they think they got a girlfriend, man, but they think she don't love him. I'm not trying to be your therapist right now.
Wait, you're talking about your husband?
No, that's my ex. My husband's telling me tell me for their people obviously was not about to do that because that's like not right and obviously they fuck iron and like I'm not about to be the one who fucks around, you know what I mean? But I think that a lot of like how many fucks in our being for so long? So many. I never even really fucking thinking about it towards me. Like I'm battling racism right now. I'm battling sexism. And I'm battling fucking America with this goddamn individual. This is really too much. So when I'm being told I'm not only supported, but I need to go and look for other people, and he's going to tell me that I should go for the Duke just right because for a second he doesn't want to think about it right. Like I can't have something to not think about it right for a second. For some reason, I know there's a lot of people who are not about to not think about it right for a second. That's just never going to happen. Like this is on some other shit. Like I'm gonna put on that, but really, like I bent on the bitch type shit because why else would I go say shit that runs towards? Yeah, I'll be great and say like just die and shit. You know, like you don't want to be with me, then what the fuck? That's how I feel. That's how strongly I feel about my job. You know what I mean? So I have like a pride in doing it the right way. Like there's certain lines that I'm not about to cross. So when I tell him that like you're the best deal that I have right now, like also like that's just not what I keep to do. Like why do you need to make my job harder type shit, you know? And that's what I have to explain into somebody's head every day that's supposed to be with me, and I'm just trying to keep going forward on what the fuck I said I was gonna be fucking doing, but I can't be fucking even watched over properly that this is what happens. You know what I mean? I gotta be told that I'm crazy, that I have to do this shit because oh I'm not crazy. Goddamn, I'm being driven. I just can't even like so what I do what I need to do for safety purposes. And I contact others. They don't have your phone number right now. And they said that they would get me. I don't need it now. It's kind of needed to go through the head type of thing. But then I also saw to my dad because they like have talked to each other, and I told my dad not to get into the details. Actually, is what I said. Now, we're in a position where I think it comes down to I invested that much time in that person there, but they've also experienced it. They're also just close enough. Yeah, that's what I had to do. And do you think that I feel great about that?
No.
That's one of the things that we have to do. I'm trying to have not have this repeat. But I don't want to hear about your emotions. I might as well talk it out. Why would you be so mad that you really had a child? You wish it was the one. What else are we supposed to do? Like, there's nothing else to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you do everything else. So even if it's work, so I don't know. This is sad. That's not my stuff. Like, I think the last goal is as an individual is hard enough that whatever the fuck I have done in the last year is totally excusable. 100%. Especially after what I've put directly. I said this in a different person. You know what I'm saying?
Welcome. How are you? What's good, Ruslan?
There it is.
Yo, dog. How'd you find out about me, Ruslan? Okay, very cool. What Discord server? Absolutely. I'm Big Bear. Absolutely. I stream my life 24/7, 365 in there. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one, and I have more data online than anyone. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Ruslan? Excellent. Well, then that's essentially what I do. You can watch every aspect of my life going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I talk about some things that aren't normally discussed, things like the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, solar greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end thirst. I'm sponsored cryptocurrency. It has a name. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Ninu. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria. So a major advocate for the LifeShot program, and most importantly, for desalination technology, where you pump our seawater under land to make it drinkable. So that's That's a little about me. Apologies for cutting you off there. What were you going to say, Rustin?
I popped in your town before. It seems like you ever go outside on the street?
I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed to Beverly Hills, downtown Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. Simultaneously, I'm live on Rumble, I'm live on Twitch, I'm live on DLive and Trovo. Basically, you name it, I'm live on it. A podcast, actually, and then I was watching The Office. Do you know what The Office is?
Oh yeah.
Excellent. So, have you ever seen the Superfan versions? Okay, so they're like extended versions of The Office, and I'm making my way through the seasons now, and just was talking with a friend in here, just about her life, and basically just living my life. How about you? What are you up to? Absolutely, I get that. What are your top? What are your hobbies? What are your hobbies? What do you like to do?
Well, me and my friend, you're gonna judge, but trusting that you're a rabbi and I can trust you all.
Go for it.
You already on like masturbation room. About 20 different guys.
And you masturbate together?
Well, I mean, we do some talking about it. Sometimes we get together, but yeah.
And you're serious? You guys just like are really into masturbating?
We're really into talk about different things that we do.
All right. I mean, to each their own. Absolutely. Do you ever get laid? All right. Well, look at that. That's a new one. So you guys, you do that. What else do? You got to do more than that, right? You're in a fight club? Well, you know what the first rule is, right?
Yeah, but you're online. You're not.
Of course not. Okay, so you're in a chronic masturbation group and you are in a fight club. What else do you do?
That's about it.
Do you play any sports?
Well, I think that's like
I mean, is that like MMA?
yeah.
All right. Do you do it in a like or something?
It's like a random location.
Okay. Well, very cool. Well, you should know that I'm always here. If you ever need any help, I'm here to support you with any of your endeavors, whether they be your fight club, your chronic masturbation group, or anything in between. I want you to know that I'm here to be a positive person in your world, to give you an optimistic view on the future, and just give people hope. So if you ever need anything, I'm here to help you, okay?
Hey, Rabbi, I really appreciate that. Let me popping in more often.
Absolutely. You're always welcome.
My husband's been everything's good. Are you a regular here or are you just here?
She's always here.
Why did you say it? Like you're disappointed.
No, I'm happy about it.
Okay, well, I'll be back at 8.
Excellent. We'll see you
Bye.
then. Take care. Excellent. Take care, Tim. Thank you.
Right? Like we're
All right. Masturbation.
yeah, like there are bad
Insightful.
people in this world, but they just get amplified on the internet
Something
so
every day,
much.
kids.
And I do think it's important, obviously, to be on the internet. Like, I think the job that people are doing on the internet of trying to figure out what's going on is critically important. Probably the most important like tool of power that common people have and have ever had in history, like the ability to decentralize the control of information, is revolutionary. But it comes with a lot of learning and responsibility for us to sort of figure out how we maintain like social structure and just emotional health while using those tools for good.
Yeah.
And I don't think we figured that out at all.
No.
Yeah. At all.
Yeah. It's crazy how boring summer's been since they shot Trump.
It's crazy how silent everyone's been since they shot Trump. I saw this.
Not enough's going on right now,
dude. It was this meme that was about how fast the Trump shooting disappeared, and it was just like, think about all of the other news events that got a longer press cycle than Trump getting shot.
Dude,
it's like
the Olympic thing happened, and then everyone forgot about Trump.
Bingo. Yeah, it's like, and that is such a wild rabbit hole where you either have to, and this I run this kind of litmus test on all events, is either, because everything has to have an explanation, even if it's mundane or it's not. It's like there's nothing in the world that happens for no reason. Like, random is a reason, but random has to have probabilities involved. Like, you have to be able to explain it and be like, cool, that's how it happened.
Right.
And so when you look at the Trump shooting, for example, you either have to think that all of the weird shit that happened is explainable by what they're telling you, and that there's nothing suspicious about that kind of mainstream narrative about it. Start asking a lot of questions. Almost all versions of things suspicious about this, and there's questions to be asked, almost every version of that leads to at least some level of inside job or some level of someone being complicit in something. And there's a lot of versions of what that might be, but regardless of what that is, it's monumentally important, because like that's an assassination attempt on one of the most important and polarizing figures in the last 50 years, and it very well could have sparked things like World War III or things like massive government change. Like, there's just so many implications that I think are too politically charged right now to super gravitate towards it, obviously. But everyone who is not down with Trump, I think, is incentivized to ignore it because of that political leaning.
Yeah.
When like the implications of it should be apolitical. Because if you suppose you didn't support JFK, the implications of JFK getting shot were still world change for the rest of eternity. And so I think that in many ways, and this happens in all fields, like our polarization of our political like minds and emotions often makes people tune into things that don't matter and tune out things that are massively important. I'm following that one super close because I think it's fascinating.
What is your theory on the Trump thing with this?
Before we go into it, it's important to state that like anyone who thinks that they know what's happening in this world is way too confident in themselves. Like, we don't even know how it works. We don't know how gravity works. Like, we don't know, like, speculate on probabilities. And the way I like to think is just in terms of there's lots of possibilities, and some are more likely than others. And as you get evidence, you kind of assess, that one seems more likely to me, that one seems less likely. But I still just kind of keep them all in mind.
And there's probably way more evidence that's going to come out.
Exactly. And you don't, it's not like you're so dumb that you can only think of one and you can't even, you can think about all three options at once. And as evidence comes in, you can weigh it against those three possibilities, right? So what I lean towards as being most likely is, I think it's reasonably safe to assume at this point that it was a bullet that did go past his head, that grazed him or like right past his ear, and there was a photo of the bullet that is pretty much corroborated by mainstream news that is very anti-Trump normally. So it's like, and like people died. So there were definitely bullets. There was definitely shots. The audio analysis makes me think that there was more than one gun being fired. And it's like relatively easy to hear on basically every video that was taken by cell phones. In the fact, do you know what I'm referring to there?
The audio, now you're talking about the shots being fired?
Yeah. So like when you look at the videos, the shots that are fired is basically like like 3 cracks that echo in one way, and then a very fast volley of 5 that echo in a different way. And there is an argument to be made that like the camera turns, and so maybe the phone is picking it up differently.
Right.
But I'm not necessarily convinced by that. And then there is like a sniper shot and another shot, and there's been other like highly experienced like combat veterans that have identified that they heard silenced rounds within that zone, like
Silenced rounds?
Yeah, like there's a really interesting clip that circulated like a couple weeks ago of a Marine scout sniper, someone of that type of caliber, watching the footage, and the moment he hears it, he's like, "Oh, I know what that is." And they replay the sound a few times, and he's like, "You hear that? That is a like suppressed round, not a." And I don't think you don't need to know all that. Like, you don't need to make decisions about that to realize that the level of incompetence is astounding. The fact that people were redirected, when you start to analyze like all of because we have a lot of footage of it now, and we have what looks like at first, had that been successful, had Trump been shot, there was indications that they had a story ready to pin it on Iran. As in, they were sort of like, we're trying to pin the bank accounts or the phones that he had on Iran, which are still not explained. Like, what 21-year-old, 22-year-old guy has no social media presence, that the CIA and the NSA can't hack his phones? Like, that's bullshit.
I heard there was something that came out. I don't remember where I saw it, but I heard there was something where they were able to track the location, or NSA was able to track the location of a phone that was a part of the household he was in that visited an FBI place a couple weeks before.
It wasn't the household he was in, is that he had gone to a weird bowling alley and had what looks like a meeting when you track cell phone data, and a few other, like, there's not just government agencies, there's also dudes on Twitter that apparently have access to this cell phone data. Lots of people are tracking it. And yeah, he had what looks a lot like a meeting, like sit down in a spot for like 1.5 hours or whatever it is. I'm just kind of fudging numbers here. Next to another device. Then they both leave, and that device went to like right next to FBI HQ.
Right.
Which is just indications. It's like all very suspicious. And the fact that he's able to get there, like people are seeing him. There's plainclothes officers that are clearly where everyone is pointing. Like, there's a video, one of the first ones that came out, everyone's like filming him.
Right.
Like, look, there's a guy on the roof.
Yeah.
And then in the other videos that came out more recently, you can see plainclothes officers with guns drawn come around the building once the shots have been fired from that direction where all those people were that were pointing at this guy. So there's just all these elements that point to like, this does not add up. And just the fact that it's suspicious, not necessarily saying you know what it is or what happened, but the fact that what they're telling us is suspicious, aligned with the fact that it looks like there was a story prepared about Iran, which would be very logical. I mean, Bibi just happened to have a speech to Congress scheduled for the next week,
right.
And he still, during that speech, ran with this he basically said in that speech that Iran tried to assassinate Trump.
Well, it's convenient.
Very convenient. And I mean, maybe it's a coincidence. I don't know, but I can't think of any country that establishment, the sort of like Western Israeli CIA Democrat establishment, would rather have than war with Iran right now. And so when whatever happened got botched in whatever way it got botched, you start to see what also looks a lot like other botched, like for lack of a better term, deep state operations of the past. And another one I'm looking into is the Vegas one. Over the last couple of weeks. And it's just, I mean, they're all unique because they're all botched in different ways. They're all different events. But you start to see these patterns of when these things get botched, the cover-ups start to all look the same. And they are marked by things like no cell phone data and things getting confiscated and weird explanations that are like pinned on one shooter that is super, like, you start to see these replicated patterns in these essentially patsy schemes that just, they don't make me think I know what happened, but they certainly make me think I don't trust what I'm being told about what happened.
Yeah, my first reaction to the Trump shooting thing was like, if it was the CIA, they wouldn't have missed. Or if it was a really well-planned assassination attempt like Kennedy, like, they're not missing.
Well, do you know about how many people did miss in the Kennedy assassination attempt?
No.
So everyone has their own theories, right?
John Newman?
He's got a bunch. No, but so
So there's
I've looked in his stuff.
So John Newman, he's on this podcast twice. He is the one person that exists that has read all of the declassified JFK files.
Mm-hmm. Which is a lot of
all
documents.
all the books that you read about JFK that have been written about JFK, and even the top JFK scholars will even say this. They'll say all books that exist that are written about the JFK assassination are based on Newman's books. Yeah. No one actually goes down and reads those sources.
Yeah, because they're all in person in paper, right? They're all in that one location. Exactly. You got to go there. Regardless, it's like it wasn't a single shot, right? And it wasn't even just two shots. There was like the bullet that hit the causeway and nicked the dude. There was multiple shots that came in at Kennedy from multiple angles.
There's a triangular,
right?
Yeah.
But it based upon their explanation, their single shooter patsy, they would have loved to have had one shot hit Kennedy and he's dead, right? And that did not happen. And one that did not happen. And there's, based on the timing, you can kind of see that first shots were fired, but then, a few months go by, and in the Zapruder film, he passes, he comes out from behind the sign. That gives you enough time to realize, like, okay, he's not dead yet. We need to kill him before he leaves the scene, because if he doesn't die, then we're really in big trouble.
Right.
So then shots start getting fired, and that makes their story get completely ruined. Because had it been just, one or two shots that got him, that it fits with the explanation of a patsy, full couple of shells. And so all of the JFK weirdness comes from the fact that it didn't plan.
Right.
Because had it gone off this, I would have never even dug into it, never asked any questions, because it would have been very one guy.
Yeah, the Kennedy thing. Where's the shooter? Back there.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's all these theories that really happened, and it doesn't really matter what really happened in a certain way.
Yeah.
Because what matters to me the most is that what happened is clearly not what they told us what happened. And the Kennedy is just a fun one because it's so obvious, because it was so botched. But I think that we often a lot of people overestimate these sort of intelligence agencies and various kind of groups in our world. 9/11 is another example of one that there's just enough that went weird and wrong that questions get asked. And this Trump one's kind of has the same pattern in my mind of they would have loved for that to have happened differently. And I don't know why it didn't happen that way. I don't know who messed up, or, there is a potential explanation of maybe it was supposed to happen ish. Like maybe he wasn't supposed to get hit. But that's a lot harder for me. I don't know.
Yeah, it seems likely that maybe, somebody in somebody in intelligence, or somebody in the military, or somebody in maybe even like a big corporation with a lot of power, had a bad day or came to this decision, and maybe only like 2 or 3 people knew about it, or maybe less. And somebody had some sort of influence with the Secret Service and was able to leave a building. Like, how do we know? Because, another thing one of my buddies told me was we don't know. We don't go back and study all of the different rallies that Trump has done or these other presidents have done and see how locked down they are, or see how many buildings they leave open. Everyone's only paying attention to this one thing. So we don't know how lackluster their security is on all their other campaign trail speeches. So,
and there's infinite stuff to look into these days. So it's kind of how are you going to really collate all that information and data? But I'm of the mind that, and this is kind of what I didn't intend to start looking into this stuff. This is just sort of, I started with what are the most important things to understand? Like, what are the most important questions to ask? And that was what I wanted to make content about. And at first I thought it would be money. I thought it was how does money work? Because money controls the world. So I'm going to look into how money works and how companies work and how stocks work and how corporations work. And that led to BlackRock. But that quickly led to it because I didn't really know anything about intelligence agencies. And I think most people don't. And there's a reason for that. And once you start to learn the history of groups like the CIA, MI6, Mossad, you start to realize that they were founded to conduct what war is today. Like war, ever since the nuke, war has been a very different phenomenon, and it's conducted primarily by covert means. And these days it's conducted by covert means inside of here and inside of our laptops, not exclusively. There are still proxy wars. There's still a lot of stuff going on. But you start to realize that information is not what it seems anymore. And yeah, money's important to understand. But if information is not what it seems, that's almost like a more important base layer to understand, because that means you don't know what's real and what's not. And so then you start to get a handle on, so who are these groups and how do they operate? and how do they influence information and events and stuff. And basically, like, the layman for it is the deep state, although that term has been sort of smeared.
Could be just the state,
the
bureaucracy.
And I think that there's the one side where people think like everyone's in on it, it's a big plan, and it's like this group of like men around a shadowy table, which is obviously not the case. And then some people think it's like, oh, it's just capitalism, how it normally works, and it's just the government being the government. It's like, I don't know about that, because I think there's obviously a sweet spot, and anyone that has ever run a business or just tried to do a thing in this world knows that, you know, when you have a goal that you want to achieve, you just look for people that you might be able to either work with to achieve that goal, like let's together, or you look for people you might be able to sort of use to achieve that goal. Like, I don't really want to tell him my actual plan because he won't, you know, want to go along with it. But he kind of wants this thing, and if I talk to him about he wants that thing, then we can both kind of want. Like, there are a lot of ways to peddle influence and a lot of ways to get people to help you do things, especially when you're in a government, especially when you're in a covert intelligence agency. There's a lot of ways to sort of enact a conspiracy, or, you know, that doesn't have to let everyone in on everything. It doesn't have to have everyone making decisions or like understanding the big picture, as long as the people at the top that wield enough power are sort of doing their best to sort of generally move things in a direction. And that is exactly why covert intelligence agencies were formed. Is the term plausible deniability is like the whole point, right? In that you don't need the CIA if you're just going to go to war. Like, you can just send the military; they're way better at it. You need the CIA when you need to do something secretly that if it gets caught, it won't come back on. That's the whole point of covert intelligence agency. Well, Truman wanted the whole point to be to have like an intelligence briefing. He wanted information, and Dulles and his boys were like, "Yeah, that's not what we want." Like, they're like, "We want to go overthrow governments," and they did, right? And so,
I mean, the ultimate point of it, the true reason for the CIA existing is for them to garner secrets from other countries that will help them to enact and shape America, to put our
global policies,
make our country number one.
And so that just inevitably starts to, when you follow that objective with the means that they have, that just inevitably leads to, like, their job is to influence kind of events around the world in covert ways that are hard for us to decipher.
Right.
And I mean, call it the deep state, call it, you know, the Illuminati, call it whatever you want. But and they started working with Oregon right from the start. So it's like, it's going to be the result.
They needed money to get this money from Congress.
Yep, the money. But they also, like, there's sometimes where they just didn't have, because they weren't very good at their job. The CIA especially, like Mossad was pretty good at their job, I think, because they've been doing it. But CIA was like incompetent at first, and a lot of times they're actually going to other organizations like MI6 and Mossad and just buying information from them because they had money but not technique in the early days. And like, another good example of how sometimes it wasn't like during World War II. This is technically before the CIA was formed. But Operation Underworld was when essentially the U.S. government was afraid that Germans were sabotaging the ports, that could access the eastern seaboard, because this big boat got blown up and sank in the harbor. Despite it kind of like organized crime took court later on. But the government was like, the teams, unions, and the mob essentially run the ports, and we can't really get a handle on the ports. So why don't we just hire the mob to handle the ports?
Right.
And this is before the CIA was even formed, and they literally just hired the mob and the mafia to protect our ports, which is like, dude, what do the mob and the mafia want more than anything else? Free smuggling all up and down the eastern seaboard. So, you know, from the founding of the CIA, their job was to do covert actions around the world that will influence global events, and they were teamed up with organized crime from the very start, and corporations, which are, you know, just a different brand of organized crime. So once all that came together for me, my whole perspective of my job was shifted. Because before that, it had been like, how does stocks work? How does money work? How does BlackRock work? How does all that? Which is important and it's interesting. But then it shifted to like, all right, let's go down the conspiracy rabbit hole. Because at that point, like, you know, call it what you want, but it's essentially conspiracy theories are now on the table. And a lot of them are made up, a lot of them are bullshit, but a lot of them are very factual. A lot of them are actually just history.
How much involvement do you think BlackRock really has globally in
That's
like
such a good
CIA and
question.
intelligence? I mean, are they? Some people would argue that BlackRock's too big to be involved in this. They're not maneuverable enough. They're not smaller. They're not like an Apollo Global, for example.
Yeah, you know your shit. And I don't have the answer to this, but I think I've done more research than a lot of the people that are talking about BlackRock conspiracy theories, because BlackRock is like the low-hanging fruit of conspiracy theories. And that's why I blew up on TikTok in the first place. Because I was talking about this sort of basic shit before I really knew anything about BlackRock. I realized that, like, that does not really fly. Like, if BlackRock is actually pulling strings behind the scenes, they're the best that's ever done it. They're the most secretive. They leave. Like, if they're doing that, like, Larry, good job. But I don't think they are. But they do play a really, really foundationally that I think most people just aren't necessarily equipped to understand, in that, yeah, overthrowing governments and doing covert actions and like all the spy shit is very important to, run the world, if that's, your goal or whatever. But you still have to have a handle on money and on how commerce works and how finance, just the global, like, because that's this sort of like beast of its own, right? Capitalism just kind of does its own thing on a global scale. And when you have all these trillions of dollars floating around, you might have the best plans in the world. But if capitalism is incentivized to promote this, like, I don't know, green energy agenda, just making shit up, then you are going to have to go with that tidal flow or subvert it. And BlackRock it's not just BlackRock. It's BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street, which is basically just owned by BlackRock, more or less. But what they do is they manage all of our retirement accounts. They manage all of our sort of latent money that the regular people would hold that power. And most people then get stuck on the money side of it. And they think, well, yeah, but so they think, oh, BlackRock controls all this money. They control the world. But easily debunked, because they don't. They manage that money for us. It's our money. They don't own the shares technically. Like, technically, they're holding all these shares on our behalf. Right. That's a fair debunk. But it leaves out the piece that it's not about the money, because capital is inherently democratic in the sense that every share represents a vote of a company. Mm-hmm. And so all these corporations, like Procter & Gamble, that's like putting poison in our lotion, like Unilever, that's putting poison in our food, like Johnson & Johnson, that's putting literal asbestos in the baby powder and covering it up for 30 years. Like, every big corporation in the world, but in America, let's just keep it to the S&P 500 stock market here. Mm-hmm. They are all majority owned by BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, to the point where all those shares represent the voting power, and that voting power chooses who's in charge of those companies. And so when all, in a real, like, capitalistic free market, we would all be represented in those companies, because we would collectively, through our retirement accounts, through just our regular holdings, through our money, which is trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars, that would sort of collectively having voting power to decide who runs these companies. And so when Johnson & Johnson gets caught with this, we would have something to say. But it's written into all the contracts, all of the ETFs, exchange funds, mutual funds, index funds, all these things that BlackRock and Vanguard manage, that they manage the voting rights for the shares. And some people, if you actively submit forms, you can request to represent your own voting. And so it's this weird scheme where what they have now done, and I don't know if it's on purpose and nefarious, but regardless, it's extremely useful if it's leveraged, is they have cut off our legs in terms of our representation in the entire stock market that would make all of those corporate executives beholden to us. We have a fiduciary duty. It's legally binding that all of the boards of directors of all these companies, and thus their executives, the CEOs and stuff, they have a fiduciary duty to serve the shareholders in the shareholders' best interest. And in a theoretical world, that would be us. And so it is illegal for them to do, even if it makes more money for the shareholders, if they're poisoning us and we don't want them to do it, and we're all telling them we don't want them to do it, there's another leg. You're legally bound to do what's best for us. But now their fiduciary duty is to BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street, technically, because those guys are the actual shareholders. We just the beneficial owners of an ETF share. And so that means that now all of that fiduciary duty is consolidated into one central spot. And every one of those guys know that they don't lose their job if we get mad. They lose their job if Vanguard or State Street get mad. And so suddenly they are all their interests are aligned to just please a few fund managers. Mm-hmm. And if you tank a company and absolutely obliterate its value. You sell it for parts, you extract wealth, give your buddies a bunch of paychecks, and destroy this whatever company it is, like Toys R Us. Who knows? You don't necessarily get punished for that, because if that's what this sort of collective body, this money mind wanted to happen for any reason, you get rewarded with a bonus, with a new job. Because if the guys representing all these shares that work at BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, etc., and the banks along with it, if they're pleased with what you did, doesn't matter if it was in the company's best interest, because it was in the shareholders' best interest.
Right.
So you suddenly, though you sunk that company through apparent mismanagement, you wind up being the CEO of this next big company, and you get all these bonuses, right? And so it inherently cuts the legs off of capitalism in a way that makes the free market not represented in the way that it's run anymore. And that's, I think, fundamental to why we wind up with all these psychopaths that are running all these companies and are doing things like putting poison in the food and not really caring if it poisons us, because it makes a lot of money for everyone that's in the club. It sort of creates the club, this corporate club, and it incentivizes them all to do what's best for the club, not for the consumer. And we don't have any recourse other than getting loud on Twitter now, because our shares are all locked away into these funds.
Right.
So it's not that they control the world, but they do control this really important capitalistic piece of the world that you would have to have some level of a lid on if you wanted to achieve big things. And it might not be nefarious. It might just be that like they all benefit from it. So it's just evolved to be. I don't know. But it's an interesting one, because there's like layers to it's the biggest conspiracy in the world. Not really. Like, but there's actually a layer where it's really nefarious and evil in ways that directly affect all of us.
Yes.
In a way that, like, the CIA overthrowing Guatemala doesn't necessarily affect bananas. And I think that's why I blew up on TikTok, is because I started to unpack that and show how, like, because the charge of this company that makes all your shampoo, it's full of chemicals that are going to make your hair fall out. And if you buy from a family-owned business that's run by someone who, like a woman who cares about your hair, that hair product is not full of chemicals that make your hair fall out. You should buy from her and support a real person. And like F. Procter and Gamble, who's like being sued for literal hair loss in their shampoo products, and then right next door there's a product from Procter and Gamble to fix hair loss.
Yeah.
And so those are things that affect us in real life, that we can actually do something for small businesses and family-owned businesses.
Right.
And the whole other side of my content that a lot of people don't see, that I love, it's kind of more grounded. It's a little less like, because it tends to be a lot of researching companies, researching who owns things, but it's super useful.
Yeah, no, I appreciate hearing people like you elucidate this with the stock market and big companies like Procter and Gamble and BlackRock, because I don't understand that shit. I'm just not smart enough to comprehend institutions and the stock market, Wall Street, and all this stuff. But my introduction to this world was when I read. He's got this Substack called True Hoops.
Interesting. I've never heard of it.
His name is he runs the True Hoop Substack. He wrote like Henry Abbott. He wrote this 25 episode, basically this like long. There's like 25 different articles. It's a series of articles that basically starts at like Apollo Global and the NBA. This guy writes all about the NBA. Yeah. And he found out about the Apollo Global and Neon Black and all these guys and Buzzy Krongard, and how they're all like came up together, went to school together, and how like Buzzy Krongard was a CIA guy who got on the board of all these companies, was partying with all of them, and Buzzy Krongard happens to also be the guy who was the one who shorted all the American Airlines stocks like a week before 9/11 happened.
Interesting. I don't know about the Buzzy side of it. I've done a little bit of it because it's such a dark.
Yeah.
And it's the rabbit hole that never stops giving.
Right.
And it's a unique point in history when Wall Street was financializing in a new way. Like computers were changing the game, derivatives were changing the game, and I think organized crime was changing the game in a big way. And they just like Apollo is not the only one, but they're at the center of it in a big way. And there's obviously a lot of Jeffrey Epstein connection in there too.
Yeah, tons of Jeffrey Epstein connections and Mohammed bin Salman connections.
Yeah.
What's the guy, the arms trafficker, Khashoggi?
Yeah.
Adnan Khashoggi.
Khashoggi. The uncle, I believe, of that journalist, Jamal Khashoggi, that got chopped up 1 year to the day after the thing. Jamal Khashoggi gets chopped up. There's a whole interesting Saudi.
You think there's a connection there?
I don't know, because it's super weird, but
I don't know anything about the Vegas.
Man, it's such a wild rabbit hole. Let's do it for just a second.
Let's do it.
Get this whole thing canceled.
Yeah, perfect.
Anyone that doesn't know about it, you should Google Las Vegas map. And there's a Google Maps file that someone has compiled on the internet.
Steve, so you can find it.
I think it's called vegasmap.com. And it's hard to find on Google. It's easier on some of the other engines like Brave. It's like the third or fourth hit. But it's a compilation on Google Maps that they've made their own file where it's got sources, like the primary sources, linked to the map of all the videos that were taken, of autopsy reports, of all the 911 calls in audio format. No, not that. Just Google search for it. You'll know it's like a Google My Maps file. If you look for Las Vegas map. You might have to go to a different search engine too, like
what's the other one?
DuckDuckGo, for example.
Go to DuckDuckGo.
But anyways, it's got all this primary source information on it. And it's a great resource for people that don't know anything about the Vegas thing, because there's way too much for us to cover here. But the building, the structure, this is it. Yeah. So all of these weird dots here, these are all pieces of evidence. They're actual videos. They're police body cams. They are.
Was it Dan Bilzerian there?
Like Dan Bilzerian was there. I talked to him about it, and he's got he actually kind of like redirected me on a different angle that I hadn't really considered, because there's all these helicopters that are flying around that are not officially there, that don't exist. But the building, the structure on top of the Mandalay Bay Hotel is not in any of the videos because it's kind of like ripped back from the top. It's actually a different hotel structure that is owned by the Saudi royalty. It's a famous hotel chain that I forget which one it is, but they are the majority owners of that company.
Structure on top?
Yeah, so it's just like a penthouse like structure, suites, so it's like Mandalay Bay Hotel is this building, but then on top there's like another structure up there that is sort of like, one or two or three floors or something of these suites that are owned by a different hotel company. Owned by Saudi royalty is like the owners, and so a lot of people went down the angle of like Mohammed bin Salman was allegedly there. People say they still have video of it, and I don't know for sure, but he was apparently in the hotels gambling or something. So there's this whole angle that is hard to say one way or the other. But after the Vegas happened, like 1 month later is when Mohammed bin Salman went on the Saudi purge, where he arrested like all of these Saudi royalty that he said were corrupt. He purged corruption out of the Saudi government. And right before it had been when he had been given the crown, so to speak, for his brother, like one of the other princes, forget his name, the evil one. It's like aligned with all the people. And Khashoggi is obviously aligned with Epstein, because Epstein, a lot of people don't know that Epstein's like early, he went from banking at Bear Stearns, but before he became a trafficker, those like in the 80s, those middle days, he was arms trafficking with Adnan Khashoggi. Adnan Khashoggi, the person that brought Epstein from being just a banker into the Mossad intelligence aspects, And so Jamal Khashoggi is probably linked in some ways to that, and he used to work for Saudi intelligence. Like, he's not just a journalist, and so then 1 year later to the day, he winds up popped up. So there's just all these little things that sort of imply the Saudis are involved, not to mention like the crazy fucking firepower that was leveled, civilians and not on civilians. I don't know. Dan had a really great theory, sort of like a lot of the theorists theorize that these helicopters out there having like they're shooting at the civilians and they're shooting at the structure on top. There is like in some of those autopsy reports that people eventually got access to, there are people shot directly down through the top of their head.
Really? So there were helicopters, or there were not?
Oh, there were 100% helicopters, yeah. And they are, and people found them on the like the flight trackers. You can see their transponders, and the helicopters before the shooting even starts, they fly. 3 of them fly over top of the Mandalay Bay Hotel. They turn off their transponders 15 minutes before the shooting starts, and then their transponders are off until after the shoot, and they turn them back on and like fly away. And then so there's like all weird and everyone with any military training, Dan included, all say that is a belt-fed machine. That is 100% not a bump stock M25.
What?
Yeah, that is 100% not what they say it is, because bump stocks are also famous for malfunction. Like a bump stock is like, it uses the recoil of the gun to rechamber the round, and you can just look them up on YouTube. People, like, they're kind of like a gimmick, and so they will, like, yeah, they'll kind of shoot like automatic fire at
Right.
like, but inevitably it will jam, especially if you're going to like fire full auto at that kind of rate over and over and over and over.
They said so. The conventional theory on this
story.
is this official story is
It's
one
a
guy,
single shooter that had this whole room just loaded up with guns.
Yep.
And he smashed out the window with this special hammer, and he just unloaded with these, like, you know, conventional assault rifles with bump stocks all the way across into this parking lot, which is like a long shot. A bunch of headshots happened.
Where we're looking at this, where's the Mandalay Bay Hotel?
Mandalay Bay is down left. It's where all the yellow dots are down left of the parking lot.
Right there.
Yeah, right there. That's the Mandalay Bay Hotel.
Oh, okay.
He's on like the 34th floor, something like that. I forget the exact floor. And he's shooting across and diagonal over that parking lot, which is where the festival was.
Got it.
That's the official story. He never left the room. He shot 12 volleys and maybe some like bolt action, and then he committed suicide alone in the room with no one there. Like an hour before the police even got to his door, with an arsenal of ammunition and weapons all around him, still ready to go. He just was like, "I'm bored and I'm tired, and I'm out." And himself, allegedly.
Was there any evidence that anyone was in there with him?
Yes, lots. There was in the hotel records, there was 2 women, 3 women, actually like staying with him in that hotel room on the hotel records. So there's all these inconsistencies. That doesn't make any sense. But and then like they have the photo of him dead, like the crime scene photo, and it's pretty visually obvious that what you are looking at is a dude with a fresh blood, like bullet hole in his head, with fresh blood pooling on top of a dried blood stain. It's like clearly 2 different colors of blood happening here.
Oh shit! Right in the forehead.
You don't really see the bullet hole,
right.
but there's also a lot of evidence that the windows were not actually smashed out. Like the photo of the crime scene that show the hammer and the smashed glass that are like, look, he busted the window with his hammer. They don't really look what's on the police body cams that got leaked or released of the cop that entered the room with all these inconsistencies. But then all around this, there's all these 911 calls of people that are saying that they either are seeing people running with guns or they're hearing shots in hotels that are like 3 blocks up the strip, like at the Tropicana. The Bellagio has like 10 different calls in it of people saying that they heard a shot inside the Bellagio. People freaking out. People look at the hotels. They got handed, like, an auto was found on the ground, and like a civilian picked it up and was, "This doesn't belong here," and handed it to this officer like, "Hey, I found this." There's like all these weird anomalies all over. It's like super far away from Mandalay Bay, and it necessarily, like, that might be people that are just freaking. Some of it might be people that are echoes.
Right.
But a lot of 911 calls happened like after the Mandalay Bay shooter stopped shooting. And they're reporting like, there are 5 shots I just heard in this lobby of this hotel. And when you go through enough of this sourcing, you start to realize like, this is so beyond suspicious in so many ways. And a lot of the conspiracy theorists arrive at this theory that these helicopters were doing the shooting. And that could be true. Dan kind of redirected. Right, for what? Like, so there's the layer of like, it's to grab our guns, it's to make us scared of guns, like a false flag mass shooting. And that's the only, that doesn't line up with everything. Like, it maybe lines up with some of it.
Right.
Like, maybe that's why.
How do you fit Ben Salman into that?
Not one bit. And well, that's how do you fit like all of the other if you wanted to do that, you would just have a bunch of people walk into the festival with guns and shoot everybody. Mm-hmm. Or you would just have just the dude shooting, and you wouldn't have all this other weird anomalies happening. You wouldn't have helicopters in there. Like, you don't need that to make people scared of guns.
Black helicopters.
Yeah. And so then the conspiracy theorists go to the next layer where they go like the Saudis, and like they came after Ben Salman in that penthouse up top, and they were shooting him with these helicopters with machine guns on them. But then that doesn't account for why would they then be shooting up a music festival full of civilians? It's like the explanation is as a distraction to like confuse law enforcement and to just like everything up. It's like maybe I don't know, But Dan made a great point that like that's not like what those helicopters would normally, from a special forces perspective, those helicopters are probably exfiltration, not attack. Like it's far more likely that helicopters would go in to exfiltrate the Saudi crown prince and get out of there than to like, you don't like that's like Jason Bourne shit. You don't like put a bunch of machine guns on a bunch of helicopters in the middle of downtown Los Angeles and then just go and unload automatic fire all over the city. Like that's the sloppiest thing you could ever do. And my brain goes to like, if you're unloading an automatic machine gun on the Mandalay Bay in any format, you mashed all over the place. You floor that thing. Like all those rounds either must have gone, because you can hear them. Mm-hmm. They either must have gone into the crowd. They must have all gone maybe like roof of the Mandalay Bay specifically, or Lord knows what. I think that I'm starting to lean towards, and this is by no means concrete. Mm-hmm. I'm leaning towards maybe there was some sort of firelight on the roof, like someone hold up and like they bring it like, you know, if it's like a bunker, I could see you then maybe bringing up some machine guns and just like unloading on like a bunker where people are like hiding and trying to keep the crown prince protected inside. Yeah. So you eventually have a firefight, a kind of in and out of an armored fortified position. Yeah. And then there's like an exfiltration happening with helicopter or something. And then maybe all these other weird sightings are like sort of these supplementary forces like exiting the premises. But that doesn't account for the whole festival shooting that clearly is like. And so I think regardless of what it was more than one thing at once. And I think it's very likely that whatever it was so botched that, and maybe it was botched because it was botched, but maybe it was botched because it was interrupted or like counterattacked or who knows. But regardless, that makes it hard to analyze the signature of what it is. Because, you know, once something goes wrong, like the JFK shooting goes wrong, then suddenly actions don't necessarily align with like the ideal way to do something, because it's actually just a bunch of dudes with guns freaking out and doing their best to get out alive and to like make it work based on their objective and what's going on. Crazy situation. And that makes it really hard as like a journalist to posthumously go in and look at the evidence and say, look, this all makes sense. Because inevitably, a dude running around with a gun in the middle of a music festival is going to do irrational things. It's hard to explain it with logic. So I don't know. It's like a total mystery. But it's a mystery that got swept under the rug, got completely shadow banned. A bunch of the people that were there that were speaking out about multiple shooters died afterwards. Like quietly just like left the world. Yeah. And then that all gets censored too. And so then it's like hard to tell what's real. So I'm in the process right now of kind of getting access to journalists that like were primary on it, that were reporting that in like when it was happening, and just kind of unpacking it all, because it's hard to go back and know what to trust, because that's a crazy allegation, right? That these people, like all these witnesses died. Yeah. But dude, I've heard it from a lot of different now. And so I'm starting to be like, it's like 50% credible, and I've got to corroborate that.
It's weird that this story is super shadow banned everywhere.
Well, it makes sense that it's super shadow banned everywhere, because if it's anything but what they told us, holy Lord, they've got a shadow ban. Because essentially, regardless of what it is, it's basically us getting a direct look into some sort of like the wars that are happening between these covert agencies and these covert groups.
Yes.
That kind of really run the world. Like,
yes.
And whatever it was that happened, if we were to get at that truth, a lot of things would probably unravel. And maybe some of them are still ongoing, because like Bin Salman right now is the peace deal in Israel. Saudi Arabia right now is critical to the global war and peace structures. Like there's a lot going on active.
How did you find this? You just Googled it? 8 Las Vegas witnesses dead within 30 days of attack.
Yeah.
1 month after Las Vegas, on October 1st, observers are still looking for the shooting, claiming mainstream media has given on covering the attacks. Conspiracy theorists believe the public has bought into the lone wolf scenario that claims 59 lives. Interesting.
Wait, look at this. So the second paragraph is these other 2 paragraphs are critical.
Zoom in a little bit. Perished in conditions. According to WUN News, the report says that each of the 8 had something in common besides being present throughout the gunfire. each new details of the massacre which contradicted the unauthorized narrative. 4 of the 7 gave accounts to the media which stated that there was more than one shooter. Others died before the FBI.
And what most of those allegations were, I believe, is that there were shooters on the ground, actually in the crowd at the festival. And when you look at the pattern of deaths, like on that Google Maps file, the bodies are, a lot of them are in the middle of the festival. Then there's one whole grouping that is like top right when you're looking at the map. That would be like kind of north. Basically, it's like farther away from the shooter. There's a whole grouping of bodies that was essentially obstructed from view of the shooter outside the festival and behind like kind of the fences of the festival on the other side from him. And so you start to, and a lot of the witnesses say that there were people with guns that came in from the sides into the. And when you look at like, there's a ton of headshots, like clear headshots. You can see in the videos of like the cops in the cell phone videos. You can see a few different instances where the cops are like, "Damn, that's a clean headshot." Like, or
really?
Damn, right between the eyes. Yeah, like they say it verbally while they're looking.
Where are these videos available?
They're in that map. Yeah.
They're in. Oh,
they're in that map, or on YouTube. There's more. There's a ton to dig through because a lot of the cell phone videos are mostly shorter, but a lot of the body cam videos are like 3 hours long, 2 hours long. So it's a lot to sit through. But
what happens when you publish stuff like this on YouTube? Have you tried yet? Yeah.
On YouTube, I have not. It got flagged on TikTok at first, and then it went back. It's still live on Instagram. It blew up on X. So it seems to be working. And I didn't go. I think I'm reasonably good at walking this line between like presenting the evidence that will get you in trouble. Is like if you don't present too much, you just present enough that really get people thinking, and shows them clearly there's more to this than you've been told. I'm not gonna like break new whistleblower testimony. I'm not gonna like leak documents that are going to newly incriminate people. And so it's this fine line where I think that I learned it from TikTok because TikTok is so censor happy.
Yeah.
That if you walk it right, you can usually get like the information that's already out there reframed in a way that, because a lot of times it's not framed in a way where you can digest it all at once. A lot of times you have to like ingest all this conspiracy theory literature or all these documents, read all these reports. And I'm reasonably good at taking all of that and putting it into like a 6-second video that's already all out there.
Yes.
But now I've gotten it in a stick, put the pieces together where it's like, oh, I kind of get why this matters now.
You do a great job of consolidating all the most interesting points of a story and putting it in there and showing, like you show the graphics, you show the websites, and then you even do like, when I watched your one about the shooter, you're like, just type in these 3 words. I'm not going to say what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that could be like the catalyst for somebody to like fall down one of these rabbit holes.
And that's such an important part, and it's part of what I do that I don't really like tell people as much. But the point is not just to get information out there. The point is to change our culture around information and to inspire accurate sourcing of information and inspire people to do their own research. Because the way I look at the world today, we used to live in a centralized media model where in order to get information out, you had to own a printing press, you had to own a news agency, you had to own a TV channel, whatever it was. That's all centralized. We don't have any power to decide what we get shown. And so the CIA can run Operation Mockingbird and control all the news.
Right.
But now we've got the decentralized information space that is amazing in so much, but it comes with a lot of its own problems, right? And a lot of like Twitter information space, misinformation is how like people can like make a story about how like Kanye West is dead, and whether it's true or not, it can just run like shit can. And so the key thing is that we all need to evolve our way of consuming information, even as regular people, not like the journalists, not the podcasters, like all of us regular folks. Everyone needs to understand that now the onus is on you. It's the locus of control is internal now, because you're getting all the data feed of all the information. And a lot of it's made up, a lot of it's fake, a lot of it's bullshit, a lot of it's propaganda that's paid for. A lot of it is actually the CIA or Mossad running information campaigns in your feeds. And so you have to go to the sources and find them yourself. And you have to find the journalists that show their sources. Because if you're not showing your sources, it's just your opinion. And I picked that up. I had really good teachers when I was young. Like that is just straight out of my middle school like history class, is primary sources are gold. And if you don't have primary sources, you better have secondary sources. And regardless of what your sources are, you better be able to show them, because if you can't, how would I ever believe you, right? And so I purposefully include like the URLs in my videos, pages I'm drawing from, because sometimes, like with the Vegas stuff, for example, we don't know what happened, and like who knows how valid your sources are. But I can just show that like this is a primary source. This is just a video from that day, or here's a phone call from that day, or here's an article that was written about it. And so it just lets people understand where the conclusions are coming from and draw their own conclusions, instead of what sort of maybe like the first generation of influencers, or a lot of people still do, where they just sort of tell you what to think without letting you have the actual sources of information. And I think that's one of the most important things I do that sort of is beneath the surface, but I'm hoping it's sort of like,
yeah, let's talk about this. This is something I think about a lot too, especially with like the media landscape. I mean, you just laid it out beautifully, but like the majority of the media that you see on social media, on YouTube, even on the television, is just like the books, right? There's maybe one guy who witnessed it in person, who read the sources, and then there's this fucking million-mile layer of people regurgitating it and regurgitating it and regurgitating it. And it's a game of telephone. And people, a lot of people, and I'm guilty of this too, have these podcasts, right? And I can sit here and talk on the mic about in the Las Vegas, about JFK, about the Middle East, about Israel. I've never been there. I don't know what it's like to live there. I don't know what those people live like. And like, I can have an opinion on it. That's pretty fucking crazy that I can have an opinion on it and people will listen to it and be like, oh, I think he's onto something. I think I'll adopt that opinion for myself. It's so weird, man.
And it's powerful in some ways, but it's powerful for good and for bad. And I think what you're describing is exactly it. And we don't see it anywhere more clearly than on Twitter right now, because X is now monetized in a pretty big way. And so I'm getting like, $3,000 a month or whatever to post content. And I know every time a big story breaks, I know that if I just hit retweet, if I see a big story and it's like posted 3 minutes ago and the news is just broken, regardless if it's true or not, like Joe Biden has a health scare in Las Vegas, he's dead, which was not totally clear if that was like solid reporting by Laura Loomer or not. Seemed probably was the health scare related to that part.
Right.
Although there's a funny rabbit hole there.
Anyway.
But like if I find that story when it breaks right away 5 minutes ago, and I repost that as quickly as possible with the catchiest phrase possible, I can make money off that, and I will.
Off a retweet?
Oh yeah, really? Well, if I quote tweet.
Quote tweet. Got it.
I got to quote tweet.
Interesting.
Yeah, because then it's a post of mine. I'm getting views off of that, and actually really interesting breakdown by my boy Penny that the payment is actually for ads in your feed. It's not for people looking at your post.
Right.
So there's all this other stuff. Inherent incentive system on X right now. And so everyone is incentivized to break the most shocking story first and as quickly as possible. And you don't have to be the first one. You just have to be in that wave of the first big accounts that break it. And then everyone will do 5 million views. And that's how you get paid. And that's super dangerous. It's dangerous for like sanctity of information, but it's also dangerous for the credibility of a journalist. And I think people are starting to really realize this. You have to be really careful, and I'm guilty of this too. You're careful about what you are like speed jump on. Stories when they first break, a lot of times they're just literally made up, and sometimes they're just misinterpretations of the facts, or jumping to a conclusion that's logical. But in this, like for example, the plane that went down in Brazil the other day, or whatever, tragically, I tweeted like, wonder who made that plane,
right?
Because I assumed it was probably Boeing, but I also I had worded it in some way that was like directly condemning Boeing for it. Right. I was like, maybe I shouldn't go that hard. I mean, in hindsight, what I should have done is just looked it up,
right,
and done that research for myself and taken those 10 minutes.
But it's cool. Somebody can post a link like right below it, a comment that corrects it, and then you can amplify them or retweet their comment.
Exactly. So that's the media literacy thing that I think we all need to get better at. Is like, and that's on all of us to learn to source information better, to learn to go to the comment section and double check things better, to learn to not believe things when you just see it, and to learn that we are incentivized, like influencers, people in my position are incentivized to report the most sensational stuff as quickly as possible. At least on this, it's a little different in other platforms, but inherently that temporality of news incentivizes being fast, and speed and accuracy are inherently diametrically opposed often.
How much do you think, and I don't know how much you thought about it, but how involved do you believe various intelligence agencies are in behind the scenes in social media.
But I think about it a lot. And I think it is massively, like, I think it's huge. Bigger than most people.
Look at this.
I think the Twitter files really kind of like exploded this thing.
Yeah, there was that version of it where before Elon bought X, I don't think anyone had realized it, but if you start to go through our like history from like MySpace, we had never, because the Twitter files show us that the government was actively asking all of the social media companies, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, X, Google, all of them, just like, hey, delete these accounts,
right.
Hey, push this down. And for the most part, they were all complying. And what that means is there was never a time until Elon bought X that we ever had free speech on any of our social platforms of any size. Right? Except for like maybe some of Reddit at some time, but Reddit is highly controlled now. Right. And 4chan, which is like, hell, the dumpster behind Wednesday's, whatever. So I think that people had thought that we were operating in this like, oh, stuff now, and like we have this flow of, but no one realized that free speech isn't the same as everyone has a social media account and can post, but there's a lot of censorship and all that stuff going on. And I was exposed that in this fake sort of version of 2.0, I guess. And now it's really interesting to analyze how much the news landscape has changed just since we've had one big social platform where there's at least like mostly free speech. And there's obviously still some censorship on X, and it's kind of it's controversial. But
yeah,
what has happened is that X is so fast at reporting information. And I realized this on producing my YouTube show, that I was trying to do like kind of weekly, like what's happening this week, mixed with more evergreen, like big picture stuff that relates to it. And I was realizing that more and more, normally my thing is to look up articles and to look up like sources and news and shit. And I was realizing that like actually X is a better source for basically everything now, because all those articles are posted to X. But beyond that, like reports and stuff is breaking on X, like hours, days even before it gets published in the news. And so the news is starting to source X. Everyone is starting to source X. And so that's one difference where now the information is coming up out of the collective group, like the collective consciousness, so to speak, our collective hive mind. That's where the reporting is coming out of now. That's the fastest. And now like reporters are all there and they're all being sourced from there. But there's this other piece where now the things that we weren't allowed to talk about, that we didn't even realize we weren't allowed to talk about, like the most obvious one is Israel and Gaza and AIPAC and just all that other, like this whole hornet's nest of stuff, is suddenly like, holy shit, no one even realized how much we weren't allowed to talk about any of that, because everyone that would talk about it would get deplatformed and debanked and like shadow banned to hell and like accused of weird shit and like sent to an insane asylum or whatever it was, like depending on who you're looking at. So it's changed the sort of like where information comes from, but it's also done this crazy thing where it's changed our perception of what even like free speech means. Because free speech is one thing when we're here in a room having a conversation between the two of us, and that's vitally important, obviously. But free speech is a whole different thing when it's the public town square connected like millions of people all together.
Right.
That's like a different beast that even the founding fathers could have never anticipated, the type of power that has. And so, to get back to your original question, the intelligence agencies, like it is actually the CIA's primary official job to control those narratives. Because think about it, their job is to protect our country, right? And if you wanted to overthrow America, you would not do it with a military attack. That would be the dumbest thing you could ever do. Like, we're the most powerful military in the world. You subvert America. And the most obvious ways to subvert America are intellectually, like genetically / reproductively. Like, there's all these other ways. America, they in many all rely on subverting information flow. And so the CIA's mandate is to protect us from that. And the only way you protect our free speech information flow, because the nature of free speech is that we can all say whatever we want, we can share whatever we want. So that means that China can share whatever they want into there, as long as they just kind of blend right in. Same with Russia, same with Iran, same with Israel. And so the only way to protect our free speech is to control that whole space, theoretically, which is not possible. But like, if Russia could overthrow us by feeding us the narrative that like communism is great, then the only way to counter that is to feed us the narrative that capitalism is great in a simplified way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if Israel's narrative of like Palestinians are terrorists and Israel is always right is being fed in from this side, the only way to counter this like upswell, like, you know what I mean, is like now any narrative that comes in that could be a threat to whoever's in power, whoever wants whatever, and the CIA technically is like, you know, protecting America.
Yeah.
So whatever threat could come into that, obviously counter that threat, but the only way to counter it is to feed a narrative in, right?
Yeah. No, I see that.
It's their official job.
So you think it's just like this shadow war between intelligence agents going on behind the scenes of these social media companies?
Yeah.
I wonder how much. I had this guy on here a couple weeks ago, John Kiriakou, who was he was a whistleblower against the torture program for the CIA. He worked for the CIA for like 20-something years, and then they eventually put him in prison for blowing whistle on the torture stuff. Classic. And he dealt with the Mossad a lot during his career, and he told that at one point he learned that Israel or the Mossad has like over 200. There's a difference when you have an agent in a country, right? Like we have CIA that's in Israel, and Israel has Mossad that's here. But there's a difference between declared and undeclared officers. He said they have over 200 undeclared officers in the U.S.
Oh, I bet it's
so why?
Infinitely more than that.
This was like in the 90s.
Yeah. So, huge rabbit hole here. But Israel has always had an insane amount of spies in the U.S. and has been subverting the U.S. ever since they were founded. And that's everything from like they literally stole nuclear weapons from us and built a secret nuclear facility that John F. Kennedy was trying to audit and shut down right away. They did that with like some of the most famous like technological leaks of all time, all the way up to like Jonathan Pollard, the Promise software scandal, right up to 9/11. Know that before 9/11, there's this whole document called the Israeli art students DEA files. You ever heard about those? So you can find them on the internet if you search like things like DEA files Israeli art students.
Can you look that up, Steve?
You can probably find it, and it's a report written by the DEA. And what was happening is in 2000 and 2001, there is like all these government agencies were reporting. Yeah, all those are it. And what they were doing is they like at first no one realized what was happening because there was these like people walking into like the DEA office in like whatever in Orlando, Florida.
Yeah. And
they were saying like, "Hi, I'm an art student from Israel, studying this university, and I would like to sell you some art. Are you interested in looking at any art? Is there anyone I can show this art to?" It's like, why the fuck are you in the DEA's office, like, or any other government building? Like, they were just going to all these government buildings, posing as Israeli art students trying to sell art. And as they started to report it up the chain realized that this was happening all across America.
It says Tampa.
Yeah, all across America.
The DEA Tampa has revealed much information relating to these individuals. DEA agents in Tampa District Office questioned the team leader of a group of 9 individuals at the link. The team leader stated that the purchases the paintings for $8, $10 from an individual in Hollywood, Fort Lauderdale, Florida area.
That's all a cover story. That's all just made up bullshit. Okay. And so the thing about this document is it's actually super lengthy, and it's really to get to the bottom of what it is if you don't read the whole thing. Mm-hmm. But what it is it's all across America in 2000 and 2001, Israel was running, the Mossad was running a massive surveillance campaign on all of our government buildings, and this was their cover, was Israeli art students, and they were using it to gain access to the buildings and then to surveil the buildings, to skim down blueprints. A lot of these people actually ex like Israeli intelligence that have backgrounds in explosive experts, in surveillance technology and wiring, just things that like go into that building. And
were they wiring these paintings and trying to sell them to them?
I don't think so. Okay. No, maybe. It's hard to say. Like, we don't know entirely because a lot of them, like, once they started to get caught, they would change their stories around a lot. Some of them got stopped and interviewed a lot. But they never really could act on it. Oh, WikiSpooks is a whole rabbit hole.
WikiSpooks?
Do you know about WikiSpooks?
No.
Oh, you're going to love it, dude.
Oh,
WikiSpooks is Wikipedia for tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists. And it is the coolest resource. And it's just like you would think. The best one to start on 9/11 WikiSpooks because it's the most, like, complete.
Oh,
it's
no,
not.
I clicked on that.
It doesn't have everything, and it's certainly
9/11. Israel did it.
Yeah. So you obviously double check everything that's on WikiSpooks thoroughly.
No,
but it is a really fun resource to get you going because it's like nothing's held back. It's all there, and it's not all true, but it is actually a really cool. It's just so much fun. But
it's the opposite of Wikipedia, basically.
Exactly, because Wikipedia is all control.
They hold back all the fun stuff. Where if you're on
Exactly.
WikiSpooks, you're like, hold on, you're going the other direction now. You're like, hold on, you got going way too
compare
far
the
with this.
two, and you wind up somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
But anyways, the Israeli art students is just an obvious example of like massive Mossad spying on the U.S. And it's like the Mossad has this other unique angle that is kind of hard to talk about because the CIA has to recruit members, right? They have to recruit and then send you out, or at the very best, like you already have this, you've got this tech company and they can approach you and be like, yo, you want to like work together for whatever reason, but you have to have an incentive that'll make a person want to work with the CIA. And then you also have to worry, like if you're going up to this Russian businessman and trying to get him to like work for the CIA, you have to also worry that he's actually going to play you and actually be working for KGB or something like that. There's all these things you have to consider if you're going to run intelligence ops. Mm-hmm. But Mossad has this other angle where they represent the Jewish state and they represent the only hope for the Jewish people, like by sort of the Israeli narrative, right? And so Jews all around the world have this inherent, like trained religious incentive to support Israel. And so it's a difficult thing to talk about because it's easy for it to sound like you're saying all Jews are in on some global conspiracy, which is not what I'm saying.
Right.
What I'm saying,
Jews.
Right, Jews. What I'm saying is that Jews are inherently incentivized to help Israel out, unless you don't support Israel. And there are lots of Jews that don't support Israel. Badass guys, you're saving the world. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Stand up for those guys. They need our support. But that's just my bias.
There's a huge difference between people that are Jewish and Netanyahu and his war hawks.
Yeah, Zionists and all that. But all you need to do is find, one of them, like Leslie Wexner, like, Leon Black, like whatever. And so not all Zionists even are Jewish, but they have this pool of Zionists around the world that when the Mossad approaches a Zionist, there is way more incentive for that person to work with Mossad than if CIA was approaching some random person. And because of the nature of Judaism countries and cultures. Judaism is not local to a region. It's not local to a country. Right. Judaism is already decentralized. And so the Mossad has this angle that leads to the, like, notice how many people are Jewish, which is like, yeah, that is kind of racist, but like there is an angle where you have to consider it because the mafia is all run by Italians for a reason, right? Organized crime has always been organized around blood because blood is the strong lines. Blood is the number one thing you can trust. And if you're going to run organized crime or an intelligence agency, you damn well better be able to trust everybody. Because if one guy gets caught and he rats you out, you're fucked. And when someone gets caught, they're very incentivized to rat you out because they could be looking at life in prison or a sweetheart deal where they disappear on an island and they're totally fine. They just have to rat you out. So you need this like incentive to keep everyone together. And that's what organized crime has always been organized around races and religions because that's the best you can get. And it works really well. And historically in America, the two most powerful were the mafia, Italian, and the mob, Jewish. And so when you're like investigating the Italian mafia and you walk into a business and everyone in there is Italian, is it racist to be like, okay, this might be a mafia establishment? Right? And so in the exact same way, when you're investigating Jeffrey Epstein and you're like, okay, every single person in this network is Jewish, and he's like clearly working with Ehud Barak, the ex-prime minister of Israel, and he's like Les Wexner is one of the most influential like globalist Zionist Jews in the world. That and like everything about Jeffrey Epstein's network is Jewish through and through and through and through and through, and that's part of why we know he was Mossad. But then you start to think about, so how did that network get built? When you research it, like for example, if you read Whitney Webb's book, you realize that a lot of times that is actually just someone approaching someone and being like, hey, both of our interests are aligned, or let's work together and found the Meg Corporation, or let's work together and found the Wexner Heritage Foundation, or whatever, and that will promote like globalism and the policies of Israel. But shoehorned into a lot of those things are these other sort of like things that look a lot like Mossad operations and tactics, and the Mega Group is a really good example of one where like ostensibly it's just a bunch of very wealthy Jewish like billionaires working together to like for the betterment of Israel, but all of them are like tied to organized crime, like Leslie Wexner, Jeffrey Epstein, Lauder family, you name it. And so the Mossad has this weird other angle where they have this like cultural, racial, religious angle with which to approach people. And again, remember, they don't necessarily have to approach someone and be like, hey, we want you to be a spy, or hey, we want you to subvert your country on behalf of Israel. They might just approach someone and be like, hey, you love Israel, right? We have this project and we could really use your support helping Israel. They don't even have to identify themselves as Mossad.
My buddy John, the ex-CIA guy, was in here the other day. He was telling the story on how they tried to recruit him.
You mean John Perkins?
John Kiriakou.
Oh, word.
Former CIA guy. He was his last name's Kiriakou. So he had a meeting with these guys. They were talking with these Mossad guys in a building that was maybe, a mile away from Langley. And after the meeting, the Mossad guy goes to John and goes, Kiriakou, you are Jewish?
Exactly.
And he goes, I am not recruitable. How dare you try to recruit me a mile from Langley?
Bingo. Because they know what's going on. People in that industry know how that works. That's how it's always worked.
Yeah. Well,
that's just the nature of the game.
It is. And it makes everyone will tell you that the Mossad is much more capable than the CIA, and they're much more efficient CIA because they have existential threats, and they've been through a lot. World War II. We, in America, we don't have that. We kind of live in like a fantasy world.
100%.
Where there's really not one thing that unifies us all.
Not since communism, not since the USSR failed, and the Cold War fell apart. And then we replaced it with the War on Terror. But my contention would be that we didn't come up with the War on Terror. Israel came up with the War on Terror. You ever thought about that kind of like angle there, and the Clean Break report and 9/11, and just sort of the outcome of 9/11 benefited Israel in every imaginable way, and it didn't benefit any of the nations where the actual terrorists were allegedly from.
It benefited a lot of people.
Yeah, it
didn't just benefit Israel.
That's very true.
Of course they benefited.
100% true.
Of course they wanted us over there, right?
Yeah, they've always wanted those sort of like neighboring Arab and Islamic nations to destabilize for many reasons. And so, a lot of rich people in America benefited from the War on Terror, but you and me, we don't benefit from thinking of all Arab people as terrorists. But Israel very directly benefits from Americans collectively seeing Arab people as terrorists. And there's no better example than that than since October 7th, this sort of jump on Arabs are, if Americans are predisposed to think that Arabs are terrorists and then October 7th happens, think how much easier, regardless of who's right and regardless of what side you're personally on, if we're all predisposed to see the Arab side, it's obviously that's making it a lot easier for Israel to argue their case in an October 7th style. So.
Yeah.
And it's not that it's not just Israel runs Israel is not even just one. Everyone in that government is their own people. There's a lot of evil people. There's some good people. There's who knows. Everything is complicated. I think that people always want to reduce singular bad guys, evils, simple explanations. The world is so complex. You can see patterns. You can kind of see the shape of things.
Yeah, the crazy thing is how much influence they have over the elections and over the presidential. They give both presidents so much money. I think Donald Trump just got $100 million from the Adelsons, right?
And, they always play both sides.
Right? And it's just hard to know. It's hard to know what's real anymore, dude. You
want to go down a crazy rabbit hole on that?
Donald Trump, he's the one who was responsible for moving the embassy to Jerusalem, right? Yeah. So he is very
Trump
much
supporters really don't.
He's very much in lockstep with Israel.
Yeah, and I think the extreme, the hardcore Trump crowd is actually, and it's the hardcore Trump and then the Q crowd, they are on the bandwagon of he's actually playing. He's actually kind of strong-manning them, and he's going along just enough, but he's actually not
Well, historically, he's said things in the media I don't know if he wants to make a deal. There's one side I won't say who it is, but there's one side that definitely doesn't want to make a deal. Yeah.
And I can see there's some parts where his body language, some of his interactions with BB over the last year or two have made me be that is kind of dominant body language. But at the same time, I think there's a lot of denial about how aligned he is with a lot of those interests and a lot of that money, and has been for a long time in his life.
Well, what is he saying publicly about it right now? He's basically,
publicly right now, he's the most pro-Zionist Israel thing you could ever. He's talking we will deport protesters. It's the most atrocious, from my perspective, it's the most atrocious. If you were a Trump supporter, so me personally, I would be a Kennedy supporter 100% if he was not super Zionist. And that leads me to all these concerns about blackmail, all these other things.
Right. And it's just support him is just to take votes away from Trump.
It is at that point.
Like, why hasn't he dropped out yet?
So did you see actually just today, Shanahan on Impact Theory podcast just announced that they are considering joining the Trump campaign? It's a big break.
I can't believe this haven't happened weeks ago.
Well, they've been considering it for a long time,
Yeah.
but they just haven't been public about it. I'm surprised they're actually talking about it now. Okay, I guess the DNC has started. I was expecting them to wait until to see if the Democrats had another weird curveball coming, so then they could throw the curveball. I don't know.
Right.
My understanding is that Bobby is considering going with Trump, and that Nicole is considering doing other things that I will let her talk about. I don't know what she's necessarily said publicly. I just saw some clips before I got in here. But yeah, I think that a lot of people on Trump's side want to ignore the amount of Israeli money he takes and Israeli influence he has. And that's always been their play, is to have as much money flowing to as many of those pockets as possible, so you just control everything. No better example than Congress and AIPAC. I actually went into the Senate is an easier one because there's only 100 senators. And when you look at all 100 senators today, 93 of them took AIPAC money on the road to winning their seat. And
yeah, you were showing this on your Twitter. You were showing
exactly,
like their website where it shows like this many votes won, this money contributed. Like they're bragging about it openly.
And people think it's like the more money they pay, the more influence that. Not really. It's like they just need a seat, right? And so in an easy race, maybe they only need to contribute a little bit. In a really hard race, like you put in millions and millions of dollars to defeat someone. But then it turns out of those other 7, like 3 of them are actually Zionists anyways. They just didn't need any help winning, so they didn't give them any money. So it's like that's like our entire Congress is bought by AIPAC, which is just absurd. And just another funny JFK coincidence is that JFK had literally sent the paperwork to AIPAC, well, the precursor to AIPAC, for them to register under FARA the month before he got shot. And then the month after he gets shot, Israel sends back a letter that says, this is cool and all, but we don't think we qualify. We're not going to sign. We're not going to register. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if. So you think it had something to do with Kennedy? Or Israel?
I think Israel certainly had a lot to do with Kennedy.
Really?
Yeah.
How so? I don't think AIPAC. I don't think.
No, not AIPAC.
AIPAC
just
didn't become powerful until the 80s.
Just the Zionists in general. Just the Zionist cause. Like, this is during the most important time in Israel's history. Israel has just been founded, and they have just started stealing nuclear material. They have just stolen nuclear material from the United States, from New Mexico. And they are building nuclear bombs. And from the Israeli perspective, they're a new state that was literally founded by organized crime, along with Rothschild banking money, along with a bunch of paramilitary groups that were later classified as terrorist groups because what they did was so atrocious. That's how they founded it. And so they were in this really precarious place where it was not a far stretch for things to turn on them and the international community to be like, this is so messed up, guys, you got to stop. Or for like an Arab war to break out and them to lose. And so their success was in no way guaranteed at that point. And they had realized, like probably from the very start, that if we had nukes, our survival is pretty much guaranteed. And we got to get nukes. Within the Zionist circles, they started talking about that. We don't know for sure, but it seems as though they've been talking about that for quite some time. And started this New Mexico operation. They got nuclear material and started building the Dimona nuclear facility out in the desert. And Kennedy was extremely vocal about wanting to go there and inspect it and shut down any nuclear program that they had.
Where was it?
In Dimona. It was like it's in the deserts in Israel. I'm certainly not a geography guy.
Right.
But yeah, it's just kind of like middle of nowhere desert. And it was funded largely by the Rothschild, along with this really famous like Jewish Zionist like actor, so actually that just had a lot of ties to organized crime in America. So again, it was funded by the Rothschilds, banking money, organized crime, collectively raising a bunch of money in America, and France actually did a deal with them that gave them like a bunch of the technology to build the reactors and stuff, because France wanted something in Africa and Israel. It's kind of complicated, but so they had just essentially acquired the ability to build nukes, and they were building nukes, and Kennedy was like trying to shut it down. And that is essentially, at that point in Israel's history, that is an existential threat to the entire existence of their state. Not only would they lose their nukes if he had succeeded, but that then becomes condemnable, right? Then you've just been caught stealing nuclear technology and doing secret nuclear proliferation. So you don't just like go back to square one. You then might actually, that might be an existential threat to your nation as well, because then the international community can turn on you. So that is circumstantial, right? That is just sort of like the motive. But there's also a lot of Zionist ties to a lot of the people that sort of like the organized crime elements. And I'm not saying it was all Israel by any means. I'm just saying that there are fingerprints of Israel, and there's a lot of what it means. And LBJ, who came in afterwards, was rather friendly with Israel. I don't know if there's any smoking gun in any way, and I think that I've seen people sort of like present the story as though they have a smoking gun, and I'm not so sure. I've not vetted that stuff for myself. I don't know, but I highly suspect that they had a hand to play, because clearly it was more than one party. It was at least some CIA assets involved, some kind of mafia, mob, like organized crime assets involved. LBJ was probably involved.
So yeah, there's a lot that was going on behind the scenes and leading up to in the years and the months and weeks before the JFK thing. And there was clearly, according to John Newman, a lot of coordination between CIA and FBI. Not just because, well, one of the main reasons was because there was a two-time communist defector on the route in Daley Plaza that had been a week before he was shot. They took off the flash stop on his FBI file. So there was a guy named Giesling, John Giesling, who was an FBI agent who was in charge of tracking all of Oswald's activities in New Orleans. Yeah. And there was this thing called a flash stop in his file. So meaning that essentially when this thing's on your file and there's a president speaking in public and you're anywhere near that, that's like, he equates it to being a flea at a Lysol convention. He's like, there's no way you're going to be there.
Yeah.
And a week before, the FBI removes the flash stop from his file. Yeah. And then when it comes to the CIA, there was another lady that he actually interviewed, which I think is probably the biggest smoking gun that the CIA was involved with. This lady named Jane Roman, who was a CIA officer, and she was a liaison to the Mexico City desk when he was in Mexico City. And Mexico City called up, there's this guy who's trying to defect, what's the deal with her? And they were like, oh, we don't know. We don't have any new information on him since 1962. In 1962, he was still in the Soviet Union. And Jane Roman, who was the CIA officer who signed off on this thing saying we didn't know anything about 1962, she also signed off on another document claiming that there was a flash stop on him 2 weeks before he was shot. So when John went and met up with her, he's like, Jane, you have some things to do here. And she says, she smiled at him. This was like right before she died. She goes, indicative of something held very close to the belt Oswald that was only on a need-no basis. So if Mossad or if Israel was somehow involved in this, they would have to been working directly with the FBI and the CIA and the military, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who didn't want Kennedy there because they wanted a nuclear apocalypse. They wanted to nuke China and Russia. And Kennedy in 1961 was like, no, you guys aren't doing this. And then he started talking to him behind the scenes.
Well, in some ways, Mossad has been working with CIA from the start. Like Angleton has been like, they tied that shit together early on. But to clarify, I'm not saying like Mossad assets were necessarily on the ground in any way that day. What I'm saying is that Israeli interests were heavily aligned with the operation. And there's a lot of evidence that they used some mafia mob assets in the operation. And mafia and mob at that point were basically all one thing, like Jacob Rubenstein. The mob basically took over the mafia long before that. Like Meyer Lansky is famous for creating the National Crime Syndicate, Murder Inc. evolved out of that. And that was when the mob and the mafia basically decided like, all right, we should probably work together. It'll be better, right? So it's now the Jewish mob and the Italian mafia. And certainly there was still a lot of Italian power bases in there, and they controlled a lot of that. But like, I kind of look at it in the short form is one of them got a country. Like one of them literally founded a country, Israel. And the other one is sort of like relegated to obscurity now in Hollywood movies, and they're active in Sicily, and I mean in the United States too. But the mob took over an immense amount of power there, and I think that we all call them the mafia all the time, and we think of them as like the Italian mafia, but like mobsters have a lot of power. Jacob Rubenstein was Jewish mob.
To be completely honest, I had no idea the difference between the mob and the mafia.
Dude, it's such a wild rabbit hole because no one does.
Yeah.
Think about how many movies you've ever seen about Jewish mobsters. But we've seen hundreds of movies about the mafia.
Italians, yeah.
About
They're
all of them.
Italians.
They're all about the Italian mafia and a few about the Irish mafias.
Right.
And then you realize that, and this is where it's like, I'm not saying all Jewish people are in on conspiracy. I'm just saying that like there are natural incentives structured out there. And it only takes a few people to kind of like roll with some incentive structures. And Hollywood was very literally founded by a bunch of Jewish film producers that were being ostracized from the New York film spaces. Because at the time, back in like the 1900s, the center of film was in New York. And they were all like, no, Jews can't fucking work here. We don't want you here. Like, go away. And so all these Jewish film producers that wanted to make movies, they're like, well, okay, we'll just go found our own place. And they moved to California and founded Hollywood. And that's all. It's like all over Wikipedia. It's not secret history. That's not in any way controversial. LA to this day, the highest percentage of Jewish population of anywhere in the United States, because it was the safe haven all of a sudden for Jewish people because Hollywood was founded by them, and so they naturally they have always been a major presence in Hollywood, and so it could be a coincidence, but it's like glaringly obvious when you think about how many movies have been made about the Jewish mob and how many have been made about the Italian mafia. And most people don't realize that the Jewish mob had at least as much power as the mafia, if not more. Like Meyer Lansky, that is famous for having photos of J. Edgar Hoover going fellatio on his boy. And so Meyer Lansky was the one that allegedly had control over the FBI to keep the FBI on a leash during the whole 3-decade time period when organized crime went from a couple of street gangs to an international crime syndicate that's running liquor everywhere and the drug and prostitution, everything else. So it's they held so much throughout that. And then they literally organized crime in America, the Jewish mob, they just sold a whole bunch of extra ammunition and everything from World War II to all the people that were busy founding Israel. So the organized crime, the Jewish mob in America was absolutely instrumental to the founding of Israel, because you can't found a country through war if you don't have weapons, right? The Haganah and Irgun and the Stern Gang, they were all armed by the Jewish mob.
How much influence do you think? How much dirt do you think they got on Trump? How do you think that he blackmailed?
Oh, it's such a good question.
Because he's the one guy. There's a lot of names in the book, right? He's the one guy who has footage dancing around with him and a bunch of hot girls at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, but that's all they've got. So here, the way I look at it is kind of
no one else has got that good that kind of footage with Epstein, hanging out with him, partying with him.
Exactly, but a lot of other people have footage of them doing things with kids,
but no one's seen that shit.
Exactly, and the amount of scrutiny that Trump has come, unless the whole DNC, there's a lot of evidence that. Well, how should I phrase that? I think we should start at the beginning, actually, at Trump's beginning, because a lot of people don't know Trump's history. Trump was mentored by Roy Cohn, who was instrumental in that blackmail campaign we were just talking about with Meyer Lansky and the mob blackmailing J. Edgar Hoover way back in the 40s and 50s.
Remind me who Roy Cohn was?
So Roy Cohn was a big part of the McCarthy era, and he was this lawyer that was he was famous for being a big part of the Red Scare and everything. Yeah. He was this lawyer back then, and he was good friends with all of these different people, Hoover included, and he was involved in the Blue Suite parties where J. Edgar Hoover was famous for allegedly cross-dressing. They had these gay orgies where they would cross-dress in this mansion, this suite at the Plaza Hotel that was full of cameras. That's how J. Edgar Hoover amassed what was allegedly one of the largest blackmail collections in all of history at the time, anyways. And so Roy Cohn was there at the founding of this video blackmail era when Meyer Lansky and Rosenstein were all pioneer director of the FBI. Roy Cohn went on to do a lot of shady stuff, but among them was to be one of Trump's most close mentors when Trump was young, coming up. And so Trump was friends with Epstein. He was mentored by Roy Cohn. He swam in all those powerful circles. And then He later, so the Plaza Hotel, this hotel where they had these blue suite parties, where they had this whole suite wired up with cameras designed to blackmail people. Trump later overextended himself financially to buy that hotel specifically, which is kind of weird, right? He also later bought the boat of Anand Khashoggi, the weapons smuggler earlier, right?
Yeah.
And that boat was allegedly, that was famous for people who said that boat was wired up with cameras because Anand Khashoggi was a huge proponent of, he was very fond of sexual blackmail by his clients by bidding them onto his boat and then just giving them girls and drugs and whatever they wanted, like you're the star, whatever you want. That was how he would like close deals. But
Trump was going to like birthday parties and shit on the boat.
Bingo. So Trump has all the makings of someone that understands that game. And then I cross-reference that with the fact that Trump does not drink or do drugs, and he never has, right? And he, from an early age, he was friends with the guys that were blackmailing people. So I actually think it's far more likely that Trump played the game from their side.
He does love pussy.
He does. But when you look at his taste, I mean, he said some weird shit about young girls before, like, so that gives me pause. But like his wife Melania is not like, it's not like he's remarrying like 20-year-olds all the time, like some people. And so I actually think that based upon how much scrutiny he's been under and how much it's like, they tried to shoot him. They investigated him over this made up Russia bullshit, this like PP tape that didn't really, like, maybe a girl on him, I don't know. Like that, it's hard for me to believe that no blackmail material from Epstein ever came out during all that. Like they have all of Epstein's blackmail material. They've got tapes of Bill Clinton doing Lord knows what with all, like, the president of the United States, Bill Clinton, was one of the most famous clients, and he was like the client for a long. He was like, there are indications and allegations that, like, in some ways the entire operation may have been spun up specifically to target Bill Clinton. And then it's just like, let's do this a lot more too. But I lean towards, I don't know, it could be either way. Maybe Trump is blackmail, but it almost seems more likely that he was a blackmailer than that he was a blackmailer. And he bought the hotel and the boat where they were recording blackmail. And he's trained by the blackmailers. And he's always been kind of his own guy. And he somehow had enough power to break into the political sphere, totally their shit up in 2016 in a way that, like, no one has ever been able to do, right? That's weird.
Yeah.
And in a world where everyone is, like, kind of controlled in all these various ways through money and blackmail and favors and whatever it is, it's weird that he's able to just break in and just totally ruin that whole scheme. And to me, that indicates that he's at least probably not blackmailing. But maybe he even has some blackmail on some people. That would start to explain what we see in terms of how he just does his own thing in some ways and, like, kind of doesn't give a about how things have always been done.
Well, then why would he be bowing to Israel?
Well, that's a good question. He has some level of, like, not necessarily like direct allegiance and alliance, but, you know, when you know how when you kind of grow up in the same as people, even though you sort of agree on some things over time and you had some like spats in the past, you still kind of have this respect for them. You still kind of like, you know, we kind of work together. We've been through a lot. And like, I got my interests and you've got yours. And to a certain point, I'll work with you. But at a certain point, like, that's a line and I won't cross that. That's just how humans work, right? So I could see it being something like that. And I'm not saying I know that. I'm not even saying I believe that for sure. I'm just saying that right now, based upon my understanding, that seems more likely than him being blackmailed. Or maybe it's a bit of both, right? Because a lot of blackmailers have been blackmailed and have blackmail on other people. Because in a certain way, that's just inherent to the game, right?
Yeah. Like deterrence.
Yeah. And usually it's because you've also been doing illegal shit together. And Trump has clearly done some illegal shit with lots of people over his years in various forms. Although I would argue that maybe falsifying business records was not really an important one, but who knows?
Didn't Clinton's Wikipedia just get scrubbed?
Yeah,
literally last month.
Did you see what I made about that?
Yeah.
So there's a little bit more to it, but it was so weird. I was filming illegal shit with lots of people over his years in various forms. Although I would argue that maybe falsifying business records was not really an important one, but who knows?
Didn't Clinton's Wikipedia just get scrubbed?
Yeah,
literally last month.
Did you see what I made about that?
Yeah.
So there's a little bit more to it, but it was so weird. I was filming a documentary about this whole thing, and then I pull up Bill Clinton's Wikipedia page because I'm trying to figure out how many times he flew on the plane or visited the island, and every mention of Jeffrey Epstein is suddenly gone from his Wikipedia page. So I went to the Wayback Machine, which is like it archives websites, and you know this, but they might not. And so it archives the history of websites, and I start going backwards in time, and it turns out that just like a month or last month, suddenly all like 30 something references to Jeffrey Epstein got taken off. And what actually wound up happening is I went and looked up the editor page, and what they did.
You can see the editor.
Yeah, so Wikipedia is interesting because you can actually track every edit that's ever been made, and you can track who edited it, and then you can look at what other edits they've done, and it was really interesting. He's like, and that's where it's like I found a super editor where every day, all he's doing is editing. That's like, and it's all on these certain pages, like a bunch on Keir Starmer, however you pronounce the PM of the British guy, a bunch on, like he did some on Diddy's page, and most of them are kind of like unimportant, just kind of like. But the Bill Clinton one, what they did is they made a separate page called Bill Clinton's Connections to Jeffrey Epstein or whatever, and they moved all of the references over onto that page. So it's like, look, we didn't delete it. We just moved it over. We separated it because it's more organized. It's better, right? But then it's like, okay, so why isn't there a link to that page on Bill Clinton's page? Because like, let's rewind for a sec. Like, let's hold the phone, because no one ever stops for enough time to realize that we like stop and think. The United States of America's president from what, 1992 till 2000, that is 8 years. The president of the United States of America was actively blackmailed, sexually blackmailed by a foreign nation, and their spy, Jeffrey Epstein, was visiting the White House with women like 17 times or something initially, and then he's flying to this island and probably kids on camera. Like, sorry, you're gonna have to do a lot of censoring here, but like that's the president of the United States of America, and he was overseeing some most important like peace talks, and like the Oslo Accords were massively important. And when the Oslo Accords, that's like the most recent sort of like. It was when Yasser Arafat and whoever was it might have been Bibi actually, whoever was in charge of Israel at the time, like peace talks to sort of determine the path forwards for the West Bank and Gaza and the settlements. And it's like that was a critical time for Israel's negotiations for what's going to happen going forwards. Right, that's the most famous photo, like the last 20 years in terms of that. And Bill Clinton oversaw that. Right, I remember this. And Monica Lewinsky.
You got me in so much trouble with this one,
dude.
I had my two CIA guys in here debating, and I brought up the Monica Lewinsky conspiracy, and they were like, "Jesus Christ, Danny, you've been watching too much internet. You've spending too much time on X with Ian Carroll."
All I'm saying is that this guy is actively blackmailed by an Israeli sexual blackmailer, and suddenly we have a leak that, and so the leak was that this Jewish woman has this sexual relation. But then it turns out that actually there were allegations. I forget the exact words.
She was Jewish. I mean, she was.
It does not. It certainly does not. It's just a coincidence that as he's like, so imagine if you are Jeffrey Epstein, right? Your goal is to have all this information hanging over Bill Clinton's head so you can leverage it. That's the whole point of a sexual blackmail operation. And so if he's doing something that you don't like, or if something important is coming up and he's not going the way you want, do you control it? You either, like, think it through. You have to leak something. You have to show him that you mean business, right? Because otherwise your whole blackmail operation means nothing. If you don't actually force him to do what you wanted to do when he's not going to do what you wanted to do, you are blackmailing. You have no power over it. And so if Bill Clinton is not going the way you want with the Oslo Accords or whatever it is, what we would see as the public, is we would see a partial release of something that is partial sexual blackmail, like the Lewinsky scandal. That's exactly the kind of thing, because it's not a career-ending thing. It's not the kind of thing that is going to like totally blow the whole presidency up, but it's enough to be like, because he knows what else they have, right? And it turns out that there was like 30 hours of phone sex tapes that allegedly like someone had that didn't get released or something
with him and Monica.
Yeah, exactly. And so essentially there's like this woman just happens to have all this like recorded and there's this whole scandal, and Whitney Webb goes into it in her book in a really good way. But basically, like, then it turned out that like, oh no, maybe someone bugged the White House like Jeffrey, and so it's like, wait, like these things all overlap. Where, like, if Jeffrey Epstein was sexually blackmailing Bill Clinton, that's the exact kind of thing you would leak to sort of fire a warning shot over his back. And it's not so bad that it's going to end his career.
Is the idea that this has something to do with Pollard? Like
well, Pollard was also Pollard. During that time, is they were trying to pressure Bill Clinton to pardon Jonathan
Pollard, right?
And he ended up not doing it. But and so
you found something. This is the Times of Israel. Netanyahu said to have offered Lewinsky tapes for Pollard.
Bingo.
What is the Times of Israel? Is that a legit website?
Yeah, it's literally a Zionist. Like, it's one of the best websites for me to reference.
Zoom in a little bit.
It's like a Zionist Jewish publication from Israel.
Go up. New critical book on Clinton family claims that Israel tapped the White House phones, blackmailed the president with recordings. Okay, scroll down. Israel attempted to tape former U.S. President Bill Clinton's steamy conversations with intern Monica Lewinsky to leverage the release of Jonathan Pollard. A new book on the Clinton's family's political enterprises has claimed. In the book titled Clinton Inc. Oh God, is the author still alive?
Probably not.
The audacious rebuilding of a political machine. Author Daniel Halper relies on the record interviews with former officials together with a close analysis of documents termed the Monica Files to paint a salacious and uncomplimentary picture of one of the most prominent political families in the U.S. Hundreds of pages of documents compiled as contingency on the use in the former intern, if the former intern ever was involved in legal actions against Clinton. Holy crap! I never hear of this. Keep scrolling down.
You know why you never heard about it?
I can't believe the Times of Israel.
Well, that thing. Here's the thing.
Why would this be in the Times of Israel?
Because American media is so controlled. Because, like, so we can't talk about Jeffrey Epstein. We can't talk about Israel. We can't talk about any of that shit. But Jewish media is not. Because Israel is busy bragging to their own citizens about how many, Hamas terrorists they killed. They're busy bragging to their citizens about how many Jewish politicians that we've got and how much influence they've got. Like, the Times of Israel is great at reporting how much Jewish influence is in American politics. And one of my favorite articles that I've ever found on there is them bragging about Hunter Biden's new wife. It's very, like...
On the Times of Israel.
Yeah. So you can find it. It's Times of Israel, Hunter Biden, new wife tattoo.
Where does the Times of Israel rank? Like, if you were going to kind of compare it to, like, a U.S.
I don't know if I'm necessarily informed enough to really, like, say for sure, but it would be like a Washington Post or a New York Times or an NBC, a CNN. Yeah, it's like a mainstream, it's like the mainstream publication over there, very much so. It's like Haaretz, Times of Israel, Jerusalem Post, the big ones.
Interesting.
So Times of Israel.
Go back to that article.
Yeah, feel free to go back. I
want to see the bottom of it.
Because that's what I'm saying is, like, it sounds like, oh, that's just like a conspiracy. You just put things together. But, like, no, that is exactly see if there was a blackmail operation going on. And we know what country was running a blackmail operation.
Copies of Halper's book were sent out in a PDF form to hundreds of reporters days before the book's official release was by a previously unknown individual in what Halper suggests was an effort to reduce the impact of the book's release.
Yeah. Well, I would argue that there's an argument to be made.
Go to the homepage of this website.
Israel publishing this kind of, and it's not like, this is not the state of Israel. This is a journalistic publication.
Right.
These are journalists. But there's an argument made that bragging about how much influence Israel has over the U.S., even in that form, is positive in Israel. Like, in Israel, they, like, most of them believe they're not using enough force on civilians in Palestine. Most of them believe that it is okay to Palestinian prisoners because how evil Palestinians are.
Yeah, but this is, like, the most unpopular thing in Israel by far, right? Like, Netanyahu's, like, the most unpopular...
Well, he was before the
Prime
war.
Minister. Yeah.
He was before October 7th.
Even more so now, or what?
No, way less than that. That rallied the whole country together. They were, like, about to have a civil war. They were about to try to overthrow him before. And then it was like, we are threatened, and the existential nature of that, like, that is, like, ingrained in the Jewish identity. And not for no reason. Like, they have been through so much as a people. And so the moment there's that threat, it's like, we are all unified. And, I mean, they're not necessarily all unified, but it really changed the dynamic. And now he's got, total elections. Like, he's essentially a wartime president.
Trump, never been a more dangerous time to be a Jew, to be Jewish in the U.S.
This is the Jewish time, so it's like it's a sect
Israel.
Of the time. Yeah, it's a sect of this.
That's a great publication. And so it's a great one that I like to reference because because it's easy to get smeared. Now these days, I'm not even really scared of getting smeared anymore because we all are seeing how common smear tactics are. But like referencing it in their own words is they talk openly in these words. Right?
That's fucking crazy. And now in everyone, if you turn on Fox or anything, it's all like, when we're counting down the minutes and hours until they're gonna lob missiles back. Iran's gonna lob missiles right back into Israel, and it's gonna be World War III. And we need to start. West needs to pony up, and we need to start a war with Iran right now.
Yeah, it blows my mind that we're actually sitting in a situation where, like, all of the, like, my parents' generation, like the kind of boomer generation, the older Gen X generations, they were us during the Iraq War. They were like the cogent 30-year-old, 40-year-old adults that understood the world, and the smart ones, at least theoretically, saw through the Iraq War propaganda, or were old enough that they could have and should have, right? And even if they didn't, they are in a they should have learned from it by 2005, 6, 7. Like, they should have realized, like, wow, you literally lied us into a war in the Middle East about fake WMDs that didn't exist. All that was made up. Like, and now we're about to get lied into World War III, essentially, on a very similar sort of, and it's not the same at all, but like taken into it on a similar amount of like propaganda and sort of like they're a threat to everyone kind of. It's like, wow, how is this even?
It's interesting how Iran's playing their hand.
It is really interesting.
Like, they're holding back. I heard a interesting theory on this somewhere. I don't remember where, but someone was basically explaining it to where the way that this whole geopolitical mess is organized, China and Russia are like becoming closer to Iran, and China and Russia could be like, look, if you guys play it cool and don't start lobbing bombs and starting a war, we can really use you to make the West look like the unhinged maniacs.
I think that's where we're at. I think, like, and it's weird to say, but I think we're in a world where the Western nations, like, call them the globalists, call them the Zionists, call them the cabal, whatever you want to call them, like the Illuminati, I don't know. Those power interests that are sort of like, NATO and the World Economic Forum, just kind of like bringing conspiracy theories all together, the Zionists, the American establishment, the state. They're all kind of aligned in this sort of like Western front. But then you've got the BRICS nations, yes, and Rothschild standing up to that. And when you actually listen to Putin's speeches in his own words, he very clearly laid out that that's his take, is like, that is an empire trying to take over the world, and we don't want to, like, what, and I'm just saying what Putin says, believe him or don't. He is Putin, like, he is a KGB lifelong agent. But what he says is...
You listen to his interviews, like, translated?
Yeah. I mean, not like all of it by any means. I'm not, like, I don't have, 30 hours in a day, but I've listened to a fair number of them. And there was one really interesting one that is, I'm not going to be able to remember the name, because it's a Russian name, Vladis, forget, where, and he said this more than once, but essentially what he tends to say is, like, the West is an empire that is doing evil, woke bullshit, to paraphrase, and he claims that Russia is not trying to expand. Like, we don't want more territory. We have so much territory, we could never even use our own territory. We just want we just want the world to stay multipolar. We don't want to live in a world that is unipolar, that is ruled by a singular wokest army of this empire. And so he describes their resistance as sort of existential to the fate of the world. And that would align with his alliance with China and his alliance with Iran, and basically with anyone else that will oppose the West. Not because he, like, wants the new Soviet Union to be maybe
defense.
Yeah, he's just trying to, and
trying to join NATO.
Yeah,
like when Bill Clinton was president.
The people do not realize. It blows my mind how people just swallowed the Ukraine line without realizing that, like, A, the 2014 coup was a coup, and then B, like, we were doing what the West has always done, which is like poke, and tear, kind of like defenses, and then be like, see, the bear started this war, and it's always been how it is, and it's how NATO was approaching. It's also how kind of like the aggression was happening, and that's not even to mention all the weird connections that I'm not really familiar with about Ukraine and the biolabs and the Biden family.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Did you see Lindsey Graham came out and he's like, we got $10 trillion worth of minerals in Ukraine that we can't let Russia give to China.
I did not see that.
We got 10 trillion. We got $10 trillion worth of valuable minerals that if we let that go to Russia, they're gonna share it with China, and we can't let that happen.
You do a good Lindsey Graham.
God, dude.
Yeah,
his
they'll try
his
any-
southern erotic
fucking
accent.
Yeah, like any propaganda that they can try, they'll try it. Like the only hope for democracy, like bro.
He's just giving up. I admire Lindsey Graham for basically telling it, like he's saying the quiet out loud now at least.
Yeah, it's like,
and everyone's like, Lindsey, shut the God, Lindsey, it's about lesbian basketball players, not about minerals. Democracy. Lindsey Graham just gave up. Tim Dillon put it the best. He's like, Lindsey Graham, he's had enough. He's gonna take skin suit off and drop it in at the dry cleaners for the last time. He's gonna let everybody know what's going on. He's going right back to the center of the earth.
yeah. And it's so I realized the other day that I should stop calling myself a comedian.
Yeah.
Because A,
do it seriously.
Exactly. And B, it's like the real world is such a joke these days that's why all the best journalists are the comedians.
Yes.
Because like what's the difference between telling it like it is and making a joke when this is the world you're trying to report on? It's like
yes.
And at least that way it's like it kind of just puts that protection layer of like I'm not trying to tell you I know everything. I'm just trying to and like figure out what's going on and make some jokes of it because God, it's so depressing if you and there's this whole other layer we haven't talked about. It just sort of like the spiritual side of we're all still just people and we're all still living our regular lives and we've got families and like what's happening in Ukraine, sure it will affect the global geopolitical stuff, but like also whether you go work out today and whether you eat healthy food and like whether you treat people with respect and like whether you go and ask that girl on a date, like those are things that will affect our lives like way more. And I think that too many people get sucked into this like information war, this like Twitter space of like politics without remembering that like just chill out and put the phone down and like go lift some weights or like go on a hike or like go do something good for yourself and right.
Yeah, totally, man. It's easy to get lost in the sauce with social media shit and all the news stories.
Fortunately, I love to do it because I sort of like there's nothing I enjoy more than learning, and that's just always been how I am. And so I sort of have this like, I have infinite job security because there will always be corruption in this world to look into. It looks like there'll just be more and more.
By the way, sorry to interrupt, but I love your Patreon. Is it your Patreon tiers for people that join your?
Yeah, Patreon? It's my locals channel. No, I guess that was my YouTube's like subscriber tier.
Okay. There's
what was it? It was
CIA watch list or FBI watch list, Mossad hit list,
Clinton kill list. I haven't actually checked yet if they rejected it or not. I was a little nervous submitting it, but like I don't think they're gonna let me call it the Clinton kill list. But
that's
worth a shot.
I love that.
Yeah, first I was gonna do like tinfoil hat, tinfoil bodysuit, like aluminum, like aircraft grade aluminum spaceship, but like something I forget the list. The Clinton hit list came to me. And I was like, I bet we could roll.
That's
that.
Perfect. We labeled our Patreon tiers are based on the levels of Scientology.
Hey, there we go.
Scientology is based right down the street from here.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
It's like 10 minutes down the street. That's where it all.
Interesting.
Where L. Ron Hub parked this shit, bro.
Dude, I should go take a visit before I.
Yeah, you can do a whole deep dive.
Interesting. Yeah,
they're walking around the whole downtown area too. They walk around it. There's like a ghost town. Yeah, the David Miscavige, he bought up like there's like this whole downtown Clearwater area, and he bought up all like the real estate right on the road, so it could be like this flourishing downtown business area. And instead, he bought them all, and they're like super strange.
That is weird. I haven't done the whole rabbit hole on Scientology or on Mormonism or on, but like there's a few of these religions that are like religions. I mean, Mormonism is more of a religion than Scientology for sure. But like they have these kind of interesting, and Scientology is the most obvious one. Where like, is that do you have it on it? Like, is it CIA? Is it like a cult? Is it something more nefarious? Is it actually just like some dude trying to make money off a Ponzi scheme? Like, what the is going on with Scientology?
Yeah, no, I think it's insane. I think it's insane that the guy hasn't been arrested or it hasn't been shut down. I think that is crazy.
Which to me indicates that maybe there's more going on.
Because there's lots of stories about people being held prisoner against their will, like slavery and shit. Like, I mean, what's the chance that all these stories are fake?
Oh, very low.
Right.
I think the other thing people don't realize is that, and because it's been for a long time, is that is a way more prevalent thing in this world than anyone wants to admit. And Epstein kind of cracked it open so people could talk about it. But like there is a global satanic religion that does operate aspects of cults around the world. Whether you think that like Hillary Clinton is literally in it or not is a whole different like level of conspiracy. But like
a global satanic religion?
Oh yeah, dude. Have you gone down the satanic ritual abuse rabbit hole? It is so dark. So I'm referring to specifically our survivors giving survivor testimony on video, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Like not like one guy came forward and said this. Like there are support networks for these people. There are psychologists that specialize in satanic SRA victims, satanic ritual abuse, and because you have to like treat them in a whole different way than a regular abuse victim, because the level of depravity and disgusting, like literal children, like literal. Your episode is so screwed now, but there's one in particular that this guy was on the Alondra Markman podcast, and I wish I could remember his name, and we don't even want to pull it up because it's so dark. And everyone should, watch it for themselves and judge it for themselves in terms of whether you think he's telling the truth or not. But personally, it's like you can look into his life, and this guy, like his whole life is based around him recovering from this story of his childhood abuse, and it looks far more likely that he's telling mostly the truth than entirely lies to me. And what he alleges in this interview that aired like a year ago or so, a little less, on Alondra Markman's podcast, is that he was born into a satanic family, of which there are many around the world, and that he was groomed from an early age to essentially be a Jeffrey Epstein type of character in a global satanic cult that is not all satanic, but the Satanists are a part of this sort of bigger network of crime and everything. He alleges that he was.
I'm curious how they define themselves. Satanists. What is the definition of a Satanist to them?
My understanding is that based on what he said, is that some of them are literally worshiping Satan, and some of them are practicing these things in this cult format and structure. When I tell you what he's alleging, you'll realize that are so like some Jews are really practicing Jewish people are, and I'm not trying to make that connection. We were just talking about Jews. Some people are more practicing of a religion than others, but you might still go to church. You might still might identify as Christian, but you're not as Christian as the next guy. But alleges that he was groomed from an early age, tortured every day as a child. It's like abused every day as a child, to be groomed to have multiple personalities. And then by the time he was a preteen, he was engaging in child death matches, where he would be put in a cage and he would fight to the death with another child in like downtown New York in underground like parties that rich people and businessmen would attend. And then that and it sounds so insane, but when you watch it, it's like hard, and it's not like he's the only one that has claimed this. He's just one that put it all in a particularly, like, people have lots of claims about this kind of shit. And he also claims that then after that, he was being groomed to be an actor, and he froze up in his acting interview, and so he got shifted from the acting pathway, because these guys, like, there's a load of money in this community, allegedly, as in it's tied to all of the global trafficking networks. Because how do you think the global trafficking sort of gets all the handlers and gets all of the sort of like operatives that run it? Is you need people that were used in order to run these things, because you need to be that kind of broken, like you need to be grouped to be able to run this without breaking it.
Is this all like tied into like the Franklin scandal?
Similar. So he claims he met Jeffrey Epstein on 2 occasions. He claims that he was being groomed to essentially be a handler similar to Jeffrey Epstein. And he had a really lucid description that Jeffrey Epstein was an insanely good code switcher, is what made Jeffrey unique, that he could be completely normal businessman, like banker guy right now, and then like literally turn the other way and be an absolute depraved, abusive monster, and then like right back on like the drop of a pin. And that's what made him so unique in this guy's perspective. And he kind of like had his programming, his like trauma did not work correctly, and so rather than going that route, he became a breeder. And he alleges that he was sent to a compound in Mexico where he would breed with trafficked girls all day, every single day, for like 2 or 3 years, and they would just breed and breed and breed and breed. And he alleges that is because they were particularly interested in him because of his bloodline and his heritage as a direct descendant of King Solomon, is what he says. And it's like,
what's this dude's name again?
I don't remember his name. I remember that he was on the Alondra Markman podcast, and she is a survivor of satanic ritual abuse as well.
Is she and Anik Lucas?
Yes, Annika Lucas.
Annika Lucas.
Okay, so
This is what
Alondra Markman is his name, and Annika Lucas is her name.
Oh,
She's
okay.
the one hosting the podcast, and
He's
that's
the guy.
podcast.
He's the descendant of who?
So what he said in there is that they were interested in him because he has something like 97% Ashkenazi Jewish heritage or something like that, and is allegedly a direct descendant of King Solomon's bloodline. He doesn't say whether he knows that's true or not or anything. He just says that he was under the impression that was why he got selected for the breeding program specifically. And,
Does he have any proof of this?
Not really, no. And so that's why I say, like, you should, and first, you should not watch it if you are at all sensitive in any way. And you should only watch it when you are of, like, a sound heart and ready to, like, hear some of the most dark of things you've ever heard in your life. You obviously can't tell for sure from it. But that's where I start to, like, look at the Finders cult, look at the Nexium cult, look at Jeffrey Epstein, look at
The Nexium thing's
it's crazy, dude. Who's the the guy that ran Virgin Mobile or whatever it was? Virgin Galactic? No,
Richard Branson.
Richard Branson. There's a lot of darker people than just Jeffrey Epstein that have been caught. Am I confusing Branson with the other guy? Who was the billionaire that owned all the islands that was on camera talking about how he, like, wanted to breed with a black woman because they had such good genetics?
I don't know.
Oh man, I forget. I think that's who it was.
Richard Branson. He owned Virgin. He owns Virgin.
There's a lot of darker people than just Jeffrey Epstein that have been caught. Am I confusing Branson with the other guy? Who was the billionaire that owned all the islands that was on camera talking about how he, like, wanted to breed with a black woman because they had such good genetics?
I don't know.
Oh man, I forget. I think that's who it was.
Richard Branson. He owned Virgin. He owns Virgin Airlines, Virgin Mobile.
I could be confusing him though with one of the other old white-haired tech billionaires. But there's just, like,
sounds on bar though.
Yeah, there's a lot of just. There's starting to be more and more and more overwhelming evidence that Satanism. I mean, hey, let's rewind. Anton LaVey, do you know who that is?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So, like, we know that Satanism is a religion. Like, we know that it does exist.
It's a ridiculous religion. Yeah. It's not based on anything. It's been fabricated.
I would argue you're probably correct in some ways, but also it's
and
like,
at the end of the day, it's religious. Like, you're being that's not what it means. Like, that's not what Satan really was, according to Christians or according to Catholics or according to any ancient texts.
Yeah. In the same way that, like, these days, a lot of religious institutions are actually just people kind of perverting concepts and using them to manipulate people to do things.
Right.
I would argue that is textbook what Homeboy is alleging in that interview is, like, and it's the same thing with, like, any religious institutions. Like, yeah, there's the belief, the word of God, the actual spiritual structure of religion that I think is super valuable for humans to have, super valuable for us to have. But then there's the side of, like, okay, now let's institutionalize it and control it and, like, give it back to you in this new way.
When Christianity and the church solidified itself in society in, like, the 400s, that's when we went into the Dark Ages. And that's when, in creativity, art, intellectual shit, science got squashed.
Well, in Western Europe, it did.
Yeah.
But if I'm not mistaken, that is when, like, over in the East and in the Islamic world, like, shit was just starting to thrive. There's a little bit of, like, I think a global dark age around the Black Plague, and I'm no historian by any means, but I think we often get our history skewed to, like, in Europe, we were not doing good.
Right.
But that's just one part of the world, and it is the part where the Christianity was currently being.
Right. And the church is synonymous with using children.
In a lot of ways, dude, I just went down this rabbit hole in a big way.
So Satanism,
about the Catholic Church,
right? So it's funny to me that Satanism, because the word Satan means to be the opposite, it means to be. That's what it means. The opposite of Christianity, or the opponent of Zeus, right? The guy who tried to wipe out humanity. And the church, the church fathers that are running these churches and benefiting from all their preaching and making a living from it are the ones that are abusing kids. So how is Satanism, which is the opposite of this, tied to abusing children? It's like they recreated some new thing and like tied it to the word Satan in like the new world. Like it's a new definition.
That's a good take. I would argue it's really important in that context to distinguish between the institution of the church that is tied to abusing kids versus like the actual beliefs of the Christian people as written in the Bible and as communicated to them by Jesus. Because obviously, like I would argue that Jesus from the Jews, right? That before Jesus, and I am no religious historian, this is just my current understanding, which is very lackluster, but what I understand is that Judaism was doing its thing. And then Jesus came along and was like, yo, this religion has been corrupted by, I forget the name that they've got for them, the Philistines, I think is what they call them. And it's written in there. And he's like, these guys are corrupt, and they believe these things that aren't like the real word of God, and actually we should love all people, love your neighbor. And that sort of is like where Christianity split off of Judaism, and like Jesus was preaching these other tenets that, as far as I can tell, were mostly like more towards like all love, all one, like treat everybody, like, you know, poverty, whatever. Whereas Judaism has a lot of stuff kind of written into it that are like weird laws that have to do with like who has rights and who doesn't and who does what. And Judaism, a lot of like Jewish people are different than everyone else. And we don't have the same laws and treatment as everyone else, which is kind of, I have some problems with, but I also don't understand it all. But then like, so Jesus, like he was different enough than Judaism that they wanted to A, kill him, and B, like it turned into this whole other religion that then spawned Abraham, like, and then Abraham was another problem. So Judaism, then Christianity, then Islam is the sort of lineage of those religions. And Judaism being the oldest one, but what Christianity being tied to abusing children is really just a scandal of the Catholic Church, of like, you know, the last 500 years or so. And the story of that coming out is fascinating, and it's tied into sort of the Catholic Church almost going under financially speaking, as a lot of the like kind of the Napoleonic Wars were going on. All this, it's super interesting.
Yeah, it is. And we were talking about this yesterday.
Do you know about the cardinal that got hung under the bridge as like a message? No. They hired the mafia to hang this dude that had been like the financial man of the Vatican. I've gone deep enough. I didn't take notes or anything. I just went to a podcast and kind of getting the cursory details, so it's not all in here. But yeah, he was the financial. Find it. Yeah, it's like the famous. It was in the 70s or the 80s or something. It was more recent, and he had been involved in all these scandals where the Vatican had been misusing their money, and they kind of got caught, and they had to pay all this money. And what it looks like happened is they got the mafia to put a hit out on him, and they hung him from a bridge to send a message of like, you die.
What was he doing?
He was
stealing?
Doing like fraudulent money stuff with the Vatican Bank, just like investing in dangerous ways with people that were kind of fraudsters. And,
right.
Are you talking about Banco
Ambrosio, maybe? Yeah. His name was like Carti or Corti. It was like a short C name, I think.
This is what pulled up.
Yeah, it was
Banco
Calvi.
Ambrosiano.
Boom, Calvi.
Roberto Calvi.
Yeah, look up Roberto Calvi and go to his Wikipedia, and it'll tell you, or like Roberto Calvi hanged or hanging or whatever. I'm pretty sure he's the one that got hung from this bridge, his death.
Italian banker dubbed God's banker. I love that.
It's a whole rabbit hole. It's super interesting.
Native to Milan, chairman to Banco Ambrosiano, which collapsed.
He died in 82. And he had sort of like just kind of cleared it all and was basically fleeing, I think. And then he got caught and hung.
5 people were acquitted in Rome in 2007 in a conspiracy to murder Calvi.
Yeah.
Popular suspicion has linked his death to allegedly corrupt officials at the Vatican Bank.
Yeah. It's super interesting. So you want to know this, and this started to open my brain up to this whole other like kind of coincidence. Like, okay, in America, organized crime is the Italian mafia and the Jewish mafia. And the two biggest religions in the world, the three, are
welcome
Judaism.
How are you, Naruto?
Christianity, Catholic. So and like most conspiracy theories are like Israel Jewish conspiracy theories, or
Naruto, what's
Catholic
up, Kim?
Church. You know,
Naruto, can you hear me? How's your day going? What's good, Naruto? How'd you find out about me, big man? Naruto, you're the last motherfucker on this earth I ever wanted to speak.
Vatican conspiracy theories that go along with like the Knights Templar, and it's like these two lineages of conspiracy theories. And I'm not saying I believe them, I'm just saying they're there.
There's also a lot of good conspiracy about the Nazis.
Yeah, well, they represented the Catholics.
Yeah,
Right? They work
They were
with the
working
Vatican
with the
Bank,
Vatican, yeah.
right?
Yep.
And so when you start to trace those two religious beliefs forwards into today, and you just wind up with like, okay, there's the mafia and the mob, and there's like, okay, there's like the Nazis and the Allies, and like, okay, and I'm not saying which side is good or evil. I'm just saying that like there seems to be a lot of history that is conspiracy theory history traces both of those rather closely. And it's super interesting when you get into like the Vatican conspiracies and you realize that like the Vatican and the mafia are like very tied together. They're doing a lot of the same shit. And so then when this dude betrays the Vatican and they like, who are they going to ask to get him? The mafia, obviously, because the Vatican is from Italy and it's basically the Roman Empire became the Vatican, right? For simplicity's sake, right? And so it is in some ways. I mean, for a very oversimplified version of it, just for like the storybook version, it sort of is like the Holy Roman Empire became the Catholic Church and the Vatican, and that whole conspiratorial power base. And then the Rothschild banking dynasty and the Israelites and the Jewish, global power system became the modern day Israeli state. And I don't know if they're together now, working together, or if they're at war still, or even if it's like in any way. It's just like an interesting, like kind of thread.
Yeah.
Read through history.
And you got George Soros.
Oh yeah,
How is that guy still alive?
dude. I don't know. I'm hoping. Well, here's the problem. You know about his son marrying Huma Abedin?
Yeah. What was that about? Who was that again?
So Huma, we're about to go Pizzagate. Huma
I knew it was going to happen.
is deeply tied to Hillary Clinton in a big way. And I've not done the deepest dives on it, but Huma is deeply tied to a lot of the allegations about Clinton and Haiti, and is deeply tied to the whole Anthony Weiner thing, is my understanding. And Anthony Weiner is the frazzle drip thing.
Yeah.
And everyone should do their own research on that. And, be careful what you believe and think for yourself. All I know is that
Talking about the guy sent the pictures of his wiener, right?
no.
No, that was him. He,
Yeah, that's the
Anthony
guy.
Weiner.
Yeah,
he
but
sent the
that's
dick
not
pics.
what's important
He went on Patrick Bet David.
about what's important about it.
Right,
That is just
okay.
a distraction. His laptop was full of some of the most waived communications about clearly child king.
Dude, he just look at him. He looks like a demon.
Deeply evil. Like
He looks like
deeply
a demon.
evil. If anyone doesn't know about frazzle drip, obviously you cannot confirm or deny it for yourself. You can't confirm for yourself anymore because it has been like fully scrubbed off the internet. Like the Clinton emails, are pretty scrubbed. Like Wix kind of got up over that, but like the Clinton emails was just like the tip of the iceberg. There, it was actually the Weiner laptop was far more damning and far more complicated. And it was Weiner and Clinton and the Podestas. Huma Abedin was right up in there. And I don't know. I can't personally verify if the Weiner laptop is for sure real or not because it's been so thoroughly scrubbed. Parts of the police investigating, whatever. But I do know that it is still available on the internet, and the Clinton emails are deeply incriminating. And I do know that I dug into how Pizzagate was debunked, and it was wildly unsatisfactory. So beyond an unsatisfactory debunk, I don't even know how to describe it.
How so?
In the short version, we can dig into it more if you want, but the very short version is just that it was the textbook version of put up a straw man that is not actually what the conspiracy theory is, and then knock it down. And so the claim, right, the official version of it was debunked before the guy that did this debunk got arrested for child, which is a real story, is that conspiracy theorists believe that Hillary Clinton is running a global child ring out of the basement of a pizza parlor, which sounds totally retarded.
Yes.
And then this conspiracy theorist that believed it went in there with an AR-15 and shot and threatened all the staff or to show him the basement. And there was no basement, and he got all embarrassed and he got arrested. He shot the place or whatever. This crazy lunatic QAnon guy. Yeah. And so that's why it's so dangerous to believe conspiracy theories. Totally debunked. And there's this perfect soundbite that they got from him where he is quoted in every single article as saying something along the lines of I just was so sure it was there and it's just not. I guess you just can't believe everything, or something that's that level of you could not have written a better pre-planned statement if you had tried. And A, that's not the claim, and B, that is not a satisfaction. Like, just because you have a news story about totally not a CIA operative going in and pretending to shoot a place, that like none of that is a debunk, because the actual claims are far more complicated and far more vast and are very much just visibly there on the internet. Like James Alefantis's Instagram page is so beyond disturbing. It's been scrubbed now, but it's all been archived and saved by people. It's like,
this is the guy with the gun?
No, James Alefantis is the owner of that pizza parlor.
Oh, okay.
And so the actual allegation is not that Hillary Clinton is personally running a chopping ring out of the basement of that pizza parlor. And by the way, by describing this, I'm not saying that I believe every bit of this is true. I'm just saying that as a journal, like, it is our job to learn what the actual claim is, right? Before you can even debunk it. So I went looking, is like, what is the actual claim? And the actual claim is just that there is a global trafficking network that exists. And in order to have such a network, you have to have front businesses out of which you operate the various nodes of that network. Like, if you want to sell children to rich people, you have to have a place where they can go and buy them, right? You have to have places where they're holding them. You have to have places where you're transporting them through. Like, that's how you run a business.
Right.
And so the claim was that this pizza parlor was one part of that vast network, and there was shady business happening out of it. And when you look at James Alefantis' Instagram page, who's the owner of the pizza parlor, who is like Hillary Clinton is just throwing pizza parties. Like, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, they are literally just throwing pizza parties. They're good friends with this guy, James Alefantis, who's just a random dude. There's like a photo on James Alefantis' Instagram page of Barack Obama playing ping pong with an
Can you
unnamed
find him
child.
still on the internet if you look for him?
Yeah, if you go to X especially, so because his Instagram has been deleted.
I can't figure out how to search on X.
Oh,
No matter how much I try.
Well, there's a search bar.
I know there's a search bar, but when I search for shit, I can't figure out how to like find.
It is kind of tricky. But yeah, if you search like James Alefantis Instagram, or James Alefantis Instagram
on X
photos, you could try it on the internet and see what you pull up. You have to go,
Instagram too.
yeah, far more than just his name though.
Yeah, James Alefantis Instagram.
Or yeah, just like Instagram. This will probably bring a lot of it up. But like, yeah, there's a photo of Barack Obama playing ping pong with an unnamed child. But then there's like photos of kids like with their hands bound, like, and there's commenters that are saying like, "Ooh, it looks tasty," or it's like so beyond creepy. I can't even
On his Instagram?
Yeah, it was
So
like
why would he
openly
post that shit on
Well,
his
because
Instagram?
no one was there. Because no one was actually looking at his Instagram. It was just because Instagram is actually full of Instagram is full of nation. It is super dark. Yeah, it'll all be censored off of Google image results for sure. But what you want to find is someone who is archived. There's one to the left there. So that's a real photo from his Instagram. They got posted on
Kid with
Instagram.
his hands taped.
Yeah, a child with their hands taped down with the photographer right behind them, and they have intentionally blurred the comments because of how the people that are commenting on this guy's page are. And it's like, and it's not just one. It is like every photo on the dude's Instagram was, before it got scrubbed, just so beyond what the am I reading? Right?
Yeah, this is like where I have trouble with shit. Like when you see stuff like this, the news posted. There it is, uncensored. Zoom in on it. You just have the uncensored version. Can you punch in on it? See what it says. Gem
New seating
man
area
truck
slash
procedure
procedure
for your youngest guests.
Hilarious.
Seems pretty creepy, bro.
Yeah.
So
And then there's another one. There's like one of a baby eating some money or something.
So like this is where I have trouble with this shit. Like when you have random photos of this that are being talked about on the news, that are being pieced together with some crazy conspiracy, it's like you don't even have to vet it and show your sources. It's like this just recently happened with the Trump thing. There's this whole thing that was going on Fox and CNN. They were all showing the photo of the bicycle that they were saying was the gunman's bike.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we got his bike. It's right here. And it was everywhere, all over the mainstream media. But then Andrew Callahan of Channel 5, he has a YouTube channel, used to be called All Gas, No Brakes.
Mm-hmm.
He interviewed this dude after the Trump shooting, like the day after, in front of a convenience store, of the guy riding the same exact bike.
Yep.
So it clearly, like, he was just mocking. And you go to,
That's a good one to look at right there. But anyway, things.
Yeah.
You are exactly right. And you have a great point here that you don't even have to. Well, no, I would rebut that. No, you totally do have to vet all of that. Like you can't just trust those images for face value. You can't just trust that, like, because someone could totally make up a fake James Alefanto's Instagram post and run with this. And so you actually
and somebody could be making a joke like, "Oh, kid, like my kid likes to break shit or likes to throw shit." Like,
and so it's the totality of the evidence that has to be vetted. Yeah. That's what I wound up doing is like not just find like people claim. It's like go to all of the various like journalists at the time that got discredited for reporting on it. Go to site after site after site after site and make sure they all agree. Make sure they all align, because you can't in the day of the internet, you can't really tell what's real and fake. And all you can really do is sort of go to every source that's reporting on a thing and try to assess, are they all agreeing, and how many of them are trustworthy, and what are their motives, and who's discrediting it, and how are they? You have to take in everything into effect.
And you got to factor in AI.
Bingo. But this is before AI, and it all broke before AI.
Yeah.
And when you do that process with James Alefanto is just like one tiny piece of it, but it's a sort of like startling one. When you apply that process, it becomes pretty obvious that the people that are debunking Pizzagate are trying very hard to ignore his Instagram and to scrub it off the internet and to not talk about it and to sort of like belittle it. And everyone that is pointing it out is sharing the exact same information, the exact same posts and photos with very much the exact same data that was taken at the time of it originally breaking when it was
right. But also, to play devil's advocate, just because people are suppressing stuff about Pizzagate doesn't mean they're in on this stuff. It could just mean they support Hillary Clinton.
100%.
And they don't.
100%.
Could have donated to some guy at Google. What's the guy's name who's been donating to
Sergey
Kamala?
Brin,
Eric Schmidt. Right. Yeah. So like, we're not going to fucking let any conspiracies about Hillary or Bill come out. So whatever. We don't know anything about child sex trafficking, but
I mean, everyone's
going to be like, look, damn, they're owls.
Yeah. So I'm not claiming. I don't know what to believe. All I know is that there's something there that is being covered up in some way. Mm-hmm. And I certainly don't, you can't infer that everyone covering it up had, like, because, you know, at this point we have a huge mind virus in our world, unrelated to this, that is just people that have picked a political side.
Oh, it's like Sunni versus Shia. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They'll just religion.
Anything. Yeah. Right? And so I think a lot of the journalists, the press coverage is just that. And the thing that got me started on it was actually that, like, I didn't know anything about it. And I wanted to look it up of like how it was when the guy that debunked it got arrested for child. And I was like, that's freaking weird. Like, let me look into this whole thing. Yeah. And I found the first article I found was like a Politico article, or, you know, one of these very basic mainstream news sources that was debunking Pizzagate. And they linked all their sources in the article. So I was like, good, we linked our sources, perfect. And I clicked on the link and it linked to another Politico article that was their source about it. So it's like a Politico debunk linked to a Politico debunk. And I started doing it with every single link on the page, and it was all just this incestuous web of them writing a bunch of articles debunking it, linking between them all. I'm like, it smells here. I'm going to look deeper. And that's when I started to look deeper and started to just realize that, like, there's something. I don't know what it is.
Here's the thing. People, like, have the luxury of time to, like, research this stuff and really dig deep. Most people don't have that time. They're just scrolling through Instagram memes.
And I think it's by design. Not by design by like some global cabal that's like, just by design of like, if we don't have time to do anything except for like go to work, spend our money on our essentials and like on some drugs to party with tonight and then go to work again tomorrow, that's like the most epic dream for like the whole corporate club of rich people that control our world ever. You don't even need some like big conspiracy for that to be the most beneficial scenario for them.
Right.
And so the more economic hardship, the better. The more, you know, political strife that keeps us just our bullshit, the better. The more culture wars, the better. Because that way we're not looking at what's really going on. And that's been sort of my take or goal from the start is like, I want to know what's going on. Because I realized that I didn't know shit about what I was talking about because everything was just me regurgitating like I saw one, now I have an opinion. It was like, I should probably research these things and actually learn what is going on. But then also I started to realize that like, oh, it's like no one has time for this shit and everyone's opinion is based upon these quick clips. And so like the more of us that are spending, at least trying our best to try to push the collective envelope towards more sources and skepticism and honest debate, because like we'll all have different opinions, right? we'll all read the evidence differently and have the but as long as we're pushing like the core values of like evidence, respectful debate, difference of opinions, basic journalistic, like kind of just like debate, like the process of inquiry that has led to the Academy of Ideas that we've built our entire civilization on.
Right.
As long as we're generally got more of those people, and you're a great example of that, just kind of like working in the space collectively so that way the regular people who don't have time, more and more of their media sources following these, principles and ethics that hopefully lead us towards good information. The better everyone else will be, because if none of us do it, then it'll just be like the CIA, the mainstream corporate media that's paid for by the corporations. Like there's a lot of monetary incentive to control what we think about products, about politics, about everything in this world. You can make money off of anything. And so it's, and I guess a lot of my followers have a problem with me because I've sort of like gone deeper and deeper into conspiracy rabbit holes, which is fair. That's cool. But I think that people don't have the time to realize how much money can be made off of so many things. And a lot of them are very controversial. And for one of the big ones I haven't really gone into a whole lot yet is the whole transgender thing, in the sense that like, I think the debate is oversimplified on both sides. But one thing I know for sure is that no one is really talking about how much money is getting made off of transgenders. Like that is a huge cash cow.
Like you're talking about with like the clinics where they can go and get the therapy with like
I'm talking about every aspect of transgender like care and treatment in every way is a gold mine. Because so the reason, and vaccines are a controversial one, and the reason why they're so beneficial for pharma to sell vaccines is because normally you only treat people that are sick, but a vaccine is suddenly a medication that you sell to everyone. And so you just went from selling your product to 2% of the population or 0.5% of the population to 100% of the population. And then like the economy of that is just insane. So the other thing that's really beneficial for pharma is when you get a life patient, right? You don't want to cure people. You want to sell them therapies dependent on for their whole life, right? That's ideal. And there's no better way to do that than to chop off the organs that produce the hormones that are essential for us to live, right? And I'm not saying that it's like, I'm not saying trans people are evil. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying that it's a very complicated discussion, and people should think very carefully about the information in that space, because pharma, if you take puberty blockers as a kid, pharma has just made a customer for the rest of your life, and there's no other option. Because if you take puberty blockers or have a surgery that makes you so you can't produce hormones, you damn well better be certain that you want that to be the rest of your life, because it is the rest of your life. And it's hard to look up how much money they make off of it, and I've tried, but it's somewhere in the ballpark of maybe like $100,000 to $300,000, give or take a huge range for a whole lifetime of care per person.
I don't think this shit's gonna last. I don't think this shit's gonna last much longer.
It's just so counter to truth and to like obvious science, like so clearly a social contagion.
Yes,
that,
it's very obvious.
Yeah, like Megan Fox does not have 3 trans children. It's just not how, like, you don't go from having no, like, very, 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 like, people with gender dysphoria and trans, like, genetics or mindsets, whatever it is, to today, a woman can have 3 children that all just happen trans, and you're telling me that is not socially imparted to them?
Right.
And so I am raised by 2 teacher educators, and I spent
both your parents teachers?
Yeah, so they taught teachers. My dad taught teachers university level for my whole life, and my mom was the principal of a school after a career of teaching teachers also.
Oh wow!
And so I started teaching when I was 14 as a volunteer, and I had my first job when I was 16.
No shit.
And I taught from like 16 to like 28 or something like that, and I never had a degree. I was just like good at it, and like got in, and then got recommended, and so I just like kind of hopped through really cool teaching jobs. But I've worked with all ages of kids, from like pre-K through high school and middle school, and there is nothing like more clear when you've worked with kids than how like kids don't know what's real.
No.
And if you teach kids that it's okay to bully people, then it's okay to bully people.
Right.
If you teach kids that you always hold the door for people, then they always hold the door for people.
Right.
Right. If you teach them there's 500 genders, then there are 500 genders. And they don't know this stuff. And so when you pair teaching kids this, like there are X and Y chromosomes. Like, sure, you can feel however you want to feel, but like there are X and Y chromosomes.
By the way, you don't normally teach young kids about sex anyways.
No, not a chance. Not even close. It's so messed up. And it's like, I can think of no more red line in the sand for me. Like, and so here's the thing: is that I was like totally like I'm a liberal from the left from Washington State. Like, I've only changed as the left has changed, and as I've learned. But I'm like a total ally. Like, gay people are totally like a part of the universe, and I disagree with sort of like the right wing, like gay people are evil and gay people like sure. Even if you were right, I don't care. Gay people are part of the world.
Did you see the girl who had I forget her name? The lesbian athlete. I can't remember her name. You can maybe find it. See, she had a great tweet about the Olympics opening ceremony thing. She was basically explaining how like she was like, these people, when you're doing this kind of stuff and like pushing this, shoving this down people's throats, you're taking somebody who like maybe was like a really religious conservative type maybe 10 years ago, who's come around now, maybe they made some gay friends, they understand it now, then they get slammed in the face with this, and now they're taking a U-turn, going right back in the other direction, and showing this like shoving this train crazy wacko and shit down people's throats is making people just do a U-turn. It's building 100%. It's building a barrier where people are like, I don't want anything to do with this anymore. And it's dragging the normal gay and lesbian people through the mud.
Yeah, it's beyond I don't want to have anything to do with this anymore. It's I have to fight this at any cost. And I'm kind of one of those people in the sense that I would never raise a child in a state where there are any laws on the books that in any way give anyone power to give my kids puberty blockers.
Right.
It outside of my control 100%, like not even a chance. And so like I see this.
Aaron, is it Aaron? It might be Aaron, top one.
Yeah, I see it as an existential threat, and I'm like an ally to gay people and even to trans people. I think that adults should be able to do what they want. I don't care. Just like once you start pushing it to children, that's where like people that were allies to the cause are suddenly like, I have to oppose you. Like,
yes.
And I think that there's this weird. They're intentionally trying to keep the whole LGBTQ tribe as one tribe so they can take them all with them. It's like, no, dude, your movement is getting co-opted. Mm-hmm. Just like Black Lives Matter was co-opted. Mm-hmm. Like Black Lives Matter started out probably, I think, as like the real thing, and then it clearly became something else.
Yes.
And I think that happens to a lot of social movements these days. And I think that sometimes it is intelligence agencies. Yeah. I think sometimes it's other things.
Yeah. If you're the CIA, you wouldn't. I don't think you'd want. It's not in the country's best interest to have everybody be reliant on medicine and reliant on doctors to survive for the rest of their lives. It's counterintuitive to have a strong country. You don't want your.
I don't think the CIA is incentivized for us to have a strong country.
Really?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that the CIA is even incentivized to keep America strong, like healthy and strong anymore. In theory, they are. Like
in theory, the
doctrine,
CIA's incentive is for America to remain the #1 global superpower in the world.
Not necessarily. Do you know who runs the CIA right now?
I forget their name. Who is it?
His name is I'm forgetting his name. I know his face really well because I did a piece.
Burns.
Yeah, William
Is
Burns.
It Bill Burns?
It's Bill Burns. Do you know that he is a friend of Epstein?
I've probably heard that somewhere.
So he was an ambassador for the U.S. He was an ambassador to Russia. He was an ambassador. He like had a very long diplomatic career. Very successful guy.
Pull up Bill Burns' profile.
Yeah, his Wikipedia page has it. And when he finished being the ambassador to Russia, I believe it was in 2009 or 2013, he needed a new job, and he went to Jeffrey Epstein for help getting a job. Mm-hmm. And Jeffrey Epstein helped a job at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, which he was at until he became the CIA director. And Carnegie Endowment for International Peace is one of these globalist think tanks, pretty similar to like the Council on Foreign Relations. It's like very kind of sus. And so what I was saying
Bill Burns the one who was tied to the school that he went to, that school that he attended in New York that had all those crazy like elites that went there? All like the wealthy people in New York, all their kids went to the school that Epstein went to.
Dalton School?
The Dalton School. Yeah.
Did Bill Burns go to the Dalton School?
Bill Burns is.
That would be crazy. I didn't know that. If he did, that's crazy.
Maybe I might be thinking of somebody else.
But regardless, what I'm saying is that like Bill Burns, maybe he's incentivized to keep America strong, but like I don't know if that's necessarily the top of his mind. Like I feel like he's probably sexually blackmailed.
There it is. What's that say? The documents indicate that Epstein had 3 scheduled
That's
meetings.
about the
That's not.
I don't
I'm thinking.
think
I might
he
be thinking.
attended Dalton
I'm thinking of somebody else who was.
I remember that.
No, I don't think
There was some other. There was some other CIA
So,
or FBI big shot.
So Anthony Blinken, his stepdad was like all up. His stepdad is a whole freaking rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Like there are a lot of people kind of at the top of the intelligence state right now that like honestly don't really seem to have America's best interest in mind. And like if they did, they would close our border, for example. Like they would have closed our border like 10 years ago if they did have America's best interest in mind. And even if they do have sort of America's best interest in mind, like our person, like our country's, our regular people's best interest is super different than our states, like than the club's best interest, right? In the sense that
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think their club is the most important thing to them. The American government is the most important thing to them, not the American citizens.
And so where we started was with like a medicated populace. And actually it's like way easier for the club to stay the club if we are medicated to death and if we're all sick and can barely get by and just producing. But the thing is, we don't even need to produce for that much longer because AI robots are about to be literally walking around. You seen Optimus from Tesla?
I think so. Yeah.
Dude, it's just like iRobot. Like now it's walking upstairs and shit, like carrying. Oh my god! Like we are literally within 5 years of iRobot in our homes, like with full-on AI.
Dude, I can't wait.
Dude, I don't even know what to think.
Also, what do you make about this whole narrative with Trump's beef with CIA? I don't know how real that is.
I don't
I
either.
think that's a pretended narrative because he made. Who's the girl at CIA?
I don't know. Actually,
She was the girl. She was the woman who burned all the torture documents.
Oh, interesting.
She was the White House, the White House chief of staff, Gina Haspel.
Gina Haspel. I've not done any digs on
She
her.
was the one person that White House went to her, do not destroy any of the documents. Then the CIA director, I think it was Jose Rodriguez, went to her, said, "You destroy everything," and she did it. So
Classic CIA.
if there's any CIA officer or operative or anyone in that agency who's going to do what you say, it's Gina Haspel, who's got. And Trump put her as the head of the agency.
Trump put a lot of weird people as the head of a lot of weird places that like don't line up with what the right and the Trumpers and like they would all have us believe. But I just don't know what to make of it, and I'm not super optimistic. I want to like to be honest, the world would be so great if all the Q people were right about everything. Like that'd be badass. Like most people I think don't even realize what they claim, but basically what they claim is that Trump is part of sort of like a deep intelligence agency, like anti-CIA sting operation that is like,
And he wants to like take out all the traffickers and all the traffickers.
yeah, not even that he's necessarily in charge of it. He's just sort of like as an asset of essentially a secret global intelligence agency that is basically taking up and the predators and the
Right.
government officials and the deep state and everything. And it's like, oh, that'd be so badass. Like, yeah, but like, do I see evidence that supports that?
evidence for that. Yeah.
There's a lot of coincidences, but it's like that's not evidence. Like that's not enough for me to like. It's enough for me to watch and be like, that's funny and entertaining. And it's like, because that's the thing about conspiracy theories is I like to be aware of them all. Like the Pizzagate thing, for example, I like to be aware of it so that as new stuff comes out, I know how to sort of like, what does this fit into and what does this debunk and prove and whatever. But like, I don't know if that's true. I don't see any evidence right now. Like, and so that would be sweet. But today, Trump looks a lot more like, if I had to pick a side of the spectrum, he looks a lot more like a CIA op than like some deep state, killer or whatever.
Yeah, because I mean, he could have dismantled the CIA, but when he was president in 2016,
He's done a lot of things.
but he did not. He went in the opposite direction of that.
Yeah, my fear is that whether he's complicit or not, they handled it so well. Like they used him to polarize this nation. They used him to create this like absolute derangement amongst the Democratic Party, and they used him to create this absolutely like fervorous derangement in the Republican Party once he lost in 2020. And like so, in a lot of ways, even if he wasn't complicit, he got played. by the media, by the state, by just sort of like the establishment as it is. And they're doing just fine today because of that. And so I'm worried that regardless of whether he's literally in on it or not, they actually want him to win this time around. And I'm worried
It
that
looks like they did.
it looks like it.
Everything they did can show trials, making him a martyr.
Yeah,
and
like
then,
literally, I mean,
the
shooting at him.
assassination thing, like that. I thought after that happened, I was like, holy, it's over. I'm like, there's no way anybody could beat Trump after this. And now, like, it's like
and then we
it's
got all
Groundhog
these
Day.
fake polls that are showing that Kamala Harris has like 50% of the vote all of a sudden,
Yeah,
going from like 3% of her party's vote, 4 or 6 years ago, whatever. To like, what?
right. And it like at the very least, when it comes to like, obviously there's a difference between when they become president and like their cabinet and who they pick to run the White House versus their campaign and what they run on. But like, if you just want to compare the campaigns of Kamala and Trump, okay, if he's a fucking liar and if he is only interested in himself, at the very, very least, at least he's pretending to be anti-war, and at least he's pretending to support the grassroots, and at least he's pretending to get behind Bitcoin. They're not even pretending.
No, they're like openly pushing socialist policies.
Yes.
Like they're openly pushing like not just socialist policies, but just kind of like I don't even know how to get into how I mean, my contention is not like I don't trust what either of them say, and so I tend to look behind them at who is supporting it, right?
Peter Thiel.
Exactly. And Trump does not get an A on that report card.
I was hoping we were going to talk about Peter Thiel.
But Peter Thiel is like one of the darkest mofos on the planet. And his recent Joe Rogan appearance
I didn't watch it yet, but
that kind of felt like a humiliation ritual. That kind of felt like, what's going on, Joe? Why? What? Like, you're not believing this shit, are you? That felt so scripted. But
did you watch it?
Not all of it. No, just part of it.
Did you see the New York Times article that came out about the CEO of Palantir, Alex Karp?
No, but Karp is a...
Pull up that article.
Yeah. Karp is
I didn't know anything about him until I read that.
Yeah. Most people don't. I don't know a ton about him, but it was earlier on in all of this that I started to dig around in Palantir's dirty laundry, and Karp and Thiel obviously were the top of that list.
Top of the New York Times one. Yeah, 3 days ago. 3 days. Nope.
I also tend to not even read New York Times articles because I don't have the paywall.
That one.
And they learned how to beat the 12-foot, the 11-foot ladder, whatever.
This one's not behind the paywall.
Oh, nice.
So, there you go. 3 days ago. Nope.
I also tend to not even read New York Times articles because I don't have the paywall.
That one.
And they learned how to beat the 12-foot, the 11-foot ladder, whatever.
This one's not behind the wall.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, man.
And they learned how to beat the 12-foot, the 11-foot ladder. Whatever.
This one's not behind the paywall.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, man, he's super interesting. So apparently he's self-proclaimed progressive, very progressive, unlike Peter. He says they went to college together and they would always like go to the bar and debate politics, like this left-wing Thiel or right-wing Thiel versus left-wing. They somehow became friends and respected each other because they had these like, crazy debates with each other. And when after 9/11, I guess Peter was like, hey man, we can apply some of this technology we use to PayPal to catch terrorists. And he saw an opportunity there and he's like, I'm going to make you the CEO of the company. But like Karp, he's into like Kundalini yoga and Tai Chi. And like, he's donating tons of money to Kamala Harris. He like openly says in this article he's supporting Kamala Harris, even though Peter Thiel is supporting, not directly Trump, but he's supporting his vice president, for his name.
Vance.
JD Vance. Yeah.
That's how much I like JD Vance.
So like,
I mean, how could you better represent the CIA and they're sort of like
that's the thing though. So he's like, he projects himself to be like this progressive liberal who is, I think he's half black.
What?
Yeah, he's half black, and he's I forget the other half. Anyways, he's
I think
half
it's
black.
like some weird country that
he's half black, half something else. Maybe it's Jewish.
I kind of think it is. I didn't want to say it before I looked it up.
But like on the other side of the coin, he's like, That's the thing though. So he's like, he projects himself to be like this progressive liberal who is, I think he's half black.
What?
Yeah, he's half. When after 9/11, I guess Peter was like, hey man, we can apply some of this technology we used to pay out to catch terrorists. And he saw an opportunity there, and he's like, I'm gonna make you the CEO of the company. But like Karpi's into like Kundalini yoga and Tai Chi, and like he's donating tons of money to Kamala Harris. He like openly says in this article he's supporting Kamala Harris, even though Peter Thiel is supporting not directly Trump, but he's supporting his vice president. For his name.
Vance.
JD Vance. Yeah.
That's how much I like JD.
Like,
I mean,
there's
how could you better represent the CIA and they're sort of like
that's the thing though. So he's like, he projects himself to be like this progressive liberal who is, I think he's half black.
what?
Yeah, he's half black, and I forget the other half. Anyways, he's
I think
half
it's
black.
like some weird country that
He's half black, half something else. Maybe it's Jewish.
I kind of think it is. I didn't want to say it before I looked it up.
But like on the other side of the coin, he's like, he has very different ideologies than typical Silicon Valley billionaires, who are, you could call them more of like woke, anti-America. He's very, very like interventionalist. Very, very interventionalist. Like he thinks wars, and like he thinks we should be over there, intervening
in Israel
and taking control of the world.
Well, he is the son of a Jewish clinician, pediatrician, and an African American mother.
There you go.
So he's super. One thing I do know about him is he's a super Zionist.
Okay.
As is Peter Thiel, but
right.
No, I mean, I assume his stance on Ukraine is also like we got to be in Ukraine.
I assume. I don't think they talk about in the article. He's very much like the other people in Silicon Valley, like Apple and Google. They're like, we're not gonna, like they did. I think Google got some pushback for doing a deal with the government, with the Pentagon. Remember when Google was doing something with the Pentagon with like tracking drone, analyzing drone footage or something like that?
Before people realized how much Google does with the Pentagon.
Right, and then Google pulled out of that because of the PR.
Yeah.
And then Palantir swooped right in and took it.
Yeah.
He's like, it's so, he was pointing out in the article, like they were interviewing him about it. He was like, it's a paradox that these billionaires who get to live in America and make all this money in Silicon Valley and benefit from being in this country are refusing to help our military, because our military is what makes this country and what gives us this opportunity to live the way we live and to operate these businesses and live these lavish lifestyle. So that he goes, I'm going to support the military and I'm going to support making this country the #1 superpower in the world. He is done. He's literally done.
To be fair, at least respect for being, upfront about that, because that is what they are all pushing, just in their own kind of like subversive, weird way.
Yes.
They just, are trying to pretend like that's who they are.
Yep.
But Palantir has been CIA through and through basically since the start, and man, it has not changed one bit.
In 2011, I think the Anonymous group hacked Palantir, and they found out that Palantir was a part of a disinformation campaign to smear WikiLeaks.
I've not looked into this leak. That sounds freaking cool.
Yeah, I don't know if you can find something on that, but find a anonymous Palantir WikiLeaks. They tried to. It was a misinformation campaign to smear WikiLeaks supporters and to smear Greenwald, I think.
Yeah.
So they're doing a lot of shit.
Yep.
Yeah. But
yeah, WikiLeaks cracked open a set of eggs that like was unique in so many ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But this guy Alex, dude, he's super interesting.
Yeah, and he's one of those ones that I think a lot of people don't know about. Like a lot of regular folks, us, we don't know about him. But he's wields so much influence in those upper circles, and I think a lot of us don't think about how their acts are to influence us in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a lot of times their acts are also to influence each other. Because, for example, Alex Karp and Peter Thiel are way closer to the primary intelligence agendas than a lot of the other celebrities and a lot of the other billionaires, because they have direct contracts with the CIA. They have direct contracts with those guys. And so they have a level of read in and a level of like aligned interests with the CIA is just one example that many of these other tech CEOs and like people further removed, like Hollywood celebrities, don't have.
Right.
But they're still walking in the same circles and going to the same parties and sort of like, so that group think is real for those folks as well as it is for us. So I think that Karp is a good example of one who plays a pretty interesting and maybe dark role in all that.
There's a quote in the New York Times article where he literally said, he goes, "Yeah, saving lives and taking lives is super interesting." That was his quote. It's interesting.
That's super sociopathic.
Super sociopathic on the spectrum. Like he's really
it goes with the territory.
He's really introverted.
I mean, that's how a lot of those guys are.
Yeah.
That's like kind of how else are you going to become a successful tech entrepreneur that's like a super mega genius? Dude, did you hear about the boat that sank yesterday with the CEO of not the CEO, the chairman of Morgan Stanley on it, along with this tech entrepreneur? Dude, so I was just making a post about this in the parking lot before we started this, because yesterday the news broke that this super mega yacht, this luxury mega yacht, sank off the coast of Sicily. And aboard party, it was for like get out of jail party for this British tech entrepreneur who's like the Bill Gates of the UK is what they call him. Because he had just beat these charges that he'd been fighting since 2000. The US had extradited him from the UK to face these charges of corruption or fraud, because he had invented this company that he had sold to HP, Hewlett Packard, for like $11 billion. And they said that he had totally cooked the books and it was all fraudulent. It was actually only worth like $3 billion. And so anyway, years and years of legal battles. And he just beat the charges, which is like a 0.5% chance of beating federal charges like that. So, hey, that's crazy. But he beats them. He goes out on this party, and then his yacht gets hit by a freak like tornado / water spout geyser that like cracks the mast and sinks the ship in the middle of a freak storm. Like it's anchored off the coast, like a mile or so off the coast. And there's other boats all around. And the first responders to a boat next door that's just like, stabilized itself with its motor, and then realized that that boat sank. And went and started rescuing people. But all of like a bunch of the crew got rescued, but basically all the important people died. And one of them was this CEO founded this company. The other one was the guy from Morgan Stanley, along with like a couple of his lawyers and stuff. But it's weirder.
How long
the guy
after
the guy in the red shirt right there in that photo? That is one of the other founders of that company that was then in charge of this other company. And he was part of the lawsuit, this fraud lawsuit that they just beat. He gets hit by a car while he's out running 3 days ago, right? Like last week. Beat the case like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I'm approximately. And then he gets hit by a car last week, and then his boat sinks in this crazy freak water spout. This just and the companies, so the technology that they had developed, the original technology that the guy at the bottom developed, this famous Bill Gates like guy, it is like an AI software that is, and remember, it was invented back like 2008, 9, 10, 11, kind of like they sold in 2011. It was an AI software that allows AI to comb through and analyze and like organize data from videos and audios and live streams. So it's like back in the early days of it, before we even knew what AI was about to do. And it was the ability for AI to monitor our videos and to surveil us through our videos and our live streams and all of they had a special term for it, like real, or like basically to analyze like organic human interaction on the internet through all the media formats and to surveil it and track it and act upon it. He invented that technology and then he sold it to HP. For all this money. And that's what this fraud case is all about. The dude that got killed running by the car in the red shirt there, he had left that company to run the spin-off company called Dark. It was like, it's like, okay, I gotta research that. It's like, what does this mean? Why are you calling it that? And it's basically spinning off that technology to use AI to defend against cyber attacks. And the way that, and this is just basically right off the Wikipedia page in layman terms, but it's basically using AI to get the base state of any network, of like, how does this network normally operate? And I'll analyze it, and get the normal version of it. And so anytime there's an irregularity, I can sense that. And they would use that to defend against cyber attacks. And what they claimed, their company claimed, is that they could defend against 0-day exploits. And I don't know if you know about cyber attacks and cyber war, right? Like if you could stop 0-day exploits, suddenly the entire NSA stockpile of 0 days is worthless. The entire Israeli stockpile is worthless. The Russian stockpile, everyone suddenly, and I'm sure that it's like, it wouldn't be able to defend against all of them. But in theory, that technology opens the door to defending against all of them. So suddenly, billions and billions and billions of dollars of cyber weapons have just been made useless by that company. And he gets killed by a car. He gets killed in this boat. It's like, what's going on? And they're not clueless to this. They're like sending teams to investigate the boat crash. Obviously, because that's like super suspicious. But it's like just such an interesting similar like meeting of where highly advanced tech meets with the interests of these various like deep government agencies, and like suddenly weird shit starts to happen. And anytime you get all those different components, it's like, I have questions.
Yeah.
Because, we know that they will do crazy things. Like, we know they have crazy technology. Like, the CIA has, like, in the Cold War, they had, like, a gun that could shoot a poisoned rifle at someone. Like, you know about the dart gun? It would, like, shoot poison at you, but then the dart would melt, so it would never...
I never looked into it, but I know they had a lot of crazy shit, like
like
Castro.
Like, these crazy assassination weapons, these crazy technologies. It's like, and they want all these crazy... And these guys are developing this crazy AI technology stuff. It's just like... And I assume, if I had to guess, it's like, okay, beat them with lawfare first, put them away in prison, right? That'll shut them up. Then we'll get their technology.
Yeah.
It's all taken care of.
Right.
The other one, the AI company that the guy in the red shirt was doing, this like cyber defense company, they were under short seller attacks, and there was companies trying to buy them out. So it's just like, it just kind of hit me. It broke yesterday, and I saw it and was like, man, this just has all the markings of this like ongoing battle for sort of control over technology.
Yeah.
And
bro.
Yeah.
America to have all the number one tech, and you want to be the number one superpower in the world. Sometimes you got to sacrifice a few people.
Sometimes you got to crack a few eggs to make a giant technological AI object.
Ian, dude, thank you so much for doing this, brother. We just did like 3 hours, 15 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, man.
That was gorgeous.
I knew this was going to be so much fun, man. Once I saw what kind of stuff you do and the people you go on, I was like, oh, man.
This was fun.
Thanks, man.
I'll link all your shit below, but tell people that are just listening where they can find you on Twitter and your YouTube and all that.
Yeah, my TikTok is Cancel This Clothing Company. That's where I'm biggest, but that turns into on X. My handle is Cancel Cloco, and I just go by Ian Carroll, and just start rebranding everything to Ian Carroll. Like I've got a YouTube and a Rumble and all that under Cancel This Conspiracy. But eventually, you're just gonna be able to find me everywhere as Cancel Cloco. On X or Ian Carroll or Cancel This Clothing Company.
Just type in Ian Carroll. See what
you're on YouTube. On YouTube, it's Cancel This Conspiracy. But yeah, Ian Carroll shampoo. That's because I'm the shampoo guy, and people are searching for me for my TikTok shampoo video.
You have a shampoo video?
I broke.
Oh, there you go. Look, you popped up for me. What the?
Bingo.
Oh, because you typed in Cancel This Conspiracy. That's
yeah. Under my name, I'm not there yet, but I'm gonna just rebrand everything to Ian Carroll.
Good move.
Yeah, because it's the way. And once I did that on X, it just made so much more sense.
Cool, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
This was super fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna start binge watching all of your content so I can learn from all the cool people you've talked to, man.
That's cool. Yeah, we should definitely do this again.
Yeah.
Gotta get you back down to Florida.
Totally.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Well, thank you for the invite.
Yes, privilege. So why don't you go ahead and give people a brief introduction into who you are and your background.
Okay, so I had a pretty mixed school background. There's a bit of music in there that helped us in school. I went to all types of different schools. Really quite a mixed period. Had a great family, but I ended up as an industrial reefer. And in that time, my brother had joined the parachute regiment. I kind of looked at him, looked at what he was doing, and that kind of fascinated me. And because industrial roofing wasn't going our way, it was in those years when we didn't have any safety equipment when I started, and therefore we could do well on price and coverage of areas. They started bringing safety equipment in, but it wasn't well engineered. It was becoming fairly perilous. But also very, very hard to make viable. Very, very long days, playing a lot of sport, a lot of rugby. In that, I went up effectively unemployed for a while, and then what is a very routine story. I walked into a recruiting office, asked to join the parachute regiment. The sergeant who recruited me tried to persuade me I needed to be an engineer. I told her my brother's a paratrooper, I know what I'm asking for. And then, applied. It took, from what I remember, about 6 months to start basic training. Parachute regiment is an incredible unit for a foundation. As a career, I moved on, but for me, it was my foundation. It's a brilliant place to be. Marines in the parachute regiment, amongst the elite infantry units of the British Army. The parachute regiment itself is nicknamed the Blood Clot because they stay very tight knit, and that's inculcated into you, that kind of loyalty and that duty to the unit. And essentially, they are the British Army's sort of elite attacking offensive force. So when you're doing that basic, the secondary phase training, a lot of it is about being out in the field, doing platoon up to company level attacks on hills, and it's a tough process, but it's very, very good foundation to have. I ended up with quite a lot of boxing for them as well. Now that's not necessarily why I joined the army. And playing rugby, which sounds delightful. There was 2 Northern Ireland tours in there, but that was after the Good Friday Peace Accords, so they were very quiet. We spent a lot of time cordoning off, things in roads that we then were identified as biscuit tins or whatever, So, but it was an interesting start to a military career, and foundations as a soldier were, exceptional. You couldn't compete with them. But I put in for Special Forces selection and nominally the SAS. Started selection and passed first time, which is, a lot of people don't. But selection is a very, very tough process. I've done 2 things in the British military that have absolutely lived up to their name. Most things you take on end up being a bit of an anticlimax. Right. Those weren't. That's P Company for the Parachute Regiment, which is short and sharp. A series of tests, including milling, and trainesium is a test to see whether you can jump out of the plane or jumping off a scaffold into a net. And other types. There's a very famous event called the log run, which is physically extremely demanding, and you have to work as a team. And then selection itself is over 6 months, tested every day. They quickly lose the numbers. Roughly an average of 5 or 100% do end up passing. Some selections, they have 0.
So 5% end up passing.
It's one of the challenges of all these special operations forces units, that have such an important purpose in the overall military, and it's getting people in to them. No one wants you to fail. They need these units populated. So selection is broken down. They test you physically to the point where you can turn up an Olympian and you're no better off than the weakest person on the course. And that's what they're looking for. They're not even really interested in you as a person until they've took you to the point where they can start seeing your mental resilience. It's really useless to start wasting resources on so many people when actually, so once you've proven that you're mentally resilient enough, that hands-on endurance march, which is, I forget the actual distance, but it's a huge distance. Once you've done all the marching, you go into the jungle and get tested. That's a very, very hard environment to be in. Very challenging. We train for every environment, and you need to be very, very disciplined in there. Everything wants to eat you in the jungle, and most of it's not very big, so it's very uncomfortable. You go to bed after dark, and you get up before first light. It's very, very humid, and the jungle by its environment, it's oppressive. It's everything's making noise. You can't really see ahead of you more than 20 foot. So it's a great environment in order to test an individual's ability not only individually how strong and how professional, but also can he work with other team members. Key important part of selection is to identify those who can work as a team. You can be brilliant, absolutely superb, better than everybody else, but if you can't make that work with everybody else, then you're not going to be much good to anybody, to be honest.
Welcome. How are you?
Then you go on and learn all your skills.
Hey man, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, Ratsumo?
Great man. Just chilling.
How'd you find out about me?
Somebody told me about your Discord, and I was like, all right, let me join.
Very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, go ahead.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I do. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived than any person in global history. Data overtook petroleum in 2018, and if data is what the Economist stated, that may make me a very influential person someday. And if that takes place, I'm going to make you, I'm going to make all your friends and family, not just independently wealthy if you're not already, but generationally wealthy, and then hopefully be able to give you all the money that you need to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How's that sound?
Yeah, man, that sounds great.
Excellent. Hey, welcome. We got Zerg in the house. Zerg, how you living, pimp? Kicking ass, taking names. Zerg, how'd you find out about me? Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you for spreading the word. I talk about some other things. So just to get Zerg on the same page, Zerg, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. This goes back to the pandemic. Essentially, data is very valuable according to the Economist magazine and just economists in general. And when this goes viral, I want to make you rich. How's that sound, Zerg? Excellent, excellent. Well, I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore anywhere in the world. I additionally want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. I know that's a really long name. It's worth about it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria. I want to continue with those types of positive projects. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things that generally are interesting to people, things like antimatter, anti-gravity, faster than light communication, faster than light travel, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, including artificial intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like de-extinction. People generally don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a really exciting opportunity. They recently made headlines with their dire wolf introduction. Those dire wolves are now like 11 months old. And they, one of them, after the woolly mammoth, want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think these are really exciting things, and I just want the world to talk about them more. Additionally, I want to help you both, and this is all with your consent, but essentially, I want to give you as much money as you need, but additionally, I want you to be able to use that money for something known as life extension technology. When you both were born, the average expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through life extension technologies such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, things like cryogenics, things like perhaps cold shock therapies and ambrosia therapy, nootropics. But eventually, you may get to be 100 years old, 120 years old, and you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. But the next idea is something known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer with your consent, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system. For later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you both is that you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you if, I heard, on a Reddit page, they were claiming your project was a scam. How do you feel about that?
Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I can't believe I'm on Reddit. That's tight. Where is it?
I forgot what it was called, but I seen it.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's cool. I mean, I don't want any money from you, so usually a scam wants your money. You keep all your credit card information, all that stuff. I just stream my life, and I know that it's going to be valuable in the future. Essentially, I'm a modern day.
So could I get like a 10K loan?
Perhaps in the future, absolutely. And it wouldn't just be a loan; it'd be a gift.
Oh, I appreciate it. Wait, are you Jewish?
I am.
Perhaps.
I am.
Oh, that's great. How do you feel about the war going on right now?
Certainly, as I said previously, I'm a world peace advocate, so I want peace everywhere in the world.
Yeah, I like that. Go ahead, you can talk more.
Well, I appreciate that. I am popular on some different platforms. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. So when you have as much social media as I do, you're going to get haters out there, people who think what you're doing is a scam. But really, I don't want anybody's money. So usually a scam is, trying to take your information. I don't want that. You stay as anonymous as you want. Feel free to come in here whenever you're bored, and just keep spreading.
How do you control all them accounts?
I have robots that I've created.
I think I've seen one of your robots before.
Okay, very well.
On like a website.
That very well could be.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
So like, do you stream every single day?
Oh yeah,
Like your life?
oh yeah, 24 hours a day. I'm live on 18 different simultaneous YouTube channels right now. I do. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, downtown Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
Damn. So, what are you gonna do today? What's your plans?
Sure. Well, I am currently creating robots on Blue Sky, which is like a Twitter alternative. I've just been watching some podcasts. That's generally what I like to do. And somebody's got to man the Discord, making sure to entertain people in here. And also, in the meantime, when no one's in here, I'm creating these robots. So that's what keeps me busy. When I say like creating robots, I have to do captchas. And so that's not a lot of fun. But as you might be able to see here, I've got like devices, and I just do the captcha. And then what it does, once I do the captcha, I hit a button and it'll create an account for me. All of the information from these handheld devices that I have gets populated into a spreadsheet that I have. And then what happens is I have faster computers here that take the information in that spreadsheet populate it in a browser, log me into Blue Sky, and then I have those verified email address, and then they start spamming people, and then they're programmed that whenever the accounts get banned, they very cool. Whenever the accounts get banned, um, they just create another one. Well, thank you. So, how you guys? That's enough about me. What's good in your neck of the?
Well, today I just jerked off. I didn't really do anything today. It's the same old, just sit in my bed and spank my little wood in my rock. And just ate, same usual thing.
Absolutely. Welcome. We've got a new friend in here. What's going on, Ken Jewel? How you living?
Kendrew, welcome to the Rabbi Discord.
Is Ken Jewel a friend of your guys's?
No, I don't know this.
Well, welcome. Can you hear us, Ken Jewel? How's your day going, Ken Jewel?
Kendrew. Hello.
What's going on, Ken Jewel? How was your day today?
Kendrew, don't be shy.
Well, that's okay. That happens. I get people who get interested in what I do, but don't necessarily want to talk. So I get that. What are your guys' hobbies?
What state do you live in, Rabbi? Do I call you Rabbi Rothschild, or what do I call you?
You call me Rabbi. California. I'm based out of California.
How you like it out there?
It's beautiful.
Hey, Zerg, are you good, man? What's going on? Get! God damn, boy! Got that ass on, boy. Get up in there. What's all that movement back there? So, are you streaming on Kick right now?
Kick's the only one that I don't stream on. I have been banned on there. In fact, it's funny that you asked that. I asked today the Kick staff if they'll ever let me back, and they said I've been banned indefinitely. I said to them, what about 50 years from now? In the year 2075, will I still be banned? And they said yes. It's because I spammed on there for so long. I'm the number one streamer all time in the Aiden Ross Discord, number one streamer all time Metro Speed Discord, number one streamer all time Amaranth Discord, number one streamer all time in the Kai Sanat Discord. And basically, a lot of the influencers that stream on Kick know of me, but basically I've been banned anyway. So I have now done my best to at least come to the conclusion with Kick that they might let me spam in a year. So I'm okay with that. Welcome, Kenju. How are you living?
Kendrew, welcome. Holy moly!
What's good with you?
Kendrew. Why is he not talking? I don't like that. I think he might be sus.
I don't know. People are welcome to talk if they want. They don't have to, though.
Do you watch porn?
I love MILFs.
Oh, you watch MILF porn.
I'm not saying I do that. I just love MILFs.
Alright, what age? Like 40?
Yeah, the best age to me is about 45. Though I like GILFs too. So that's getting into 55, 65, even 75. I like older women.
Damn.
Yeah, you don't have to
I mean,
teach.
that's great. At least you don't like younger women, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you got to teach younger women everything. MILFs, you don't have to teach them anything. They're beautiful. I feel that women get more beautiful as they age, so um, that's what's attractive about a woman to me. What'd you say? Oh, today? Well, it depends on how mature a woman is, but probably 30. Welcome. How are you, Isa Brew? What up, Isa Brew
Nice to
272?
meet you.
How you living, pimp?
Yeah, pimp.
What's good? Isa Brew. How's your day
Hey,
going?
Ice the Brew. Come on, man. Got two people not talking.
That's okay. They're entitled to do what they wish. So, for you guys, you two, do you guys like to play video games?
Yeah. I play Fortnite and I'm jerking my dick. That's basically my life.
You don't play any Grand Theft Auto?
Oh, I played that too.
All right. Do you know how long it is until Grand Theft Auto 6 launches?
Yeah, next year, right?
339 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 15 seconds.
Damn, you know the whole date.
Word, dog. It's May 26, 2026. 5/26,
I got a
26.
question, Rabbi.
Hit me with it, baby.
Did you used to jerk your dick off when you went to the strip club in GTA 5?
No, that didn't do it for me, but I did. I did perhaps dominate those games. What's your favorite Grand Theft Auto?
Honestly, San Andreas.
All right, that's a great one. Okay, welcome. How are you? What's going on? What's new in your neck of the woods? What's good in the hood?
What? What's his name?
I love CP. Oh, don't be like that.
Anyway, bro.
Is that cheese pizza? Big
Man,
turnout.
what a weird guy.
Okay, so you like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. How about Zerg? What's your favorite Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, Zerg, what's your favorite?
Okay, do you play online?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you ever do role playing in GTA 5? Okay, very well. I got you. You excited for Grand Theft Auto 6? You want to play it on Xbox or PlayStation? Okay, that works. How about you?
Yeah, definitely PlayStation. I don't fuck.
Okay, what's the advantage of PlayStation over Xbox?
I don't know actually. I just feel like I always play PlayStation.
Okay, so it's kind of just like whatever you had first. That's what you go with.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Wait, Rabbi, do you live with your parents?
No,
And if so, like, what do they think about your lifestyle and what you do?
you know I haven't spoken to my parents in many years, so I don't even think they know.
Why?
Just we had an issue that arose, and I didn't want to speak with them anymore.
Uh, Damn, that's sad.
Well, not necessarily. I still love them. There's nothing negative. It's just I wanted to do my own thing, and so I chose to.
Yeah, I respect that. Now you're just living your best life, you know?
100%.
So, like, what's your job?
I'm a certified project management professional. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I have had six-figure contracts with Fortune 100 companies, and I've been able to live off my savings to be able to live stream my life. How about you? What do you do for a living?
I don't have a job. I'm scared of jobs.
Okay. Well,
I don't want to get a job, and that work really scares me because I don't go outside at all. I live my life.
okay. Well, what do you want to do with your life?
I want to just play Fortnite and jerk the dick off.
Okay. Well, why don't you become a live streamer?
Ooh, that's a good idea.
I mean, you could just become a Fortnite player, right?
Yeah, like a pro gamer.
Word, dog.
Let me get up in that little shit.
All right.
I
So,
got a question, Rabbi.
yep. Go hit me with it.
Do you like black women?
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, I love black women.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Have you
seriously.
ever gone with a black
Yeah.
woman?
Fuck yeah, I have multiple.
Oh, you pimping.
Word, dog. Yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
Do you know who
What's your what? Go ahead.
Keisha Knight Pulliam is?
No, what's that?
She played Rudy on The Cosby Show.
I still don't know.
Do you know what The Cosby Show is?
It sounds familiar, but I never
Dog,
watched that.
you're black and you don't know what The Cosby Show is?
I'm not black.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, that's a huge red flag. The Cosby Show was one of the great black family comedies of the 1980s, and Keisha Knight Pulliam has grown into a beautiful woman, and I think she's really underrated. And I do my best to make everybody aware of how hot she is.
Damn.
I don't necessarily like that word. I mean, it's fine if people want to
Have
say
you
it.
ever said it?
Have I ever said it? I don't recall.
I mean, I think everybody has though before, like, once.
That's okay. I mean, everybody's allowed to say whatever they want to say. I'm a free speech
Yeah,
advocate,
exactly. Yeah.
so I don't want to take anybody's power away to be able to say anything. But I've just not in my memory I ever thought that it was something that I needed to say.
Yeah, I mean, that word is very offensive, you know?
To some people, to other people, I get called it all the time. It means friend.
Oh, yeah, it means friend. Oh, yeah, I mean, but the hard R is very, very bad, you know?
I mean, yeah, sure. I get what you're saying. I understand that. But that's
Yeah.
like I mean, let me think of an appropriate time that the end. I mean, it just depends on your pronunciation of the second syllable. Like there are sometimes I've heard people say it, and in the same way it can mean friend. It doesn't. You don't always have to use the A.
You know what I always wanted to see? Like, could you, like, bring out your yarmulke?
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, you have it on standby.
Word, dog. I wear it all the time. I even wear it when I sleep.
Yeah, well, so you bring it everywhere.
100%. I even wear it in the shower now. Most Jews, in fact, no Jews do that, but I wear it in the shower sometimes. Not even sometimes, all the time, unless I'm washing my hair.
Damn, that's dedication.
Wear, dog.
Hell yeah, dog. Bro. Ask you what? Could you ask me a question?
Yeah, what's your friend's problem? Is he eating pussy?
I think he got, yeah.
Yeah, you. Yeah, you can't just act like a jackass and say I have autism and tics. All right, dude. I don't like dick in my ass, man. I scratch my
No,
ass.
like I said, dick, not dick.
Oh, yeah, man. I do everything that like a human does, but I just do it on camera.
That's what I'm talking about, dog.
Absolutely. All right, friends. Well, I appreciate having made your acquaintance. I'm going to continue watching this podcast. Feel free to watch along or go do whatever you want to do. Spread joy to the world. And yeah, and again, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to give you an optimistic view on the world and just give people hope. So if there's ever anything that either of you guys need, just hit me up, okay?
Thank you.
Peace.
Your various skills that you'll then have to take on. In many senses, it's like it was my university. I did some A levels, but didn't do anything else.
How old were you when you first went into the parachute regiment?
So I was a bit older, which sounds not. I was 21, so that sounds young, but it wasn't.
But you can join as early as 16, right?
So you can join junior par at 16. So it's not you can't get used as a soldier.
Oh, okay, got it.
You can train and adopt all of the good culture that comes with being in the military. And some people do, and some of my colleagues, they come through junior power and all they'd known was 16. I'd say that, I had an advantage because I worked in industrial roofing gangs, had a bit of came in, and it definitely made me look at the training in a different light. And I was like, these people aren't trying to break you, right? It's like everyone says they are. They want you to pass. They're trying to identify the skills that you carry. Have you got the characteristic attributes they need you to have?
Right.
And they're not succeeding in their job if there's no one left at the end. But you have to meet certain brackets and parameters.
What specifically are they looking for? Like mentally?
So mentally strong,
Yeah.
the ability to take decisions, but also listen to others. But when you need to make decisions, lead others, but also support others. And that's very, very important what we do. We're given non-lead positions to lead, and sometimes someone has to just step forward and do that. So they're looking for all of those characteristics in there. They are looking for soldiering skills at a certain standard. They can't teach you from you, but that doesn't mean you couldn't make it as a medic. In fact, one of my friends was a medic, was an infantry. Now, generally, infantries from elite regiments used to do better. That doesn't necessarily hold now. But generally, but it's open to everybody. The SS, since its inception, has been, if you're enough, and to a certain extent you have a background we understand, then you're welcome to come to our selection. So in the unit, got mainly British people, but you've got many others from different countries, and that gives it a real strength in its diversity in who it takes from. You don't necessarily want in our special forces a whole group of Marines or a whole group of parachute regiment. You need some. You need other skills and other ways of thinking coming in as well.
Right.
So that's what gives it its strength, its ability to recruit widely. And its ability to, sort people out. And, if they're starting to drop the brackets and letting people into a job that then is, the limits of what you will have to do in your job can't be negotiated. They're set. So if you start dropping the standards of what people have to demonstrate and achieve, you're only putting people at further risk.
Right.
Many won't manage to keep up.
For people who may not be super familiar with the British military and the different tiers of military, what is like a comparison of the SAS, the British SAS, into like armed forces? What would that be equivalent?
So first of all, the British military doesn't have tiers. The only way we mention tiers is to provide a comparative example. But our mission sets actually cover, because a tier represents a certain mission set that you're suitably trained to do and given. So our tiers would be the highest levels of Special Forces USOCOM units, but we've worked with every single one of them. And especially with where our in mind. We worked side by side, and in many ways learned so much from them. You know, we weren't necessarily a suitable special forces unit to take on some of the challenges that we were then posed in some of the latter Iraq tours. We learned quickly off each other. We certainly learned a huge amount of them, you know, and adopted some of the TTPs and tactics that they use, which probably protected us in a way that we wouldn't have known how to. So it's acted as a catalyst, you know, being able to work so closely together. And, you know, we don't share anything, but we work alongside each other as partners. And certainly from my perspective, in the British military, that's been invaluable in our, you know, evolution as such into an appropriate military force in the present day. But we're good at various, you know, very, very strong at certain other factors. So I think we did learn it from each other.
So is it similar to like SEAL Team 6 or something like that?
Yeah, similar to SEAL Team 6.
Okay. So when you joined the parachute regiment and then you applied to go join the SAS, and that is, you said 5% of people get through that?
In general, you know, so I mean the figures and the statistics, but in general they expect a 5% pass rate. Now if you get a 10%, that's really marvellous. But it's very much, I mean, the more important figure is how many people can you get onto that course in the first place that are suitable. No point in getting a whole load of people and never going to make it to the end. And to be honest with you, selection is very tough, right? You should only get 2 goes at doing it because, you know, there's weight involved in your hip joints, you know, and when you're doing that sort of, it's very, very arduous, you know, in order to test your mind and your brain to your suitability. You're taken to levels that you shouldn't be doing on a normal basis.
So can you walk me through like what it was like during that process, like from the first time you went in? I'm sure there was like a bunch of guys that were in there for this trial period. How many guys were there? And then like, can you explain what that was like?
So it's well-organised chaos. You know, you go down to a Welsh area with lovely mountains that seem to have bad weather all the time. It's either ferociously hot or you can't see, fog. You stay in bunk beds, staying around each other. You don't know each other. Quickly make friends, but it's that sort of attitude that, you know, you don't know who's going to be there in a week. You make friends with the people who share bunks next to you. I had certain friends from Parachute Regiment on selection with me, so, you know, we kind of hang out together, but every day we start doing tests, physical tests, hills, long marches.
How many guys total?
So I think of mine 240.
240?
Yes, 240 is what they started off with. That quickly goes down to, I think, roughly 70 at the end of the first week, which is not surprising because that's when the physical tests, that's what they do. It leads to a test march, nicknamed Fan Dance. And you see a high failure rate on that. It's time. Everything's a timed march. You have to keep up an average speed. You're carrying weight, and that's really the test. You know, and there's no sort of real, very complex things you're asked to do.
Right.
They're all pretty simple, but they take a lot of physical exertion and mental commitment.
And what year are we talking that you did this?
So I did section 02.
What's that?
2002.
This is in 2002.
Yeah, so I joined Parachute Regiment in 98.
So right after 9/11.
Yes, I remember 9/11 happening when I was in Parachute Regiment doing my drills course. And I remember seeing it and thinking, do you know what, this is going to change everything. And remembering how I joined the army, I didn't join, a lot of people were aware of the army and wanted to do it for a lifetime career.
Right.
I kind of joined it because industrial roofing kind of ran out and I looked elsewhere and noticed, you know, the opportunities in the army.
And you thought your brother did it, so...
Yeah, so I had enough cues to say, hey, this looks, you know, really interesting, very good. And the army is a great place to be, you know. There's a lot of challenges involved in serving in there, and in particular through certain periods. We had a very, very intensive operational period. You know, through my career, I've done 19 operations of varying lengths. You know, there's been a heavy weight on Iraq, eight Iraq tours, but a number of Afghanistan tours, a number of classified others. I've operated areas where, you know, people are fully aware of where we've been, but it's not publicly acknowledged. And operating against, you know, extremist groups at national level, you know, and in particular in northern Iraq, you know, to destabilise the oil market. They were taking over brigades worth of military equipment, and you know, that really compelled people to act in a way. You know, it's still to be decided whether it was genocide against the Yazidis, but it was certainly, you know, pretty severe level. So that drove an intervention into there to support the forces that were around it to help them stop progress. That's a tremendously interesting thing to have took part in. And in fact, that particular period of operations were all down the front line. People think helicopters, you're moving about, you're very mobile. Actually, you were just given an area to preserve over. It was one of the most kinetic areas, an area where they're just trying to break through the front line all the time, constantly analysing what are they going to do, where they're going to try and punch through the front line, just to protect the ground that had been won back from them. So, all of these military operations have different types. They're all complex, and they definitely teach you how to be a human being.
Yeah.
Because when you're sitting in dugouts, and the clouds come in, you're not going to get any air support. And it all goes dark. You can't really. You're kind of wondering what everyone's up to. Where the next threat's going to come from. So it's not always that we're on tremendously supported missions. Sometimes we're supporting others in trying to just manage in what they're doing. And a lot of these forces are civilians that quickly train into soldiers, not dedicated soldiers.
So 9/11 happens, and then you decide to try out for the SAS.
Yeah.
And started out with 240 people, you said?
I had already put the application in.
You had already the application, okay.
But I was finishing off my courses in parachute judgment. I do remember hearing about it, and it struck me just immediately. This is going to be really, really impactful. Mm-hmm. And it defined certainly my operational career, which is shaped a huge amount of activity in terms. Also, I think it would be very, very complacent to forget, the origins of where that particular attack happened. They're not new. The risk and the threat remains in so many places. It's the vigilance of others and us being able to support them in doing that. Because, Britain is a very small place. It has quite a high risk of terrorism at times. I've been to small countries in the Middle East that have very, very, very complicated domestic terrorist threats that manifest themselves in extremely dangerous situations. These people not necessarily got degrees, they don't have employment, they're then easily influenced into this mind state that everyone else is the enemy. The institution is the enemy. Mm-hmm. And they're very capable of putting together extremely dangerous and complex problems, which take highly trained people to come up against and solve. Just managing and advising, mentoring, training, where it's done, accompanying, partnering, it's the best way to approach these problems. There's been a wide array over 20 years. I've talked throughout. I've had a really wide array of operations that I've done, types of operations.
So let's go back to the recruiting part, where you said that there was 240 people. The first week went down to 70.
I believe 70.
And that was just from the physical stuff, the marches, and then what happened?
And then we had jungle, and it went down to around about 30-ish.
Okay.
And then you drop off after that because you go into minor skills. People are recognised as not suitable. And you end up in your final figure, and then you get posted into.
How many people did it end with?
12 as far as
12.
Yeah, so I was alongside 12. The unit's such a busy place that those 12, you don't really see each other that much. You're passing ships in the night a lot of the time. But as I said, the most important figure to note is the starting figure, because they need to keep the numbers up of suitable aspects in order to get any at the end. And sometimes those figures have been down to 130. Sometimes those figures have been higher. But you need to have that consistent engagement with willing volunteers. It's the same as the British military. It needs willing volunteers, same as the US military, same as any military. There's a professional army.
Unless you're Russia. Well, I guess they're willing. People in the prisons that they're letting out, those people, I guess they would rather go fight and sit in prison.
Some people do it other ways.
Yeah. So once it got down to 12 people, what were they kind of like trying to figure out about you, or what sort of tests were they doing on you then? And
so when it comes down to roughly about 35 or 30, or just below 30 it was, then you start going into the real techniques that you're going to need to be able to deliver.
Okay.
So you start working on, CQB, and you start working on team techniques and TTPs, CQB in close quarter battle.
Okay.
So it's all about going into buildings, being able to operate in close confines. You don't cover any of the additional skills then, but once you pass, and that was the 12, they go to their various teams, and then they start learning skills, and then in the unit you never stop learning skills. And you simply bolt on more and more skills. It's like constant education. All the time you're not out working, you're kind of educating, or you're at rest, or you're preparing to prove your currency to the next iteration of operations. It's quite intensive, and it's so enjoyable, because you're learning all the time, and you're learning new skills all the time. So I was learning all sorts of stuff, how to control aircraft, how to control airspace.
What was the hardest part of that whole process for you?
For selection,
Yeah,
the jungle was designed to be
the jungle.
The hills phase is really intense physically. But the jungle is the bit where you see people starting to question themselves, am I good enough? And that's what they're looking for, right? There's people opt out, and that's the highest failure rate after the hills. It's people saying, I can't really do this. You hear it. They start talking about something at home, and you just hear it start creeping in, and it's kind of...
The cracks start getting wider.
It's not an excuse, but it's kind of an explanation to others, and then they'll choose. And what they're key sort of attribute that they're looking for in each individual is, at certain points, do you come to question yourself too much? Do you doubt your ability to find a way through it? And almost all those people that opt out, they probably regret it.
Were you questioning yourself at all during that process?
I had a sort of fairly simple approach to it.
What was your approach?
Which is just like, I'll either get injured and I won't be able to do it, or you carry me off, but it's up to you to fail me, right?
Right.
Or you can fail me because I'm not good enough. Mm-hmm. And I think if you take all the self-choice out of it, and you just get on with what you've been asked to do.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be easy, right? So it's not going to be comfortable.
Right.
So yeah, you accept all of that. You just go for it every time. Do your best every single time you turn up, and resolve that it's their choice to decide you're not good enough. And it certainly removes some of the mental pressure. And believe me, all these courses are designed to make you question yourself, because they want to see how you react to it.
What was the perspective of you and guys like you after 9/11 happened? And was it like, did you guys feel like a strong pull to go and fight in Iraq and do all this stuff? Or
I think, at that time, the British Army had been doing operations. We were very, very close to US forces. And no one felt like it was just sort of the US had been attacked, and certainly the collective military, we knew what was coming. But we had very, very good relationships built upon history and legacy with units we ended up serving alongside. And certainly, it impacted us. Whether it could have impacted us as high as some of the, you go from New York and just the physical impact of it, and then I'm not sure, but it wasn't that much different in our perception of what it was, and the fact that it needed to be confronted.
Was it weird? Did you guys feel like, oh, we need to go help the Americans fight, or did you feel like, well, this isn't our fight?
No, there's no element of it's not ours.
Right.
I think people were, there was no resistance to it.
No resistance.
No resistance to it at all. The realisation there's a group out there that was that level of threat, got to that point where it could do that sort of thing, and it couldn't have, been controlled in the ways it had been beforehand, because it wasn't new. None of these things are new. They just metamorphose into something else, another life.
Right.
The fundamental sort of base of it, you can never really get rid of. So there was definitely not anyone that was disputing at all. It was a shared challenge. How it would fall out in terms of responsibilities was unclear to us, but we know we were very closely wedded to US forces. We had very good working relationship. So I think we were generally assumed that as is involved as anyone else. Iraq got shared out into operational theatres. The UK's a small but very effective army, but everyone faced their challenges. And in military operations, there's no such thing as getting it right. You have to have a continually evolving strategy. They're complex scenarios that kind of sort of evolve in front of you. Very, very frustrating at times because you think, hey, remember a lot of this is done on the perception basis of how will these people see us if we act like this, if we do this, When we first went into Iraq, we were extremely popular, and that's because they weren't unhappy that the regime had been removed so quickly. But there was a void behind it, then changed the atmosphere. And by 2 or 3, we were mainly responsible for preventing the descent into civil war. There were people in Iraq like an artful person called Zakari who knew exactly how to play on people in Iraq. He knew exactly how to play something off against Shia. And large bombs get driven into Shia markets. Killing many at a time, and they were happening on huge frequency. And in order to stop, and that was designed to get the two to descend into a civil war.
Zarqawi, he's one of the worst ones, wasn't he? Where was he from?
So he's Jordanian.
He was Jordanian. Yes, that's right. Was he the guy who got let out of prison? The new leader?
Yeah, he was formerly in prison, but he was known as a pretty low-level thief.
Right.
I'm not sure what his background into prison was. He was noted as being a particular type of person while he was there.
There she is.
But these people.
How you living, girl?
And this is why there's real intention in all our prisons.
Is everything okay? Good. Are you in the? What are you up to? How was your hot dog? And how was it?
I don't mix together since and that's what it was.
They mix the meats together?
Yeah, they make hot dogs. They can make all beef, all pork, all chicken. But once they mix two of them together and they blend the meats, something happens. And it's like, I just don't like it.
Yeah, that's disgusting. All right. I gotcha. Now I understand.
Yeah.
All right. Are you still hungry?
I think I'm right. That's what.
All right. Are you still hungry? All right. How's your vape cartridges? How are your vape cartridges? Yeah, doesn't that suck? Does that suck? All right.
That was like as soon as I had no guns. So that kind of really good to me.
Are you gonna sleep in a car tonight?
Yeah.
Is there any way they can let you in the house?
Because who's child?
No, I mean you say to your husband's mother, "Hey, is there any way I could stay in the house too?"
So I put on a bitch, but She's also racist. It's not supposed to come. It's not supposed to be with white girls.
There's no way she would let you stay in the house. You're the mother. You're the mother of her grandson.
Yeah, no, I know, right?
Right.
I know. Isn't so? But like, at least like at some point stops, right? It needs to be. But like, I don't know. It has to be bigger and everything.
Okay. Well, staying in a car is better than nothing. So the plan is to stay in the car tonight and Saturday and Sunday, and then Monday you're going to try to go. And then Monday you're going to try to go to that place for housing. Okay. Well, that's a good plan.
It sounds like it's a good plan. Like, many people.
I mean, it's better than being on the street. It's better than being on the street. Right. Are you able to? Are you able to lie down? Yeah. Okay, so you can lie down at a 90-degree angle. That's better than nothing. I mean, do you just go in the back seat?
But it's okay to get small. So I really don't give a fuck. And I like to go get in the ball. So I'm not. I just don't want to like be choked by the seatbelt.
Do you have blankets? Do you have blankets? All right, so it's like camping.
Yeah, it's so hard.
Oh, okay. Do you have the windows down?
No, that's fine because it's going to be dark.
Yeah, can you at least crack a window? Yeah, how could you do it if you have bugs? Could you maybe put a blanket in the window? Yeah, you could do that, and then you get a nice breeze and no bugs. That is a good idea.
It is a fucking good.
Yeah. What are the bugs that worry you? Mosquitoes?
Yeah, every recently.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I got bit by one like a couple hours ago. And I saw it. But
Yes, yeah. All right. And do you have power in the car? Well, then you've got everything you want. And you're going to be in there with your husband? Well, it's cool then. It's like camping.
I guess it's the water. That's supposed to do. I don't know where actually Actually, that's a circle as well. Is it? It's a parking lot. My eyes can't see that far. It's a parking lot in it. So how's
What'd you say?
you doing?
It's been good. I've gotten some random people in here, and they just left. They had like 5 people in here, and I've just been working on these bots, making sure they're spamming away. And I get people who talk about me on Blue Sky a couple times an hour, so that's cool. And just been watching the pod. I've just been watching podcasts, like enjoying life. And I'm about to maybe eat pretty soon, so that'll be, you know, sustenance. And I'll get Miss Aquarius. She and I played games earlier today, and we'll play again probably in the next hour or so. So that's cool. Just enjoying things. Do you ever watch the television show The Office?
You gotta watch all of these products in the packet.
Okay. Do you like the show The Office?
Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am. What's up, girl? What's up? Yo, what do you want? How far are you from the car?
Like 7 feet.
Like an 8?
Like in feet? Like a couple.
No, in walking time. How much longer till you get to the car?
I'm not sure walking down. Oh, supposed to check the water.
I got you. Just one moment. I'm going to use special. Here, bud.
Prisons. Over, there's a lot of recruitment going on in there. There's a lot of influence going on in there. So jails are incubators, unless they're really, really, really well managed and conscious. But he went off. I'm not sure quite what he did in terms of groups and his affiliations, but he popped up in Iraq because of the type of person he was. He was clearly very influential on the others around him.
Steven, can you pull up a picture of Zarqawi? Zarqawi? You'll be able to find him. Sorry. Keep going.
So, I mean, he created havoc. Absolute havoc.
Right.
And again, it's very, very challenging to try and bring that under control. And it underpins the security of the whole place. The whole place is not going to work if the the whole populace is set into identity groups and set against one another. And essentially, people like that are a large part of the work, trying to just keep their networks involved and suppressed to a point where they can no longer be as effective as they had become. And that process happened very, very quickly.
He was trying to team up with some of the organizations in North Africa, wasn't he?
Yes, I mean that's the trouble as well. They're very good at running association with each other,
Right.
living off each other. In fact, Zakaria became so so the Al Qaeda main HQ communicated that they didn't support Zakaria in the end because of what he was doing. They're saying you were setting off bombs against the civilian population regardless of who you're saying they are. We do not support that. We do not even he got disassociated from the main.
All right, you didn't answer my question.
Doing.
How long until you're at the car?
Successful in doing it. It took an enormous amount of energy, focus, and effort.
How long? Do you ever use a gravity bomb? Good on you. Good on you. Why'd you have to break up with? Yeah, what? Yo, can you put the phone closer to your mouth? I can't hear you.
Dark secrets because I was lying to his partner who I had very responsible. This was also very different. So I just like how many times do you have to ignore somebody? I don't know, how many times do you have to ignore somebody before they get pictured?
It's a good question. I would say so. I'm in agreement with you. Do you have enough water for the night? How do you use the restroom? Like, where do you go? Oh, okay, that's cool. Are you like in a car park, or is it just like on the street? Oh, that's nice. I thought you weren't allowed there.
going to the house. I mean, I told my dad that's where I was going before. I told him I was officially delivered. If my dad really left, like, look back, I would have been laughing at what the fuck is. What? I sure hope to God I fucking know. And I think I know that everything's gonna be just fine. Because this is all about grandpa. And yeah, I think it's what's going on this. Mr. Forrest, how's that sound?
What'd you say?
Forrest, how's that sound?
Uh, yeah, she should be here in the next hour or so. Sometimes it's a little later on the weekend, but she took a nap in here today, so it might be a little later. She's getting good at bowling.
pay attention. intelligence gathering, reactive operations in order to keep that under control. And it's not just a car there; it's a whole network,
Right.
including who was driving the bombs, who was training them, who was equipping them, who was resourcing all of that. But one of their key methodologies was that. But of course, these are much more complex than just that one single act. You've got financing, you've got all sorts of other stuff around it that's giving oxygen to that.
Right. What was your one of your first operational tours that you did?
The first two were with Parachute Husband, but then my first with the unit was Iraq, and I had a sustained period of Iraq again and again and again.
And it's correct me if I'm wrong, 22 SAS, is that right? And what is that? What's the significance of 22? Is that like a?
So it's just full time. So
22 means what? Is that just how do they?
No, it's, I don't even know what it comes from.
Oh, really?
But yeah, I mean, the SS is born out of World War II. Incredible group of people.
Right.
Did make some documentaries about it. They're amazing people at a time where the best was born out of them. And since then, the SF was sort of pertinent, and then it wasn't. And then Malaya happened. So Malaya was jungle operations, so entered the import to jungle and selection. And what they realised is operating the jungle is extremely arduous. You really see people for weeks.
Right.
And it's extremely arduous. Those gentlemen there sort of come back and talk to us, and it's a real privilege hearing the gentleman I had, he was 82, and his recollections of their operation in the jungle were absolutely incredible, because as a pressure operation, they were pulling people
Come into Discord.
from other units. It just shows how humans can step up when they need to, and the requirement to do things.
See, I just didn't know. I didn't know if there was a specific reason for the numbering before the SAS.
No, so I'm afraid I don't know this.
Okay, gotcha.
I mean, I know where the regiment was founded and broadly how it went through. I don't know where Tutu came from.
Right. So your first couple operations were in Iraq.
Yeah. And then long operational career, following the training path. As special forces, you get involved in a lot of operations that are classified. They're rightfully classified. You work in sometimes in a covert.
Do you work with the MI6, or did you?
You work with all partner agencies.
So you work with partner intelligence agencies.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the only way this works, right? And that doesn't mean physically on the ground. We work with partner agencies across the board. We even work with our police officers. So it's important. This is it's an intricate project. Networks involved in finance. Finance happens in every other country. So they regularly result in criminal investigations. In order to influence networks, it's not just that sort of local act on the ground forward that's effective. In fact, that's really just a very key driver to the information that's provided to others to be able to act. So yes, we work with all partner agencies if we need to. We work with law enforcement agencies if we need to. And essentially the construct in the UK as population is quite a small place, and each has other constitutional laws. We're able to work with our London Ambulance Service, our London Fire Brigade, and an interagency response to certain levels and types of problems in the domestic field. And that's something key that we have to do. And so the military is allowed to support the police. If in the event of the fire brigade going on strike as well.
Right. So I assume you guys are the highest level. What were you guys chasing just the biggest bad guys in Iraq?
It doesn't really work like that. We don't see them as high or whatever. There's different dynamics you have to identify in how to make these complex operations successful. So if you look at the network, you look at how it's structured first, and what is the thing that it depends upon most. Finance always. Are they financing this thing?
You all right? Oh. Okay.
How are they financing these things? So it's not actually just about the senior commander.
It's not just shooting guns.
It's starting guns. that's the problem, right? It'd be much less challenging if it was just like this one sort of very ineffective,
Right.
and his network doesn't work. It's not even his network. These things are very, very complex environments. It's particularly complex when that group is homogenous to the population that surrounds it. So broader operations become very dangerous. We have the highest respect for those units who are holding ground, trying to provide security in the areas, because they were under constant attack, and they were under the challenges they went through. A lot of them very, very young people.
Yeah.
They've signed up. They're going to do 3-4 years, and they do 3 or 4 of the hardest years, and that all comes at quite a great deal of cost. And there's a big difference between a professional soldier trained through filters and your conditioning, and someone who's, for instance, a reservist who's been mobilised, and then is exposed to the same conditions.
Yeah.
It's very, very challenging.
I was having this conversation with the guy that was on here yesterday, and we got talking about like the difference between young kids who go into the military and guys who just know what they want to do, right? Like guys who walk in and say, I know I want to be SAS, Special Forces. I've met a lot of guys that have been in the American military, and I just recently had a guy who was in the British Army as well, that were really young when they decided to go into the military, and they went into the military because maybe someone suggested it, or maybe it just seemed like a fun idea, right? And they didn't really have any purpose in life yet. They didn't really know what they wanted to do, and the majority of them come out of there really psychologically destroyed.
Yeah, it's a great challenge. And remembering militaries for periods of time really don't do anything but deter others. And they remain capable and they train very hard. But sometimes they aren't operational periods of time. But in periods where intensive operations happen, it's pretty critical. And a lot of these people, a lot of people who join the army turn out to be the most impressive people you ever met. They walked in off the street because there was an absence of something else to do. That's getting less and less as it's becoming more and more a smaller number, and it's more professional in times. But it's the sorts of people that either condition very fast and adapt to it, or the whole process does take its toll on them. And that toll is, it goes on for generations. And I just had a really interesting, I had lunch before I came here, and in a restaurant, not a hotel, I noticed the guy serving, he had Semper on his chest, just visible on the corner of his shirt. And so when I was playing, I said, when did you leave the military? I was in the military. And he was, as always, really humble and really engaging. I said, what do you do now? He left 6 years ago. I said, I do this main role, it's my everyday job. I work as barber, more because the other one pays for it. And it's because he's engaging with people all the time. And somehow intuitively, he knew that, as you leave the military, it's very, very tough. He'd clearly only taken the job, so he was interacting with others. At that period of his life, he's still in that period of his life that was clearly his tonic. So it's funny. Some people intuitively get the way to do it. Social engagement is a very, very key part of it. So it sort of left me because I don't know whether he had any basis or some guidance that was the way to do it.
That's interesting.
But he very, very quickly highlighted. It's very humbling when you meet these people, right? He's actually very cool. It's just incredible when you come, particularly when you've been in for 15 years and come across these young people. And their approach to it is very, very intelligent. It's a thing called allostatic load. It's the measure of pressure. So if you go into the Special Forces community, that's a given. There's no change to it. You're on a rotation. It's got a temper. It's not necessarily measurable to a certain extent. You can see the risk factor. You can number up the exposure to set off. You can number up the times you've not slept well on the night. Whereas for other forces, it's sort of they're less conscious of it. so the thing grows around them like something that is a spectre that's not understood, and it can lead people having had that happen and sort of being chewing away at the edges of one. But there's no awareness of it, what it is. That's when it becomes very dangerous.
Is there a moment you can remember in your early career as an SAS guy that was like, my life's never going to be the same? A moment that like really changed you?
I don't think it has anything to do with the unit, I think. Plenty of soldiers have to come to terms with the fact that your mortality is on a different line.
Right.
So if you picture living in a fob and having to go and do the same patrol route to go every day, you have to condition yourself in a way no one in other professions would. But you're not uncomfortable doing it. It doesn't stop all those little feelings. So yeah, on a number of occasions I've been come to terms with the fact that there's a much higher level of risk. It wasn't necessarily, I don't think you become scared of whatever may happen to you. All of the normal feelings of anxiety around it, of course you do, as you're going anywhere. We're going to completely non-permissive areas. Where everyone around you is not necessarily going to fight you, but they're definitely not going to act in your favour. They're helping other people who would intentionally harm you. Of course there's levels of anxiety, but that's part of the performance bit. I think the way you manage it to condition yourself to high levels, and it is happening around you. Some of the soldiers I've spoken to in infantry brigades, have done tours of Afghanistan. I've got a friend who's bilateral team. So you get really good insights from these people, and the levels of courage they demonstrate going out doing a job every day. You can't live with uncertainty to that degree all the time. So you do have an expectancy, you do have an acceptance that you can come to terms with. Of course, experiences stay with you for the rest of your life, not necessarily like in detail.
There wasn't one like specific moment that really stood out to you.
I know I've had plenty of times when
many of them. They all
backs on off or falling down. And we've had houses from the top of us and stuff like that. So,
what was your most difficult operation?
I can't. So if you think that in
that you can tell us,
any 6 months, I did on one particular trip, we did 182 operations. I cannot remember an operation.
On one trip, you did 182 operations. So is there one that just sticks out to you?
So there's various recollections of stuff that pop up, and they're usually when someone's been caught up in something and we have to rescue them. And essentially, that's what sticks out. They're the more unusual scenarios. But nothing particularly sticks out. Some of the things were extraordinary events, extraordinary situations.
There he is.
That is in classified
How you living, Pim?
Sensitive. Wouldn't go into detail about those areas.
Yeah, what kind of inventions are we going to develop today?
If you're in a position where you're relatively unsupported, that's really
impossible.
Kind of like staring into the sun.
Baby, you got that right. 1,000%. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
Nothing too crazy. I'm trying to learn. I'm starting a new job, just making thumbnails for my brother.
Tight, huh?
Solid paying job for not crazy amount of work.
Very well. Are you totally invested in that, or do you think you have the time to try to develop a... No, that's done. That's done. I was actually trying to think of polar bear scare. What could we do to the bear scare to make it more effective against polar bears? And if you say salmon cannon, you can get the fuck out right now.
I mean, it would probably be like something similar to a salmon cannon, but it would have steel in it. Steel you'll need because you'll need to override their anger. If not, we can increase the lumen because chances are if you're interacting with a polar bear, it's going to be nighttime. Actually, that's not true because the summer is going to be there's a lot of daylight. If it's winter, a bright flashlight, like a lot of them.
We already have that. It's the strobe.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying upgrade the lumen, upgrade the noise.
Is it going to be white?
You haven't watched that documentary on the guy from Alberta that wants to make, tries to make the grizzly food suit, right?
Correct. Do you want to watch it?
I do at some point. We'll have to watch that.
All right. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I know of the guy.
I have a question for you.
Shoot.
Do you think what do you think that there's more of in the world? Do you think there's more doors in the world, or do you think there's more wheels?
That's an excellent question. How do you define a door?
A door.
Does a door? Does it?
Not a cabinet door, but like a door that like a human would walk through.
Okay. Do you include?
A car door.
Do you include car? Do you include car doors?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go through those doors.
Now wheels.
And not a cabinet door.
Okay. Now wheels. Do you include like toy car wheels?
Yeah, all wheels.
So just anything that's circular and spins?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, would you include a top in this description?
What?
Would you include a top?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Like a top, like a dreidel, like a little spinny thing.
No, a dreidel is not a wheel.
Right, no, I know, but you said that you include things that spin. Okay, what about, do you include in this plates?
Why would you think that a plate is a wheel?
It's circular, and like there are those plate spinners that spin plates. That's kind of like a wheel.
The definition of a wheel is a circular object that revolves on an axle and is fixed below a vehicle or other object, enable it to move easily over the ground, or to having a machine or structure having a wheel as its essential part.
Do you include? Do you include tank tracks?
Are they round and revolve around an axle? I would say, yeah, that's probably the wheels.
Okay, do you
I
include?
mean, like you mean like the little like the circular things of the track?
Yeah. Do you include? Do you include gears?
No, gears are not wheels, are they?
I usually define a wheel in the way that you're saying it, as being on the mode of transportation. Do you include?
Gears can be considered a type of wheel, specifically a tooth wheel. I guess that would. I think if gears were included, that would probably definitely go push the wheels to greater number of doors.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, back to doors. Do you include door frames?
No, the door is what is attached to a door frame, and we're including one door as one door attached to one door frame.
What about those Wild West doors that are like on the hinge.
Saloon doors.
Saloon doors.
Saloon doors count. Yes. It doesn't matter the style of door. If it's a barn door, if it's a French door, if it's a revolving door. A revolving door is still a door.
Do you include a stall door, like to a bathroom?
Yes. A person can walk through that. So yeah.
Okay.
Even bead doors would be considered. Actually, we're going to consider those beads, but
That's not a
they're all
that's not a door. That's a curtain.
yeah. But there's no like.
Do you include a curtain in this?
No, a curtain is not a door.
Okay, so bead doors are not a door either, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was trying to think of an abstract door that might be on the fringe here.
All right. Do you include windows of any kind?
Absolutely not necessarily. Somehow a door. I don't think that's a door.
Okay, well, like a garage. Do you include garage doors?
Yes. Garage doors.
Okay, car doors count. What about like a capsule door, where you have to twist it? It's like a circular door.
What are those?
Like the Apollo spacecraft.
Yeah, I mean, if a human is going through it, whether it's some weird submarine door that's circular, going through it, then sure.
Do you include?
I guess that can't be the definition because the car door, like on a Hot Wheels, the human can't pass through it, but they're counting the wheels on that example. So typically, would be like for humans.
So I think you count the wheels on the Hot Wheels, but you don't count the doors because the doors don't open on those cars, right?
On some toy cars, depending on how detailed the model of the model car is, the doors would open.
That's true.
Specifically on Hot Wheels, I don't know, some would count. Does a microwave door count as a door? No. Does an oven door
Hold on.
count as a door?
Hold on. I think they would.
Does a fridge door count as a door?
Yes. I think all of those count as doors. I even think cabinet door is a door. If you're going to include gears for wheels, then cabinet door should definitely count.
I mean, in this definition, I feel like a more fair question. I mean, like if we're trying to make the question seem like very close, I think if we included cabinet doors and like anything with just a hinge and a handle that opens it, then those defined doors would outweigh the specific types of wheels that we're defining, which does not include gears. But if we're saying the type of door that we're talking about is a door that a human could pass through, aka not a microwave door, then I get a more balanced question. Unless you expand the definition of the wheel to include more things such as gears, which then it would be again like a close battle, I guess.
Yeah. Do you count like toy doors?
If you're talking about like a plate made of plastic that like kids can walk through.
Okay. Now, back to wheel. Do you include a pottery wheel?
The pottery wheel allow an object to move around over the surface.
Yeah. I mean, like the pot. or
It, it revolves around an axis, but doesn't allow a vehicle or other object to enable it to move easily over the ground.
it has to move over the ground?
I mean, that is the. I mean, the second definition is a machine or structure having a wheel as its essential part.
Okay, that's yeah. So that's a wheel to me.
If that is included in the definition, then I guess it would.
Okay, and then gears count as well.
Yeah, if it's the expanded definition of just a machine or structure having a wheel, basically a circle as a part. Yeah.
Right. And then
And then a door is just a hinged, sliding, or revolving barrier at the entrance to a building, room, or vehicle, or in the framework of a cupboard, or and that definition seems more specific for a door.
yeah, it does. Okay, I would say that there are more. If you go with the second definition of wheel, there are far more wheels in the world. Just from gears, like there are so many gears in just like a watch. But like, think of all the industrial equipment in the world. All that has gears. All the tires. So like on a vehicle, there's a minimum of 4 tires, and there aren't always 4 doors. I guess you have the back door too, though, like the trunk. Do you include a trunk door?
Yeah, I'd say that.
It depends on the vehicle. Like a normal trunk, I don't.
Yeah, normal trunk, like not an SUV trunk. I guess potentially.
Yeah, I don't hear anybody saying open the trunk. They just say open the trunk.
You can put hostages in the trunk. So.
Yeah, okay. And you would say open the trunk door if it's like an SUV, but like not a car. Okay, so I'm willing to say that the trunk. Oh man, it depends. If it's on a car, it's not a door, but if it's on an SUV, it is. Basically, like what you said, if you can get somebody into it. Okay, what about a frunk?
I don't think humans are usually hopping into trunks unless you're getting kidnapped in the trunk, which is a very niche use case.
Okay. For the definition of a wheel, do you include in that a helicopter rotating blades?
Those aren't circular in shape.
Yeah, they are. I mean, like they move in a circle.
A circular object. The base shape is not circular.
Okay, I guess we were thinking a different kind of blades.
I don't know. Are there like drone blades that have like a full circle around the actual blade?
Yeah, they have some that are protected like that. Okay. Do you include any natural objects in a circle or in a wheel? Like I'm trying to think of like I really don't. Like fruit isn't generally considered a wheel, or like nuts aren't considered a wheel. There aren't really any wheel aspects.
Is a tennis ball considered a wheel?
No, that's a ball. Now, here's a question. Do you ever see like old people who have like walkers and they put tents on the bottom? Now, that's not a wheel, but it's getting close to it.
Yeah, it's knocking on wheels door.
Yeah, but that's not a wheel still. Oh, I know. I got one. Do you consider ball bearings to be a wheel?
I don't think those rotate on. I mean, if we're going by the second definition,
Which we are.
more vague definition, I mean, the AI is saying ball bearings are not wheels; they are essential components with wheels that enable them to rotate. Really. Ball bearings, they don't rotate around an axle, but
Yeah, but there are ways that ball bearings can be wheels. Like, imagine
you,
the
you can have the ball bearing itself be the wheel and go off the directional.
exactly. I was thinking like a chair. Exactly. Okay. Well, the answer to your question, I think, is that there are far more wheels in the world, especially if you go into gears, than there are doors. Way more. It might be like 10 times as many, maybe more. What does ChatGPT say?
Except that if you're just going by like the first definition, by the amount of buildings that there are, there's like billions of buildings.
There are not billions of buildings.
How many buildings are in the world?
Probably a billion.
Oh, roughly 4.3 billion buildings.
It depends what you consider a building, though. Do you consider a tent a building?
This one says 6 billion buildings. I mean, I don't think there's the ratio of tents to like physical structure is that high. I think tents are like
Okay, I mean, I said there are a billion buildings. There are maybe 4 billion. Okay. There are far more wheels. There are far more wheels and gears. There are over probably. I bet there are a trillion gears in the world.
the Ferris wheels considered wheels.
Oh, big time. How many gears are in the world?
Let me find out. Yeah, that's weird. I asked it the question about how many years are
Welcome. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm amazing. How's your day going?
Good, how's yours?
Amazingly. Jocelyn, you're the one who sent me the invitation to join your server, right?
Yeah,
Excellent. You just start your server recently?
yeah.
Amazing. Well, as I said previously, I wish I could. I just don't have enough devices. How's your day going, Jocelyn?
Good. Who's
Hey.
yours?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, Jocelyn?
Sure, go ahead.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. This stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Jocelyn, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Oh, yeah, I see the Truman Show.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I do. You can see every aspect of my life. I do so for world peace. I also want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's a big name. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth about $100 billion. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria to help the less fortunate there. I'm an advocate for the Lifestraw program and most importantly desalination technology, where we pump our seawater onto land. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived than any person in global history, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to help you. I want to help your friends and family become financially independent if you're not already. I want to help you to create generational wealth and eventually be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds really cool.
Excellent. I talk about some other things that are interesting to people. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like quantum computing. That's cool. Take care, Jocelyn. Anyway, back to how many gears are in the world, dog?
There's
How many?
there is a caveat, like the definition year. Approximately 10 to billion, 60 to 70 billion years.
Okay. I said a trillion,
I
but
don't know, I don't think gear, I don't think we're going to count gear. But, like a half.
dude, gears are wheels.
How many stands?
Yeah. Well, that's the one that we're using. All right. So we've got that question. How many windows are in Manhattan? Go. Yeah, how many? How do you calculate this?
Just going off the number of years, I guess. I
That's
think it's gotta be less than a billion, actually. Top it down, like,
okay. How many islands are on Newfoundland?
how many windows do you think there are?
I don't know. Depends what you consider a window. Do you consider glass brick to be a window?
What?
Glass brick? It's like an architectural material that is like really,
I see.
it's like really hard glass.
Yeah. It's like, let me look at that definition. Opening a wall or roof of a building or vehicle fitted with glass or other transparent material.
That's glass brick. That's glass brick. So do you consider glass brick to be a window?
I Yes, but isn't that mostly used in like the 80s? Stuff, and that's what
Yeah, I think it's cool though. I mean, you're right. I haven't seen it since the '80s, but like, well, I've seen it in some office buildings, but they were probably built in the '80s, so that's probably accurate. I think it's cool. Um, so glass brick. I mean, it looks dated, and it probably isn't that cool. But where did I see it?
Well, what's your guess for Windows? And I think the AI is counting the glass.
Well, and if it does, do you count every brick as being an individual window? Um, so this is a question that's asked in interviews occasionally, and they want to see how you think. It's not really about the answer. So they want somebody who asks those questions, qualifying questions like, okay, do you count car windows? Yeah. Okay. Do you count just like
Plain Windows,
plain windows? Okay.
glass floor,
Do they
glass floor.
glass floor? Does that count? Does an aquarium count? Um, does an aquarium count? Would you consider an aquarium to have a glass window?
Absolutely, those are just big glass walls.
Okay. I meant like a yeah. Okay. Um,
Subway windows count.
subway windows would count.
I mean, I feel like the definition of a window is like that subjective. It's under glass brick almost like put it out and it's like
Yeah. I mean, you're just like, do you consider the glass like on your dashboard, like your, um, that little piece of plastic that like over your driver, over like your speedometer?
that heads up display thing.
No, not that, but um, like how would I describe it? It's called the, um, like
If it's not the windshield, that's just some random piece of glass.
it.
above the speedometer.
Yeah, I mean it's the glass that separates the steering wheel area from the speedometer and the RPMs and the fuel and all that. I consider that to be a window.
No, because no. Because it has a frame around it, but it's not allowing you to see through anything.
Yeah, it does.
The
Yeah,
window has
yeah,
to
it
allow
does.
people to
Yes,
see
it does. Yes, it does. It allows you to see.
And,
You look from one end to the other to see how much fuel you have and how much your RPMs are and your mileage. All of that. That's a window.
speedometer, but no, speedometer glass is not count on the window.
Yes, it.
Although they're made of glass that serve different purposes and are classified differently.
Wait. You're thinking.
Window,
Hold on. You're thinking of a in terms of defining it within a vehicle. I am not. The definition that you gave of a window was like something that's transparent, yada yada yada. Like there was a secondary part of that. It was like it could be glass or just a transparent material that allows light in or something like that. I forget exactly.
allows people to see out, which is why like seeing outside. But if you're looking at a gauge, you're not seeing out.
Yeah, but like an aquarium tank, you don't see out, and you just see in. I say if
And perhaps those in the window.
well, you said like obviously that's a window.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would include it as a window. I'm basic.
Some aquariums are like some aquarium pieces of glass are like outside or they're like underground, like a whale, like a pod, the rest of the Greenland that you can see light through on the outside.
That's definitely a window.
Cages.
Right. All right. Do you include the glass on a computer screen, like a CRT, as a window?
No, I think that is definitely inflating like glass.
I'm in agreement with you. Okay. Um,
And I think the speedometer glass is also.
okay. I can see that. I mean, that's
Is a wine bottle a window because it has some transparency.
right. Right. I get it.
It
There's
doesn't have a frame. The other thing is it uses a frame around it.
yeah. The other stuff had a frame, but like an aquarium has a frame, and the speedometer thing has a frame. Okay. Um. So the way that they want you to calculate this is, all right.
Are
Well,
glasses windows? Are glasses windows?
yeah.
I would say yeah.
That's a good one though. Not traditionally, but in these terms. I mean, we could say, okay, you could go with that vague.
Like
We could go with the vague. We could go with the vague answers, or just things that are traditionally known as windows. So, like that would be in a car. That's the windshield or the windscreen. The four windows in like the doors and the back window. Like that's traditional. What a window is, and the way that they want you to do this in a like when they ask the question about Manhattan, it's fine to go through all of those things as an aquarium, a window, and a glass brick, and all that. But they want to get you to thinking, okay, so uh, Manhattan's approximately like, let's say, something like 200 blocks, 200 city blocks, uh, and like north south basically, and like 50 blocks east west approximately. Um, and so per city block, you've got how many windows are on each building or set of buildings, and so they want you to just calculate it like, all right, so how many windows are on like a single building, and it'd be like, all right, well maybe on the outside, um, you would calculate it. Well, there's probably like uh, at least one window every 10 feet or something like that. And so on one side of a building, that might be something like 10 windows. And then, um, going around the building, that's something like 40 windows per floor. And let's say that's a 100-story building. So that would be 4,000 windows in just one building. And let's say there are multiple buildings like that on that block. So that's how they want you to do it. Okay, so you said a billion. I would say that that's probably pretty accurate.
I reduced my guess to 100 million. But do you want to stick with a billion or go lower?
I'm going with a billion.
Yeah, we're both off. You're off by 100x. I'm off by 10.
How many windows are on the island of Manhattan?
10.7 million. around 10 million windows. Between 6 and 10 million. So there's 47,000 buildings. Each building has, on average, 225 windows.
Hold on, but they're not including car windows.
Yeah, I guess just the building.
Yeah.
You're including cars also. The total amount of windows.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would say that's a car window. Like, those are obvious windows. Somebody, yeah, that's definitely a window. What about car windows and all the other kinds of windows? Like the windows of a hotel that have glass, or like a bank window where a teller is. Okay, so the word window definitely opens it up. Building windows. So,
I believe in the registered vehicles, 380,000, six windows, 2.28 million. So there's it's not even close to 100 million. So
yeah, you're right. It's not. Okay, and then hold on. What about, like, aren't some of the windows double pane glass? A
it
double.
doesn't matter how many panes of glass there are. It's still only one window and one frame.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, yeah, it's like 10 million. Um, I think 10 million is a good estimate. Okay, so my guess of a billion, that's a lot. I mean, it's a really hard thing to calculate. All right.
Yeah, I didn't know at all. I mean, it's hard to just know the amount of buildings and like know the average amount of windows. Tough, I guess.
Right. And so when they ask that question in an interview, they don't care what the answer is. So long as it's not like something stupid, like 50, but they want to just hear how you logically think that through. And they want to hear the questions that you ask, like how specific do you get? Like, how do you calculate what, like, how do you define what a window is, and then however many windows are XYZ. Okay. Um, Hold on. There was like a some consulting firm came up with a bunch of these questions. Yo, give me some consulting interview questions, like how many windows are on the island of Manhattan. Oh yeah, this is a McKinsey, Bain, BCG kind of deal. How many gas stations are there in the United States? How many piano tuners are there in New York City? I don't even know what you consider that. Like a person? How many slices of pizza are sold in Manhattan each day? Do you consider that the equipment that you use to tune the piano, or the person?
Anyone with the ability to tune a piano, even if it's like one fiddle tune piano.
How many golf balls can fit in a 747?
Yeah, are we including the bottom of the plane as well and the cockpit?
Wherever you can fit wherever you can fit a golf ball, you can even fit them in the engine.
Are we including the air and the tires of the plane?
Yep.
Golf ball is this wide, maybe a cubic and a little bit of volume. Volume is kind of works out as well. Like, how many 100 feet long? Like, that. That's 400, maybe like 200 meters long. The circumference of the tube is 200 meters long by like 10 meters high.
Okay, I got it.
2,000 meters. 2,000 meters divided by square.
Okay. What are we going to market the male contraceptive pill as?
Fertilizer.
That's good. That's good.
What is male?
It's a pill that they're coming out with that a man could take and doesn't allow him to like reproduce with a woman. So like it's
a microplastic pill.
no, it's just like you know how women take the pill, the birth control pill. It's just a form of birth control that a man takes, but wouldn't allow him to create fertile sperm. And you want to call it the infertilizer? It doesn't. It doesn't make you. It doesn't make you. I guess it does make you fertile, but not really. Like when I hear infertilizer, I think that I'll never be able to have children again, and it's not like that. It's just like a woman's.
Temporary.
Yeah, exactly.
You are infertile.
Yeah, but it's a little strong of a name.
Well, I mean,
It needs.
so
No, I don't know. Baby be gone. I don't have anything really good. It needs to rhyme. Kill. That's not very good.
yeah, that's really gentle.
Yeah, I mean that's worse than the infertilizer. Infertilizer is actually a good name. Um, Baby be gone, but that's more of like a abortion drug. Um,
Non-overboardable baby creator. Nothing good that rhymes with baby.
right. I was just thinking that as well. Maybe baby, but that's not what you want it to be. Um,
Baby. Gravy baby. Non-gravy baby.
um,
Baby.
pill. Pill's another one. I mean, a lot of things rhyme with pill, but they're not like
Thrill.
thrill pill. They need to come up with a
Thrill.
thrill pill. Isn't it interesting that the female contraception never got it? It just was so good that they just started calling it the pill. The pill. It's like it doesn't even need another name or anything. It's just the pill. If I say like, oh, she's on the pill, you know what I mean.
Yeah, why do you think they had this
It changed society so much. It changed society so much. It had a huge effect on society. Um, it was it changed familial dynamics. It gave women independence. It was a game changer. It stopped. I should say stopped, but it reduced abortions. Especially that was before abortion was legal, at least in the United States, 1973, and the pill came out in like 1961. So that was like 12 years of like a middle ground. Dude, the male pill needs a really good name though. The infertilizer, that's good. That's good. That's probably the one that's winning for right now. Oh, I've got one. This is a different product though. All right, you ready for it?
Yeah.
This already kind of exists, but all right, if you eat like pineapple or mango, it makes your bodily fluids taste like that.
It makes your film taste great.
Yeah, it makes your food taste like pineapple. If you're not aware, this is a true thing.
No, I've definitely heard that one. Really, assume that's real.
I mean, I've never tasted cum, but I mean, maybe when I was younger, I tried my own, but I've never had a dude's cum. But I've had chicks tell me that there's a difference. Okay, and I like pineapple juice a lot anyway, so it's never been an issue. Mango's an interesting one because mango has some kind of like something in it that makes it a natural birth control. Like it doesn't work super well, but like there are some women, particularly in like tropical climates where they have mango, where if they have sex, they'll eat mango because it's like, dude, I'm not just gonna make shit up. This is a real thing, but it doesn't work really well, but it works. I'm looking it up. Mango as a nat, like, dog, what's the deal with mango being a natural birth control? So the idea that mango is a natural birth control isn't really backed by strong science. Here's what's up, where the idea comes from. Some traditional herbal medicine systems mention mango, especially unripe mango. Mango leaves or bark as a part of concoction said to affect fertility or menstruation. Did you just leave? Welcome back. There are also claims that certain phytochemicals in mango, like flavonoids or tannins, might have hormonal effects. Anyway, it also affects the taste, like as well, like really sweet fruits like that. Anyway, but imagine you wanted to make your shit taste something different, like mint or like I don't know, like spicy peppers. Yeah, exactly. What's the name of a product that could change the taste of your bodily fluids? And I was thinking you could call it taste paste.
What?
Taste paste.
No, that's not what I was saying. I'm saying that film to film to
Have I ever told you my like? I'm sure I haven't. I only talk to girls about this, but I came up with a word. It's actually on Urban Dictionary. Have I? I know I haven't told you about this word. You want to hear it?
okay.
All right. So when men orgasm, it's called coming, and this wasn't a really common phrase in print until like the 1970s, at least cum, and it became more popular. But people would say like I came going back like 400 years, and but that's generally cum is like spermatozoa. It's it's for a man, and there are women who say, "Oh, I just came," and when they say that, it means that they like sometimes sprayed or had some kind of female ejaculate, and they say that that's cum, and I don't think that's right. Basically, what I'm saying is that the term female ejaculate needs a word. Men have cum, women need a word. So I came up with a word, and it's called SOP, SOP. Basically, that's what female ejaculate is.
Yeah, I remember you told me that like a long time ago.
Oh, okay. And then I put it on Urban Dictionary, so that solidifies it. All right.
Why is it called Why Sock?
There isn't a real good reason. It needed to be a word that doesn't currently have a meaning, and I wanted it to be 3 letters because comes 3 letters. And like I don't know if you ever with a girl and you make her fucking really wet, she gets soppy, like she's drippy, and so I call it sop because it's like she's soppy. Not a it's it just makes sense to me. All right.
Why do you think was good?
Um, I looked this up. The etymology, basically, like originally it was like coming to a climax or like it, and then um, it was spelled COME. But then I believe once it started getting put in print in like pornographic magazines, they needed a way to describe it to not confuse the reader as like COME. So they shortened it to CUM. It's something along those lines. That may not be 100% correct, but it's pretty close to that. And then CUM continued into the 80s in written pornographic materials, and then in the 90s it became more widespread as the internet was adopted and it went online. And now today it's like pretty well known what it is, but it's not like one of those words that they teach you in school or anything. It's certainly still vulgar, considered vulgar, and yeah. All right.
In Egyptian days, they sometimes put crocodile to into their vaginal area as a form of birth control.
That's absolutely disgusting. know an invention that I think will be popular in the future?
Yeah, the indestructible, the non-crushable stuff.
No, but that's good. It's to get rid of bugs. So there's a thing that they make. They're not very good right now, but they'll be better in the future. So, um, like bugs aren't something generally that are that bothersome to people because they'll just kill them. But if you get bugs in mass, like termites or ants or things like that, they can really cause issues. And so there's a certain, I think we might have talked about this a little bit, but there's a certain wavelength that, and rats too, mice and all that shit, rodentia, all that. There's a certain wavelength that you can turn on, like basically with a machine that makes all that shit not want to be around it. It's like subconscious, it's not subconscious, but it's subliminal. Um, and it's like a wavelength that humans can't perceive. It basically drives all that shit nuts. And so they make these things, they just don't work super well yet, that you put around your house, and it creates like a fortification and doesn't let like bugs don't come in and rats don't come in. The big issue with that is like, is it safe around humans? And apparently it is, though I'll believe it when I see it. What are your thoughts on that bug rodent pest?
Our company should be researching it for getting rid of the deer.
Doug, we talked about this. We talked about this, yeah. And they make that, but it just doesn't work super well yet. But they should just have that. And as we talked about, the automotive industry doesn't have a motivation to do that because all of the different animals damaging cars.
Don't, I think they do have a motivation to do it because
They don't want dead customers.
I get advantage, the competitive advantage, selling feature because people want big vehicles, so
Yeah.
they get more car sales at the same time.
They're gonna get the car sales. They're gonna get the car sales anyway. It's about having all of the money they make from those cars being totaled with an animal. And even if the car doesn't get totaled, an animal does major damage to a vehicle. So I think there should be something.
Do you think that there's actually like some silent agreement among car manufacturers to not release that technology?
Absolutely. They did this for the seat. It took them a long time to adopt the seatbelt. It took them a long time to adopt the airbag. They want to make these cars as cheap as possible and not have all kinds of features in them because more features means less of a profit margin to make. It shout out to Volvo. Volvo developed the 3-point seatbelt and realized its importance, and they just gave it away. They didn't patent it, and it saved perhaps millions of lives. And the airbag
With the what?
seatbelt
Oh, okay.
and the airbag today almost has had a counter to that. So, like in today's day and age, if your car has an airbag deploy, some automobile um, insurance adjusters will just automatically total the car because there are so many airbags in a car nowadays, and each airbag is like $1,000 to $3,000. that it's very quickly going to add up and just total the whole car out. And so there's like a motivation of these car companies to put a bunch of airbags in the car. Sometimes you don't even need all that, like necessarily all those many airbags, but they'll just put in almost extra ones because they know get into a small accident to total your car. It means that you're going to have to get a new car, and they don't have to. The insurance company doesn't have to pay on it as much. Now, I have always felt, that if you have insurance, this isn't how it works, but it's how I thought it worked as a little kid. But let you buy a car, and I don't know, it's $100,000 car. It's a nice car, and you get into a car accident. The insurance company will pay you whatever your car was worth. So let's say because of depreciation or whatever, it was only worth $75,000. They'll write you a check for $75,000, even though a new car is $100,000. I think that insurance should not work that way. That they should have to give you $100,000, whatever it was when you bought it. I get depreciation, and I get it doesn't work that way, but I kind of think that it's a shitty position because you were in $100,000 car. I understand depreciation. I get that. But still, it has almost the status symbol still of being $100,000 car. And then you get into a car accident, and now you don't get the same. You're not put back in the original position where you were. Now, I get technically you are.
I think that like I get insurance companies like if there's people that whatever they modify their car and they add a bunch of money into their car and then gets totaled and they're like, oh, my car is worth this, and then or even without modifications, they're like, oh, my car is worth this. There's only like so many like BMW 530 wagons in Canada, like light brown or whatever, and then the insurance company was like, oh, well, this one random quote from this one random adjuster is like low, so we're only going to give you like way less than what the car would normally be worth.
Right.
Those disputes, which I think are obviously wrong on behalf of insurance companies, but I think that paying you according to what the fair market value of cars currently worth is not a bad model because yes, like there's depreciation. And if you it would almost incentivize people to get a car accident if you drive the car for 30,000 kilometers an hour, 20 grand less guy smashes you and you get a new car that's worth more than the value that it was while you're driving.
Right, you're 100% right. No, I get that. The guy who started the startup that where I used to work, he had this scam. Now, like he had legitimized his business, but when he was first starting out, there's a scam that he used to run out with people. So this is how it worked. Uh, he lived in an area where a lot of people have a certain kind of car, basically white BMWs. It's like even in a Family Guy, they say like everybody who was of his genetic makeup would just get white BMWs. And a lot of times the people could not make payments on these cars. And so there's this one part of the valley, and uh, it would fill up with water, like this one intersection. And what he would do is tell people, look, if you can't make the payments on your car, instead of it getting uh, impounded and instead of it getting impounded, what you do is drive it through this one part of the valley that when it would rain, it would flood. And then what would happen is they would get the insurance money for it and basically not have to pay as much or any. So, like, how does this scam work? Okay, normally you would just lose the car, it would be repossessed, and you would owe, let's say you owe $10,000 on it still. Okay, that's fine. But if you couldn't make the payments anymore, you would get the car flooded, and then you would get a check from the insurance company for like $30,000, and then you would pay the $10,000 that you still owed, and then you'd get a check for $20,000. That was only in a case where you couldn't make the payments, but it was the scam that he ran for, like, I don't want to say pretty often, but often enough. And I've always thought that that was an interesting scam. Anyway, that kind of shit's interesting to me. Dude, this um I watched this podcast of this guy who he was have you ever, I'm sure you've seen this movie. Have you seen Catch Me If You Can with Tom Hanks and Leonardo DiCaprio? Dog, that's one of my favorite movies. Um and how the guy who did that movie, Frank Abagnale, but the guy whose story it's based on, was like, um, he like basically revolutionized the checking industry. Like, they didn't have anybody who did check kiting and all that other stuff before this guy, and then he worked for the government and um, basically taught him, all the ins and outs. That uh, there was a guy who did that, the same kind of guys that ran a lot of similar things, but he did it in the mortgage industry, and he went to jail for like 13 years or something, and he was out, and he was on some podcast. I forget what it was. It might have been the Lex Friedman podcast, might have been something else. It was Lex Friedman, and his story, and it's just a fascinating how this guy would like create he would create like fake profiles on people and get driver's licenses on them and then get them credit and then buy houses under these, they're called like, he called them phantom buyers, but they're called synthetic buyers now. And he just basically bought like a bunch of properties, and these people never existed. That kind of shit is interesting to me. Anyway, I was talking about scams. I always thought that was tight.
There's this guy on Telegram that I was looking to a few times, and he works, it's funny because he works at a collections agency in Canada. Like, his job is basically like busting people for like the government money. Did nothing yet, but at the same time, he also has like this side hustle where he helps people basically in exchange for a cut. Basically, take out a bunch of debt, like accumulate a bunch of good credit, and then exit scam the people that gave them the loan, like the bank, and cash out the money, and well, basically in exchange for like sacrificing your business's credit, which doesn't even affect your personal credit. Supposedly, you can get like $200,000 or like even more, and basically like this, just building credit and then just bouncing with all the money and declaring bankruptcy and stuff. And it's illegal. You don't even have to like flee the country or whatever. Like, you can
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good move.
And if you screw up, apparently, like if they like serve you notice at some time when you're like on the line, you have to know what you're doing.
Very interesting.
Do you know who Rudolph Diesel is? If you listen to Joe Rogan, you may have heard of him.
Rudolph Giesel. Who's that?
Rudolph Diesel is the guy that invented diesel fuel. He was like the German guy.
Oh, Diesel.
And,
I misheard you. Okay.
and so he came up with this new type of fuel, very popular in like World War II, because it allowed submarines to go a lot further, with powerful technology and whatnot. And basically, there's like this somewhat of a conspiracy, and it's pretty believable, but Mr. Rudolph went on like some boat trip in the ocean, and then he never returned because people speculate that he was killed by the people that owned all the gas companies and stuff, because diesel is a threatening technology.
That's an interesting one.
And also, the same thing basically happened to the guy that made like a car that ran on water.
Right, his name's Stanley Meyer.
First car.
Right, his name's Stanley Meyer.
Why hasn't anyone tried to make the water power car? If you know it exists.
Because he was murdered at a Cracker Barrel in Ohio. He was poisoned.
Yeah, but like everyone else is just too afraid to do it.
Yeah.
And it made a lot of sense.
Yeah, he was poisoned. Well, he called out in the parking lot that he was poisoned. At least in the United States, the CIA does not fuck around with that stuff, and there's a few things that will happen. Anybody who has a really good idea, I'm not talking bear scare, but I'm talking like, hey, like splitting the atom kind of an idea. It has to go through the United States Patent and Trademark Office, and anything that is really, really good, they consider to be a matter of national security, and then they won't give you a patent on it, and they just take it for themselves. It happens pretty often. So, like, let's say you did have it. Let's say you were able to have a water-fueled car, and you tried to patent it. The U.S. Patent Office is going to say that's a matter of national security, and they're not going to give it to you. And then if you're like, well, fuck it, I'm going to just drive around in my car anyway that runs on water, they're going to kill you.
What it feels like if you open source the blueprint, anyone could build their own cool water car kit.
Yeah, it's a matter of national security. So then they'd say that you're giving away national security secrets. You're not allowed to do that.
Do you sue them in court if they don't disclose it?
No, they have, what's the word? They have immunity. Thank you. On top of that, it's very expensive to start your own car company. I mean, you basically have to be like Elon Musk rich, and you're a threat to the global petroleum industry. Not only would the oil men of the United States and North America want to kill you, but the royal families of the Middle East would want to kill you.
Why has Elon not been taken out?
It's a good question. I think that he's just used as a person who is a um, example. So like there are far richer people in the world, the Rockefeller family, the Rothschild family, which everybody wants to throw me in, which is like just like the Morgan family. If your last name's Morgan, doesn't necessarily mean that you own J.P. Morgan, but there's the Walton family that are much wealthier and trillionaires, and then Elon Musk, who's at like $500 billion right now. But don't want people talking about these families, even or the House of Windsor. So they have like one guy like Elon Musk, and they say, "Oh, he's the richest man on earth," which may be true, but that doesn't mean that there aren't familial dynasties that have more money. And it's this cycle that goes through. It was Sam Walton, like the it was. I mean, like when the Forbes list came out, they put John D. Rockefeller as the richest man and the first billionaire, and then they never put him on it again because he threatened them. And then it became like Andrew Carnegie and the Astors, and then it eventually, as we get to more modern times, it became Sam Walton of Walmart, and then it went to Bill Gates, and then it went to Warren Buffett, and then for a few years it was uh, Carlos Slim, and then it was like for like a year or two that guy from um, Louis Vuitton, Moet, and uh, Hennessy or whatever, and then and then Elon Musk has had it for like recently, and it seems as if he may be the first publicly known trillionaire, but it's really not about his car companies. It's about his robotics. That's where he's going to make a lot of money. And that's why the Tesla stock was worth what it is, because the people who understand futures understand that, yeah, it's nice to have a car company, but it's much nicer to have a really innovative robotics company. I'd love to continue this conversation, but Mike came. So just one moment. I got to get him. I'll be right back. Right, thank you for your patience. All right, what's another global issue that we could solve? Riser. Riser.
Do you have anything?
Um, yeah, the blue light issue that's like so prevalent in electronics and causes all kinds of issues with people and their um, circadian rhythms, and it like causes like your body not to absorb as much melatonin and just all of that.
Isn't the solution like those yellow tinted glasses?
Yeah, but I mean, nobody wants to wear glasses, and it even has an effect on the human.
That
It has an effect on the human body that it doesn't absorb. Like, I'm trying to think exactly what I saw this interview of this guy the other day who talked about it. Um, it had something to do with like red light therapy and how it. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Okay, so blue light, or wait, was it red light or blue light? I don't want to say it causes cancer, but it accelerates cancer, at least in the skin. And so it doesn't always have to do with having your eyes open, like absorbing it. So, I mean, I think really the answer is just make it so that this stuff doesn't, these electronics don't emit blue light or whatever.
is actually within a realistic shortish time span of possibility.
Yeah. It's like, it's definitely something they can do. They just choose not to. I think it's because they like fucking with our sleep cycles and stuff, and it keeps the human brain like in a more excited fashion. But um, I saw it the other day and I thought it was really interesting. Have you ever been in red light therapy?
I'm assuming you don't do this. I mean, you literally have blue light playing on like 80 different screens while oh, except you have you would like
Yeah, the sleep mask is very important to me. That's why I always have it. Um, it's if I don't have the sleep mask, I I mean I haven't not worn it in like years, but um, the blue light bothers me, and it does mess with my sleep, and it I don't sleep as well, and I mean I don't think that even all of the electronics that I see on a daily basis, like they bother me, and because it's just been like increased the amount of blue light that I get is multiplied. But at least at night or whenever I sleep, having a sleep mask prevents a lot of that from seeping in and uh, causing me distress when I sleep. But even still, it's not very good. Um, and like they have the thing on your phone that you can like turn down the blue light or whatever. And I used to not use it, but as my gotten older, I use it more, and I find that it's helpful, like using the dimmer or whatever. I know some people use it like around the clock.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm not supposed to have the electronics on before I go to sleep, but I literally have electronics on. So from the second I wake up in the morning to the second I go to sleep. But yeah, I don't. I mean, they say like smoking weed is like very bad for your sleep, but like because you don't enter REM sleep or something. But like I smoked weed for years, and I never felt like it was ruining my sleep. Like I still felt like amazing when I woke up. I felt like really, really good when I woke up. I didn't feel like more fatigued or anything. And I guess, yeah, I have probably like the majority of my life I have not been obeying the no blue light, read a book an hour before you go to sleep routine. I can't really say how effective or not my sleep quality is. I do, I'm going to believe that science is there, but yeah, I'm not, I don't know, I'm pretty bad at just changing my way if I like something electronic. It's hard to tell. But you can also supposedly, like when you wake up in the morning, I've been told that you should go outside and get like natural light in your light, so that way like your DNA wakes up and then you start accumulating whatever sleep debt properly, and it gets your circadian rhythm more activated or some crap. But I always have to take my dog out in the morning anyways, so I'm good on that front.
Yeah. Um,
Yeah.
on the way to the restroom, there are windows, and there's a window in there as well. And sometimes I'll be in here, and it's like it could be 5 p.m. or 5 a.m. But the thing that keeps my clock like normalized is just being around the windows, and so I see them like once or like maybe once every hour, once every 2 hours or whatever. And but I could imagine if like you did not see the outside at all, it would really mess with you. There's a study I heard about, or maybe it's not a study, but this guy, he, dog, what's that story of that cave diver guy who like got caught in a cave where there wasn't any light, and he actually figured out like the human body doesn't run on a 24-hour clock, but it was like a 48-hour clock or something. You're probably thinking of Michael Siffre, the French scientist and speleologist cave explorer. Dude was wild. He basically locked himself in a cave without any access to natural light, clocks, or external cues to study how human time perception and biological rhythms work. The basics of the story. In 1962, he did his first major experiment in a glacier cave in the Alps for 2 months. He had no way of knowing what time it was, no clocks, no sunlight, no natural light cycles at all. He recorded his sleep, wake time, and activities, and a team on the surface kept track of the actual time. what he discovered. He ended up living a kind of longer internal day, not 24-hour cycle, but more like a 48-hour cycle in some stretches. Sometimes he'd be awake for 20 hours and then sleep for 10 or more. I am. I'm just going to chime in here. I could totally see that. He lost track of time so badly that when he thought only a month had passed, it had actually been two. Why it matters? His work showed that the human body has a natural circadian rhythm, but it can stretch out without external cues like light and social schedules. Later experiments refined this to show humans naturally operate closer to a 24.2 to 25-hour internal clock, which your body keeps synced to 24 hours through daylight and routine. Sifrei also more of these experiments, even going into the cave at age 60 for 6 months study aging and internal time perception. So it seems like I don't know. I feel like if I was in a cave that long, I just out of sheer boredom, I would sleep a lot more than normal. And if I were,
What if there's internet?
yeah, I mean,
But you can't watch, obviously.
yeah, there's internet in the cave. I mean, internet can only keep you so entertained. I'm not saying it's not great, but it's like you still get bored. Um,
You get bored, I mean, you're not the vast majority of your life.
yeah, but
Life.
yeah, but I get people who come in here all the time, and that kind of changes things up. And then I have roommates too, who I see when I leave my room and talk with them. So that's some engagement. So I get like real human interaction with them. And I mean, we don't talk all that long, but we just say hey to each other or whatever, and what's new. And then um, we've got, I get people who come in here. But I would say if I didn't have that, um, it does get boring. I mean, like when my roommates are asleep and it's the middle of the night and nobody comes in here, it's actually my favorite time. So I shouldn't say that I dislike it. It's kind of the time I like the most. In the wee small hours of the morning when the whole wide world is fast asleep, it's like I feel like I'm, you know, like programming bots, and that's exciting to me. Um, but so I do like it, but I could see how other people would not like it a lot. And
You're talking about in this scenario, like internet, but you can't actually call anyone to talk like a conversation.
right,
You can always go on Reddit.
right. I mean, I get into that.
Yeah, well,
I get into a rhythm with that. So my rhythm is I watch podcasts, I watch a show simultaneously, I listen to a radio simultaneously, and then my what I do online is pretty um, procedural. So I go on Reddit. Well, the first thing I do is I check to see if anybody's talked about me on um, Blue Sky. If somebody has, that's cool. I'll sometimes comment on what they commented, but like let's say they didn't. So I do Blue Sky. Then I go on Reddit, and now this has just been somewhat recent, but I'll scroll through for however long. I really like this fucking subreddit, The Fighter and the Kid. There are like a million subreddits that I like, but this one in particular because people just shit on this guy so badly, and then but I'll do the Reddit thing. Then what I'll do is I'll check out sports scores, ESPN, and then I'll check out CNN. I'll check out some other news
you got
sites.
sports scores.
Yeah, and then I'll. Well, I'm in a bunch of fantasy football leagues, and I'm in like baseball leagues and WNBA leagues, and so I'll check those out. But I don't know, I just like sports, so I check it a lot. I check ESPN.com like 50 times a day. It's just like something that I I used to do when I followed sports even closer than I do now, but it's not my homepage, but it very well could be. Um, then I'll check CNN and I'll check a bunch of news sites, and then it's back to blue. It's like this cycle that I build to go into, and um, it's almost like I use those other sites to distract me until I go back to see what people have said about me on Blue Sky. It's like it all comes back to Blue Sky because that's where my bread and butter is. That's where people are um, talking about me, and then if somebody has said something about me, if it's positive, I thank them for it. If it's negative, then it could be. Um, if it's negative, then then sometimes I'll make a comment. Just one moment. I'm gonna grab some water. Do you have a routine when you're online?
I would say it's like a routine, but rotate through Discord to Instagram to more recently a little bit of Reddit, YouTube, then ChatGPT to Telegram. Just bouncing around the internet constantly.
We're done.
But how do I think I would do a locked in random glacier? I live in Flemish and there's this thing called a moat or something, which is slightly different than crevasse. Some people are just like called this mountain called Sky Pilot and cool. Hiked up it and some guy apparently after bum sliding down a snow slope, he fell into a moat, which is like this open void that forms when heat from exposed rock causes surrounding snow to melt. And there's these gaps between the snow and the rock that can be deep, and it's almost like a crevasse, but I guess it's like this little like crevasse in the rock basically. But they had to send a helicopter and rescue this dude, and it was just lodged in between this little tiny cave. He could die one time doing that, but that has nothing really to do with how I cave survive, but that's my backyard, survive that. I think, yeah, it'd be interesting interesting to see if they did an actual study on larger numbers of people to see if the internal human clock is more geared to 21 hours or a little more than that or less than that.
Do you think your clock is at 25 hours?
I think it's kind of adjustable. I mean, if I am in a 24-hour routine, it doesn't seem very forced. It seems like it's around the right time. Because if I was on a 25-hour clock, I'd be like staying up an hour later each day. Most likely sure, but that doesn't happen. So, I think maybe that's just out of habit. It's hard. I'd have to lock myself in a dark room or a cave for a long period of time. But yeah, I'd be very bored. But yeah, I know another big problem in society.
What's that big thing?
I do have one answer for it as well.
What is that?
That's a problem ever, but I certainly have possibly because my eyes are blue. So maybe it affects blue-eyed people as well, but my eyes are very sensitive to bright lights, like extremely sensitive.
Yeah, mine are too, but because of yep.
Are your eyes blue?
No, but I have cataract, so I get halo effect at night very badly.
Yeah, so if you're driving at night, I mean, it didn't used to be like this in the 80s or 90s or 2000s where LED lights were everywhere. But now if you're driving at night, like all cars have like these like insanely like bright 10 million lumen lights that are like literally blinding you and giving you eye movement.
Oh, that's Audi.
Yeah, so when I drive a car at night, it's like a joke because literally, like, it's so dangerous that I have to do it anyways. But I have to wear like my blue light glasses, the yellow tinted glasses, and also fully have to block out oncoming traffic with like a hat or like a piece of cloth or like anything. And then even still, like the kind of blocking out like half the traffic, which is completely not road part of it is, I mean, if there's someone driving in front of me, then I can easily follow their taillights. And I had to learn the technique of literally sometimes pulling over and waiting for someone to come by so I could follow their taillights. And also it didn't help that my car literally had to show its headlights that were like basically like not having headlights at all, so that made it car fly worse. But yeah, I figured out, or I read that in New Zealand, they have a solution for this, that it's very, very dangerous if there's no car in front of you and you have no idea what way the road is turning, and you're also being blinded by like a wall of cars coming at you and you cannot see the freaking lines on the road. It's just like super scary, but there is a solution. One is on this get headlights on your car that actually function, and then the other solution that New Zealand has, and one town is like these glow in the dark lines that are on the road.
Yeah,
And,
I think that's a big future. They make
yeah, I hope so.
they make. Have you ever seen this glow in the dark streets?
No.
So it's a paint that you
It's
put
like the whole road.
the whole
The whole
road,
road. Like
100%, the whole road. It's just like a fluorescent paint that you put on the road, but then it means you don't need street lamps anymore, or you still need headlights, but they don't have to be as bright, and the whole street lights up. It looks really cool. You would just look up, just go in the dark street.
it's that in the lines.
Um, okay, let's see
Yeah,
here.
so really it's Australia testing the glow in the dark line. I heard that it's bad because they're like they kind of like wear it out every couple of years.
Yeah, but then you just have to do it again. It's not that big a deal. Yeah, I see the lines. That's not.
I see a bike path that's like totally glow in the dark.
Yeah, that works. But no, this is actually the whole road. Um, and they did it somewhere just as a trial. And okay, glow in the dark street. That's fine. I mean, that works. Um, we have these little. We have these little. We have these little reflectors that work pretty well. Um, yeah. Okay, so I see it. Glow in the dark roads. Glow gravel. That works, I guess. But this was a thing, so you didn't need street lights. It was really bright. Glow in the dark streets, entire road. Let me just go. Let me just like AI that. The paint for the road is cool, but um, okay. So Victoria, Australia. No, maybe it's just that. Maybe no. I saw it. It was. I see that they're doing that there. But I've seen it be really bright, like the whole street. It looked like a um. It looked like a blacklight club. Like it was really big. Okay, I've got one for you. Now I don't know how this is in Canada.
It's pretty expensive, like $500 for 15 millimeters.
Yeah, but I mean you could always get that price down. Okay, here's one. What do you have in Canada? Do you ever have blinking yellow lights?
Yeah, the advanced green, but I don't think we have
What's advanced green?
advanced green is when the green is flashing, and it just means you're good to go in all directions. Make a left, make a right, like no traffic is coming for
Do you have
You
blinking?
might be thinking,
Do you have
why can't you just turn the left signal light on as well as the green light? Isn't that the exact same thing? The answer is yes. It is
Okay.
the exact same thing.
Okay. Okay. So here's one. They have them in some places in like some subdivisions I've been in, like in Orange County, but it's not in like LA. It's just putting lights on stop signs. They're just like these like 8 little LED lights that are on a solar panel, and at night, so that you don't miss a stop sign, they just blink red. Does that make sense?
That's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, that works really well. Do you ever have blinking? Do you ever have
They're
blinking?
normally pretty reflective though, right?
Yeah, but like all kinds of stuff gets in the way, like
If
tree.
you have a blinking light though, it's like way more visible.
Right, exactly. Do you have blinking red lights? Do you know what a blinking red light is?
I mean, I understand the concept. Is that integrated into a traffic light?
Yeah, exactly. I should have been specific. So the ones I was talking about were on the sign, but then we have blinking red lights. But here's the issue that occurs: is colorblind people can't tell the difference blinking red or blinking yellow. And so I would make a little differentiation that you just put like a piece of like a line, like a strip of tape on the blinking yellow one so that people can tell the difference, because otherwise you can't. Like normally you can tell if you're colorblind where a traffic signal is, because on the bottom is green, in the middle is yellow, and the top is red. And so you can tell by position. But if it's just one light blinking, you can't tell, or some people can't. And so, in order for people to be able to tell, if it's yellow, you put a piece of tape down the middle. So it kind of splits the light in two. And then people know who are colorblind whether it's yellow or whether it's red. Does that make sense?
Yeah, are there flashing red lights where it's just, I mean, like a stop?
Yeah,
They just don't put it.
they do. They're rare. I've seen them in like some rural areas of.
Yeah, like country roads.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say like rural areas of Riverside County and like Ventura County. Not really in the more populated areas, but you do get them. And like the reason why I say this, I knew a guy who was colorblind, and we used to drive a lot together, and he would have to ask me, "Is this a red light or is this a yellow light?" I'd be like, "You can't tell," and he could not. It's pretty funny. He and I lived together for like 3 years, and um, he would go these interviews, and um, for like a he was in business school, and he came to me and he was like, "How do I look?" I go, "You look good." Like after like living with him for 3 years, he's like, "How do I look?" I'm like, "You look good." But may I ask you a question? He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Why are you wearing a pink shirt?" He's like, "What do you mean I'm wearing a pink shirt? This is white." I'm like, "No, that's not a white shirt. That's a pink shirt." He's like, "No way." For like 3 years, I've been wearing what I thought was a white shirt, and it's been pink this whole time. It was just very like slightly pink, but anyway. So I'd like there to be some kind of surgery for people who are colorblind in the future to be able to get that fixed. And if anything, they make like not goggles, but like glasses that help people who are colorblind. So that's that's a benefit. As your thing,
We just had a video on that. Yeah, videos like making 1,000 blind people see for the first time. I didn't watch that one.
I haven't either. I've seen it though. I've seen that he's advertised it. Did you see that he paid? Mr. Beast paid, I think it was $1 million to shut down Disneyland for like, or no, Six Flags for like 8 hours or something. to go on a date with his fiance.
Yeah, it was Disneyland.
Oh, it's
I
Disney.
did watch that video. It's pretty bland, I guess, for Mr. Beast. But
Right.
very, yeah. I don't know if I think I told you about my idea for a YouTube channel that was like the guy Mr. Beast, but it's like more just the competitions are more crazy and also just like centered around the humorous dialogue. People would enjoy that more than regular Mr. Beast.
You know, for as much as I've been online and been on YouTube specifically, I don't think I've ever watched a single Mr. Beast video.
Really?
I've seen I've seen a highlight of one that is when like a bunch of people who were influencers were on a treadmill, like a giant treadmill. But aside from that, I've never watched his stuff, and I feel like he's botted a lot. Like I know he's big amongst like younger people, but older people don't know who the fuck that is, and I don't know. I just feel like maybe this is just I'm biased, but like someone like Joe Rogan who gets like millions of views, to me, I don't feel like Joe Rogan bots that. Like that's organic. But I feel like Mr. Beast absolutely does. I know he does. So when he said
Like illegal?
it,
Get demonetized if you're caught.
not when you're as big as he is.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, dude, I didn't tell you. So I had this friend of mine from Kick. His name is Straight Savage. He came in here this morning and was like, "Hey, Rabbi, why don't you stream on Kick anymore?" And I explained to him that, I spammed them for 8 months straight. That's how I met him and a bunch of other Kick people. And I decided January 1st, 2025, I was going to stop spamming them. And I want to stream on Kick again someday. And so I was going to take an entire year off, and then hopefully they would let me back after a year. And he was like, I get what you're saying, but what you did wasn't that bad. I mean, yeah, you spammed people, but like big deal. Like people spam all the time. And there are those of us on Kick who want you to stream on there again. Why don't you try streaming again? And so after talking with him a little bit, I was like, you know what? I'm going to recreate a Kick account and go on there and I'll start streaming. And so I started to, and I got banned. So I went in and I emailed them and I appealed the ban, and I was like, look, is there any way you'll let me come back and stream on Kick? Like it's been 6 months. It hasn't been exactly 6 months. It's been like 6 months and 21 days, or like 5 months and 21 days or whatever. Like very close to 6 months. And I'm like, I know like this was a self-imposed ban, but I haven't spammed on there in a long time. Is there any way you'll let me back? They're like, email us from the original account that you used. It's like I have so many accounts. I don't even know what one that was, but I just got into one of my other ones and it was like, okay. So I emailed them and I'm like, look, here's what happened. I got on Kick and I created like 10 Kick accounts. So they were like Rabbi Rothschild 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's not exactly what they were, but let's just say. And I put one on each of my different devices. Now, the way that I stream is different than how anybody else should Kick. I stream 10 different accounts simultaneously. And there's nothing against that in their policies. Okay. So then I realized that like nobody was using Kick and I wasn't getting any traction. So I started spamming them. and they went in, and so like let's say with accounts number Rabbi Rothschild 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, all the way to 100, I spammed with those. So the first 10 I did not spam, and I created before I started spamming. The next 100 or whatever, 90, I spammed. So then they banned my 90 accounts of Rabbi Rothschild. And whenever I would create a new account, they would call it ban evasion. But keep in mind, my original 10 were not ban evasion. I created those before I was ever banned. So then they went in after I kept spamming, and they went and deleted my original 10, which made me mad because those ones did not ban evade. They were like grandfathered in. They were like older than when I got the ban. So I explained to them the reason why I spammed was because you basically told me that I ban evaded with my original accounts, and I never did. I didn't know. I spammed them because I just wanted attention. So I said to them, is there any way that you would give me the ability to stream and kick again? And they got back to me right away. And they said, unfortunately, you've been banned indefinitely. And I said, look, I've taken 6 months off. I've been banned indefinitely. Does indefinitely mean a lifetime ban? They come back to me and they say, hey, thank you for reaching out. You've been banned indefinitely. I get that. I get that I've been banned indefinitely. Does indefinitely mean a lifetime ban? They go back and they say, you've been banned indefinitely. I said, I know that. I know I've been banned indefinitely. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. This is my friend Riser. Riser, this is Miss Aquarius. Riser, you want to play 2 games with us? It won't take long.
I'll wait for Rothschild. I'm going to go to sleep a little bit.
Okay. Miss Aquarius, I'm sending you the invitation. So
Okay.
back to my story with Riser. So I said to them, you guys said that I've been banned indefinitely. Is that a lifetime ban? They come back and say, essentially, indefinitely is a permanent ban, and there's what we can do about it. Thank you. I said to them, okay, so you're telling me that if I live another 50 years and Kick continues for 50 years, in the year 2075, you will not let me stream on there? And they said, that's correct. I was like, oh, come on. And wow, Miss Aquarius, I'm on fire.
Yes, you are. Good job.
Thank you. I was like, are you serious? So you basically are never going to let me stream on there again? And they're like, that's correct. And as I said to Caspian Sea, well, then you leave me no choice. Then I'll just spam you guys again because, you will not accept my offer of peace. And Miss Aquarius,
Oh, you're good.
yes, I am. And so I then sent them another email and said, look, will you accept if I just won't stream on there for 1 year? And they did not get back to me yet. Good job, Miss Aquarius. And oh man, that was almost really good. And so I'm awaiting their decision on that. But I've never heard of a platform saying that somebody's indefinitely banned, and then indefinite does mean lifetime, and then 50 years from now I won't be able to stream on there, which I just know is not true. But whatever. I found that to be interesting.
They should hopefully let you stream and stream enough.
Well, that's how I feel. Like, okay, if you guys want to play that game, that's cool. But now I'm going to drive you guys nuts with my spam. Exactly.
What happened with Twitch? Why did you not? Are you streaming that shit?
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You want to interact with Twitch?
Yeah, Twitch is just filled with bots. So they do. I get people who talk to me every day, but many times they're just bots. And the thing is, there are so many people on Twitch that very few people chat with you.
Category are you?
I'm in like 6 different categories. So I'm in just chatting. I'm in IRL. I'm in some like I think I'm in like Fortnite, even though I don't play Fortnite. I'm in WWE Super Stream or something. Like I just picked a random one, and I've just been in that one for like 2 years. And then what else am I in? Um, I think I'm in. I was in like multiverses or something. Then I'm in Fortnite, maybe Minecraft. I don't know. And then I'm in. I'm in like 6 total ones, and it's like if you. I don't really pay attention to it, but at the end of the stream, I'll look and I'll get somebody, 1 or 2 people chatting in there at least over the course of 12 hours or so. But there's just nice job, Miss Aquarius. There's just very little interaction there. Um, the one where I get the most interaction is YouTube, probably. Even though it's really hard to get any interaction on YouTube. Um, that one probably the most.
Are you shadow ban? Are you shadow ban?
Oh, yeah. And I mean, I mean, I did ban evasion for a long time, but I mean, I still am. But I think it has to do with I show copyrighted material. Like even today, I got an email that was I didn't get a copyright.
Yay!
Thank you. I didn't get a copyright strike, but I got a warning that said that they heard on my stream that I was watching The Office Superfan Edition, and my video is not available to the public. Like their algorithm is really good, or their shouldn't say algorithm, but their like moderate their automated moderation is very good. Thank you.
Were you listening to The Office?
Yeah, and so like you have to be really careful about that. So anyway, if you get one of those complaints, then that can cause you. There we go, Miss Aquarius.
You win, I win.
I win, you win. That's right. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yes. All right. Good night.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. Oh, Miss Aquarius, Audie says thank you for keeping her in your mind, in your head, or in your thoughts, I should say. And she hopes that you're doing well as well.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams.
In terms of shadow banning, though, yeah. So if you get a bunch of those warnings, which I get all the time, they're not necessarily like they just don't promote you. And the reason why they don't promote you is because they can't monetize your stream, and that means they can't show advertising on it. And what they wanted to show advertising, YouTube loses a lot of money. It doesn't make money. It loses money overall. It's the number 2 site in the world, but it loses money because of all of the cost of running it. So they try to get that back with advertising. But my content, because I show copyrighted content, isn't eligible for monetization. And because of that, they don't promote it. So do you want to consider that shadow banning? Yeah, I mean, if they're not promoting my stuff, then that's essentially de facto shadow banning. Now, I've been shadow banned in other ways too, um, but that's the big one. And like, I've been shadow banned or whatever you want to call it for so many years that doesn't bother me. That's why I've had to go to these guerrilla advertising tactics. Like, if everything were equal, I would have been viral a long time ago. But you you've got to recognize that, like, the name of the game is buying viewers. Have you ever been to botted.wtf? All right. Well, if you go to it, it's shocking to see what percentage of people are botting. Like, just on Kick, um,
I know Kick is like everyone's involved.
yeah, but YouTube's the same way. YouTube's the same way, and so's Twitch. So right now,
You get copyright, you get definitely like strikes if you get body on YouTube.
yeah, but there are ways to get it so that you get around it. Right now, the top streamers on Kick, like the top Ice Beside right now, he has a thing going on. He has 15,000 viewers, and um, let's see here, 0 messages per minute. I don't know if their stuff is accurate right now. Because he's got to have some people viewing him. But like, look, I can tell you this: the guy who Aiden Ross pays, and Fusi pays, and Neon pays. He comes in here and gambles a lot, so he gives me behind the scenes of what they do and the prices they pay, and the prices they pay are about um, depending on how many people you want to watch you. But for like a month, it's like $4,000 to have like 100 people watch you a month, which is pretty expensive. And so when these guys do bigger streams, that's just going to add up to $10,000, $15,000 a stream or so. And if you don't have the money to do that, then you're not going to be in the top 10 streamers on the platform. As the saying goes, it takes money to make, and so you have to put an investment in sometimes. Pardon me, to be able to make your money. Anyway, I heard you say that you wanted to get. I'll let you get to bed. You take care, big dog. Come back soon. I appreciate you coming here. Always appreciate your time. Don't be a stranger. There are more wheels than doors, if you count gears. Okay, how about this one? Before you go, are there more gears or wheels on Earth? Are there more gears or wheels on Earth, and approximately how many of there are there? Are there more gears? Why isn't this working? Are there more gears or wheels on Earth? Okay, what do you think? More gears?
I kind of know the answer, but I guess
They say that there are more wheels. They say there are more wheels.
What's the number?
What are the numbers? Wheels versus gears. There are, dude, fuck that. It just gave me incorrect information. Okay, it literally says there are almost certainly more than there are gears on Earth. And then I asked it, okay, what's the amount? And it says there are 8 to 10 billion wheels and 100 to 300 billion gears, which means that there are far more wheels on Earth. So I'm going to call it on its shit. Yo, that contradicts your previous statement. You're absolutely right. Good catch. Let me clarify and correct the contradiction. What I said before, there are almost certainly more wheels than on Earth. What I just estimated, gears are like 100 to 300 billion and wheels 8 to 10 billion. So yes, that's a direct contradiction, and here's why. What happened? Initially, I went with the intuition wheels are visible, simple, and found in countless everyday items. But when we actually do the math, each car might alone have 50 gears, industrial machines, dozens of thousands, many everyday wheels. So corrected conclusion, despite first impression, there's far more gears than wheels on Earth, by an order of magnitude or more. Thanks for calling that out. It's a great example of how checking assumptions with numbers can reveal surprising truths. Would you like a visual table? So there you go.
It's a great example of why gears are not wheels.
It's a great example of how AI is still in its infancy and does not know the correct answer sometimes.
On the doors, just the amount of total doors.
Oh, okay, let's figure that one out. I'll say that if there are 8 to 10 million or 8 to 10 billion wheels, I'll say that there are a billion doors? Is that? I'll say there are 8 billion doors. There's one door for every person.
So I got a different answer than that. I mean, it also estimated that the amount of building, which I stated earlier, was between 4 to 6 billion. And I got an answer that was like there's hundreds of billions of doors.
I can't imagine there are that many more doors than wheels.
No, there's more wheels than that too, I believe.
Okay.
I believe there's like at least 100 billion wheels.
So whatever ChatGPT answer just gave me right now is all bullshit. So they say that there are more wheels or doors in the world.
It said doors when I asked for it.
But if you include gears,
Yeah, no, that's not including gears.
the gear is a fascinating thing. It's changed our lives. Like, it allows for tight movement that is predictable, and organized, and it's just a fascinating shape. It allows for efficiency, it allows for strength, it allows for organization. I'm a big fan of gears.
Gears are the way of the future.
I don't know about that. They were definitely of the past. I think I would say like transistors are the way of the future more than gears, but perhaps they're related. Anyway, I can talk to you all night. Go to bed, big dog. We'll see you soon.
Can I just tell you one thing?
Oh yeah, tell me whatever you want. Stay as long as you want. I don't want to take up. I don't want to take up your sleep time. Now, go ahead.
No, I just there's this reel that I found on Instagram. This guy was just making me laugh so hard, and I figured out that he had a podcast as well. But he basically is like he goes around to. He's from like Ontario, which Ontario is like pretty much nothing but like strip malls. But he finds these like weird kind of anomalies in strip malls, and sometimes they're not even anomalies. Sometimes they're just like basic dollaramas. But he's like, "Yo, this is the biggest dollarama by square footage like lot in the world. Probably look at the size of the sign. Look at the size of this dollarama."
What's a dollarama?
This is like a dollar store.
Okay.
And it's funny because he just like really like hypes up these like small joints that are just like there's nothing super crazy, but I'll send you the reel right now, and I want to see your reaction. One of them is walking. I don't know if you've ever heard of like the brand of Hamilton Beach.
Yeah, like they make like coffee pots.
Yeah, they make convection ovens. They make kettles. They make like all sorts of like appliances. So that's the second one I sent you. And he even went as far as to create like a meetup with T-shirts of him because he had the world's first of him holding a Hamilton Beach like 10-watt kettle on Hamilton Beach, Ontario. Go watch the reel right now and I'll see your reaction. I just couldn't stop laughing.
Okay, just a moment. Is Hamilton Beach a real place?
Yeah, there's a city called Hamilton, Ontario.
No, I know that. But do they have a beach?
Yes, they do. It's not like a huge beach, though. Burlington Beach is right next to Hamilton and it's bigger.
All right. Before I check it out, are you sad that Canada hasn't won a Stanley Cup in 3 years?
No, I started cheering for Florida. Glad that Florida won.
I think it's rigged. Well, I'm certain it's rigged. Like, that's been proven in, like, court. Like, at least in the United States, like, referees have gone to jail for this, for rigging games and stuff. But here's the thought. Here's why it's rigged.
You know why? Do you know why home teams win on average more than away teams?
Yeah, because it's really good for the economy of that area.
No, but why would that have? Why would the economy affect the output of the arguably at the point of the game?
Well, it means that it means that people are going to buy more merchandise, and they're going to be in a happier mood, so they're going to go out to dinner and they're going to spend more when the home team wins.
No, but I'm asking why do you think the home team has better odds of winning versus the away team?
Well, they rig it so that the home team does win, but I mean, an argument to be made is they have home field advantage. So when like the crowd gets to cheer, they're cheering for their team. That's why they want you to think.
There's a few factors, but the main factor is that referees tend to be more biased for the home team.
I could absolutely see that. They don't want to piss off 80,000 people in the stands or whatever.
Yeah, and then also there's like the psychological aspect that people are cheering for.
Okay, so the idea, why hasn't Canada won in 33 years? I think this has been done purposefully. So the last Canadian team, to my knowledge, to win the Stanley Cup is the Toronto Maple Leafs. But traditionally, the Montreal Canadiens have been like the biggest dynasty in hockey of all time. And you would think that they would be dominant still, but they haven't won in a long time. Now, why is it that Canada, where the sport of hockey is literally like a religion, has not won in 33 years? They have the best talent, they have the best fans, and it's by far the biggest sport in the country. And the reason is because, and this has been proven, but the NHL has wanted to push hockey in the United States for many years. The United States is a bigger market. And specifically, they've wanted to push hockey in warm climates. So that's why we have like the Kings and the Ducks, and we have the Coyotes. But you've got the Panthers, and you have like the Hurricanes and the Stars, and you have like the Wild, or not the Wild North, but basically the southern states, because there's more money than in Canada. And the idea is that when you're trying to sell out a stadium, it's much easier to sell out a stadium when the team is winning. So that's why teams like Florida Panthers, who normally Florida doesn't care about hockey, you get them a winner there a couple years in a row, and that's a dynasty. And then people start showing up, and it means they make more money. When the teams play in Canada, it's a sellout either way. Whether you have a good team or a bad team, they'll still show up. But it's not the same in the United States. All right. I'm going to your.
Why did that not happen with Arizona?
Hold on. I'm watching your thing. We'll talk about it in a second.
Lots of seats for smoothness for handles. And just when you thought you'd seen it all, no, seriously, come on. There's a drive-through. When have you ever seen a drive-through at a Dairy Queen. I think this is the first I've ever seen, and inclusive to tall people, 9 feet. So I was just here downtown over from this TQ Rothschild show. I saw the facade. It looked absolutely stunning to me. I want to show you. So that's what I've done. You can go away now, and I just hang out.
I am completely underwhelmed by the first video.
Now, is this not one of the
I'm not saying that it's not a funny premise, and I'm sure that guy has funnier videos, but he just didn't sell it to me that well. All right. I mean, I think it's funny. It's a funny idea, but he just didn't do that good of a job on it. Okay, you would. Let me see the second one, though.
This is the first time this has happened in recorded history where someone has been holding a Hamilton Beach variable temperature random pencil on a beach in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. We have never seen anything like this before. This is fascinating. We have never seen it.
Okay, I get it. It's funny. You're welcome. Yeah. Do I think it's the funniest thing I've ever seen? Perhaps. But in all seriousness, the Dairy Queen thing is, I like the premise of just totally mundane things and just saying like how amazing they are. I like that. I think that he could probably sell it better, but it's funny.
For some reason I can't find the dollar ammo one. Dollar ammo one is funny. I didn't realize how many videos he had. There's quite a few. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go to sleep soon, so I don't fuck up my sleep schedule. We'll talk again.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
Later, dog.
you know, you're surrounded by people you not necessarily can trust for a very long time, and and a couple of times that's proven to be just right. You know, people will try and take you if you leave you close too long. But you know, essentially, it's been decades of work. I can't pick out like just nominal things in it. And like I say, I can't remember one operation to the next. You know, you have picture recollections of this and remembering, in all that time, you've been acting at a level. You've been exposed to all of these different explosives. You know, you've had so much that makes you probably not be able to be like, because I think you can picture, on that night, this from this point, and this was the intelligence picture you had. It's simply not the case, right? Think about that now.
I heard the story about the, I'm sure you have, the SAS guys that were captured and taken hostage, and then the other part of their team went in and rescued them, like, against the country's wishes. Like, I guess, like, the government said they didn't authorize it, and they went anyway and rescued the guys.
So I wasn't on that, and part of it.
Do you know any of the guys who were?
No.
No? That was a pretty incredible story.
Yeah. I mean, all of them are incredible stories. Right? You know, hostage rescue is a zero-sum game.
Yeah.
You only hear about when it goes right or wrong. You know, it's more at the It's more at the political level. You know, and how you plan for a hostage rescue is completely different from anything else. You assume a lot more risk. You know, so you know, I'm more than happy to talk about nature of any of these types of operations. None of which any in their own uniqueness stick in my mind. You know, I remember a house falling on top of me, someone, you know, ambushing us from the side. I remember plenty of context around that. But that's
what happened when the house fell on top of you.
That was an explosive device that was set off. The percussiveness around it is dried out TATP, and there was you know, contact at the door, so engagement in between, so they were stuck in the doorway. Cussed around, set the charge off. It's a homemade ID, obviously. And the building itself, the building structure was damaged on the side. And about 2 minutes after, because we still hadn't got our wounded back from that particular engagement, the house fell on top of them. And in some, you know, they were left buried for like 4 or 5 hours, and resulting in earthquake-type injuries. You know, so again, these are very complex operations. When they get complex, they get really, really difficult.
Where were you guys? Can't say.
But those are the sorts of situations that, you know, you were faced with, and you have to your way out from. On that particular operation, you know, there's about 13 guys left standing on their feet. The other 28 number dead, and all the rest in hospital. You know, so yeah, but that's the cost of going off confronting people that you know are about to go and do something.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, again, condition yourself for the mindset of that, and you train and prepare for it. But you know, these
28 guys weren't your guys.
As we were supporting them.
You were supporting them. Oh, okay, gotcha.
So, and but you know, none of these. The vernacular around military operations is not helpful. Like a surgical strike is not surgical, right? So there's a lot of talk about the preciseness of it all, and yes, it is very precise, but it's still a weapon. You're still going to an area where you're going to get contested in some way, on a number of, you know, on significant majority of occasions, significant minority of occasions. Sorry, not always. You know, there's other ways we work. You know, where on the British mainland, where we train and we're surrounded by the people we're surrounded by. There's no threat to us, but the focus is a threat for terrorism. You know, Mumbai scared everyone. Mumbai, I don't know whether you remember the Mumbai attacks, where 90% of all the people got killed. No, it's about 70% of all the people got killed in the first 90 minutes or something.
When was this?
So this was back in 2005. and it's attacking Mumbai.
Okay.
Done by extremists, trained crossing over the border in Pakistan, got in boats and came to Mumbai, armed with explosives, grenades, weapons, and everyone across the world, I think, watched that attack and thought, how would we respond to it? So we fundamentally changed the way we would respond to those sorts of marauding attacks. That, most countries have seen it. And those weren't things that were happening in the past. It's kind of a new way they learn how to do things.
Were you a part of that or no?
No, it's just something we learned of. Any of these attacks that happen worldwide, we look at them and we analyse them. And we say, okay, well, how we're set up, are we effective against it? What are the practical responses we could do? We've seen them in the knife attacks now. Gun control is very, very tight in the UK. It's one of the biggest defences against marauding firearms attacks. But it doesn't stop people getting knives, blades, petrol bombs, and everything else. And these are the dangerous attacks that everyone fears.
What are the gun laws in the UK? What is?
So it's very, very tight. We always have very, very tight gun laws. So the accessibility of weapons and ammunition means that reduces the likelihood people are going to be able to get weapons and carry out marauding firearms attacks. But that still means very dangerous people can potentially get them or potentially get other weapons, as has happened in the UK.
Is it how tight is it compared to the US?
Oh, it's completely different. As in, there's no law of ownership of gun beyond, I think, a shotgun and a 22.
So you can own a shotgun and a 22.
Yeah, for various purposes.
And you have so it's like Canada, I think. I think Canada's similar to that.
In a way, because the UK is a very, very complex, dense population.
Yes.
Very, very mixed population. It's an island, which is great, but it's very complex. And like I say, we have a very close interagency response, like fire service, ambulance service, all trained to go down and rescue people when it's actually still very threatening for them, in order to rescue people from the underground. But that's coordinated response, and it's very, very carefully measured and practiced. But it's foremost, it was adopted after Mumbai.
It says most handguns have been banned in Great Britain since the Dunblane school massacre in 1996.
Yeah, so okay, well that's
wow.
That's the reason.
So has that had any effect on like mass shootings?
Yeah, so I mean, really, we do have mass shootings in the UK. Can't anyone that's been terrorism. But we do have an adequate response now for it.
Yeah, because here it's like it's there's been terrorism. There's been like it was the San Bernardino. There was that one that was terrorist, but a vast majority of the shootings in the U.S. are just like psychologically disturbed kids.
Exactly, and that's the danger, right?
On antidepressants.
This is what I think. These countries, the people that are in them don't really realise the level of attention and the level of praise some teams should have. And it is those young, easy to influence people. Get in a bad state, they're reading a diet of social media, the offered narrative, all of that sort of stuff, and they lose the mindset that, all of a sudden, and actually, no one talks about the many of them that are saved, because there's like an attentive content moderator that says, okay, well, these posts are looking like they're going in a certain way, and then passes it over to the authorities, who then go and get the due processes, get legal processes to be able to intervene. And they'll catch it early and they'll get hold of the individual. That's called prevent in our areas. They stop this happening, because that's the sad decline that happens. And when you take it, and again, that's one of the domestic problems, is when you've got high levels of unemployment in some of these things. And people feel like, they deserve more. I've got a degree, and yet I've not got a job. And they become very, very to people who know how to influence people very well. They turn them, give them sort of an ideological route to go down, and the outcome can be extremely dangerous once that goes. And in this day and age, we live in a fascinating world where information sharing is there, and it's open, and it's free. It's monitored by companies. is unsupportably monitored by anyone that can in order to identify that sort of stuff. And again, I'll just make the point that so many people actually get picked up by content moderators. They get reported by school teachers. They get flagged up. Jails are monitored.
So you never hear about that.
That's the problem, right? You should.
At least in the US, you don't.
But, the diligent people who've been overlooking this got the due process to actually go and intervene and do something about it, and been able to take this individual into responsible hands and look at it and say, okay, well, do you actually pose that real threat? But in the UK, there's a lot of knife crimes, real lot of knife crime. And it's very, very difficult to ascertain when someone's talking about it and actually intends to, therefore, do they present a threat to the public, or whether they're actually just
talking shit.
Yes. There's lots and lots of clever ways of looking at that and assessing it.
How do you assess it?
Well, it's not my field of expertise. Okay. But you look at this and you say, okay, well, I presume, what age is this person? Who are they sort of trying to pass this message to? But the key point is, the large majority of it is exactly as you said. These people that, left unattended, they could well go down a dangerous bracket. But the point they draw some notice, they're not at that dangerous point. And they can be turned around. They can be sort of intervened on and said, look, you're looking a bit. These last 3 posts, you've reposted this. So these are vigilant content moderators, that will flag something up, because that's what they should be doing. It's their professional responsibility to do it.
Yeah, I think a big part of it is parenting too. There's a lot of shitty parenting here in the U.S. People that just want to have kids and they don't want to raise kids, right? They're not fit. They're not mentally or physically or socially fit to raise human beings.
Yeah.
And that's the root cause of a lot of the most, the worst parts of America, like the homeless problem, like, the drug problem, like that. There's this guy who I've had on the podcast called Mark Leda. His name's Mark Leda. He has a YouTube channel called Soft White Underbelly. He's in LA on Skid Row, and he does interviews with like prostitutes, pimps, drug dealers, like all of like the most down and like worse off people in America. And he was on here and he was telling me, he was like, the one common denominator between all these human beings is just terrible parenting.
Yeah, the easiest and best way of doing it is to provide a safe and stable and happy home for a start. People wouldn't go that way. Yeah. Doesn't mean they won't have teenage problems, let's face it, at that time.
Right, of course.
Get a hard time at school.
Yeah.
You're going to have some of those issues, but you're certainly not going to be left to incubate for someone else to jump in and influence, or worse. It's just perpetuating conspiracy theories, It just flukes people's minds, It gives them an impression there's something to worry about that there's not, and that's the problem, They're exposed to this. In an equal vein, you can go on to the same platforms and research the most incredible topics. It's not the phone in the hand that's the problem. It's not the accessibility to the information that's the problem. But I totally agree. If you're a parent and you took a real view on like ensuring that your children were guided, like parented and supported, and gave them a feeling. A lot of my friends tell me about sort of, their daughter came to see them because someone was putting a message up, and that's like the good news. Your children should be confident enough to come bring things to you and say, what on earth does this mean? Why is this person saying this to you?
Right.
And that all comes down to parenting. You can't blame the children. You haven't got a fully mature brain till you're 25.
Right, exactly.
It's not fully developed.
Right.
And so even at 18, even as a young person, as we would deem it, you're still very, very prone to kind of decisions and opinions that you wouldn't make as an adult, like an adult beyond 25.
Right. That's an interesting point, because a lot of people, I'm sure, by the time you were involved in heavy combat tours and operations, you were under the age of 25, right? And I wonder how that, I'm sure the vast majority of people who get into the military are under the age of 25. And I wonder how that affects like your development when you're that young, seeing those kind of things and being under that kind of stress.
It definitely leads to issues that they know fully well about. But, you know, these are great experiences. Let's not ignore the brilliant processes.
Yes, exactly.
Loads of education, formative experiences, and pressure is not the cause of concern here. Pressure in life is quite healthy, but it's a prolonged period of exposure to stress and suffering, you know, witnessing traumatic incidents as well. That's not ignore the key points, but it's that constant exposure to stress. And yes, as a young mind, but remember, a young body is more capable of actually dealing with it. You know, you are actually more active. Your physiological function is, you should be tuning and chiming quite well. So most young people are actually come out of it pretty well. You know, they never kind of forget it as an experience. It shaped who they are as an adult. You know, but it's not necessarily shaped in a bad way. There'll be challenges. You know, and going back to the guy I just spoke in the bar. You know, it's just wonderful to speak with someone and seeing that they've seen them challenges, and you know, he's a pleasure to speak to. And you know, he alluded to this. It's like, I mean, you know, these bar actually, like, oh, got it, right? You do that because that's your social engagement, that's your way of, like, you know, in order, you know, that's very, very key and important. And when we worry about each other, you know, on a professional level, we watch behaviours, you know, and a lot of the time it will manifest in the home. You know, before how people behave very much represents their, you know, mental fitness, mental health, how dysregulated the brain has become because of that presence of prolonged stress, which results in constant norepinephrine and cortisol flooding through the body. It does some really, really quite surprising things. And we don't fully understand all of this, right? You know, create some sort of information. You know, it keeps your body on a level where it's not maintaining itself, it's not kind of cleaning itself out properly. There's the harmonious balance of all your functions is lost. And that's when you see it. It's not immediate, you know, but it's come. And what I recognise, I had 2 changes of behaviour whilst I was in the forces, and so
Changes of behaviour.
yes, and again, it's indicative. If you look your behaviour as a kind of marker of where your brain is. When someone's very, very defensive towards me, I'm not kind of like, everyone has a bad day, and I'm not about that. You know, it kind of indicates, why are you on the, you know, why are you kind of back-footing all the time? You know, it's like what's going on in there, you know, present negative thoughts, all the time. This is a firm indicator of dysregulated brain. Something going on neurologically up there that's not there, and left unattended, it's sliding into depression, social isolation. You know, suicide ideation is definitively attached to this in this decline. And we actually get taught a lot of this. I did the police hostage negotiation and crisis unit course, which is absolutely wonderful place to be. And not only does it test you to sit there and talk to people that really make it hard for you to talk to them, you do a lot of study into mental health, people with challenges, and how to manage people who are in crisis. And it gives you real insight, you know, and I find that fascinating and possibly exceeds some of the stuff that I'm looking into now. But the soldier community, you know, military community as a whole, you know, their anastatic load, everyone has got an anastatic load. You know, your anastatic load is the levels of environmental factors that are adding stress to you. You know, everyone has one. With SF communities really kind of at exceptional levels. It's where subconcussive blast, stress of continually sort of turning up and performing. You know, it's stress of being on standby all the time. You're always on call. You know, you're like, there's lots and lots of different areas where that allostatic load becomes a whole factor.
Right.
But that doesn't mean to say the military is full of human beings. Right? Everybody's human at the baseline, and they're affected by these stresses. And so you look in other units, it's equally as management. It's just particularly definable in the special forces community. And you know, I think the learning and the progress into this is huge. The trouble is, when you've got neurological dysfunction, it's mystifyingly hard to tie down, diagnose. There's so many different influencing factors in it, right? So I think it's really, the US is a long way ahead in its knowledge of this and programs to really understand it, and mitigate, you know, when that stress is really inevitable.
Guys that you've worked with in the SAS or any other parts of the military have like wanted to stay in the military and keep doing operations.
So I think like everyone would.
Everyone would.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really.
Life changes around you. People have families. The conditions around it. There's a lot of injuries. There's a lot of people who just get worn out. There's no reason. We keep ourselves very, very fit. It's one of the main mitigations to some of the other damage that gets done and the maintenance of it. But essentially, I think everyone would stay as long as they possibly could do. But some, it just becomes completely incompatible with outside life. People make their own decisions. A lot of high rates of separation in all militaries, special forces units, because you're required to go away a lot.
You mean separation, like spouse?
Separation from spouse,
yeah,
and everything else. But a lot of those relationships may not have worked anyway. Again, it's those factors that you can't. It's too easy to just turn around and specifically change, like put the job as the single unit of fault every single time. That's not, but it's a key part of the pattern context.
Right.
So many other professions suffer the same thing. That's certainly not unique. But I think, when you start, everyone would love to stay on as long as they can. People want to be operational. There's a training job. There's lots of jobs of extremely high value that don't even going away on operation or anything, especially in this world. Where you've got so many domains of military effects as such as part of their own strategy, and they've just declared cycles the fourth, space the fifth, now industry is sixth. So,
but there are a lot of guys that come out of the military or retire from the military. Don't they go back to be part of like special operations in other parts of the world, like at an older age? Like I know now, like in Ukraine, I know there's a lot of like veterans, like U.S. veterans and special operations guys that are like up there, like in their 50s, that are going over there to fight.
So there is a network to do security. Security is a very, very broad word. So what you're talking about, some do. The people who went over and supported the Kurdish against the Islamic State. One of them was jailed in Turkey. He made a fundamental miscalculation. And he ended up being regarded as having supported the terrorist group himself, because that particular portion of the Kurdish, the Turkish deem are terrorist organisations. So you have to be really careful, exactly how you're going to be perceived by others when you do it. There are a lot of people that go on and serve alongside others willingly, and many for very, very good reasons. Personally, I'm not. From when I left, I said, I want to orientate into a different sort of opportunity business. And also, a lot of people become very high level security. You have to have an SIA license in the UK. And I've let mine lapse because I really want to engage and be useful somewhere else. So yes, there are a lot. Valuable they are in their contribution. I think differs greatly. And I think there is always a danger that it's always been what you've known, so you're just going to keep on it. And essentially in my background, I've got people I've made promises to as well, and they've stood up when I had a duty to do it. Now I'm going to do it willingly on my own volition.
What do you mean? Just
because. So I've got people that depend on me for stuff. Whilst you're doing a duty, that's That's obvious, right? It's not negotiable. You're doing it, and you're doing your job well by doing it.
It's got to be harder for guys that don't have names. Guys who are single and they have no one.
I think it is, and it does go very differently, And I think, but also there's a risk that becomes your only way. And I remember you're getting older, a chance to build a full life, because the military is a full life, but it's very direct down a tunnel. I'm not sure quite how.
That's a good way of putting it.
You're not exposed to all of the other parts of life. Right? And when you leave, you have that opportunity to do it. It's remarkably a healthy thing to do. Mm-hmm. I was talking to a legal guy in tech not long ago. He simply couldn't get his head around that I've done a career for 23 years, and I'd stopped. And now I was going to do another, learn to do another.
It's rare, right?
Most of my friends have been with their same company for 21, at least in the same industry, 21, 22 years. It's not rare amongst us, right? People choose certain paths. My path has been get out, engage, find, go and embrace opportunity a bit, go and explore whether that's going to suit you right, and add some value where you can. But if you're not proving your fullest amount of value, there's a next step down the path to make. Keep on engaging, you'll go there. Other people do choose to do security oriented jobs for the rest of their time, they're extremely well paid. But they mean long periods of time on oil installations. A lot of oil installations, they have a very big pertinence in running the security, the guarding, and there's lots of jobs that fall there.
Oil? You said oil?
Oil and gas industry.
Okay.
So, obviously, they're in very remote locations. They need some security being doing, so a lot of ex-members go into those sort of industries. And I've kind of elected, I haven't ruled out, but I've elected to try and engage in, what I'm involved in now, and learn and adapt to almost go into another whole career. So it's just your personal choices. There's no right or wrong in any of it. And people are content with what they're content with. For me, I want to build that life back around me. Yeah. I'm certainly not sentimental in my outlook on that. It's not like I feel I owe anything or anything. I just think it's going to be better when I'm 55 or 60 that I've done that. And I'm sitting there with all of that bolted together. And that, means concluding certainly better paid work, but it means which would mean 6 months, a year away, living away.
What was that quote you said about, I think before we started recording, you said something about nostalgia?
The ancient Greeks.
Well, yeah, what did the ancient Greeks say about nostalgia?
All I say is there's the reason the ancient Greeks regarded nostalgia as an ailment. What they're trying to say is don't lean back on what you knew before. And I'm quite careful and disciplined to not do that, so and that's smoothing as I move further away from the military in time. And I think transition window it's not even your first step until you're 4 years clean. You're 4 years gone from that career, and you're just starting to adapt and behave in a different way. You're changing your mindset to single duty purpose.
That's an interesting quote, man, because when you think about people who are getting old, a lot of them just like to reflect on the past.
Yeah.
They don't really focus on the future as much as you think young people do, right? Young people typically generally talk about the future, and really, really old people who, whether they've done a lot in their career, their life or not, they typically all reflect on the past more often. That's interesting.
I ask myself a lot, what did they mean, physically lean back or whatever. It is that. Just don't let your brain to linger too much.
Right. Yeah.
Linger too much in the past. Get on new experiences. Very easy.
It's a way to stay young.
Yeah, and learn more things. Try and learn a new career. I think. Soldiers that do transition, they tend to bounce through jobs quite routinely until they settle. And it's because they get put in a position where they get offered a job, they provide some value, but it doesn't really suit them in their character as a person. And increasingly they're able to select as they're going along, but it doesn't happen by magic. There's no way you're going to come out in 23 your career in the military and suddenly go and find a job
at the post office.
That's like, wow, I'm going to do this for 10 years and this is going to be absolutely amazing, and I'm so excited to tell them about it. Right. And it is a process of sort of navigating your way through. I think the art to it is to engage, and really sort of grab opportunity and be mindful of risk, but don't let that be the defining factor.
Right.
There might be a bit of a bump. You might get a bit of a loss. Now, you might have found out you're not very good at something.
Right. So you were telling me off air a minute ago, how many operations and tours were you part of total?
So it's the figure. So some of them operational posts on my tours. I count operational tours in a theatre where counter-terrorism operations going on. Whatever, I did 19, and that amounts to roughly about 13 years in operational days. So that's a huge exposure to experience, and it's all really just a blur now. And I've moved on beyond it. But it was, a tremendous experience whilst it lasted. And that was whilst it was my professional duty to do it. It's not like I linger for it now at all. And in many ways, I'm just grateful. My operational marketing is don't miss them, right? And that doesn't mean I put my hand up for it. When I'm asked, I'll go. There has to be an exceptional reason. So I'll cover this a bit later. But when just for my third Iraq tour, my mum was hit by a car, killed, very very bad injury. She went underneath it, so fatal injuries. Declared dead at about an hour and 40. And obviously that turned my family completely inside out. My father was very dependent on my mum. He actually died 13 months later, just a few pures. I deployed 6 weeks. I believe again my memory's fuzzy, but it was pretty close afterwards. I went and deployed. And I got stuck in. The operational tempo was very very high. And on that particular tour, it was like 180, in excess of 180 operations that we were involved with. And essentially, I proved that I was valid and I got commendated in certain ways and I was doing my work well enough. I finished that tour and came back. Well, I came back with alopecia. And had I known what I know now, I would attribute that much more closely to, okay, well, it's interesting. EMDs can go on a long time. But that, my mum's death is described as allostatic load, and it is stress from your professional environment, but also added up and how that compounds on an individual. And alopecia was definitely linked to that. At the time, I'll just put it down to diet. I even remember it kind of getting noticed because I was sort of too tired to even notice. To be honest with you, I haven't really ever paid too much attention to what I look like. I was having my hair cut, and I remember the hairdresser saying to me, "Oh, you poor boy," which was like, when I found it really interesting, he called me a boy, but I think remembering back, I was about 25, so that's probably a fair one. Yeah, exactly. And then obviously I started developing these perfect circles in my beard, which are still there now, and they come and go. And that just dates back to that period where obviously like long-term stress had just kicked in. And I was performing at a very, very high level, constantly turning over, out, back in, right. Making decisions all the time. It's, at my age, it was almost a privilege to be able to do that. Everyone wants to work in a role in an environment in their industry where they're challenged and tested, and you can be proved that you were good, you were effective, and especially at that age, that was important for me. But I returned, and my body was trying to tell me something. I continued.
That had been brutal, man. Losing both your parents.
Yeah, no, it's very tough. Right, so very, very tough.
And you said your dad passed away from just stress.
Yeah, well, medical term is a broken heart. What that is I don't know what killed him, but he described how he would die, right? And he used to get up very early in the morning. He used to have a cup of tea with my mum, and that was his sort of darkest period of his time after my mum had died. So, and I remember going back and speaking to him because I was working on some sort of medical attachments that we do in order to practice our medical skills. Drove home very early in the morning and found him in the kitchen. I was chatting to him, and I just remember sort of looking at him and just going, hard to get together. Right? I looked in the fridge and there was just some fish lined up and some tomatoes. But he was, was really struggling to live even domestically. He was keeping him good. I mean, my dad was a pretty talented man, right? He was a competition sailor, but he built his own boat.
No way, really?
Yeah, so he built his own boats. He's a really incredible person. So, he just simply wasn't managing. And he said, when I get up, that's that toughest time. It's almost like there's a pain. And of course, what he's describing, and what I assess is there's something called Takotsuba cardiomyopathy. And when you deep levels of stress, immediate grief after bereavement, and other forms, so financial stress can do this to you. Separation of loved one can do this to you. And he had a massive heart attack. He fell over quite violently. He was obviously really, really big. Now, what Takotsuba is for some reason, and medical science doesn't know why, but it was found in a post-mortem in the 80s in Japan, therefore Takotsuba. So Takotsuba means octopus cut. And for some reason, the long stress, particularly pronounced due to grief or whatever, stuns muscles in the heart in one chamber alone. I think right or left atrium, whatever it is. It makes the heart look like an octopus trap, which is why they call it Takotsuba. And what that does is, in most people, it wouldn't be a problem at all. You return to normal. And unless you have other really quite severe heart pre-conditions, it usually wouldn't really sort of affect you. But clearly, in his case, and if it was that, nothing was found in his post-mortem, and toxicology and everything else.
Wow, yeah, first discovered in Japan in 1990. And just because, and the heart goes back to normal either naturally or obviously after event death, it will do that the same, because you haven't got that effect back on the heart. So, we don't know how many people are, been fallen victims to that. You can't diagnose it post-mortem. Yeah, but what I do know is, they've identified the mechanism of it. So, breathed and you've got central pain, you should be too surprised. Don't be overly concerned. This thing just goes back to normal in the vast majority of cases. But for some reason that we cannot put down, or at least I've never read an explanation for it, is this stunning muscle on the left side, I'm sure it's left side, maybe left or right, but one side of the heart that compromises the heart's function a bit, and it interferes with myocardium, so it's rhythm. That's a period of risk. And I do some sort of closed speaking stuff, very rarely. But when I do it, I really enjoy it. It's lovely closing the doors and speaking to people and meeting people, and you have to prepare for it, which is brilliant. It's an all part of research and everything like that. It's all very important. Sorry. The point being is, the title of that is a unique perspective for the challenges we all share. What I say to people is human stress is inevitable. Pressure's a natural cause and actually very good for you. But human stress is inevitable. When you're listening to this talk about sort of special forces and military, this all sounds very exceptional. But there's not one person in this room that will not be bereaved at one time in their life. It's highly likely you know someone close to you that's going to suffer a pretty challenging illness to treat. There's highly likely you'll end up separating from someone. That's be a pretty brutal experience whilst it goes on. Don't be surprised if this is hard. It's your approach to it that is absolutely critical in how you emerge from it. The emergence from it is not going to be quick. We're talking weeks. People think they've moved on from a death in 6 weeks, 10 weeks, 12 weeks, 3 months. No, it's not anywhere near. It's like that will be affecting you for the next couple of years at least. Right. If not, you'll have a legacy behind it. But physiologically, and everything. But that won't be quick. Was your dad and your mom together for how long were they together?
Yeah, very, very decades and decades. 30 to 40 years, I think. Yeah. So they were pretty amazing people, but then I think most people regard their parents as that. My mum was extremely hard working, she ran 3 jobs, and a mum to me and brother. So she was an architect and did something called milk cording as well. So milk cording is when they manually milk cows and they have to record. Oh yeah. So me and my brother, when we were young, we used to get put on a mattress and driven to the farm. I wake up on the farms very early in the morning.
Whoa!
It's a very cool way of growing up. And I remember taking the big silver urns of milk back and all that. So my mum was tremendously hard working. Sort of person who got up at 4 in the morning, did some architecture before the day started. And what happened to us completely unpicked was a shock. My dad used to say, I got to shout goodbye to your mum, but never got to do anything else. And that was tremendously hard for him.
Right.
And he was physically very, very fit. They didn't pick up too much in the post-mortem. They picked up some normal stuff that you would expect. That's the key point.
Right.
I was still going on operations. I didn't stop, but looking back, my body bit back. And slight adaptation of behaviour then.
Yeah.
The second period of time was, we're into our 9th, 10th operations now. They're highly condensed together, and I had a really quite pronounced change in behaviour. And that's from cumulative. It's not just down to one thing.
And how do you notice these slight changes?
For me,
are you constantly going through like psychological evaluations?
Well, consciously, I'm aware of how I behave. To be fair,
Okay.
And if everyone gets a bit depressed every so often, it's very different from depressive. But depressive is a mechanical sort of process into it's a decline. It's increasingly dysregulated neurological function. And that's what I'm always consciously aware of. Get up and have a bad day, that's like everyone else does.
Right.
It's up to you to make someone else have a good day and it will change. But what I'm saying is I'm very conscious about negative thoughts creeping in, which indicates that kind of sort of I'm not particularly in tune. Another thing that's very, very important to realise is if you have been down into those pits of stress that lead to these challenges that you face, the root outfit, if it goes to clinical level, one, you need professional intervention. There's no way you can take yourself back out of it using just the processes available to you, which we talk about. But it's going to be a long process back out. There's a process back out, there absolutely is. But you're going to need some help. Whereas if you identify these periods of stress and mitigate them before they get them, you're probably never going to go down to that line. And that can be very, very challenging if you're doing a professional specialist solely.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
How much attention do they pay to your mental well-being when you're in
A huge amount, right? So, we're consciously watching each other.
I mean, not just you, other people, other doctors around you that are evaluating.
Yes, we get extremely good medical support. We're slightly less metric than others. Now there's algorithms you can do. There's various stuff that measures your cognitive ability, can identify cognitive decline, can measure a change in mindset. Now I've been out of that unit for 3 years, so I have no idea what I'm doing now. I don't look back in and go, what are these things that you're doing?
Right.
So whether they are using them, I'm not sure. At that time, defence we have is looking, watching each other and know each other. And if you see someone behaving slightly differently, the key one is getting all defensive. It's like slightly, everything that they're doing, they're acting in a defensive manner. It's probably the first indicators that they're out of balance, going off tilt.
Yeah.
This is a slight. Now that might have been an accumulation of factors. We did intense periods of training with explosive use and everything else. We were subjected to the blasting each and every time, and blasts react in different ways. So we never really predict how hard you can get by. We do close quarter combat, so there's overpressure from barrels. This is all part of nature.
Right.
So, it's almost a foregone conclusion. The subconcussive blast that results in brain shearing. So brain shearing is a slight agitation between the grey and white matter of your brain. So the grey matter is where all your dendrites are. The white matter is where the axons follow. So they're the communication channels with its myelinating sheath, and they appear down and communicate to the nervous system, which is completely stuff. When you're constantly exposed to blast, whether it's mortars, artillery, explosives, all that sort of stuff, you get that very kind of minor concussive effect that results in that slight shearing. Now, this can be detected in the blood line. This is very, very new. And I believe it comes to and it's called neurofilament light. So if you can detect this, it's sort of had the term brain dust, then it's different from someone who's boxed or played football, whatever. The mechanisms are slightly different.
Interesting.
So if you
How
can,
are they different?
so I'm not quite sure because contact sport, it results in
The difference between getting hit in the head versus dealing with some sort of
it's
explosive
a blast. It's like pressure more than everything.
Yeah,
The mechanism is slightly different.
That makes sense.
Now, getting I mean, it's interesting that boxers are more prone to this than, say, MMA fighters. Certainly all types of fighting. And again, it's an interesting one because do we want to take contact out of sport? Well, no, of course not. We can't take contact out. Stop being human.
Yeah, exactly.
So, the impetus is to measure the risk, measure the exposure, responsibly put measures in. So the exposure's in that point of competition.
Yes.
Not in the training unnecessarily. But then also, again, use every measure available to you, including technology, to mitigate it, promote your own physiological function. Because what's inside you is your best defence.
Yes.
So, and I think we've got to a point now where people are responsible, and they always have been for people that are doing duties on behalf of them in professions, in sports teams, in anything. Personal choice in that. But that's part of the contract and the deal. By now not measuring exactly what exposure is and kind of taking on the risk, and mechanisms are getting put in place. This is all quite new. Again, one of the problems is neurological function. These conditions are extremely difficult to diagnose.
I want to go deep into this stuff, but I got one more question about the combat.
Yeah.
So when you guys leave these programs like the SAS and these high special forces divisions, is it normal for you guys to have to completely scrub your identities when you get out of there? Because I know a lot of guys, we were talking a little bit before that a couple of guys that had to do that. Why would they do that? And how
it's just, it's personal choice at the point we get out. There's no guidance on things, but it's personal choice. It's what you want to be comfortable with. Again, in transition, people may not be fully comfortable with. It happens in phases rather than anything. And you can talk endlessly why people aren't comfortable with that, but it's really a personal level of approach. In everything that you do, what you choose to do, and everything else.
And why? So, what kind of blowback do you get when you leave the military, or blowback have people like yourself gotten once they've decided to retire?
It's not really about blowback. But really about for a long period of time, you've been in a very classified environment.
Yes.
You will not have social media, you've been completely contained from the unique purpose that you're designed for. You don't share anything. Why would you share anything? Essentially, when you get out, it takes a little bit of time to unwind that in your head and become comfortable with it. For me, it was like, okay, well, I'm going to step and I'm going down this path and I'm going to get involved in technologies, I get involved in careers, in industries where I'm pretty much learning from the beginning. The question remains, am I ever going to adapt sufficiently?
Yeah.
That means in the world on a flat level.
I'm what I'm saying here is the people like you who retire from these forces, how worried do you have to be about your safety, when you're traveling the world, or people that enemies that you've dealt with in the past trying to come back and find you, or stuff like that?
Places you'll travel to, if you take those sorts of roles, present a lot of risks.
Yes.
So I think people are very mindful of that. Until you're sure where you want to go with your life, and whether it's going to include those travelling to certain areas that may be risky. That's probably why they control it to a certain extent. And everyone, you want to do it on a measured basis. How you want to engage with industry, society, everything else.
I guess. name changes are pretty common?
No, there's no standard to it. Right?
No.
People make personal decisions on it. There's no standard to it. And, there's essentially a lot of it is defined by what you want to do when you go out. For me, I'm on a flat panel. I'm on an absolutely flat plane.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I know where I want to go, whether it works out that way. But it doesn't make any difference.
Do you feel like now that you've been out for 3 years and you're in civilian life, do you feel like your head's on a swivel, like hypervigilance, always have to be looking over your shoulder? Did you have that in the beginning, or?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the key behavioural things that I manifested in the second time that I had a bit of a time sort of spiralling back up. And again, I was working all the way through, so let's not, I was conscious of it. Was in a hyper-security awareness, which other team members noticed. And it was constantly looking and saying, okay, well, doing assessments on risk and security, and a kind of neuroticism about who I was sort of engaging with, who gave me their number. And that's a completely dysregulated brain, right? When you're kind of assessing too much and trusting too little, then your brain has become dysregulated. Now, in that work, of course, you fairly assess. Right. In that particular time, I noticed it within myself. And I wasn't comfortable. And I was like, and this is not like me. This is not my character. I'm not like this. So that's the bit I ended up finding myself. I didn't intuitively go, this is what I got to do to solve it. But I pulled my way out of it. It's like I say, it wasn't affecting my work. I didn't disclose it to anyone, and it wasn't affecting my work to the extent where I was, not effective, and even not pleasant enough to work with. It became a dominating factor in everything I did. And that's again, that's just not me. That's just a sign of dysregulated brain. Right. All of your function is going at that point. If you leave that unattended to, whether it's down to lack of sleep, lack of nutrition, periods of time, just piled on stress, or whether it was accumulative over the years, whatever it was that led to that particular point, it was over a few months, and I'd say it probably to reverse the whole thing to, who knows, because where's the line? Right. Over a year.
So how did you end up getting into this world of neurophysiology and working with NASA and DARPA and all these companies?
Yeah, so I work employed for a satellite company, and I'm probably moving industries quite soon. But it's been a pleasure to be in the space industry. It's an incredible place to be. Whether I can prove to be of really high value every day, I'm not sure. That's one of the problems of that adaptation. It takes quite a lot of time to learn. But I've had I'm really grateful for the people and the experience I've had since I've left. And when I've needed people to help, I haven't asked for help, which is fantastic. And I've noted how much people are prepared to support you in what you do. But it's up to you to keep on moving on. So I'm not saying I'm staying where I am at the moment, but I was trying to get on a course at Imperial College because I identified I needed to educate myself more relevant in certain fields. And through a gentleman who's the head of the Institute of Security and Science and Technology, Professor Bruce Channer, who on a walk round of a place called the iHub, introduced me to Richard Stafford, who's the CEO of MMES Group AB. So he invited me in for a demonstration. I had a demonstration on the technology that they've developed. Well, I haven't just developed technology, they've innovated with a trusted technology, which I'll come on to. Now, having tried that and experienced it, I was put through a few gaming scenarios where people jumping out and sticking swords through me, and then I had to sort of battle my way through towards a radioactive nuclear. And essentially, the technology puts stimulus through the muscular system and neuromuscular system, but immediately I picked up on the benefit. And I'm not interested in stronger, fit, faster. But I naturally, actually, personally, physically capable of doing my job all the time. A little bit extra certainly would have been welcome. potentially have done my job better. But essentially, where I saw the potential was kind of in that real kind of promotion of all that physical function, which is so important to keep yourself stable and balanced. Through a career, there's definitely a neurological deficit. There's something I'm attending to. It's not going to quickly go out into disarray, but I can't take my eye off it.
So what was this technology? What was the purpose of this technology?
So
what was the end goal of it?
So the purpose of the technology is to use. So it's an old technology used in medical therapy. It's like TENS machine. It's the same sort of family of technology, EMS. But they've developed over 8 years unique membrane, incredible membrane. It's about paper thin, has unrivaled ability to take information from the human body. It's got super conductive and deliver stimulus in artful waveforms that have been created by someone called Vincent Tellenbach, who's a Parkinson's expert. He's got 30 years experience, just under 27 years experience in writing these waveforms and working on in this area of expertise. And he's an incredible person. He's got a legacy of working with Kennedy Creamer Institute, John Hopkins, and that's probably. And if you want to pick the most crucial and valuable elements of the whole piece, because it's a number of technologies all put together, from that knowledge to write the waveforms themselves, the unique membrane, but also in that team is a lady called Dr. Victoria Sparks, who's a neurologist, physiotherapist, and then a number of others. There's a program manager, Betty. So it's a very small team, but what they've achieved over 7 years is really incredible. And what they've done is took an old and trusted technology and gave it applications in almost every area you can think of, because it's fundamentally it's a human application. And the musculoskeletal system is your gateway to a happy, healthy, and probably longer life. So tensioning and torsioning your musculoskeletal system is the most effective way of regulating your brain, without doubt. You have to still stay to the.
You're talking about the muscle that is like the closest to your bones, the skeletal muscle.
Well, in every endpoint of a muscle, you have a connection with a neuron, innervated muscle, and they appear at the top of your bones. But the whole muscle is, when you voluntarily recruit muscles, when you pick up a dumbbell, you recruit however much it needs to be in order to do that.
Right.
When you put stimulus in, you can design a waveform to stimulate it in various ways. So in the program I've got on my phone to use this suit, not every day, and again, it's wrong to talk about technology like this. It's a habitual thing you need to do. There are phases, there are programs, but it's good for an approach to using over a period of time that you want to train. You can train without it if you want, and it's a technology that will adapt to what you want to do, or you can follow a program. But essentially, it's putting that physiological stimulus in, it's optimizing the promotion of other physiological functions through that innovation and stimulus onto the musculoskeletal system. Now, inside you is your most promotable elements. You've got your blood-brain barrier, which is very fussy and quite individual actually in every human being. What can't be argued with unless there's, a genetic issue with you, which can be identified. So if you can promote those functions, all the more better, recruiting the muscle and getting stronger, but also promoting those secretions of hormone and extracellular vesicles, sort of cross cells that move between, cross molecules that move between cells, and promote them up into your brain in a more effective way than you can do by voluntary alone. Then that is going to have a very good effect on other core elements of your physiological function. So these are where I've become extremely interested in technology. It's not just the fact that by using it can achieve the strong, fit, faster, the fat loss, the cardiovascular health, whatever every element of fitness with technology can be used to promote by stimulating the musculoskeletal system. So when I describe the musculoskeletal system as a gateway, and you probably need to include neuroning in it, because of the latest research from the University of Illinois is definitely indicating that innovative muscle is more effective at promoting these hormones and secretions of extracellular vesicles. That's your gateway as such. What people tend to sort of go down the line of is, well, it's one padlock with a key. No, it's not. It's a combination lock. And some of those combination numbers are good nutrition, good sleep, healthy balance in your social existence, including good relationships or whatever. All of those are absolute key factors. You need to remain on those pillars. But one of the most effective ones you can actually directly influence, and that puts their numbers in bold, is that stimulus onto your musculoskeletal system. And we recently did a paper for people involved in spaceflight, space community, relevant to institutions like NASA and ESA, and gained their attention very, very quickly. Because what it is a technology that can be put into almost any garment. The membrane is unique, it can be rendered into any garment. And we haven't stopped innovating. We're looking at various communities that definitely have challenges.
So this stuff could essentially be implemented into like astronauts' spacesuits. And
only they could ever say whether that is feasible or not. But
is that why they were interested in it?
No reason why not. There's no reason why not. So I think with any technology, even a non-invasive one, an wearable and a trusted one, you have to look at it, you have to ensure that it's doing what you need it to do for your particular challenges. The spaceflight community are really interesting, because they're the very of humans going beyond their biological limits and what they are and need to do for professions.
Right.
And that's absolutely starved. And once you go into microgravity atmosphere, you're not well adapted to. The decline is extremely quick, and it's very, very hard to mitigate that damage.
You're talking about like bone density?
Mainly muscle mass and bone.
Muscle mass and bone.
Once you lose muscle mass and bone density, you start having a compromised endocrine function, and you functions in concert. All this needs to be harmonious, right? All is important to each other.
So one of these suits that you could wear with these devices that stimulate the muscle could essentially mitigate the bone density loss and the muscle.
Yeah, so there's a number of ways you can promote bone density. So nutrition is always there as the first one, but not necessarily the most effective. And then you've got, the go out running, and that's called that's piezoelectric effect. So as your heel is hitting the floor, your body takes the mechanical force of that impact onto the floor into electrical charge within your iron gateway, and promotes it into your bones. So that promotes the bone density. The problem with impact, of course, is over time it will impact the joints, but that's not a good reason to stop doing running. And certainly, running is one of the most effective ways. And the third one, there's other minor ones, is tensioning and torquing your musculoskeletal system. So the stronger your muscles are and the stronger their contractions against the bones, that's developing that bone density growth effect as well.
Right.
And what's important in this is not just that bone density is really, really important, but there's a lesser known hormone called osteocalcium. I think only really identified in 2004 that lies within the bones.
Osteo what?
Osteocalcium.
Osteocalcium.
Calcium.
Okay.
And so even the bones are really important in your other physiological functions in your body, including your neurological functions. So all of it needs to happen in harmonious concert. None of it is going to be, if you're training but not eating and sleeping, it'll mitigate it for a bit, you end up in a bad place. If you're eating, not sleeping but training, the whole thing has to be looked at as a number of disciplines all put together. Socialisation, music, all of these key aspects of ensuring your neurological balance.
Right.
Another way of looking at it is emotional stability, right? So how you behave, your emotions that you display in reaction to things that are happening to you. That's core to indicating on you know, how healthy your brain is working, how fit it is,
Right.
how mentally fit you are. You know, if you're out of emotional balance on everything, or you're acting like basically a stone to everything you come across, that is an indication. And then going back to my changes in behaviour in number 2 phase, you know, that's what I've become really. I was not emotionally sympathetic to anything. You know, it's like that can be quite hard, and it's not. You know, sometimes people say, "Oh, well, that's what you've got to be able to continue to do your job."
Right.
And that can almost be a bit of a misnomer. Yes, it is. Of course, you're controlling yourself from that. And you're not going to become, it's not going to be a thing to go down into a sensible pool of whatever else. But not being emotionally intelligent and how you behave around other people is also not indicating a good level of mental health, mental fitness, rather. And I deliberately call it mental fitness because you have the ability to change it, and through all of those stimuluses in your other functioning, promoting physiological function, promoting brain-derived neurotrophic factors, so neurotrophic factors, nerve growth factors that will move through your bloodstream. They'll end up in your brain. They play a very, very important role in regulating everything that happens up there. And, you know, you've got a family of glial cells called astrocytes, oligodendrocytes, microglial cells. Astrocytes are responsible for expression and they inhibit certain sort of cellular interactions in the brain and key expression and signaling particularly in the dendritic areas, so the ends of the neurons themselves, the ends of the synapses. And then you've got oligodendrocytes that rebuild the myelinating sheath that I alluded to earlier, which is, if you take the axon, that's where the signal comes down. Myelinating sheath rebuilt by the oligodendrocytes. That is key to the conductor of the signals that move along it. Right? And then you've got finally microglial cells, which are like the brain's janitor. So it goes around and it cleans out all of the detritus and cleans out bad proteins that existed. So if you look at, they've got a key function in Alzheimer's, for instance. And if they aren't performing their role or in any way inhibited in their role because of inflammation or because of whatever else is going on there, and they're really, really not sure about the causal effects of this, but the process is absolutely essential. You know, and one of the ways we are thinking, certainly in my mind, and one of the most tragic elements of Parkinson's disease and other neurodegenerative conditions is they present physical symptoms are there. You know, that's the last third of the disease. So the condition. So when you roll back the clock to maybe 20 years earlier, when that started to, the conditions around it manifest, and then we're not talking about genetics here. And there may be a more likelihood of it through genetics or whatever. But the environmental factors that you've experienced through your life are absolutely fundamental in how your brain is shaped. And if you know that you've been exposed to subconcussive blast, if you know that you've bereaved from traumatic circumstances, if you know you've been in a particular managed position at work, this absolutely, you know, knocked you all over the place for years. You know, you have preconditions. So we can identify the risk factors at the very least. There's a number of ways in growing biomarkers we can actually identify present within the body. And then, you know, what can you do to mitigate at that point? You know, at the moment, we're sticking neural interfaces deep within brains, deep brain stimulators in order to control the motor symptoms of Parkinson's. You know, and at that point, really,
there's things people can do with Parkinson's where they can implant something in your brain.
Yeah, so for Parkinson's, you know, where the motor control.
Yep.
So invasive, you go into the brain and stick a deep brain stimulator, so a neural interface deep within there that sends out a signal that interferes with the lack of motor control or the motor control.
Is it been shown effective at all? I mean, how effective is it?
This is one of the problems, right? So, I mean, that's very, very clever. There's no doubt about that.
Right.
It's an incredible intervention on an absolutely tragic disease, tragic condition.
Yeah.
But the key point is, if you look at it, it also demonstrates how little we do know. Because actually, through that neural pathway that's affecting the motor in any way, I've heard in books I've read, I've seen two neurophysiologists refer to it in the same way, as it's like playing a piano with a mallet. Right? So you can actually only see a tiny amount of the neural activity that's going on, and you're sending a signal in. But through that same area pathway, there's all sorts of emotional behaviours going on. There's so much else. It's like a whole orchestra going on in there. And actually, what you need to do is be playing a melody along it. It's
Right.
and the trouble is with introducing an invasive device into the brain, your body, don't matter how much you trick it, it identifies a foreign object in the end and wrap it in a sheath. So that signal will become degraded. And that's a problem. So whilst it's really incredible that they're able to do it at all, and it does mark the progress in medical science and practice of medicine. It also does highlight how much further we've got to go. And progress in this area is really interesting. It got deeply interrupted through the times of COVID. A lot of people lost their funding.
Right.
But if we can find other ways in which to promote these sort of physiological function well before, the overall question in my mind is like, could you have prevented it in the first place? If you really promoted those functions at times of stress, times of whatever else is leading to those neurodegenerative conditions becoming onset, so you can't mitigate them anymore. Another tragic element of this is by the time they're visible physically, and they're generally at an age where your musculoskeletal system is degraded slightly, and the neuronal corrections will get degraded to a certain degree. So those people, particular individuals, are less able to effectively that beneficial stimulus.
Right. Yeah, how do you detect it earlier?
Exactly. How do you detect it earlier? And even if you can't detect it, you can identify the risk factors that likely would lead to it. Is there more we can be doing with non-invasive wearables? Now, in all of these topics, you can argue till the cows come home, like, okay, to what point are you optimising them? Is there a change in cognitive ability? That's for people to go out and work with research clinics to establish as quick as possible.
Right.
But a key point with these technologies, sorry.
No. I was just going to say I've become aware of. You mentioned DARPA earlier. I know DARPA. I read this lady Ann Jacobson's book about. She's a whole book dedicated to DARPA and some of the stuff they do and some of the research that they've been doing for a long time. And one of the things that they've been focusing on is creating super soldiers. And they've been doing these invasive brain implants since the 90s to try to do things like mitigate pain, like to try to like reduce the amount of pain that soldiers can bear in combat, and things like hunger, try to like get past hunger to survive longer without food, and all kinds of things. So it makes a lot of sense that they would be interested in something like this.
Yeah, and I mean, I've just read a book called We're Electric by Sally Adi, which is absolutely just illuminating in so many aspects. And in it, DARPA was mentioned so many times as being so critical in this advance of this research and technology. And of course, a lot of it is done for military purposes, military communities. Kind of got a need for it. The need for human augmentation in the military is a given. The military have a lot of people that are breaking through stress. So there's a piece of documentation called The Dawn of the New Paradigm, joint piece of work by the Bundeswehr and DASA. And essentially it's, identifies that we should be able to promote to our human biological limits. People aren't doing that. We're not effectively going to our full biological potential. If you go beyond that, talk about enhancements, you can take people's eyes and laser it and get them to see in the dark. That's relatively easy, actually.
You get them to see in the dark?
Yeah, so you can just open up the rods so you can see better in the dark. Yeah. I mean, that means you can see in the dark, right? As good as many animals will.
I thought you meant like give them like night vision or something.
Yeah, night vision's
how cool would that be? If I bet you DARPA's tried to figure that out. Try to make people get night vision in their eyeballs.
Yeah, but the key bit is, could you do it biologically?
Right, exactly. Exactly.
You can actually take a laser and open it all up quite a lot, perfectly safely, add more rods in that allow you to see in the dark and get better clarity at night. Night visions come on a a huge distance from when we first started. But it's hard work seeing in those pictures that you see, especially if you're doing it over such a prolonged period of time, and then you've got all your different levels of information coming in. The overall load on your brain to interpret what's going on outside it is getting pretty a lot, and it's acknowledged as a significant challenge that they face. Is we're opening up all of these abilities to sense and surveil and learn and all this, and be told something by something else. And the human brain is amazingly adaptable and can survive. But whether it's neural,
LASIK.
so neural overload or whatever. Everyone talks about now needing to take creating a neurological reserve, even just to cope, let alone to condition. And NATO's just released their statement on human enhancing technologies. The importance of being ethical about it, but importance of looking after the soldier, looking after the militaries, ensuring that their welfare is good, but also their conditioning suits what is going to be required of them, and getting them in a good physical state, good physical conditioning, but also augmenting their biological ability. And there is no reason why you can't do that, right? If you're we can voluntarily do what we can do, and individually and biologically, on a biological level, we're all quite different. We're all very, very similar, but the small differences between us manifest quite big in how we appear and how we behave, right? So, but using a technology, a non-invasive technology, to improve that conditioning, and it's no good in the hands of a small set of people. It's effective when you make it available to the whole and improve them by 10%, 20%. Quicker in rehabilitation, more conditions to do their role. If you're having, a lot of back pain, or people falling from particular condition, like a particular use in conditional to your roles, so special forces community, lots of climbing and jumping. Does that result in bad knees? Okay, well, we can see that, so we can condition that to become less of become a preventable injury as such. And there was an interesting one we were brought with shelf people who worked in superstores. They were putting things on shelves of a certain weight. They're getting a particular type of problem. And, it's costing the company a lot of money, and that could easily be treated by the right physiotherapy advice and a very easy and accessible technology. And the point I made, when I come across this technology, what really blew me away. And I must add that I'm not paid by this company at the moment. I represent them. I've become an ambassador for them, as I was invited to do. And I was just taken by the potential that it offers in so many applications. And and in the use of this technology, the fact that you can render the membrane into anything you choose. So if you take female motorsport, for instance, they don't want to change the suit they spent so much money on development. So you have to make the set of technologies that offers this to be able to be rendered into the garment that they use. And that makes it quite special. It makes it very accessible. And what struck me at the beginning of being introduced to this technology is, well, one, it's an old and trusted technology. It's got no ethical contentions to it whatsoever. The risks are defined because they're well known. And it's affordable, accessible in the business units. It's the applications that we'll go into. And it can be delivered at effective scale. And that's a key question with technology. It's like, okay, well, is it great? Yes. Can people use it? Who needs it? Yes. Can it be made affordable and accessible to them? Yes. And that's a key point in, is this technology effective? That's sort of Emma's Group AB. It's effective in the four lines is gaming. So gaming is very easy. Much like haptic, this is a beneficial stimulus going into the body. The waveform is extremely simple. It's a very simple product. Essentially, FIFA 24. Yeah, you get tackled and you just get a stimulus into your quad. It's promoting good factors inside you as well. So it's not only an immersive gaming experience; you just make gaming healthy. So then you've got
Interesting.
sports and recreational fitness world, where you've got sort of very focused programs on the pursuit of sports and recreational fitness, which is usually fat loss, muscle conditioning, all of the different pillars of health, but done at a certain level and done in a routine that makes sense to the user. So you can push it out in any model you want, but the safe brackets are written within the programs. So within this older technology, you get something called rhabdomyolysis, which is feeding within muscles. That's only if you take it to extreme levels or you're biologically particularly vulnerable to that. And I would say that voluntarily you can give us rhabdomyolysis by overtraining on in particular ways. So it's not just the technology, and the technology arguably doesn't make you any more susceptible to that, but it's easily definable and it can easily be captured in these programs. So it definitely has applications in sports and recreational fitness.
You brought a sample of it with you.
Yeah.
Or is this what is this one right here? How does this work?
This is I will mention there's some very artful prototypes come out. So
bring it over to where you are.
Mainly, this is the membrane. So the membrane is the special bit. The membrane can be rendered into anything. So if it's medical therapeutic application, is it a knee sleeve? Is it, what do you need?
Right.
This is a suit that I wear for my training. I've got numerous programs on my phone. So when I want to train and, the stimulus, the particular waveform that allows liver resistance in my muscles, that's what I use. I've used capillarization this morning because it's quite sort of nice.
What's that?
So it just encourages blood flow all of the area. I use it most of the times when I train. It's great because it kind of...
What kind of training are you talking about?
So how did I train this week?
Yeah, like when you say when you use it for training, what kind of training are you talking about?
Any training I want to do. So all I do is put a suit on and enhance my training. And that's the art to it, right? It's basically a stimulus that is when the stimulus goes into the muscle. When I voluntarily recruit the muscle, I can never do it to its fullest extent. It's impossible. Muscle's got 3 types of twitch. You can never really access the slow level of muscle to the fullest extent for a start. The waveforms are very, very cleverly designed that your body won't get used to them for a start. I don't understand the full technical aspects of it because it's like an art form. But essentially it's end-to-end recruitment of the muscle. So it's 100% recruitment of the muscle. Now, if you want to get muscle mass, use your training, and the technology will make you more effective in achieving that.
So you can wear that and you get super jacked?
You can do. I've never tried, and I don't think I want to be super jacked because it's actually a bit of a disadvantage.
Yes.
But for my part, I want to be as quick and as kind of light work. I want to be as quick and as strong and as light as I can be. Certainly that requires a certain mass of muscle.
Yes.
But this, the different programs, different forms. There's a hypertrophy program on that. That waveform allows you to build muscle mass quickly. Right.
Wow.
But the key point, and I make a really, really important point in this, is like at no point any of these technologies the panacea. Right? You've still got to be motivated enough to get up and try using it for that. You can't just stick it on and it will go. And what we've found through the research is the most powerful way of using any of these technologies. What this is an involuntary stimulus into your musculoskeletal system. It's cutting your brain out of the loop, basically. So when you voluntarily train, your brain is moving using all those conscious neuronal pathways and the motor's going in, it's picking up and recruiting as much muscle.
Right.
You've got an involuntary stimulus going into the musculoskeletal system that's emphasizing certain elements that you wouldn't achieve, and it's optimizing the promotion of physiological function.
So, is there a full bodysuit version of this?
There is some trousers. So this is a full bodysuit.
Oh, there's pants and a shirt. Okay.
Yeah. But equally, and that's the key part, is really it's an innovation of trusted technology.
Okay.
The membrane is utterly unique. The waveforms,
So, what are some of the things that if you could put that on and go for a run? There's something on the phone where you could type in running.
Yeah. So my phone's over there, but I've got banks of programs, and we've got a lot more on the bank data, and there's new prototypes out, so we're working very hard on seeing development forward. But essentially, I stick it on, and I stick it on my abs and my back to strengthen my core and my hinge. Now that's a resistance program that works particularly well for running.
And so you do that when you're going on a run?
Yeah, and then I go in and do some strength training, and it's not like I'm turning to that and going, you're responsible.
Right.
And I'm putting it on and working, it intuitively works the way you train. Equally, I can just put it on a program. So the new programs are dedicated to, they're built for people who know less about how to train, for instance. So it can even go down to telling you how to train if you want it to.
Right.
But most people don't want that, right? Most people want something that is going to help them get to their goal quicker, like a catalyst to do it, and do it better. Right. And using a non-invasive technology to do that with your own voluntary and motivated process to achieve that, you're going to get better results each and every time. The conditioning ability of this is tried and proven.
Right.
It's also been used in medical and therapeutic world for a very long time with bedbound patients, people who've had muscles that have atrophied, inactive. There's actually on that for that on my phone.
Oh, that's amazing.
This is only the basis of where the potential can start. As what further understanding comes in, how harmonious balance in endocrine function, physical function is attached to that. Potentially, you're talking of the musculoskeletal system. And the most recent research, as I said, is innervated muscle is more effective at secreting the hormones and the extracellular vesicles that go up into your brain and boost brain function. So it's a very exciting area. But just on the simple basis of what SUIT does, sports and recreational fitness, it's a great technology to use. Application of it, you've seen the lumps coming out. It's got no way. The membrane is incredible. So that means applications can be very exciting. Sports recreational fitness, just applications of defined profession challenges your biological limits to do it. So consider space. Going into microgravity atmosphere, they're probably the epitome of the example. People who have got challenges, in achieving, aspiring to achieve, but also militaries are, defined very quickly, have massive human performance challenges, both in the health and welfare and the readiness of all their soldiers, which are, they're keeping up. But the point is, it's not just good enough to keep up. It's very important to have every human being as ready as they can and as conditioned they can for every trial they may face. And then you've got medical therapeutic is an incredible world where the technology is already being used. We're going to go on a trip to Ukraine, and that's kind of sort of a very good exemplar of where the immediate applications of this technology can help incredibly. And Ukraine has got a huge amount of amputees and traumatically wounded people. So please don't take these figures verbatim. You're looking at 110,000 or something. It's like, and the levels of processing of the amputees and trying to get these humans back into a stable and social existence, and a happy one, but also being able to get them back to doing some sort of work, and again being members of that economy, that national economy, is critical. And the challenges are huge. And this is an interdisciplinary area. You can't just give them a physio and it will work. So the technology can perform an extremely important role in not only being a catalyst, but then going back and getting rehabilitated. They can play a very important role in preparing all their conditioning for surgery and post, and it can help them condition further afterwards. So if you think about someone who's an amputee, they have got a mechanical disadvantage in tensioning and torsioning their musculoskeletal system, right? So this means that, forevermore they will have a kind of neurological deficit that you have to attend to. The imbalances in physical function and addressing them are big as well. So this is a preserve for experts, and again, this technology can be made available to anyone when they're following a program with conditions built in. But when you're actually treating sort of people with very, very complex injuries, when you're addressing communities with professional challenges, that's when you have to have the experts involved to inform the process. Analyze, okay, well, how is this immediately useful to them? Where can we prove it can be useful in the future? So, at the end of the day, that trip to Ukraine is all about delivering them a technology that will help them rehabilitate these people who have been conflict affected, and potentially will become, people that, will take a massive amount of resource to support for forevermore. These are generational problems. When conflict takes place, it's a massive impact to the whole patient. Generational levels of problems. You've got all sorts, and that's the cost of conflict.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Is this available commercially or publicly right now?
So yes and no. It's moving out to sports and recreational fitness market. I think that they've got the new types of suit ready.
Yeah.
I haven't done too much about the business plan recently. Medical and therapeutics is being used already, but we're working with Imperial College, leads of department in musculoskeletal biodynamics, some other, talking to the NHS about its wide use. I think these non-invasive technologies, it takes a long time to prove their data.
Right.
And that's where, from my point of view, you need to differentiate between a non-invasive technology and an invasive technology. Because the non-invasive technology, as long as you can define the risks clearly, this is an old and trusted technology that's been used for a long time. You should be able to hypothesize, quicker,
right,
before, and you shouldn't need that mountain of data because you can get on with using the non-invasive technique because it's keying into your own biological system. So it takes out that critical point of error. Now you can't be complacent with it. You need expertise to advise on all of this, and we'll get on with clinical research and everything else that proves to what extent it improves cognitive ability.
right.
But the fact of the matter is, it has immediate applications in multiple use cases. There's big communities that can benefit from it.
Yeah.
People who have become quite obese. These sorts of technologies can be used to help them. When you get to the critical point where you've got to be really, really careful about how much you do and stress on your other internal organs. These technologies can be used in quite some artful ways in the hands of the right people. And again, it's an interdisciplinary area. No physio should be on their own without a neurologist. And you need all of those expertises to come together. And there's certain strength in having a commonality of knowledge in the middle. So when you talk about some of the amputee treatment rehabilitation, physios are there on their own and they have no idea what's going on in neuronal overload, the changes in neuronal function that's having to go on. And that's why it's important, and especially when you're applying a technology like this, the benefits really are derived from the knowledge. Again, it's the waveform that does the art. There's decades of knowledge that it took to get to that point.
Right.
And again, enough podcasts because they're platforms where you can actually hypothesize.
Yes.
And you can say, why, there is no reason why technologies like this cannot be partnered together. And innovating with their applications and applying them. You can chase further down the path quicker. You can make it more accessible quicker to a large amount of people who benefit from it.
That's exciting to see what you're doing and how this can be implemented various ways to help people maintain or to help people that have been afflicted by physical injuries or diseases and stuff like that. So where can people that are watching this learn more about this technology or this program that you guys have going on?
So they're more than welcome to look up the product. At the moment it's quite a closed off, but it's where I describe them to be is with the right partners. Move quite quickly. I've just been soft weaknesses. I absolutely loved it. I really enjoy coming here as well, and happy I'm not leaving just yet. But essentially, these companies that we partner with quite quickly and working together in a collaborative manner can get quicker to the solution. If you can measure brainwaves accurately and you can promote physiological function and measure what you do with it. But again, I emphasise the nascent nature of measuring what's going on in the brain. Making very very, very quick progress. So yeah, I'm at the moment go on links, have a look at companies if you're interested, and it will start appearing in research. We're working very heavily with Manchester Metropolitan University, Northampton University, and Imperial College. Imperial College is absolutely key because it's got the innovation hub. So this is an ecosystem of innovation, like not just small startups, representation of big sort of primes there as well. And it's quite a special building because of what goes on in there. But you've got this amazing ecosystem, PhD students, startups to SMEs with these amazing visions that they put into practice, like MS, and essentially being used, sort of assessed for their dual use nature. Use being applications in civilian environments and both in security environments, and essentially working on all of the really, really sort of key challenges that are facing collective literaries,
right?
Which is all part of essentially harnessing industry, partnering with academia, and answering some of the challenges that government faces, and government, including the medical institutions. We have the NHS in the UK, which is one of the most precious things we have. But I'm going to argue endlessly whether it's kind of sort of continuing to hold its head up under pressure. But it's incredible. When I think about people that they've treated that are very, very close to me, I'm just really thankful we've got something like that we can turn on. But they need a lot of help. Drawing technologies and non-invasive technologies that are accessible now. And again, I'll go back to that. No technology is worth talking about if it can't be delivered at effective scale. When people need it. And old and trusted technologies have not got the levels of risk associated to them, essentially, as new ones. Maybe there's not the data on the way you're applying them, but a different culture and different approach. And a lot of the discussions I've been privy to, you can see how people are naturally sitting in their silos. Some of the most brilliant people you come across, experts in oncology and experts in Italy, are essentially sitting in their silos. And there's some fascinating research going on, much of it interrupted by COVID, unfortunately. But these companies should, be identified. Have you got a usable, non-invasive technology that can be accelerated through sort of collaboration? You need to get those interdisciplinary eyes on it, and not look from one point, from their side, from their one perspective, but broadly opening up to the whole point about harmonious function. And I think we'll reach the conclusions much sooner, and certainly be able to progress on.
Fascinating stuff, man. I can't wait to see where this goes. It's super interesting to see innovations like this take off. I'll link anything below where people can learn more. Is there any specific websites you can think of off the top of your head that you can go to learn more about this?
Yeah, so look up MS Group AB.
Okay.
And Dipulse as well. We'll give you an introduction to it.
Perfect.
I'll provide my links to you as well.
Awesome.
It falls on that same subject. Let's get going against challenges using non-invasive technologies where they can be identified, that they can be, acting as a catalyst.
Perfect, man. Well, thank you so much for your time, man. I learned a lot. It's been a fascinating conversation.
Thank you.
All right. Good night, everybody. All right, Nick, thank you for coming here and doing the podcast, man. Talk to you today.
Great to be with you, Dan.
And it gives you an extra little bit of credibility, the fact that you were recommended by Chris and Zach, who came on here to talk about the Casolaro case and the octopus conspiracies.
A very good docuseries.
Yes, it was fascinating. And you are very much wrapped up in reporting on some of the same stuff that they were.
A lot of people have actually compared me to Danny Casolaro.
Oh, really? Yeah. No way.
And it was interesting because he was murdered in West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote a book called The Franklin Scandal, a story of power brokers, child abuse, and betrayal about a big interstate child network that was run by a couple of guys, Lawrence King and then Craig Spence, who was a CIA asset and lived in Washington, D.C., and his home was where drawn division of black men. Now, the first time I was in Nebraska investigating that story, I did have a death threat. So then my next time out, there was a guy in West Virginia that I had to get to talk to me. So, and he really wasn't inclined to talk to me. So I drove down to West Virginia. I live in New York City. And I said, Henry, I'm just in the neighborhood and, I thought we could talk. And we talked a little bit, but so here I was in West Virginia and I'm fully cognizant this is where Danny Casolaro has gotten murdered. And my last time out on this story, I got a death threat. So that was a little funky for me too. And because this guy had a lot of secrets. And
this particular guy you wrote me.
Yeah, I needed him for the book. I really needed him for the book because he ran a gay escort service in Washington, D.C. And actually, he and I eventually wrote a book together, but CIA assets would use his gay escorts to compromise closeted politicians.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is a dark world. It's a very
dark world. I mean, I'm a white guy, but I'm in a dark world. So I think if I was a dark guy in this dark world, I probably would have offed myself by now. Not that I'm planning on offing myself in the near future.
Yeah, don't say that, man. Don't say that. You're not. Or if anyone's
I am not. No.
You were also the original guy who uncovered Epstein's little black book and made it public.
I was the guy that published Epstein's black book. Yes. I had the Franklin Scandal got published in 2009, 2000, and I'd spent 7 years on it. And it was dark. I mean, I went as deep into a network as someone can go. I interviewed like one of the blackmail photographers. And then Henry, who was interacting with various CIA assets. Like that network, like the Epstein network, it's intelligence. I mean, it's used to compromise people. So I went very, very deep into that network. And what I found was unbelievably horrific. So that book took a lot out of me, and we just couldn't get people by it. People thought, the government would never be part of a network. This is before Epstein. Mm-hmm. And Epstein at this point was a lone pet. There wasn't a network. He wasn't pandering. That's what the newspaper said he was basically a lone pet. And I went down there in 2012. I started looking into it in 2011. Then I went down there in 2012. Started knocking on doors and doing my thing. And I ended up with this black book. And then I brought it back to New York City because I'd been pitching Epstein and magazines really didn't want to doll. And I figured, well, once I get the black book, they're going to want to do something with it. And so I was pitching the black book and no one wanted to touch it. Finally, Gawker published it in 2015. And then the floodgates opened on the black book. I mean, tons of ink have been dumped on the black book. And I think only 2 publications have given me credit for it. It's kind of
funny. So you were knocking on doors and you got a hold of it. You glossed over that pretty fast. Whose doors were you knocking on and where specifically did you get the book?
I mean, there are sources that I can't give out, but I was talking to anybody that I thought was affiliated with Epstein. And
you're talking about like big shots, like high level Wall Street people. You're talking about
I'm talking more about attorneys that were affiliated with it. And then when I got the black book, the black book has like about 150 victims.
And can you say where you got the black book?
It really wouldn't. No, I can't.
Okay,
It's,
fair enough.
as much as I'd like to. The thing about
Gotta ask.
Wait, I'm very good at getting documents that no one else has gotten. Like when I wrote the Franklin scandal, I got there was a grand jury, and all that stuff was sealed, and I got all the testimony and all the exhibits from the grand jury. I'm one of those guys that people kind of trust. I mean, I think I look trustworthy.
Yeah, totally.
Anyway,
Yeah.
and I'm very trustworthy. But the reason why people give me stuff is because I don't tell them where I got it. So,
Absolutely. Absolutely. You got to maintain that credibility.
but anyway, so I started calling these victims,
Mm-hmm.
and they started talking about being flown around. And I realized this guy wasn't a lone pet. He was at the helm of a pep network. He was flying these young girls to very powerful guys. And that's the story that I came back with in New York City. That's the story that I pitched, and people were just frightened of it. And I'd had one go around with, I was pitching the Franklin scandal, which is basically almost identical to Epstein. The Franklin scandal is about Republicans, little boys, and Epstein is, for the most part, Democrats, little girls. So I was pitching the Franklin scandal, and this is at a point I had a lot of connections in the mainstream media, and I could pitch it to just about, I can pitch to a lot of editors. So I was pitching the Franklin scandal to these editors, and I look into their eyes, and I could see the wheels turning. They were up against cognitive dissonance, and basically what was going on in their minds was, this is a really horrible story. All these kids getting abused and it covered up. We're going to need to help Nick Bryan. Or I can just write Nick Bryan off as crazy right now, and then I can have a nice dinner with my family.
Not worried about losing my job.
Yeah. So every editor, and I had a lot of connections in, I live in New York City. I've lived there for 30 years. So I had a lot of connections in the media, and I was really surprised. I knew that most of them would be spineless.
Right.
But there was only one guy that helped me, that had juice in publishing. There was only one guy.
Who's that?
His name was Malachi McCourt. His brother had written Angela's Ashes, and Malachi had published 5 or 6 books. And he was very popular. He was a very popular writer, and he was a great wit. And he tried to help me with it, and he couldn't get interaction. So,
And how did you eventually get it in front of Gawker?
well, John Cook.
Sorry, we're talking about Epstein. You're talking about Franklin scandal, right?
Yeah, but now we can jump between Franklin,
right,
because they're very similar. I hooked up with John Cook, and he was the editor-in-chief of Gawker at that point. And he was willing to do it. And he was willing to, because at that point I had passenger manifests too. I was the first guy to really have passenger manifests also, that had like his name on it, and Kevin Spacey and Alan Dershowitz. I mean, I had the passenger manifest too. So Gawker was willing to do that. It's unfortunate that Gawker has since been sued into oblivion, because Gawker,
Hulk Hogan, and, Peter Thiel.
Yeah, they outed Peter Thiel as gay, and
Right.
Peter's kind of a fascist, and he said to everybody, anybody that sues Gawker, I will pay for it.
Right.
So that's how Gawker got taken in. And it's really unfortunate, because Gawker would publish guys like me that no one else would touch. So it's really unfortunate that Gawker got taken in.
So yeah, you got into Gawker. Gawker published The Little Black Book. And what year was this?
2015.
This was 2015. And then what happened after that? Like, what was the reaction
Well, everybody started doing articles about the Black Book.
from the Gawker article?
The floodgates just opened.
Right.
But what was really troubling to me, there were only 2 publications that credited me with getting the Black Book out there. It's kind of interesting. Vanity Fair wrote an article about it, and the New York Times gave me a little mention. But everybody else, no one on it.
And recently, we were talking earlier, there was something that recently happened about 2 weeks ago with something that got, it was a grand jury, details that got unsealed. What happened there?
Well, with Epstein, the Palm Beach Police Department had
the statements of 5 underage girls that were by Epstein. But they knew of 17 more. So we're talking 22 at this point. And they were just going to indict Epstein on 5 counts of child abuse. But that case got taken away from them, and it was to a grand jury. And I don't know if your listeners or viewers are familiar with how grand juries work. Is a special prosecutor is chosen to be the prosecutor of a grand jury. And grand jurors are just citizens that have shown up for grand jury duty. And it's up to the special prosecutor to call the witnesses and show them exhibits. Mm-hmm. So special prosecutors can twist them any way they want. And as we were talking about earlier, there was a New York Supreme Court justice named Saul Weschler who said that special prosecutors have so much power over grand jurors that they could get them to indict a ham sandwich. Mm-hmm. And that's what Barry Kirshner, he was a special prosecutor in Florida, did. They called 2 girls and skewered them. And it's the grand jury documentation that was unsealed. It's kind of mind-boggling. One of the girls was 14 years old when she was by Jeffrey Epstein, and at the time she testified, she was 16. And they're calling her a prostitute. And one of the grand jurors is saying to her, what you were doing, you knew that it was bad, right? You knew it was bad. I mean, she's 14 years old when she's getting by Jeffrey Epstein, and this is how they're treating her. And that grand jury ultimately concluded that Jeffrey Epstein had a single child. So
and none of this was public until 2 weeks ago.
None of this was public. I mean, everybody knew that the grand jury was cooked because the Palm Beach Police Department had the statements of 5 victims and knew of 17 others. So for that grand jury not to return any indictments against Jeffrey Epstein really shows how corrupt it was.
Mm. Yeah, no, really. What was Alex Acosta? He was the guy in Florida when Jeffrey was first indicted.
Yeah. Alexander Acosta was the U.S. attorney. And what happened, the grand jury was so corrupt that Michael Ryder, who is the chief of the Palm Beach Police Department, became quite vociferous. He said this is like the worst judicial error in modern history. And he demanded that the feds, the Department of Justice, investigate Epstein. And Alexander Acosta was the U.S. attorney in southern Florida for that point, so it was under his purview. And Alexander Acosta, at this point, the feds had a list of over 30 victims, underage victims, over 30 underage victims. And Alexander Acosta was told that Epstein was intelligence and it was above his pay grade, and not to pursue it. So that the feds, even though they had a list of over 30 victims, did not indict Jeffrey Epstein on a single case, which is really stunning. Really stunning.
So what, after all the investigations and all the stuff that you've read about Epstein in your career, what is your overall 30,000-foot view of who he was and who he worked for and what his motives were?
Well, the Epstein network is very similar to the network I wrote about the Franklin scale. Mm-hmm. And basically, Epstein, now it's really tough to know. I've got a picture. Epstein went to Interlochen. It's an arts camp in northern Michigan one summer. And I've got the pictures of Epstein at that. You can check it out on my blog. Right. There's a little, I believe that there's a little William Barr at Interlochen at the same time. William Barr was
Bill Barr's dad. Bill Barr. Okay, yeah.
Bill Barr's dad hired Epstein
at Drexel, but not Drexel. I'm sorry, the Dalton School, right?
Yes. 7 years later, and Epstein was completely unqualified. He was a college dropout.
Right.
There's no way that he should have been hired. Dalton is the preeminent preparatory school in America. There's certainly one of them, and there's no way that Epstein should have been hired. But you can take a look at these pictures that I have, and you can compare them to Bill Barr and Bill Barr now.
Is this?
What is this? That's it.
You know, Steve?
Right there. There's Epstein right up there.
Oh, this is the art school?
Yes,
Interlochen. Okay. What year was this?
This was in 1967.
And that's Epstein on the right?
That's Epstein standing up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now I believe that this is Bill Barr. What's bizarre, though, is that this is a yearbook that doesn't have any names. And Interlochen has denied that Bill Barr attended their camp. They can't deny that Jeffrey Epstein attended it because he built a lodge. He gave them $500,000 to build the Jeffrey Epstein lodge.
Zoom in on him, on Epstein standing there, Steve. Wow, I've never seen this. Oh, no, you had it there for a second. There you go. Yeah,
that's the extent.
That's as far as you can. Yeah.
There's a little Jeffrey Epstein. Now, but check it out. Now, if you go to my website, you'll see that I've got a picture of little William Barr and big William Barr. It's right below these pictures.
Oh, right
there we go. Now, check it out. Are these
Look
not?
at that.
Are these not the same guys?
So Bill Barr, William Barr's dad, was the head of Dalton School.
Yeah,
that school was really fishy.
Well, I mean, it was run after Bill Barr, or Donald Barr, Bill Barr's dad.
Donald Barr was his name, yeah. And he was a weirdo. Like,
well,
he did a lot of weird shit.
Right, he was weird. But then the next headmaster started girls there too.
Didn't Bill Barr's dad, who ran that school, didn't he write some like crazy sci-fi novels about, like, what did he write? Like some crazy shit.
He wrote a sci-fi novel about intergalactic sex trafficking.
Yes, intergalactic trafficking.
And
there's the title of the podcast.
And he's got a very graphic description of a 15-year-old girl there.
Right.
That's getting.
Yes, and they forced the prisoners to whatever, to like this girl. We're gonna have to censor the fuck out of this podcast, and so we don't get shadow banned. And then so they could use that as like blackmail on these guys for some other reason to gain power. But it was like it's so in line with these crazy stories that you're reporting on.
But here's the thing with this. Okay, so
and he also got people like that were supposed to go to some other, like, were supposed to go to Harvard. He got them, like, he wrote a letter to Harvard saying these people were like crazy homosexuals and that you shouldn't admit them to Harvard because they are going to cause trouble and cause mayhem.
Donald Barr was a very strange guy, and people have wondered, was there a connection between Donald Barr and Epstein prior to Donald Barr hiring Epstein? And I believe that this is the connection. I believe that Epstein... Now, here's what's bizarre about these yearbooks. These are yearbooks that do not have people's names. These yearbooks do not have their names. Now...
Yeah, why wouldn't they have the name?
It's the only yearbook I've ever come across in my entire life, and I'm getting up there in years, that doesn't have names. But if you look at those two guys, so you can see that go up with the old bar and the new bar.
Yeah, go down right there.
There we go. So if you look at them, he grew into his ears. I used to have ears. So I kind of grew into my ears. But if you look at the nose, if you look at the dimples, I mean,
that's your guy.
Is that not William Barr?
That's William Barr, 100%. I mean, it looks just like him.
Yes.
The other guy looks like, I mean, just like the other kid is clearly Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes, exactly. So this is how I believe Epstein got into Dalton. Is he knew the Barrs going back to 1967, and he's hired in 1974 for Dalton.
Do you think there was a plan behind bringing Jeffrey Epstein to Dalton?
It's one of those things that I just don't know.
Right.
But here's the thing. I firmly believe that Epstein was compromising these people for intelligence. Alexander Acosta was the U.S. attorney, and he was told to stand down because Epstein was intelligence. Now, there's only two people in the government that can tell a U.S. attorney to stand down. One is the president, one is the attorney general. That message can be delivered by a minion of the president or the attorney general, but it has to emanate from one of those two positions. So Epstein was locked in to some very, very powerful people that have a lot of juice.
Yes.
And where did that nexus occur? Did that nexus occur at Dalton? Did it occur later in Wall Street? I mean, we don't know exactly.
Well, I think there's a report of one of the girls. I think he admitted to dating girls who were attending Dalton when he was a teacher there. And all the kids that went to Dalton, the who's who of New York, those guys were high Hollywood people, and they were the biggest big shots in America, basically. And I recall reading a story where one of the girls who was attending there, who was friends with Jeff when he was teaching, introduced Jeffrey to his dad, who was like a really big shot investor, and then he hired Jeffrey to work for him. That was Bear Stearns, yes.
Yeah. That is the cover story. I don't know if, I've been looking at Jeffrey Epstein since 2012, so I've been studying Jeffrey Epstein for 14 years. Somehow he hooked up with intelligence, and then he was on the yellow brick road. And I don't know where that occurred, but I think that the bars, those pictures that I was able to recover at Interlochen, I think that they show how it started for Epstein.
What is Bill Barr doing today? Is he still, he just endorsed Donald Trump, didn't he?
Bill Barr has been a CIA guy forever. I mean, even on his Wikipedia page, it says he was a CIA guy.
Yeah.
And he hasn't really, he's been a CIA guy forever. He was the Attorney General. Okay,
what's his title right now, though?
His title right now is,
you find that, Steve?
I'm retired and I'm just making a lot of money doing nothing.
That's American Attorney.
Can you just scroll down to the right? It'll tell you his current occupation. It should at least.
He's got so many accolades.
Go back, get out of Wikipedia.
But he's represented a bunch of big companies, corporations that, I mean, he's a,
see what you can find.
He's a millionaire many times over.
Yeah.
But the thing with Bill Barr is the book that I wrote, The Franklin Scandal, A Story of Power Brokers, Child Abuse and Betrayal, which is about a child trafficking network, almost exactly like Epstein's. Bill Barr was the Attorney General under Bush 1. That covered it up.
That covered up the whole Franklin scandal.
That covered up the Franklin scandal. And then he's the Attorney General under Trump, who covers up the Epstein scandal. It's amazing that he's an Attorney General twice, and he covers up these two large interstate networks that have connections to intelligence.
Is Bill Barr, how is he connected to Apollo Global and Drexel and those big Wall Street guys?
Well, he had worked for some large corporations, like I believe it was Verizon, but I do not know how he could have been connected to those other Wall Street firms.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be curious.
But he worked for a number of large corporations that just gave him millions of dollars, especially after he covered up the Franklin child trafficking network. I mean, and it's consistent with these guys. They cover up networks like that, and then all of a sudden they become upwardly mobile. And then Bill Barr, he said, well, we're going to get to the bottom of this Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, he was, we're going to get we're going to get to the bottom of what happened at this prison, and we're going to get to we're going to indict all the perpetrators. And he was beating his chest with bravado. There's a quote like, anybody that's affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein should not sleep very well. And
dude, you were the start of this whole thing.
And he didn't indict anybody. I mean, when Biden took over, Ghislaine Maxwell was but Barr didn't do anything to any of those perpetrators.
Yeah, what's the latest on Ghislaine? What happened to her? What's she doing right now? What's going to happen to her?
Ghislaine, I mean, here's the thing with that. Ghislaine trafficked children for 20 to 25 years. And that's a heavy sentence for trafficking. If you get busted trafficking, you're looking at 15 years to life. And she trafficked multiple children for multiple years, and she was indicted on one count of child trafficking, where she should have been looking at the rest of her life in prison. She ended up getting 20 years, but she's already in a dormitory, which is that's about as leisurely as you're going to get in a federal prison. And inmates that have been there for years that are on the verge of getting released go to the dormitories. But Ghislaine Maxwell jumped into a dormitory after 2 or 3 years. So she's already being treated very well. And she's trying to find loopholes to get out of prison.
Yeah, I'd be shocked. I wouldn't be surprised if she find out a way to get out soon.
Well,
what 2 to 3 years.
Well, what she's doing is, okay, the feds came up with a non-prosecution agreement with Epstein. And the deal was that Epstein would pay back the girls that he would give them settlements. But everybody else that had anything to do with Epstein would not get indicted, was completely exonerated. The procurers were exonerated, the perpetrators were exonerated. And this was the deal that Alexander Acosta worked out. And then it was sealed because it was such a dirty deal that they didn't want anybody to know that it was sealed. And ultimately, there were attorneys that were filing lawsuits, civil lawsuits against Jeffrey Epstein. And the Palm Beach police or Palm Beach newspaper ultimately they were able to get that unsealed. And then what it showed was that everybody that was affiliated with Epstein was completely exonerated from the procurers to births.
And who was the girl that you were able to track down? You said it took you 3 years to find this girl, and she had filed a suit, but then she dropped it against Trump, right?
Yeah, there was a girl named Katie Johnson who filed a lawsuit. She said that she'd been by Epstein and Trump when she was 13 years old. And it was originally shopped around. It was filed, and then it was withdrawn, and then it was filed again. And this girl ended up with Lisa Bloom as her attorney. And Lisa Bloom is a nasty piece of work. I mean, she went to work for Harvey Weinstein.
Right. No morals.
To completely dismantle these women that had come out so that they by Harvey Weinstein. So Lisa Bloom put this girl in a hotel for the night and said that she was going to pick her up the next morning. And she did pick her up the next morning, but she said that we're going to have a press conference. You're going to go before a press conference. Now, you do not treat a victim of sexual abuse that way. You've got to think of their welfare before you think of political expedience. Because Lisa Bloom wanted her to say that I was by Trump, and she wanted her to do, but her name in the lawsuit documentation is Katie Johnson. But she just kind of recanted, and she wanted nothing more to do with. There was a lot of pressure put on her, and there wasn't. What's really tragic here is there wasn't any support. If she is in fact a victim, there really wasn't any support that was given to her. She was just being used, and she has since receded into historical anonymity. That lawsuit has been withdrawn, and I found her. She's living in the Southwest, but she got so burned by it that she doesn't want to talk to me, or I don't think she really wants to talk to anybody about it.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody got to her, right? Somebody paid her off, or somebody convinced her to stay silent.
Well, I think that there were definitely threats against her, and the way that she was used by Lisa Bloom was pretty egregious. So, if she was in fact a victim, I can see her saying, "The hell with it all. Now I'm getting threats. I'm not being treated right. I'm just going to recede into historical anonymity." I could see how she would do that. So we're not really able to. I mean, she provides a lot of detail in her affidavit. And if it's true,
detail about
her getting by Trump and Epstein.
Okay.
Now, if the stuff in her affidavit is true, those guys are monsters. Well, we know Epstein is for sure.
Right.
But if what she's saying about Trump is true, it's really, you can get that information online. and the deposition online, and it's really,
Oh, really?
yeah, it's out there. It's floating around. Really good men and smart men on the right, and there's a lot of really good men and smart men on the left. We are left with Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. How does that happen?
Right.
That only happens when a system is so rotten and perfidious that it only allows someone that is that compromised to run.
Yeah. And then when you have Joe Biden about to, it seems like he's on the verge of dropping out of the race when every single Democrat's begging him to drop out of the race. And they're talking about the next best person being his vice president, former Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's like one of the most popular among the population as far as like Democratic nominees. Yet they completely ignore all that.
Well, the thing about Robert Kennedy is
He was also in the Black Book too, though.
well, he wasn't circled, but he was in the Black Book.
Okay.
The thing about Robert Kennedy is the media has done such a hatchet job on him. I mean, I would be surprised if you found one or two positive articles about Robert Kennedy.
But how much of an effect do you think like mainstream news articles have on the population when he's going on like Joe Rogan's podcast? He's going on all these podcasts. He's been on like the biggest podcasts in the world, all of them. I wonder how much influence the mainstream media would have compared to that.
Well, what's kind of interesting about the mainstream media, the majority of Americans don't trust the mainstream media. They don't trust that. It's like 66% or it fluctuates. But yet they listen to the mainstream media. That's what's kind of mind-boggling about it. The mainstream media has a tremendous amount of power to sway people's opinions, even though people don't trust it. It's kind of a bizarre paradox in the world we live in.
Yeah, we still want to know what they're talking about, right? We don't majority of people don't trust what they're saying, but we want to know what they're saying so we can understand what people are thinking, what other people are thinking.
I mean, if the mainstream media had been benevolent to Robert Kennedy Jr., his numbers would be much higher than they currently are. I firmly bet. I mean, every mainstream outlet has done multiple hatchet jobs on Robert Kennedy Jr. From his wife that committed suicide to his stance on vaccines. I mean, they've labeled him to be a conspiracy theorist. And once you're labeled a conspiracy theorist, then it's pretty much game over. And it's kind of interesting in 1967, there were a lot of people that didn't believe the Warren Commission. And the Warren Commission investigated John Kennedy's death, and they said that Lee Harvey Oswald was the lone assassin.
Right.
The lone nutter. And the majority of Americans in 1967 did not believe the Warren Commission. Now it's
really?
Now it's around 66%, but I think it was even higher at that point. So the CIA came out with a dispatch in 1967, quote unquote dispatch, that was sent to editors and other people that had juice. And it said, we're going to position people that think that the Warren Commission was wrong. We're going to position them as conspiracy theorists. Right. And now the New York Times and the Washington Post use the term conspiracy theory or conspiracy theorist once a year before that 67 dispatch. But after that 67 dispatch, it just escalated exponentially. Mm-hmm. And it's amazing. People don't understand when they use that term.
It was created by the CIA.
It was weaponized CIA.
Right, weaponized by the CIA.
And
became popular by them.
And they're drinking the Kool-Aid. They don't even understand that. And I've got, my family doesn't really read anything that I write. They're very...
Congratulations.
Well, actually, I had a brother-in-law who read my books. But he wasn't, I don't think, the best husband to my sister. Anyway, those things aside, most people do not want to believe these things that we're talking about. Americans do not want to believe that Jeffrey Epstein was covered up by the government. A lot of it, I mean, it's really in our face that the government covered up Jeffrey Epstein, the federal government. from Alexander Acosta being told to stand down to William Barr, and it's going on now with the U.S. Attorney Damian Williams. He was the guy that put Ghislaine Maxwell on trial, and he was nominated by Biden, and he is the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, which is probably the most powerful federal law enforcement officer in New York City. And it's a post that, I mean, cabinet members and judges and a lot of people have been that. If you're the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, that's very prestigious. It doesn't get any more prestigious in federal law enforcement.
Now, what does it mean that he was the one who prosecuted Ghislaine?
Okay, so he was the guy. Ghislaine Maxwell's trial was carefully choreographed. They only called 4 witnesses, and those 4 witnesses had only been by Maxwell and Epstein.
Okay.
They didn't know. They didn't know about their power brokers, and let me reframe myself. They didn't know about these other. They hadn't been by the power brokers. So when they testified, they could only testify about Epstein and Maxwell. And what's really interesting, Damian Williams. I mean, he's part of the he's part of a very corrupt Democratic machine. He is the guy that is leading the P. Diddy investigation right now. He's the guy that's
Damian Williams.
Damian Williams, the guy that covered up Epstein and Maxwell, is the same guy that's going to be covering up P. Diddy. Those warrants that were executed in Los Angeles and also in Miami on P. Diddy's home, where they came out with a bunch of electronics. Okay, what's amazing is they were launched by Damian Williams. Now, why would a guy in New York City be executing search warrants in LA and Miami? I'll tell you why. It's because I believe that P. Diddy, well, his homes are white fraud, division blackmail. And there were politicians and big-time celebrities, athletes, and I believe that people got compromised at his parties. And there has to be damage control. And Damian Williams is the damage control. Because Damian Williams is prosecuting that case, we know the fix is in. We don't know exactly what the fix is going to be, but I'll give you an idea of what the fix is going to be.
Okay.
P. Diddy is going to go down. Maybe some other lower echelon guys are going to go down. But none of the people that were, and there's been 8 lawsuits launched at P. Diddy, 8 civil lawsuits.
Okay.
2 of them were minors at the time. And then Little Rod, the 5th lawsuit, he was a hip hop producer. He said that P. Diddy always had minors, there were always minors there at his parties. And P. Diddy had these, like, what he called freak offs, where I guess it was like a Roman back and home kind of a thing. So what's really, when you dig into P. Diddy's past, it's kind of interesting because he started Bad Boy Records with Clive Davis. And Clive Davis is a dirty, dirty guy. And people don't really know this about Clive. There was a documentary about Clive Davis, and it showed he was this benign octogenarian. I mean, it was like an infomercial. But Clive Davis, what's amazing, if you look into his criminal past, it's kind of mind-boggling. He's been indicted 3 times by the IRS for not paying his taxes, and then he's been indicted 3 times for fraud, not paying his taxes. What payola is it's against the law, but it's radio station, record companies giving money to radio stations to play
music.
Yeah. And it was outlawed in 1960. And Clive Davis was, when he was president of ABC Records, he was in the biggest payola swindle of all time. It was like $250,000 that they were giving to radio stations. And then what's really interesting, now we're not done with Clive Davis yet. There was a Genovese guy named Patsy Falcone who got busted with 22 pounds, bringing 22 pounds of heroin into the United States. And the Feds started digging into Falcone, and then they found that he was in charge of all these shell companies, and he was in business with Clive Davis. Clive Davis, as the president of ABC Records, was giving money to these shell companies that Falcone oversaw, and then they were dividing the proceeds. So with all this criminality that I have told you that Clive Davis has perpetrated, he has not spent one day in jail. The dude has not spent one day in jail. So he was the guy that started Bad Boy Records with P. Diddy in 1993.
This sounds just like the guys who were the Wall Street guys and the guys from Apollo Global that were tied up with Jeffrey Epstein. Carl Icahn, freaking Leon Black.
Leon Black.
All these guys.
Well, it cracks me up. Leon Black gave Jeffrey Epstein, I think,
$158 million.
$158 million.
Yeah.
And the cover story is because he helped them with their taxes.
Estate planning and taxes, right? And the argument is, his argument was that if he could have saved Leon $500 million, then it's definitely worth $158 million.
And if you believe that, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn that I can sell you. I'll give you a reasonable price on it.
Well, there was a report that was done, an investigative report that was done on Apollo or was it Drexel, on that whole thing, and it was basically like they did a whole investigation with tons of interviews and all this investigation, like the accounting and all this stuff, and they basically kept it all secret. They didn't release any of the interviews or anything like that. They basically just concluded that he had ties to Epstein, and he did pay Epstein this money, and it was for this stuff. And basically he got off. I don't know if he did. I don't know if Leon Black actually did any time. Did he?
He did not.
He did not know.
None of those guys have done any time. None of the guys that Epstein pandered children to,
right,
have done time.
It seems like an Apollo Global, their biggest investors are guys from the NBA. I think it was one of the guys who owns the 76ers, another guy who owns the Hawks, and the UAE. The UAE has a huge investment in Apollo Global. It seems like, especially if you look at the ties with Adnan Khashoggi to Apollo Global and Epstein's ties to Leon Black, it seems like Epstein is a conduit to money that is getting laundered through companies like Apollo Global. And with the other guy, there's this other guy, A.B. Buzzy Krongard, who's a CIA guy who was really invested into there. It seems like with the CIA, with intelligence involvement in Wall Street, in these companies that Epstein is very much a part of, it seems like that these financial institutions are being used as basically like cash swaths to fund things like smuggling, like arms deals, and covert ops.
I mean, there's a long history of that. BCCI was a bank.
BCCI,
was a bank that the CIA used to clean its money.
Mm-hmm.
It's very dirty money. And before that, there was a book written by Houston. I think he was with the Houston Post at that point. His name was Pete Bruton, and he showed that the savings and loan meltdown in the 80s. Mm-hmm. He tied a bunch of that to the CIA. That these CIA guys were just plundering the savings and loans, and then they would go belly up, and then the Federals or the Feds would bail them out.
Mm-hmm.
So the CIA, I believe, has been in securities fraud for a long time. And I knew someone who knew William Colby pretty well. He's a former director of the CIA, and he died under mysterious, very, very mysterious circumstances. He was 76 years old in poor health, and he went canoeing in a cold April night without his shoes. Mm-hmm. So I would say that that's kind of mysterious.
Right.
But Colby was kind of interesting because during the Church Commission that was digging into the illegalities of the CIA, there was Dick Helms who kept his mouth shut. But Colby said a lot of things. I mean, he could have said more, but he did say a lot of things. He felt that Americans were entitled to know what their clandestine services were getting away with.
Oh, we had a guy who actually met with him right before he died. Who was that?
That was John Newman.
John Newman. John Newman was the one who told us about it. You know who John Newman is? He's the guy who wrote a bunch of books about JFK. Yeah, he was the guy who originally told me about that story.
So with William Colby, he had said to this guy that I know, he had some regrets about the CIA. And what the CIA did, according to Colby, was they created funding mechanisms. They felt like fighting communism was too important to be left to politicians. So they developed various funding mechanisms. And so they could be completely autonomous. And Colby felt that that was a huge mistake in retrospect, because now the CIA just has so much money and so much power, it can tell the U.S. attorneys to stand down.
Yeah, it's just, I can really see the similarities between what's going on, what happened with Diddy and with Epstein, with the ties, like the guy, the
Damian Williams.
Damian Williams, but also the guy who was the record executive with P.
Clive Williams.
Clive Davis.
Clive Davis.
Clive Davis. Yeah.
And it's kind of amazing because P. Diddy has gotten away with so much stuff. And I believe, this is mine, I believe that Clive Davis has been on the yellow brick road forever. Probably an FBI informant. Definitely some kind of there's no way that you can commit as many felonies as Clive Davis has committed and not spend a day in jail. If you were not indicted for tax fraud and tax evasion, or making shell companies that were run by heroin dealers that were hooked up with the Genovese crime family, if you or I got busted for that, we would do some time. I mean, we would go to jail. There's no doubt about it.
The more you learn about this shit, it just seems like the whole world is still run by the mafia. It's just, they're just now in cahoots with intelligence.
Well, I think that the mafia is kind of interesting. I've had some very strange days in my life, but one of the strangest was I went and interviewed the former boss of the Lucchese crime family at the Supermax prison in Florence, Colorado. His name is Anthony Gaspipe Casso. And
Anthony Gaspipe Casso.
Yes. Okay. And if you said Gaspipe to him, your family would be contacting a mortician relatively quickly. He did not like being called.
Oh, he didn't like that.
No, he didn't like being called
this guy. Wow.
There he is. So interesting. I wrote an article. I went and saw Gaspipe in Florence, Colorado. That prison is it's in a mountain.
Right.
And the 396 guys or 400 guys that the United States has the most antiquity for are there. Like Kaczynski is there. Ramsey Youssef, the first guy was there. Yes.
Isn't El Chapo there?
No, I don't think he's at that one. I think he's at Joliet, but I could be wrong. So those guys are in solitary 24/7. That prison is designed to deconstruct you. And when they get yard time, they're in little plexiglass booths, the size of their cells. So, I mean, there's no human
outside.
Yeah,
in a plexiglass.
They're in a little plexiglass booth. Yeah.
Wow.
And Gaspipe used to have yard time at the same time as Ted Kaczynski, and he told me that Ted Kaczynski would run laps in his little and I guess Ted was keeping in shape for a while. I don't know if he's still keeping in shape, but anyway. So Gaspipe told me this amazing story that he had hired 2 NYPD detectives for hits, highly decorated NYPD detectives. And I started to look into it. And when you're investigating stuff, you just kind of turn over rocks.
Yep.
Little ones, and then little ones lead to bigger ones. And then I got a document, an FBI document, that said that these cops were involved in murders. And FBI 302 from Samuel Borgovano. And then I came across other evidence. And this was in 2000, and I couldn't sell that article. I mean, because these are highly decorated cops, and Gas Pipe was a psychopath, but just because someone is a psychopath, it doesn't mean that they're pathological liars. I mean, they'll lie when it's convenient, for sure.
Yeah.
But anyway, I knew that these guys were dirty. And ultimately, they got indicted in 2005. And I was having breakfast with a friend of mine. I was saying, man, I tried to get this story out 5 years ago. And he goes, well, now you can finally sell it. So I did finally sell it, and Playboy published it. It's on my...
Playboy published it.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's on my web. And what Gas Pipe and I, we had a correspondence. And he said, the mob will never be what it was because it was able to control senators and congressmen, but it will never go away. That's right. That was Gas Pipe's thoughts on the mob.
Yeah, it was just evolving now, right?
Well, I think you've got all kinds of other organized crime entities.
Well, right.
That I mean, the mob used to control all of them. But the mob doesn't have, I believe, the power to control like Russian organized crime. And Russian organized crime isn't as centralized as the mafia. I mean, you got a lot of cowboys doing a lot of different things. There's kind of a loose hierarchy, but you've got a lot of cowboys doing a lot of different things. So
right. Well, it makes me think about some of these, like what's going on with some of these like big aerospace contractors, these defense contractors. You know, that's one of the things Tim Burchett has been talking about. He's been trying to get a bill passed, and there's two guys from Ohio that were lobbied heavily with Wright-Patterson, or two of the big private defense contractors in Ohio. I think one of them is Lockheed, and maybe the other one's Booz Allen. I can't remember exactly what they were.
I think Booz Allen's probably in Illinois and Lockheed's, but I could be wrong.
Julie, can you find out who the two aerospace contractors are in Ohio? I think Wright-Patterson was involved somehow with this, or with
you got Northrop Grumman.
Northrop. Maybe
yeah.
it was Northrop.
Yeah.
So maybe though, like he was trying to pass a bill, and then the two guys that blocked it were the two guys from Ohio, that were heavily lobbied by those defense contractors. And you know, it makes me wonder when he's talking about people being paid involved in honey traps, how much shit is going on behind the scenes with these big private organizations, you know, being in charge of some of these honey traps or some of these blackmail campaigns with congressmen and senators and trying to influence the law that way.
I mean, that's what Burchett said, that special interests were compromising.
Mm-hmm.
And I know from my own experience that the CIA has honey traps too.
Yeah,
So as I said earlier, if love is blind, lust is deaf, dumb, and quadriplegic. And that lust and arrogance makes smart people very, very stupid. And our politicians have a potent alchemy of lust and arrogance, which makes them very, very stupid. Someone like Clinton, he's a very brilliant guy, but he cannot control his libido. I mean, the guy, and as I've also said, when libido drives the car, it ends up in the wrong garage. And Clinton's libido has ended up in the wrong garage repeatedly. He's just been saved because he's dirty. I got a hold of a blackmail photographer when I was writing the Franklin scam. And it was relative. After I'd been in it about a year or so, I was still trying to figure it all out. And I kind of said, well, how does this work? And he goes, once you're compromised, it's like you're on a yacht. And it's a beautiful yacht. And it's a beautiful day. And you're on that yacht and you can have anything you want. But if you decide to get off that yacht, the people on the yacht are going to make sure that you drown. Once you're compromised, you can have anything you want, but there's zero initiative to get off the yacht because the people on the yacht are going to bring you down.
That's a very good way to put it. Very, very good way to put it. And then there's also, you know, and then that yacht is also wrapped up in a huge hornet's nest of billions of dollars that wants more. They want more power, more fame. That's why they're buying up like entertainment. You know, there's I know Ari Emanuel is somehow wrapped up in a lot of this stuff. and sports teams, and with Saudi Arabia having this crazy huge run at buying at like the Live Golf thing and investing in all this sports stuff. It's just it's everywhere you look. It's everywhere. It's ubiquitous.
Well, our government is very corrupt, as I said earlier. The congressional approval rating is 13%. And I started an organization. It's called Epstein Justice. And we've got some really good people on the advisory board. Your listeners of yours can go to EpsteinJustice.com. And what we want is relatively simple. We want a commission that's going to look into two things. A, we want to know why the government covered up child trafficking. And B, we want the perpetrators to be prosecuted. And that is exactly what Epstein Justice is about. And we're starting to get momentum. We became a 501c3 last July, and we're building. It's kind of exciting for us.
What do you think? What do you think about Steve Bannon just having to report to prison recently? What do you think his involvement in this whole thing is?
I wouldn't want to like. So
never came across him or anyone involved with him in any of your research.
In my research, no. I mean, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're innocent or they haven't been compromised. It just means that their names haven't come up in my research.
Right.
But I mean, there's a former prime minister that Jeffrey Epstein used to give little girls to. That was very violent to these little girls. I mean, and that's the other thing about these guys.
Which prime minister?
He was a prime minister of a Middle Eastern country.
You can't say his name?
Well, I mean, it would be, I would feel uncomfortable saying it.
Oh, so it's not public?
It's not public, no. But I talked to a Epstein victim who said that he was very violent. And the reason why I'm not coughing up his name is because I don't want her to run into problems.
Okay, I understand.
Because the dude has some major juice.
Okay, we don't want anyone getting chopped up.
We do not. But you saw that with the Franklin network too. These guys become increasingly violent, or some of them do, and they have to be more violent to get a thrill. And there is a book called The Snow Murders. There was a huge network in Detroit, and Francis Sheldon was the guy who ran it, and it was the first pet island. It was before Epstein's. He had a island called Fox Island, and he would fly kids to this island, and they would be used for, I mean, really, really sick. But 4 of those kids ended up dead alongside highways. And there were, according to law enforcement, there were probably at least 5 people that knew that those kids had been murdered. I mean, or had taken part in it. So, and that's the extreme, is that some of these guys, it gets increasingly violent, and then they end up killing kids. And I know that this sounds horrific, but if you read a book called The Snow Murders, or The Snow Killings, the author makes a very profound case for it.
Where was this island?
It was in northern Michigan, actually not too far from Interlaken, where Epstein and Barr went to art camp.
Really?
Yeah. Very close.
What is it about these billionaires why are they so obsessed with underage girls? Why do they have to be underage girls?
That was something I really tried to understand when I first went into this very dark realm. And I talked to some psychologists. Mm-hmm. Actually, I know a number of psychologists at this point, and that have dealt with these type of victims. And some of them have even, and I talked to a psychologist that had dealt with guys that had these proclivities, mm-hmm. that were actually trying to get better. It was bothering them.
Why could my thing is like, why couldn't it just be like a younger woman who's of age?
Because a lot of these guys, I mean, I don't know how expensive proms are, but let's say that they're,
Depends how hot they are.
let's say the hottest one is, what would you say, $5,000 an hour? Would that'd probably be high, but
I guess.
so these guys could have 20 of them at the same time. But they go to forbidden fruit. So that's one mechanism. The other one is maybe they've been too. And a lot of Americans,
Right.
where Americans are very naive is, according to the Centers for Disease Control, and this is a very conservative number, 25% of American girls have been
25%.
and 5% of American boys. We're talking underage. So we're talking like 50 million have been as underage boys or girls.
So there is a psychological disorder that is very much real inside people where they have this inkling for the forbidden fruit. So because they're underage and because it's illegal, that's what draws them to this.
I mean, I'm sure that that's a psychological mechanism, but if you look at all the boys and girls in the United States that get as underage kids, I mean, that's a lot of people, man.
Yeah.
There's
a lot of people.
There's a lot of people, underage boys and girls in the United States of America. And I'm sure that that's the forbidden fruit thing, but then I think some people are just whacked. I mean, that's what they want, somebody that they can completely control.
The majority of them are really successful billionaires and leaders.
No, actually, all social strata. Every social strata has child. Yeah. Every social strata. Okay. The ones that we're talking about, that children with impunity. The ones that live in trailer parks,
right,
get 15 to 20 years.
You don't hear about that.
Yeah, but the guys that we're talking about, they get nothing happens. They've got their get out of jail free card.
It's dark shit, man. It's really fucking dark shit.
Well, I've been swimming in this sewer for 22 years, and sometimes I think, but
it's amazing you've only had your life threatened once.
There's been some other pretty funky stuff.
Funky stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I've had very strange phone calls over the years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Have you ever had anyone offer you a lot of money?
No, but I've had some government agencies take some interest in me. I'll go that far.
Really?
Yeah.
Overtly,
very much overtly.
Really?
Yeah.
How so?
Well, I didn't do anything, but I don't really want to go too far down that road.
Oh, wow.
Because
that's scary.
Those government agencies,
they're listening to us right now.
Well, you never know. I mean, you don't want to. I've been very fortunate that I've been able to do what I've been able to do.
Yes.
And I still have a lot to do. I just, I don't. There are certain headaches.
There's very few people like you who are unafraid to go down this rabbit hole.
Well, actually, there is fear. I mean, I do have people that are crazy don't have fear. And, well, I mean, some people would argue that I might be crazy.
Right.
But there is fear. It's just overcoming the fear. When I first started cutting my teeth on this, and I saw that, and it was the Franklin Network, and I saw these kids had been used and abused with impunity, I just felt like I had to do something about it. Now, there's a lot of people that can what I saw and just walk away from it. But I'm not wired that way. I don't know why. I can't, I wasn't able to look away.
Where did this crazy idea of using kids blackmail for intelligence and for people in high power, political power, where did this start? Where did this all come from? Is there some place that we know in history that this sort of practice originated?
I mean, political blackmail, honey traps are as old as politics itself. I'll give you an example. Alexander Hamilton was having an affair with a 23-year-old, and her husband was blackmailing him. And now we think of Alexander Hamilton as this hero, but yeah, he was getting blackmailed. And then there was this muckraking journalist who found out about Alexander Hamilton having an affair with this 23-year-old and getting blackmailed by her husband. And he outed him and wrote about it. And it severely tainted Alexander Hamilton. And Thomas Jefferson and Hamilton really disliked each other. So the muckraking journalist felt that he would surely get an appointment in Jefferson's administration because he outed Alexander Hamilton for having this. But when Jefferson became president, he did not give this muckraker an appointment. So the muckraker published an article about Jefferson having sex with one of his slaves, Sally Hemings. And actually, DNA has shown that Jefferson did, in fact, have fostered a number of children with her. Jesus Christ. So it goes, I mean, and we're just talking the U.S. now, the beginning of the U.S., but it goes back very far.
Oh, yeah.
And
human trafficking was big time in ancient Rome and ancient Greece.
Well, I mean, Tiberius was, and I don't know but I have read accounts of this, that Tiberius, the Roman emperor, would like to kill little boys and throw them off a cliff.
Like to kill them and throw them off a cliff.
Yeah. So I don't know. Some people have said it's true. Some people have said it's not true. But yeah, I mean, these type of pathologies are as old as humans themselves, and it's unfortunate. But now it's a different kind of a game. And I'll give you an example of two politicians that I know that have been compromised. One was a senator, and one was in the House of Representatives.
Mm-hmm. Currently or no?
No, they got booted up. Larry Craig was a Republican from Idaho. And he was a family values guy, very conservative. Actually, I think that he might have had the worst record voting against gay rights of any person in the Senate. And he had been in Washington, D.C. for 25 years. And part of it as in the House of Representatives, but then he ultimately became a senator. And I wrote a book called Confessions of a D.C. Man and the Politics of Sex, Lies, and Blackmail, and about a guy running a gay escort service that was giving escorts to CIA assets to compromise politicians. Well, Craig was getting escorts from this guy. And there was a documentary.
From who?
From Henry Vint, the guy who I wrote the book.
Okay.
And Craig was getting escorts from Henry Vincent, but there was a documentary called Outrage by Kirby Dick about how really conservative, closeted guys vote against gay rights. And he found other guys that Craig was giving money to for male escorts.
Male escorts.
Yeah.
That's so funny. That's so true.
So here's what happened to Craig. So here's a guy that's been in Washington, D.C. for 25 years, and he's getting escorts, a guy that I wrote the book with, and he's getting escorts from other people. And what he got busted in Minneapolis. There's an international airport in Minneapolis. I'm from Minneapolis, and he was, I guess there's like this gay nomenclature where someone hits their foot. If they're sitting on the commode and they hit their foot on the ground, and then that signals to the other that they're hot, that he's hot to try. So that's what happened with Larry Craig. He got busted in a bathroom in the Minneapolis airport trying to pick up a Vice Squad cop.
Wow, that's fucking crazy. There's that famous Joe Rogan joke where he says there's only two people who hate gays: morons and guys who secretly love dick but won't admit it.
Well, here's the thing with I go to Minneapolis about once a year. I mean, that's where I'm from. And I was sitting on the commode once, and some guy was in the booth next to me slapping his foot. And I thought he had a neurological disorder. I'm just really glad I didn't say, "Hey, can I help you? Do you need some help?"
Oh,
and let's talk about Dennis Hastert. Okay, so he was the Speaker of the House.
Okay.
Constitutionally, third most powerful man in the country. He had been, boys,
What year?
He was the Speaker of the House from 1999 to 2006, but he'd been in the House for quite some time. He was a strong-arm guy. He really strong-armed people into voting the way that he felt like they should vote. Now, he had been a wrestling coach in high school, and he started kids back then, like 40 years earlier. And the FBI knew what he was up to because there was a FBI whistleblower that said that about Dennis Hastert's shadow life. So when he was the Speaker of the House, he was engaged in this and nothing happened to him. But after he got out, one of his victims started blackmailing him. And he ultimately started getting money, taking money out of his bank account under false pretenses and giving it to this blackmail victim. Or this victim of his who was blackmailing him. But the FBI went after Hastert instead of this kid or this victim, which is kind of interesting because the FBI could have just stopped it right there and said, you know, if you blackmail Dennis Hastert, we're going to put you away forever. But they went after Hastert instead. And I've always wondered, so I think using the yacht analogy, what happened to Hastert? Why did he decide to get off the yacht?
Right.
I don't know. I think he got too greedy. He was making millions of dollars, and he had this consulting business, and he was making millions of dollars. And I think that some powerful people wanted to cut, and he just said, "No, I'm Dennis Hastert. Go to hell." And that's what happened to Dennis Hastert.
Wow. Serial child federal judge imposed a sentence of 15 months in prison, 2 years supervised release. That's it.
15 months. Holy shit.
15 months and $250,000 fine.
And I've tried to get a hold of him. I've got his cell phone number, but he doesn't really want to talk to me.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, man, it seems like a insurmountable task to take down these networks because it seems like the people that are involved in these networks run the world.
Well, the thing with Epstein justice, and I believe, now I might be deluded, but I believe that we can do this. I believe you've got a congressional approval rating that's horrible. 87% of Americans do not think that their congressmen and congresswomen are acting in their best interest.
Right.
They know that something is wrong. Look at our presidential candidates.
Yes.
I mean, only a very foul, perfidious system gives us a choice like that. I mean, I really believe that. Yeah. So, with what we're dealing with now, I really believe that if we can get the government, if we can get enough Americans to get behind Epstein justice and show, you know, that it's covered this up. Now, when you have a disease, and our society is thoroughly diseased, there's three protocols. There's awareness, there's action, there's awareness, there's acceptance, there's action. Now, a lot of people are aware of Epstein. I mean, I think most of them, but they haven't quite accepted that the government covered it up. So when we get to that point, then we can have action. And that's what we're trying to achieve with Epstein justice.
I think the similarity here in the Epstein case to the JFK case, in the sense that, like John Newman talks about, he refers to the whole JFK story of his murder. He thinks Dealey Plaza is a big distraction. Every documentary, most of the books, they all just want to talk about Dealey Plaza and who was the shooter. His point is an intentional distraction from who was really behind him getting murdered. And that was the Joint Chiefs, who were trying to insinuate, they were trying to start a nuclear war, and essentially JFK got in the way of it and they had to get rid of him. No one likes to talk about all stuff that's downstream from what happened in Dealey Plaza. When it comes to Epstein, everyone only cares about whether he killed himself or not.
Yeah, that's the problem that I have. And I've had, like, networks approach me and say, we'd like you to talk about Epstein's death. And I say, that's okay.
Yes. Right.
I don't want to talk about Epstein's death. I want to talk about all these victims that were with impunity. But they don't want to do that.
Right.
Vice called me and said, we'd like to interview you. And I said, I don't really have anything to say about Epstein.
Yeah, it seems.
I mean, I'm not Epstein. My thoughts on Epstein are, there was in the network that I wrote about, there were two guys, and one guy, all shut, didn't get busted for any consequence. He got busted for financial crimes, and he had 10 years, and then he was let out, and he was taken care of. His name's Lawrence King. Now, there was another guy who had a big ego and couldn't keep his mouth shut, and he committed suicide at the Ritz-Carlton in Boston. And I believe it was said to him, either you can kill yourself, his name was Craig Spence, and I believe that someone in intelligence said to Craig Spence, you've done a lot of good work for us. We've been able to compromise a lot of guys, but you got to go now. Because there was just too much media on him. Like with Epstein, there was too much media on Epstein. For blackmailers need anonymity. Because once they're outed as blackmailers, they're useless.
Yes.
They're not going to. And so I think that the same deal was cut with Spence and also Epstein is, if you don't kill yourself, we'll help.
Right,
So,
right. And even to make it more of a distraction, let's say that let's kill him, and let's not make it obvious. Let's make it look like, let's do like the hyoid bone in his neck was broken, which indicates that it was like really severe trauma that you couldn't do by just hanging yourself. Even the noose, it looks like it was the bed sheet that they used to tie than tied to anything. So let's do a sloppy job, a sloppy cover-up, so it creates more media controversy just around this moment.
Yeah, that's what I believe with Epstein. And that's why when networks and others ask me, do I really want to talk about Epstein's death? And I always say, no. I mean, you've got all these girls.
Like, does it really fucking matter? Does it really matter if he killed himself or if somebody else killed him? Because if you really do your homework, which you have done, you can find all the people that are fucking entwined in this. And you can find out what the motives are.
Well, here's the thing with Epstein. Okay, so now you had the government covering it up. But now the attorneys, or some of the attorneys, are playing a very instrumental role in covering it. There was the Epstein Victims Compensation Fund, and that was started by Jordana Feldman, who had actually done the 9/11 Victims Compensation Fund. And then David Boies, who is a dirty lawyer. David Boies is one of the most powerful lawyers in the world, and he's a very dirty guy. And he uses...
I've heard this guy before.
Are you familiar with like the Israeli mercenaries, Black Cube?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so he uses Black Cube.
Really?
Yeah, he likes to deploy Black Cube on people. It's remarkable what he's gotten away with. There he is.
Scroll up.
There's Dave.
Let's read the CIA Wikipedia's version of him. He's an American lawyer and chairman of the firm Boies, Schiller, Flexner LLP. Boies wrote the national prosecutor for 3 major cases leading the U.S. federal government's successful prosecution of Microsoft, U.S. versus Microsoft, his successful representation of Democratic presidential candidate Al Gore in Bush versus Gore, and for successful representation of the plaintiff in Hollingsworth versus Perry, which validated California Proposition 8 banning same-sex marriages.
Boies has also represented various clients in U.S. lawsuits, Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, yeah, there we go. We left out the best part. Sorry.
But the thing is, okay, so Grace McGowan was one of the first guys. She was in the first wave of actresses that had said that she'd been by Harvey Weinstein.
Mm-hmm.
David Boies deployed Black Cube on Grace McGowan. And Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes,
yeah,
the grifter.
Oh, yeah.
He used Theranos on people that were trying to detract from her credibility. And he also used Theranos against the New York Times.
You mean Black Cube?
Black Cube, the Israeli mercenary.
Yeah, he used them to... So what specifically does Black Cube do?
Well, with Rose McGowan, some of them befriended Rose McGowan under false pretenses and tried to get information from her that way. With when he used Black Cube on Harvey Weinstein, they were looking for dirt on various New York Times journalists. So,
look at this. Boy's firm reportedly directed the Israeli private intelligence company Black Cube to spy on alleged victims of Harvey Weinstein's sexual abuse and on the reporters. This is exactly what you were just saying. Who are investigating Weinstein's actions. Over the course of a year, Weinstein had Black Cube and other agencies target or collect info on dozens of individuals and compile psychological profiles. Blah, 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 blah. Wow.
Okay, so David Boies is one of the arbitrators, if not the arbitrator, of the Epstein Victims Compensation Fund. He is the one that decides who gets money and who doesn't. 225 women have come forward, and 150 have been given offered settlements, and 132 have been given settlements. And Epstein trafficked girls for 20 years. So there's hundreds of them out there.
Yeah.
But they're just too frightened for it.
Right.
But there's a couple of things about that Victims Compensation Fund. If you get money from that Victim Compensation Fund, you've got to sign an NDA. So you cannot go after any of the perps. So the Epstein Victims Compensation Fund, with dirty lawyers like David Boies, is covering up stuff that the government couldn't cover up, because it's making sure that these victims don't go after any of the other perps. And here's another dirty secret about it. Epstein was trafficking. The mainstream media and the government have, I don't know, settled that the youngest of the Epstein victims was 14. But that's not true. There were actually, we know about 2 13-year-olds that got money from the Victims Compensation Fund, or at least litigated. But then there was on my website that there were 11 and 12-year-olds that Epstein was trafficking. But here it even gets uglier. I've spoken at anti-trafficking conferences. I've got a lot of knowledge about child trafficking, and I've written about child trafficking with academics, and I've spoken at some very large, like the National Center on Exploitation puts on an international summit once a year, and I've spoken at 3 of those summits. So I really have gotten to know, trafficking, and then also I've gotten to know a lot of therapists who work with victims that were trafficked. And I know 2 therapists, and one of them is highly esteemed, who each one had clients who they believe had been by Epstein et al. Under 10 years old. And one described Epstein's home in a park where she used to play by Epstein's home. And I've gotten to know these therapists. I believe them. And here's the thing: when we're talking about people getting more violent and more violent and more violent, well, the other side of that is younger and younger and younger. Right. And the Epstein Victims Compensation Fund would not give these young women money because they didn't conform. The therapists believe that they didn't conform to the 14 years or old, because that would have shown that Epstein was, that would really alarm Americans that Epstein was trafficking girls under the age of 10. So that Victims Compensation Fund is as dirty as the government. It's as dirty as Epstein. It's just dirty.
Good God. What did that guy Burnell?
Jean-Luc Burnell.
Jean-Luc Burnell. Yeah. The interesting thing about that guy is he ended up dying on a Saturday as Epstein, right? The slowest news day of the week. I think it was like a Saturday night, and committed suicide, I believe, in the same way that Epstein did.
So,
right?
Yeah. Epstein was getting, and Burnell was infamous as a modeling agent for models. But they were tapped into Eastern Europe, and they were buying, not renting. They were buying girls and Eastern Europe, which
From where?
people that are predators know how to get. I think, like in the Franklin scandal, the two pimps that I wrote about, they were getting a lot of children from Boys Town, the distinguished orphanage on the outskirts of Omaha. So there's a lot of kids out there that do not have parents that end up in orphanages where, and a lot of, like with Boys Town, the number 2 guy was definitely a pedophile,
Right.
Father James Kelly. So he was compromised. And that's why he was allowing Boys Town kids to go off campus and become part of this network. So if you know how to, I mean, these guys are psychopaths. And if someone is going to give someone 10,000 or 15 or whatever for a kid, they'll find kids. It's brutal. It's very dark. It's very brutal.
Yeah, Jean-Luc Brunel. Was Jean-Luc Brunel tied into any of these Wall Street firms at all, like BCCI or Drexel Lambert or Apollo Global?
I think that he was just a guy that got the girls.
He was just a girls guy.
Yeah. The financial machinations, I don't think that he was part of that.
Right. Yeah, the crazy thing about BCCI is that, like, some of the names that were on the index books for BCCI was like JFK, FDR, the Hunt brothers, Saddam Hussein, George Bush. Like, there were some big names involved in that bank, considering what they were doing.
I mean, it was an amazing cover-up.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at all the illegalities that were involved, that was an amazing cover-up.
It was so amazing and so far-reaching.
Yeah. Much like Epstein.
Right.
Very far-reaching. And the government is kind of amazing the way that it can. I'll give you an example of an amazing cover-up. When David Boies started to take on Epstein's victims as clients, he brought in Stan Pottinger. And Pottinger was an associate attorney general. And I call him the Forrest Gump of cover-ups. If there's a cover-up, Stan Pottinger is there. Like with Wounded Knee, a bunch of Native Americans took over Wounded Knee, which had been the site of a slaughter. And Stan Pottinger went after them. And the two Russell Means and Dennis Banks were the head of the American Aid movement, and Stan Pottinger went after them really hard. But the judge found that the feds were lying about a number of different things, and he dropped all the charges against him. Stan Pottinger was also married, or a boyfriend to Gloria Steinem for like 9 years, and Steinem was a CIA asset. It's amazing that all these women that were Steinem, and they see her as the pinnacle of women's liberation. Well, actually, she was CIA. Now, she said that she stopped getting money from the CIA in 1961, but I've come across an article that says that she she was getting money from the CIA throughout the 1960s. Wow. And there was, according to Ari Ben-Menashe, who was an Israeli spy,
Right.
there was, and well, actually, Pottinger was part of the Iran-Contra cover-up. And October Surprise, are you familiar with the October Surprise?
Yes.
Okay.
There was the hostages that
Yes.
bless you. The hostages that were over there, and then they didn't want to release him until after he won the presidency.
Okay, so the CIA,
Right? Is that right or no?
William Casey and George Bush made a deal with the Iranians. And they said, if you keep the hostages till after Ronald Reagan is elected president, we'll sell you cheap arms. And we were selling arms to Saddam Hussein, and he was having a war against the Iranians. So we were selling arms to both sides. But that was called the October Surprise. And what's really interesting, Stan Pottinger was in on the October Surprise, according to Ari Ben-Menashe. And that was an amazing cover-up. because actually congressional subcommittees that looked into it and concluded that it didn't exist, even though the New York Times in March published an article that said it didn't, that there was an October surprise. So finally, all these years later, but it's amazing how you can have so many congressmen driven in one way to say that there was no October surprise when there so obviously was. But Stan Podger, who ended up representing these Epstein victims with David Boies, he was busted helping Iranians get arms, showing Iranians how to smuggle arms from the United States to Iran without getting in any trouble. And they had him on, this is kind of, actually it's humorous, it's tragic, but it's humorous. Our Justice Department had tapes of him telling these Iranians how best to smuggle arms to Iran without getting busted. And that paragon of integrity, Rudolph Giuliani, was the U.S. attorney overseeing that case, and they lost the tapes of Stan Podger. Now, you would think that they would come up with something more creative.
Right.
But anyway, so the tapes were lost, and Stan walked, and then he started representing all these Epstein victims. So it's very obvious that Epstein was definitely intelligence, and then intelligence assets were brought in to make sure that cover-up was on the other side.
It seems also like it wasn't just one intelligence service. It seems like there was a ton of them. It seemed like it was a combination of CIA, Mossad, Saudi, a ton, like at least those three, right?
Well, you know, people ask me, was the Mossad involved? And I say to them, I don't know. I mean, it could have been, but here's the thing about that. There's no way the CIA is going to let the Mossad compromise American politicians on American soil without getting a cut of that intelligence. I mean, there's no way. Well, because the Israelis rely on us so heavily for armaments that the Mossad and the CIA are going to work together on that. I don't think the Mossad is going to compromise American politicians.
But the Mossad is so much better than the CIA. They're so much more efficient than the CIA, and I think that's one of the things that the CIA is frustrated about.
I don't know. The CIA can be very effective. I mean, just talk to Guatemala and Chile and Indonesia, and you know, for sure, it just goes on and on. I mean, when the CIA really wants to foment a coup, they get rid of guys. So and they specialize in regime changes. So the CIA can be very effective.
That's a great point. They have been very effective. But when it comes to American politics, I don't think there's anyone more effective than the Mossad. If you talk, there was a recent interview that came out with a congressman. He did it. I forget his name. You can probably find it, Steve. He did an interview with Tucker Carlson, and he was basically telling Tucker, he's like, every single one of us has a handler from Israel. Or it was the what's the organization called? AIPAC. We all have our own AIPAC handler.
Yeah, I mean,
so, and then John Mearsheimer, wrote that whole book about the Israel lobby and how Israel has so much influence over our politics and our laws and everything involving our media and all this stuff, to even to their own detriment.
I think that they work together. This is kind of interesting. When I was talking to Gaspipe all those years in the subterranean digs, the Russian mafia had this amazing scam where, a gallon of gasoline was taxed 25 cents at that point. And what the Russian mafia did was they would sell all this gasoline and they wouldn't pay the tax, and then they would declare bankruptcy. So what happened was we changed our laws where the wholesalers had to pay the tax on the gasoline instead of the retailers. And what the Russians were doing is they created a daisy chain of companies that would defer the tax and defer the tax and defer the tax, and then you ended up with Juan Gonzalez in Tijuana that had to pay all the taxes on the gasoline. And what Gaspipe told me, and this was my first real inkling of how dirty the Mossad was, that there was a Mossad guy that was working with the Colombo family. And he shot this Colombo mafia guy in the back of the head, and then gas pipe, because they made like $1 billion on this. It was an amazing scam, and the Russians started doing it, and then all the American crime families, followed them. And Joseph Reich, a Mossad guy, was part of this scam, and he shot a guy, I can't think of the gangster's name, but we wanted to extradite him, but Israel wouldn't do it. But then Israel tried the guy in an Israel court, and amazingly, an Israel court didn't find the Mossad guy guilty of murder.
So who was the guy? I think we talked about this on the phone. Who was the Israeli spy who was in prison? He was in a U.S. prison, and then they tried to get Clinton. I think it was Israel tried to get Clinton to release him back to Israel. Clinton couldn't do it, and then Trump actually ended up getting him out. And then not only that, but it was the billionaire. We talked about this person on the phone. He was a billionaire who owned an NBA team. He died, and then his wife is now the one who just gave Trump $100 million. It was an exchange for the liberation of Miriam Adelson. That's what it was. Yeah. So Mary Adelson's husband was the one. I think he gave Trump during his first campaign like $10 million or something, and then Trump got this fucking Israeli spy out of prison and sent him back, and then literally flew the guy back on Adelson's jet. Back to Israel.
Yeah.
And now Miriam Adelson just gave Trump $100 million, and one of the contingents of that $100 million was to give them liberate the West Bank or something like that in the West Bank, essentially.
Well, it's interesting. I interviewed Rabbi Menashe on my podcast, and the Israel tried to say he wasn't an Israeli spy, but he's definitely an Israeli spy. And actually, our government said that there was an October surprise, because he said he participated in the October surprise and met with Pottinger, and our government said there was an October surprise, but now we're conceding that there is.
Right.
And he's a spy, so a former spy, or maybe it's difficult to know with guys like that. But he said, but the New York Times corroborated this. The Israelis were aware of that attack for over a year, or for around a year, before it actually went down.
Wow.
And Ari Ben Menashe told me that, and then all of a sudden the New York Times came out with an article about it. So he has been corroborated on a number of different points.
And you want to talk about Israeli intelligence versus American intelligence, Mossad versus CIA, who's more effective? Yeah, we've taken over a lot of countries. We've been a part of a lot of revolutions. But what do you make of Israeli influence over the people that are running for president in the United States? Like Trump just getting $100 million from the Adelsons, or I don't know how much, but I know Biden's somehow influenced by them. But every one of our people that are running for president is influenced by Israel to a huge degree. It's not the case the other way around, as far as I'm aware.
I think that Netanyahu is susceptible to being compromised. That's what I believe. I believe that our politicians in the upper echelon are compromised, and so are the Israeli politicians.
By who? By us?
By either us or Israeli intelligence.
By Israeli. Okay.
The last Israeli prime minister that really wanted to work out a peace between the Palestinians and Israel, his name was Yitzhak Rabin, and he was assassinated. The other guys, they obviously haven't. And Ehud Barak, who is one of the liberals,
met with Epstein.
Well, he did a lot more than meet with Epstein. He actually stayed in Epstein's apartment building.
Right.
Epstein gave him a bunch of money, and I'm sure that he was involved. I've been told that he was involved with some of the girls. So Ehud Barak is probably a very compromised guy.
What about Bill Gates?
Now, this is kind of interesting with Bill Gates. The media, the mainstream media, I think the cover story on that is they met in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
But there's an article from the a UK newspaper. I can't think of the name of the newspaper, but it was an article that came out in 2001 about Epstein, talking about Epstein's ties to Khashoggi. But that article says, it was the Evening Standard. That article says that Gates and Epstein were doing business in the 90s.
Right.
So our mainstream media, the cover story of 2011, that's either, I mean, what are we to make of that? I mean, I got that article. You can get an article off the internet about Gates and Epstein doing business in the 1990s. Why hasn't our mainstream media reported on that?
Right. That's a good question.
So it's kind of like we're going to decide that Epstein's youngest victim is 19 or is 14, and we're going to decide that Bill Gates met Jeffrey Epstein in 2011. That seems to be how it works then.
Right. Okay. Let's do Watergate.
One of my favorite topics, Watergate.
Yes.
You know,
I wrote a whole book on this.
I just happen to have a book on Watergate published,
Yes.
so it's kind of strange.
Is it just one book?
I've written one book
The
on
Truth About Watergate, and this was published when?
Earlier this year.
Earlier this year. Great. February. So do you have some new information on Watergate?
What I've got on Watergate is I've taken all there's been a lot of great books on Watergate that have been written, but they're tomes, they're huge, they're complex.
Right.
And what I wanted to do is I wanted to distill Watergate and make it as simple to comprehend as possible. That was my goal. And the book has just about every sentence has a citation. There's 2,238 citations in the book. The narrative is 171 pages, but between the citations and the bibliography, it's like 60 pages. So, and everything that I used is from the mainstream media. I was able to triangulate. There are some really good revisionist Watergate books that have been published by mainstream publishers. So with Watergate, it's interesting. We talked about JFK, the assassination earlier.
Oh, yeah.
When Nixon took office, everybody thought, okay, when Nixon in 1968, when he was campaigning, he was saying,
Going against Rockefeller.
well, he crushed Rockefeller.
And then Rockefeller dropped out, right?
Well, he crushed him, so Rockefeller dropped out. But he said that we should extend olive branches to China and the USSR. And people were thinking that this is just Richard Nixon being cynical, and once he becomes president, he'll become a Cold Warrior again, and he's a leopard that won't change his spots. But that wasn't the case. Nixon actually wanted to open up China rapprochement for diplomatic relations and wanted to do strategic arm limitation talks with the Russians. He wanted to cement his legacy as a peacemaker. He was really dedicated to that. And on his first or second day in office, he came out with National Security Memorandum Decision 2, which sounds like an innocuous bureaucratic directive. But basically what it says is the CIA, the Department of Defense, and the State Department will have absolutely no bearing on my geopolitical moves. Basically, he was telling all the hawks to go to hell. And he started conducting clandestine negotiations with China and then Russia. And the hawks were beside themselves. And Nixon actually told the Russians that he was willing to give up Vietnam for the furtherance of the strategic arm limitation talks. And the Joint Chiefs actually started an espionage ring against Nixon. And it was called the Moore-Radford Affair. And the Joint Chiefs conscripted, Thomas More was the head of the Joint Chiefs. And they conscripted a yeoman who was part of the National Security Council to steal documents so the Joint Chiefs could understand what was going on with the Nixon administration. And they had an inside man at the National Security Council, and that was Alexander Haig, because he was giving these documents to this yeoman who was giving it to the head of the Joint Chiefs. And I think, now, this is my belief, if there was so much blowback with Kennedy and the Warren Commission that I feel like the Hawks realized that they couldn't kill Nixon. But here's what they did. So they started this espionage ring against Nixon. They started an espionage ring. The Joint Chiefs started an espionage ring against the President of the United States. And the Nixon administration eventually outed it. And then CIA guys, then it was the CIA's turn, and they just started infiltrating the Nixon administration. And Nixon did not order Watergate. Nixon knew nothing of Watergate. The number 2 and 3 guys, John Ehrlichman, H.R. Haldeman was the number 2 guy in the Nixon administration. John Ehrlichman was the number 3 guy. Those guys didn't order Watergate. John Mitchell, who is the Attorney General, didn't order Watergate. But what happened was there were a number of documents that were leaked when Nixon was the president. And they formed a group called the Plumbers, right, to stop leaks. And the Plumbers ultimately were infiltrated by a couple of CIA guys, Howard Hunt and James McCord. And the thing about Watergate, it's a conspiracy within a conspiracy. Because when the Watergate burglars were busted, let me back up a little bit. The Democratic National Committee in the Watergate was on the 6th floor. Yes. And it was connected to a CIA honey trap.
Howard Hughes was connected to it.
No. Well, Howard Hughes was connected to it, but in a kind of a different way. But the Democratic National Committee was, if you were a Democratic big shot, you would go to Maxine Wells. She was the secretary at the Democratic National Committee, and she had like a folder of pictures, and you would choose and they would be at the Columbia Plaza Apartments, which is about a block away, these upscale apartments, and that's where the CIA had their hidden cameras. So when the burglars broke in, the one conspiracy was to get dirt on the Democrats. And Eugenia Martinez, one of the burglars, at Maxie Wells's desk, where she kept the pictures. And when they were busted, their photographic equipment was set up on her desk. So that was the one conspiracy. And that was ordered by John Dean and Jeb Magruder. John Dean was a counselor to the president and supposedly a hero. But if you read my book, you'll see that he's a pathological liar. And Jeb Magruder, who was the acting chairman of the committee to re-elect the president. 1 second. My mouth will start flowing. So John Dean's wife, the honey trap brothel was run by Heidi Reichen, and he was a good friend of Maureen Dean. And a lot of people have thought that Maureen Dean, John Dean's wife, was one of the prompts in this brothel. So, and John Dean was the guy that came across as, I'm going to out the administration. I'm going to come clean. And I show that he tells a lot of lies. And actually, what happened is, so you've got some of the burglars going for the dirt with the brothel, and then you've got James McCord and Howard Hunt, who are G. Gordon Liddy's supposed to be the head of the Plumbers, but you've got Howard Hunt and Gordon and James McCord. Their goal is to get busted. They want to hurt the Nixon administration as much as they possibly can. So there were 2 break-ins. People just think there were one. There was 2 break-ins. The first break-in James McCord and the Cubans, all CIA assets. Well, actually, James McCord was ostensibly retired from the CIA, but I don't believe that he was. They signed in to the Federal Reserve, which had been burgled the previous month at like 11 o'clock at night. And the Federal Reserve, because it had been burgled, had added enhanced security. So he was trying to get busted that night, but the security guard couldn't put two and two together. So the next time they went in, one of his Confederates called the DC police and told them that people were breaking into the Watergate. And 2 blocks away, a guy, his name was Carl Schoeffler. He was a DC cop, but he was also a CIA guy too. And he was like part two, and he was improbably parked 2 blocks away from the Watergate. So when the call came in, he just buzzed over to the Watergate and arrested the burglars. And what's really fascinating about Watergate, so it's a conspiracy within a conspiracy.
Right.
There was one part of the conspiracy was to get dirt on the Democrats, and that was basically from G. Gordon Liddy that was emanated from John G. Gordon Liddy to some of the Cubans, but then the CIA guys, Howard Hunt and James McCord, their goal was to damage the Nixon administration. And that's what they were able to do during that Watergate break-in, is get caught and start damaging the Nixon administration.
So, the way Danny Sheehan explained this to me, well, I guess he explained the prelude to this. And the way he explained it to me was that when Nixon was campaigning, and he realized that he thought he was going to win after Rockefeller dropped out. He thought that there's no chance this Kennedy guy's going to beat me. I guess this was before Kennedy was elected president, and right before he was elected president, he was contacted by, Nixon was the head of the 5412 committee, the National Security Committee. It was in charge of covert ops and stuff like that, and Howard Hughes, Nixon wanted Castro to be assassinated, and Nixon went to Howard Hughes, who was tied into intelligence and planning covert ops and stuff like that. He told Howard Hughes, "I want you to get rid of Castro." So Howard Hughes went to one of the mafia guys in Vegas, who went to another mafia guy in Chicago, and they were trying to figure out how to put together a team to kill Castro. And they said, "Oh, well, that's Traficante's territory." And Traficante was based in Florida at the time. I think he was in Tampa. And then they met with Santos Traficante in the Fountain Blue. And Traficante was like, "Okay, if this is really coming from the next president, Nixon, I need to have some sort of confirmation before we do this," or whatever. So Nixon sent one of his guys, who was a CIA staffer or somebody at the CIA, to go give the green light to Traficante to take out Castro and Che and Powell. And eventually he did it, and they recruited some guys from Operation 40, who were some anti-Castro Cuban exiles who were conducting sabotage in Cuba. And one of those guys happened to be Felix Rodriguez. And eventually after that, they got, I guess, 4 of those same guys that were originally hired to take out Castro
Ended up as the
Watergate burglars. So when they caught those Watergate burglars, one of them, I think his name was Baker. What was his name? It was Barker. Bernard Barker. Bernard Barker had cash in his pocket, and they were looking at those notes. And what was happening was the way they were paying these Operation 40 guys that were they were put in these triangular fire squads, these triangular assassination fire squads, where they would set up in the formation of a triangle to take out a moving target. They were funding those guys by skimming money off of one of these mob hotels in Vegas, taking it to Meyer Lansky's bank in Miami, and then wiring it from Meyer Lansky's bank in Miami to the Banco Internacional in Mexico City. And that's how they were paying these guys. So one of those, Bernard Barker, who was caught in Watergate, one of the burglars, he had a note in his pocket that was traced back to that bank. So one of the guys, I forget who, well, there was a CIA guy or an FBI guy who was investigating this. And he was about to go down to that bank in Mexico City to figure out what was going on with that bank account. They got wind of it, and they let Nixon's chief of staff know about it. Now, Nixon's chief of staff told this, and he's like, you got to get Richard Helms and the head of the FBI in a room together and tell them to nix this whole investigation, because if they figure out what was really going on in that bank and how they were paying those, why we were paying those guys in Operation 40 to set up those triangular hit teams, it's going to pull off a scab that's going to be a genie we can't put back in the bottle. So we have to stop that investigation. And
I agree with a lot of it, and I disagree with a lot of it.
And he said that those same Cubans that were set up to take out Castro and were also used in the Watergate burglary, those were the same guys that were used to kill the president in '63.
Now that I can't really talk, but it was Robert Mayhew was working for Howard Hughes. He was Howard Hughes's financial point man. In a very strange relationship because they never met face to face. I guess Howard had long hair and was shooting Valium and codeine. So he was having his difficulties, but they would talk. But Mayhew was hooked up with the FBI and the CIA. And there's a book that just came out about this called Mafia Spies by Thomas Mayer. And it was the CIA went to Mayhew and said, can you reach out to some mafiosi? We want to hit Castro. So Mayhew put these CIA guys in touch with Johnny Roselli, who was part of the Chicago outfit, but he was in LA. He was shaking down like unions that had to do with any was showbiz. He was involved in. And then he went to Sam Giancana, who was the head of the outfit at that point, the capo of the outfit. And those two got together and were talking. And then eventually Mayhew kind of receded to a certain degree. So it was the CIA guys that were working with both Roselli and also Giancana.
Right. And then those are the guys who said, this is not our territory. This has to go to Trafficante.
Well, and then they brought in, now Trafficante was, and this is what I thought earlier in this book that I'm talking about, Mafia Spies, Trafficante was very cynical about it. And he really wanted nothing to do with the FBI or the CIA. And he had lost a lot of money because of Castro, but I think that he was, I mean...
right. All these guys were losing money.
Yeah, because Castro took over their casinos.
Yeah.
But anyway, what happened first, Sam Giancana got shot in the back of the head. Sam Giancana was told to get out of the country for a number of years, and he was centered in Mexico, and he was opening up various casinos in different countries. And then he came back, and he put so much heat on himself. He was going out with one of the McGuire sisters, who were they were very popular at that point. And also, and this is kind of a crazy story, but Dorothy McGuire was going out with Dan Rowan, who was a comedian. Rowan and Martin's Laughing, probably a little bit before your time. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it was a very popular show in the 60s. So Giancana was very, very jealous that Dan Rowan was hitting on his girlfriend. I think her last name was Dorothy. But anyway, so Giancana had the CIA bug Dan Rowan's room.
Oh wow!
So, but the hierarchy of the Chicago mob was very disappointed with Giancana because he was going out with these, and he was hanging out with Frank Sinatra a lot, and he was going out with these starlets, and he was just attracting too much attention to himself. So they ultimately decided he had to go. And I think him dealing with the CIA was probably a critical mass too, that he just had to go. So he had gotten back from Mexico, and he was cooking sausages in his basement, and someone shot him in the back of the head with a 22, which is the ideal way to kill someone, because if you got 22, the bullet just goes around and around and tears up the brain. It's a favorite. And then Johnny Roselli was found in a drum with it cut in half, and I'd always thought that it was the CIA or the Chicago mob that probably hit Giancana. This guy makes an argument that it was Trafficante. I don't know. I really don't know who hit Giancana. It was probably the Chicago mob, but it could have been the CIA. But the person knew him, so it was probably the Chicago mob. But with Roselli had made Trafficante was one of these old-time mafia dudes that really liked being anonymous. Roselli had brought him into the press, and I believe that that's who killed Roselli. I don't think it was the CIA, but I think it was probably Trafficante. Now, when you're getting to that money, there was money in that Mexico account, and the FBI was investigating it. But my sources tell me that that money had come from Committee to Re-elect the President. And it was given by a bunch of big donors, and it was being laundered through that Mexico bank. And those Watergate burglars did, in fact, end up with a bunch of that money. Mm-hmm. They were all sequential $100 bills. But according to my sources, that's where that money came from. It didn't come from like some kind of slush from the CIA. It came from a slush fund from Nixon's Committee to Re-elect the President.
So he was saying the money came from, it was skimmed off the casinos, sent to Meyer Lansky's bank and wired to that bank, and it was used to pay those Cubans to operate those hit teams that were used to kill Castro, and that were eventually used to kill the president. And when Danny Sheehan interviewed Santos Trafficante,
he interviewed Trafficante?
He interviewed Trafficante.
Yeah. Oh, really? Wow.
Mm-hmm. He said Trafficante told him the reason he sent those guys into Watergate was because the head of the DNC and Howard Hughes, there was something in there that was going to link Nixon to Howard Hughes, because Howard Hughes was like the biggest lobbyist for Nixon. And they were afraid it was going to come out that Nixon was behind that Cuban hit team. And if we found out that Nixon was behind the Cuban hit team, people would somehow connect the dots between the Kennedy's death, which was false, but it would be people would think that, right? People would think that Nixon was behind that. He didn't want people to think that, and it wasn't true. So anyways, that's what Trafficante told Danny Sheehan when he interviewed him. And that was what he took away for the motive of the burglary at Watergate.
Because Nixon didn't even know the burglary. That's where that theory runs into a trouble. Nixon recorded everything. And Nixon didn't know. No one in the Nixon administration, the hierarchy in the Nixon administration, knew who sent those guys in to break into the Watergate. They didn't even know. And Nixon, where there is some truth there, though, is Nixon was aware that the CIA had killed Kennedy. And actually, there's tapes where Dick Helms is being grilled by Nixon. Who shot John? Who shot John? Or Nixon's really trying to put heat on Helms to make him cough up that the CIA, because Nixon knew it, but Helms wasn't willing to cough it up. Now, what happened after Watergate is you had H.R. Haldeman, who was the chief of staff, and you had John Ehrlichman, who was, as far as just the number 3 guy. And they had a meeting with Dick Helms, who was the head of the CIA, and Vern Walters, who was the associate head of the CIA. Mm-hmm. And Nixon told Haldeman, just said the Bay of Pigs thing. That was like the secret nomenclature for the Kennedy hit. So Haldeman and Ehrlichman are there, and Helms and Walters are there. And they Haldeman asks the CIA to play its national security trump card, because that can call off the FBI. If the CIA plays like its national security trump card, the FBI will back away, which is how the CIA has got away with so much illegalities over the years. But anyway, so Haldeman says to Helms, I want you to call off the FBI.
Right.
Because the FBI was looking into that money.
And Helms was like, what am I going to say?
No. Helms said, no, I'm not going to do it. And then Haldeman said, this might open the Bay of Pigs thing.
Right, and the connection to Mexico.
Well, no, he was referring to the Kennedy hit.
Right, but the Bay of Pigs guys were the guys that they used for the Kennedy hit.
Yeah, I mean, the Bay of Pigs ultimately went against Kennedy.
Yeah.
So, and then Helms just exploded. I mean, just exploded. And then he said, okay, we'll do it. We'll call off the FBI. But he double-crossed Nixon because he didn't call off the FBI. And he said he was going to, but he didn't. So, and Helms and Nixon hated each other. I mean, Nixon was doing all his major geopolitical moves for the National Security Council with Henry Kissinger. And Helms was allowed to brief the National Security Council, but then he had to leave. He was persona non grata. So Nixon and Helms really hated each other. There's a book, which I think is a little light, called Scorpion's Dance, about the relationship between Helms and Nixon. And I believe it's kind of weird. The guy that wrote it talks about their antipathy, and then he talks about they liked each other. I don't think that that's the case at all. I think Helms and Nixon just really hated each other. When Helms would come in and talk about, would come in and brief the National Security Council, Nixon would just rip into the CIA. Nixon did not like the CIA. And that's why it was those CIA guys that started infiltrating the Nixon administration. And that's how they were going to get rid of him. They didn't know exactly how they were going to get rid of him, but they just wanted to incriminate the Nixon administration any possible way. And Bob Woodward is definitely an intelligence asset. And I show in my book that, okay, it came out that the associate director of the FBI,
Mark Felt, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so
Mark Felt was the guy who originally was going to go investigate that money that was in that bank in Mexico.
Mark Felt was ultimately fired from the FBI. And, okay, so according to Woodward, now this is Bob Woodward, and actually Ben Bradley was had connections to the CIA too. He was head of he was the editor-in-chief of the Washington Post. So according to Bob Woodward, he had this communication set up with Deep Throat, who was ostensibly Mark Felt. And he would move the flower pot on his balcony if he wanted to talk to Felt. And then he would go through all these machinations of cabs, and then they ultimately meet in this underground parking lot in Virginia. And then if Felt wanted to talk to Woodward, they had a certain page of the New York Times where Felt would put a clock at what time he wanted to meet. Now, that is all bullshit. Mark Felt was fired. Okay, the most damning information from Deep Throat came in November of '73. And Mark Felt had been fired 5 months earlier in May. So basically Bob Woodward was trying to make us believe that Mark Felt was driving into Washington, D.C. every day from Virginia, because he lived in Virginia. And then he was going by Woodward's balcony. But Woodward's balcony faced a courtyard. So if you wanted to see Woodward's balcony, you had to go down an alley, and then you'd have to walk 50 feet and look straight up. That's the only way that you could see Woodward's balcony. So they want us to believe that Mark Felt was driving in every day from Virginia and stopping his car, going down the alley, stopping his car, and then looking at Woodward's balcony. And then the thing about him leaving the newspaper. Okay, so all the newspapers where Woodward was living were put in a pile. They weren't delivered to the door. They were put in a pile. So anybody could have gotten the newspaper that was earmarked, that was ostensibly earmarked for Woodward. Where Woodward was getting his information, his devastating information, was Alexander Haig. And Woodward said that he didn't meet Haig until 1973. But Haig was actually, when he was a naval intelligence officer, he was interviewing Haig or briefing Haig in 1969 and 1970. And Haig had become, because of Watergate, Haldeman and Ehrlichman split, and Haig became Nixon's chief of staff. And Haig secretly hated Nixon and wanted to get rid of him. And in my book, I really do show how Haig and Woodward colluded to get rid of Nixon. It was, but Haig, you get the guy who said that there were the tapes that really tarnished Nixon. He was a CIA guy. Leon Jaworski, the special prosecutor of the Watergate that ultimately was forced Nixon out of office, he was also had CIA connections. So you've got all these guys with CIA connections kind of coming together to get Nixon out of office. It's quite an orchestration.
Yeah, Dick Helms was one of the most sinister people to ever be a part of run the CIA. I mean, the stuff that he was involved with was astonishing and despicable. Like MK Ultra and all the mind control stuff.
And then he destroyed all the documents.
Yeah.
So we'll never really know. I mean, we've gotten to know how to do, like with the.
And Epstein was obsessed with that stuff too.
With the Cameron stuff, Owen Cameron was a Canadian psychiatrist in Montreal that was erasing people's hard drives. I mean, people would he dealt with postpartum women that were having depression.
Yeah.
And guys would bring their wives to Owen Cameron, and then he would give them mega doses of electroshock and thorium and all kinds of stuff. And then they didn't even know who they were by the time they left. And who knows what kind of diabolical stuff Helms covered up, because he ordered all those documents destroyed. And he also ordered documents destroyed too.
Oh, did he?
So my take on that is, yes, there was money and that these burglars were getting money from, but it was coming through, actually, it was going to Gordon Liddy first, and then he was disseminating it to the burglars, the sequential $100 bills. And that money was originally being laundered from the committee to re-elect the president. I do not believe, because of my research, you can read my book, and then you can read Sheehan's book, and you can decide. But
I don't think Sheehan wrote a book on it. He was just telling because he was part of the investigation.
Because when you write a book on something, you really have to understand it. And like I said, the book has 2,238 citations. So I believe what I'm saying about where the money started. I'm definitely saying it was being laundered in Mexico, but I'm just saying it wasn't CIA money. It was committee to re-elect the president money. And those guys were definitely CIA assets. Everybody, all those burglars, CIA assets, except for G. Gordon Liddy. And G. Gordon Liddy, Hunt and McCord were just spinning circles around G. Gordon Liddy. Hunt and McCord were super spooks. And
right. Yeah, Sheehan met with McCord and Hunt many times.
And I do believe that Hunt was part of Kennedy assassination. I mean, he even to it to a certain degree. His kid, St. John Hunt, had a tape of him saying that he was a bench warmer, quote unquote bench warmer on the Kennedy kid. Whatever bench warmer is.
Right.
But he did confess to his kid. And St. John has had his problems with substances, but know him a little bit. I tend to believe.
Well, I mean, it does make sense, right, that those Cubans, they hated Kennedy, right? Those Cubans,
yes.
they hated Kennedy specifically because he was calling off all of those hit teams. There was a bunch of areas.
Well, there was the storming of the Bay of Pigs,
right,
and they wanted Kennedy to call in the Air Force,
yes,
and bomb, and he wouldn't do it. And
yeah, there was Northwoods where they wanted to fly in that plane that was unmanned and shoot it down.
Yeah, that was Northwoods, but that was after the Bay of Pigs, I believe. Northwoods, for sure.
Right. What is this, Steve? Oh, this is what he's talking about, bench warmer.
Yeah. So the article said,
Is this Nick's article?
No, this is
the salon.
Inside the
plot to kill JFK, the secret history of the CIA and what really happened in Dallas. Right. Yeah, and then Kennedy started after the Cuban Missile Crisis. Kennedy started talking directly with Khrushchev, and there was a bunch of they were communicating directly, and they were both trying to come up with an agreement, negotiated or handled. The middleman was like the Pope, right? And the Pope was basically handling the negotiation between Kennedy and Khrushchev to basically get rid of their nuclear arsenal. And the Joint Chiefs wanted nothing to do with that. And Kennedy at the same time was calling off these Cubans, these Operation 40 guys, and the guys that were on the Bay of Pigs, these hit squads and these covert assassins, and calling them down. And then one of the guys, I forget his name, who was running one of those ranches where they were the Cubans, they went against Kennedy's orders and they went and attacked a destroyer. I think it was right off Cuba, against Kennedy's wishes. Like, he told them not to do anything more, and they did that anyways. And then that's basically, that's the motive where they assume that, like, okay, it was the same hit squads because they hated Kennedy. They already trained him to kill Castro, so we can, put them in Dallas, and the rest is history.
I think that there definitely was CIA involvement in the Kennedy hit, but why would those guys want to take down Nixon? I mean, that's the thing. And the reason why they wanted to take down Nixon is because Nixon was, like I said, the Army had started an espionage ring against Nixon. Mm. And Nixon had told the Russians that he was willing to get out of Vietnam if they would perpetuate the strategic arm limitation talks. And he wanted to open up China. And the Hawks were adamantly against. They didn't trust the communists at all. They were adamantly against what Nixon was doing. And losing, basically, they thought he was losing Vietnam. So I believe that it was definitely, well, first of all, it was the Army Hawks, and then it was the CIA Hawks that ultimately took down Nixon.
Right.
That fomented Watergate.
It's a big, convoluted story. I mean, you're not kidding when you say it's a conspiracy inside of a conspiracy. It's a lot to follow.
The thing about Watergate is the first conspiracy is some of the burglars were looking for blackmail material from that brothel that was hooked up to the CIA.
Yeah.
But then McCord and Hunt, they were trying to get busted to hurt the Nixon administration. So, and what's kind of amazing about that is you've got these two conspiracies going on simultaneously, and both of them, no one really knows about. I mean, some really good books have been written about it, like Jim Hogan's Secret and Len Kolodny's Silent Coup. I mean, these are really good books, but these are thick, big books. I mean, you don't pick up a book like that and read it. You've got to study those books. And I tried to make Watergate very, very simple. I mean, I tried to make Watergate as simple as I possibly could. And it's still a complex book.
Right, right. It's just like, why did Trafficante say that though?
You know, I'm amazed that Trafficante would say anything. I mean, that goes against everything that I know about Trafficante. That he would say that, because he was one of those godfathers that was completely anonymous. And I mean, he dressed there was nothing pretentious about Sandro Trafficante that screamed, "I'm a mob boss." I mean, he was kind of like Carl Gambino. He looked like a kindly old guy. So I'm kind of stunned that Sandro Trafficante would say that to someone.
Can you look up, or is there documentation of Sheehan's interview with Trafficante? I wonder if that's documented anywhere, or if it's ever been written about or anything like that.
Because that would be new to me, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that. But it just goes against everything I know about Trafficante. He would give an interview like that.
Over the next few years, political buff Trafficante became a big Nixon fan, according to the Godfather's lawyer, Frank Regano. Santos viewed Nixon as a realistic conservative politician who was not a zealot and who would not be hard on him as a mob friend. Keep going down.
Yeah, is there a keyword you're looking
Do it.
for?
Yeah. Do a search for. What's the guy? What was the burglar's name?
Barker?
Bernard Barker. Bernard. Yeah. Type in Bernard Barker.
There we go.
There you go. Okay, so why did Trafficante have so much intel on Richard Nixon's secret world? Sheehan. Look, they're citing Sheehan. Sheehan says the Godfather got most of his inside information from two of his former lieutenants, Nixon's burglars, Frank Sturgis and Bernard Barker, the lawyers at the Trafficante-friendly D.C. law firm who conducted the Watergate-era interview with the mafia don, kept his disclosures to themselves for decades, and Nixon's vice presidential sponsorship of the plots against Castro's life was not confirmed until well after Nixon's death in 1984. Nixon's wrong. 94. We'll go. What's the... Okay. The Godfather either efforts to kill Castro were not made public until recently. One of Bailey's investigators, Danny Sheehan, them in his memoirs and the college lecture halls where he taught as a professor. Sheehan said Trafficante reported that Nixon used a
There's Robert Mayhew, the guy who I was
right. A secure scrambler phone to get Howard Hughes on board in the Castro murder scheme, adding that Hughes then chose his own right-hand man, Rob Mayhew, to help conduct the effort. Yeah.
My understanding of it is very different.
Yeah.
Howard Hughes was kind of out to lunch at that point, and the CIA approached Mayhew.
Right.
Not Hughes.
So, yeah, he's saying that Hughes got Mayhew. But Hughes went to Mayhew.
Yeah, it was, from my understanding. And actually, there was a really good book written about it recently called Mafia Spies, where it talks about the C. Mayhew.
And is it true that Hughes was a big contributor to Nixon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Hughes was a big contributor to everybody.
Okay.
So we would give money to Democrats and Republicans.
He is an interesting figure. There's a lot of weird shit with Howard